Chapter 1. The world endures, yet we do not surrender. In the dead of night, within a dilapidated single room of a run-down apartment building, the evening breeze seeped through the window, bringing a semblance of coolness to the small, shabby bedroom. The faint glow of a computer illuminated the room, where Xia Xin remained transfixed, his fingers deftly maneuvering a 20-yuan double-flying swallow mouse. Displayed upon the screen was the nation's most popular competitive online game, League of Legends. 8T this moment. The kill count stood at 15 to 30, with a disparity of a full double. Their two lanes lay in ruins, leaving them to defend beneath the Nexus crystal, struggling to hold their ground. Yet, it appeared their fate was all but sealed. Xia Xin, controlling the Night Hunter, possessed keen awareness, and with a flick of his divination orb, he discerned that the opposing team had commenced their second Baron Nashor of the match. Observing his teammates' eagerness to venture forth, he typed a message. Let it go, we have no chance in a team fight. My summoner spells are still on cooldown. The opposing team boasted an impressive lineup, a top lane Malphite, a mid lane Twisted Fate, a jungle Gragas, a support Thresh, and an AD carry Misfortune. They had burst damage, crowd control, and substantial output, coupled with an economic advantage, rendering their three frontliners as formidable as mountains. In contrast, our team comprised a top lane Olaf, a mid lane Zed, a jungle Rengar, a support Janna, and an AD carry Vayne. To borrow a phrase from Jet Li, not a single one can withstand or strike effectively. Moreover, they were a team of glass cannons. Whether it was Zed, Olaf, or Rengar, they posed no threat to the immovable stone of Malphite or Gragas, and even Thresh had become an insurmountable obstacle. As for the two backline champions, attempting to eliminate them, that would require first traversing over these three mountain-like frontliners. This battle seemed predestined for tragedy from the very onset of champion selection. It was nothing short of miraculous that they had held on for 35 minutes. The enemy strategy for team fights was starkly simple. Eliminate Xia Xin's Vayne without a second thought, for the remaining champions were deemed inconsequential in their eyes. As for the methods of execution, one could enumerate 1,001 ways to achieve death. Thresh's designated hard crowd control ultimate, Malphite's area effect crowd control, Gragas's disruptive ultimate, Twisted Fate's teleportation right beside him, and Misfortune's long-range ultimate could easily drain half of his health. However, with such overwhelming dominance, the opponents had grown complacent. Twisted Fate, witnessing their approach, brazenly declared, "Whoever comes, meets their demise." This statement was far from exaggerated. It resonated with the adage that good advice is often unpalatable. Among our 5 champions, any one of them, should they dare to engage in a team fight, would perish within a heartbeat. Initially, Xia Xin suggested that Olaf, the top laner, build some tank items to withstand some damage, only to be met with derision. Fool, what right does an AD carry with a score of 0-5 at 20 minutes have to speak? If I build tanky, can you even deal damage? Thus, Xia Xin refrained from uttering another word for the remainder of the match. He was typically disinclined to converse, especially with toxic players. Yet, as the others prepared to initiate a team fight for Baron, he felt compelled to speak once more. Let's defend, there may still be an opportunity. What he left unspoken was that Vayne was a champion capable of miracles. Under the current circumstances, they could still struggle to defend their towers. But venturing into a team fight would be akin to lighting a lamp in a restrum, a clear invitation to death. However, the teammates were hardly attentive. Olaf, known for his fiery temperament, abruptly exclaimed, "What do you mean by defending? The second lane has fallen, they've secured the Baron, and with the Baron buff, they're pushing the top lane. Can you really defend against that? Super minions across all 3 lanes. What's the point? Ridiculous." The jungler chimed in, "Exactly. Let's go all out. It's a matter of one decisive fight, rather than waiting to die. With your awareness, you think you can reach the rank of king? Better go home and raise pigs." Cassidin coldly retorted, "Those with negative records should refrain from speaking. Stick with the team and gather points, all right? There are 9 kings in this match, and you're the only master. Do you really think you have a right to speak? After 35 minutes, 0 kills, and 5 deaths, we understand. You probably reached master rank through a boosting service." Indeed, Xia Xin was currently playing in the highest tier of League of Legends, the strongest king rank in the telecommunications district, Ionia. Xia Xin glanced at the scoreboard, noting a total of 15 kills, with himself contributing 13 assists and a 90% participation rate. He felt there was no need to say more. They had stolen all the kills, and they insisted on using kills as a measure of strength. The skirmish commenced with little suspense. While the enemy was engaged in slaying the dragon, they spotted our 5 members charging forward. The lava beast calmly turned to unleash a powerful attack, unstoppable, which knocked 2 opponents into the air. Being a king, Kassadin promptly activated his ultimate, forbidden technique. Instant shadow kill formation, evading the blow, though it proved futile. The enemies swiftly surged forward, taking down the frontline Olaf and the jungler, who had been revealed by a ward. Both vanished into the chaos of battle, and Kassadin managed to survive only a second longer. Following them, the delicate Soraka succumbed helplessly beneath the feet of several brutish foes. The screen flashed with the crimson letters declaring a quadruple kill for Graves. Graves surveyed his surroundings. "Where's my Pinnacle? Pinnacle, come out! Hurry and open the door!" A glance at the minimap revealed Vayne pushing the minion wave in the mid lane. Wasn't she supposed to join the team fight? What about loyalty? Chase for the Pinnacle. The teammates, in perfect synchrony, ignored the half-health dragon and showed no interest in destroying the crystal. The support, Thresh, activated a speed boost, and the 5 of them shouted, "Kill!" rushing toward the mid lane. In truth, if they had pushed directly to the high ground, they could have clinched the victory, but who cared? They held such a significant advantage that these details seemed trivial. Xia Xin cooperatively clicked the surrender button, with 3 teammates also opting for the green surrender option, leaving just 1 crucial vote remaining. Olaf, still fuming, berated, "What are you doing, AD? I told you to team fight, not collect minions. Do you understand human language?" Useless. In reality, Xia Xin had recognized that once the enemy's tank initiated a frontline assault, they were doomed. Thus, he had turned to gather minions, knowing that under their current circumstances, they needed to rely on sheer strength to survive the impending clash. Seeing the potential for a team wipe, he thought that pushing the lane to the high ground might buy them some time. Even as the option to surrender appeared on the screen, he did not spare a glance. Xia Xin's unwavering principle was, as long as the world persists, surrender shall not be an option. In truth, retracting the minion wave is currently the most prudent decision. Yet, its efficacy hinges on who executes it. If a player with a commendable record takes the initiative, others will naturally refrain from dissent. Conversely, should it be a player with a dismal 0-5 record, every action will be scrutinized as erroneous. Even with 15 kills and 13 assists, boasting a 90 participation rate, or facing the enemy team's relentless pursuit, or having but a single support to safeguard him, combined with several critical blunders that led to his demise, none of this matters. What is observed is solely the scoreboard, where statistics reign supreme. In the absence of equipment, a few players' outbursts rendered Xia Xin unable to secure any kills. The assassin remarked, "The score alone reveals him to be but a silver-ranked player, likely boosted by a professional, devoid of awareness." The jungle champion added, "Indeed, if it weren't for this wretched AD, we would have won this match long ago." "Report him." Olaf chimed in, "Your lack of skill is not the issue, it is your unwillingness to heed commands. Go play in your silver tier, all right?" Useless. Amidst this, the support quietly interjected, "The AD is indeed talented, it was my fault for his demise. I misplayed several crucial moments. I am meant to be an AD player." However, this was met with selective disregard. The match was essentially concluded, now devolving into a blame game, undeniably placing the fault on the AD, with no consequence to themselves. Xia Xin was now oblivious to the chat on the screen, his mind racing as he calculated the abilities of each champion. The stone golem, Graves, lacked his ultimate, while Gragas, Thresh, and Card had their ultimates ready. Who had just used their flash? Thresh's ignite was still active, and he had his own flash and heal available. This situation. Perhaps there was a chance to turn the tide. As he observed the 5 opponents charging like predators, Xia Xin sprinted along the river towards the dragon. Suddenly, an eye appeared above him, Card's ultimate, Destiny. A marker indicating Card's landing appeared ominously close. There was no escape. Before the dragon's lair, a resounding clang sounded as the yellow card struck Xia Xin, producing a sharp echo. Following this, a universal card passed through him. His health plummeted by half in an instant. The 2 seconds of stun allowed the pursuing enemies to close in, yet Xia Xin did not rush to flee. He stepped forward, struck, advanced a step, and delivered another blow, swiftly reducing Card's health by half. Card, momentarily stunned, pondered how, in this dire situation, Vane's damage remained so formidable. Nevertheless, the outcome was inevitable. Seeing Xia Xin land a third hit, the arrow was already airborne, prompting Card to activate his stasis, thus wasting Xia Xin's strike. Such is the mastery of a true champion over details. Card, satisfied, typed 88 on the screen, having executed his maneuver flawlessly, delaying his stasis until the final moment, thus buying time for his allies to catch up. Meanwhile, our side erupted in chaos attack. What are you waiting for? Are you just going to gift them pentakill? Damn, is there anyone who hasn't hit yet? Hurry up, let's end this, I need to sleep. Useless AD, don't let me see you again, every encounter will end in your demise. With the stunning effects of the card and the few seconds afforded by Vane's evasive maneuvers, the pursuing adversaries have now caught up. The current scenario reveals that our AD is alone against 5 enemies, most of whom possess health ranging from half to 3/4. Xia Xin is wholly engrossed in the game, so tense that he has forgotten to breathe. Vane dashes forward a couple of steps, and the pursuers can no longer contain their eagerness. Titan flashes in, unleashing his ultimate ability, Deep Sea Impact, a wave of force surging through the earth, targeting him directly. This inescapable skill, a designated control, leaves Vane with no choice but to roll forward as best as he can, tumbling into the brush just as the Deep Sea Impact strikes him, sending him hurtling away and stunning him for 2 seconds. A noteworthy detail lies in his entry into the brush. Though the thicket is not particularly large, it is sufficient to conceal 2 figures. Simultaneously, the timing of the card's ultimate arrives, and Titan casts his Q ability, Clear the Way, launching a hook that soars towards the center of the brush. However, contrary to expectations, the intended target does not emerge. He is astonished to discover that he has missed his mark entirely. Vane did not roll into the midst of the thicket, but rather at its edge, rendering him invisible and ungrabbable. This is a commendable detail, successfully evading a potentially fatal hook one that would certainly lead to demise. Yet, this does not mitigate the brutal onslaught he faces from the 5 assailants. Among the ADCs Vane would dread encountering in the late game, Graves undoubtedly ranks at the top. Why is that? A close-range Q can inflict 1,000 damage should he possess his ultimate. He might not even need to land another basic attack, simply walking over Vane's fallen form to return to base. Graves curses, damn, how can he run like that? I wonder if I can still secure the pentakill. Damn it, stop running. Graves charges forward, employing an E skill to swiftly draw his weapon and dash a considerable distance ahead. Then, in a flash of golden light, he flashes forward, closing the gap across nearly half the screen in an instant. He is right upon Xia Xin. Ha. D. With 700 health, you're not even enough for my Q. Graves lets out a maniacal laugh as his ultimate, Big Bullet, is unleashed, accompanied by the ominous sound of death as the shot flies forth. Chapter 2. The 1v5 slaughter in an instant. The marksman teleported beside Xia Xin, unleashing a quick Q ability with lightning speed. Such swift maneuvering and reaction time. Hitting 3 QS was improbable. Even landing just one, followed by a basic attack, would spell certain doom for Vane. Yet, Vane seemed to have anticipated this moment. As she activated her ultimate ability, she deftly rolled backward with a Q, evading the lethal trio of bullets that would have sealed her fate, narrowly escaping the grasp of death. Upon activating her ultimate and rolling with Q, she became invisible, rendering the marksman blind to her whereabouts. Enraged, he shouted, "Where are you? Come out." His frustration was palpable as Xia Xin's basic attack, coupled with the E ability, pinned him against the wall near the dragon, leaving him stunned. The first blow triggered the W ability, the Holy Gun Silver Cross, reducing the marksman's health to a third. As she repositioned herself, Vane swiftly created distance, landing a critical hit that further diminished his health. "This damage," the barrel exclaimed, "how dare you attempt to kill my brother? Do you take me for a mere decoration?" With a ferocious E ability, he charged forward, dashing towards Xia Xin, intent on colliding with him. A hit would result in a stun, and a stun would mean death. There was no other outcome possible. Yet, in a flash of brilliance, Xia Xin dodged the lethal E ability by a hair's breadth, just managing to evade it. The marksman remained within striking range, and with a swift turn, Xia Xin ended his life. This display of skill elicited applause from a certain support, the songstress, who was watching from her computer desk, her screen muted in monochrome. Impressive. Amidst the onslaught of 3 opponents, he evaded countless abilities and eliminated the enemy AD. I knew this AD was exceptional. I truly held him back and caused him to be scorned. I deeply apologize. Had it not been for her 3 missed ultimates in previous skirmishes, Vayne would not have met her demise thrice at her hands. Even a single stun from her could have turned the tide. But this was not a matter of her incompetence. The marksman was genuinely formidable. With a score of 15 kills and 2 deaths, and 11 assists, his prowess was evident. The rapid exchanges left the lion dog, Zed, and Olaf in disbelief. Such finesse was akin to claiming the head of an enemy general amidst a sea of foes. Despite being surrounded by 4 attackers, he had managed to secure a kill under the full barrage of abilities. What kind of strength is this? Olaf remarked, just a coincidence. The lion dog added, he merely got lucky. Zed interjected, enough of this. Let us not waste time, he'll die soon enough. Do you think they're bronze? 5 against 1, and still trying to escape? The opponents were not mere bronze players. They were 5 of the strongest challengers, recognized as the true kings of the Ionian realm. Yet, the battle was far from over. One individual, the Songstress support, remained fixated on Vayne. Sensing an unusual aura about this AD, one unlike any she had encountered before. In the midst of chaos, he calmly severed the head of the enemy general. Perhaps he could indeed create a miracle. Vayne's will to survive was remarkably strong. As she continued to sprint forward, she inhaled deeply, seizing the opportunity to steal 25 movement speed from the barrel, thus creating a gap between her and her foe, while simultaneously slowing the barrel for 3 seconds. With each step she took, she turned back to strike, executing fluid attacks on the barrel. The barrel unleashed a Q ability, rolling towards Vayne, who nimbly dodged to the left, evading the explosion radius. With 2 more strikes, she triggered her first 3-hit passive. The barrel, already battered from the recent skirmish, had only 2/3 of its health remaining. The 3-hit passive, combined with 3 basic attacks, reduced its health to less than 1/3. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, the barrel attempted to retreat, seeking assistance from its allies. However, Twisted Fate was right behind, his cards of red, yellow, and blue continuously shifting colors, ultimately settling on yellow. Xia Xin also ceased his flight, turning to pursue the barrel. Under the effect of his ultimate, Vayne enjoyed a 90 movement speed boost. Among all champions in League of Legends, few could escape from under his watchful gaze. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Twisted Fate, save me, cried the barrel. As it narrowly brushed past him, Twisted Fate's yellow card flew forth, yet Xia Xin unleashed his 3rd strike, and in that very moment, he swiftly rolled backward, becoming invisible. Double kill, echoed the system's somber voice, as Vayne claimed her 2nd victim. The barrel fell helplessly to the ground. However, just as Vayne became invisible, she was ensnared by the yellow card, her health dwindling to below 300. Twisted Fate had simultaneously lost sight of Xia Xin. With only a sliver of health remaining, less than 200, he dared not wait for Xia Xin to reappear. Thus, he released his Q ability, launching 3 wild cards toward the spot where Xia Xin had been standing. A single hit would spell death for Vayne. Yet, he had not anticipated that. As the yellow card was about to ensnare her, he had already cast his wild cards, while Vayne rolled not forward, but slightly to the left, narrowly avoiding her demise. Twisted Fate, having thrown his wild cards, turned to flee. Yet, he could not outrun Xia Xin, who, bolstered by his ultimate's 90 speed increase, caught up in mere seconds. Just as Xia Xin was poised to strike, the Deep-Sea Titan arrived to provide assistance, his Q ability ready, hurling a hook straight towards Xia Xin. Unexpectedly, Xia Xin did not rush to attack. Instead, the Night Hunter gracefully shifted her figure to the right, narrowly evading the Titan's hook. With 1 final strike, she claimed Twisted Fate's life. Triple kill. Could it be a triple kill? Nearly everyone stared incredulously at the screen. 3 kills while being chased by 5 enemies? No. Olaf refused to believe it. This was merely luck, absolute luck. How could he, with a score of 0 to 5, achieve such a feat? Even if the score was now 3 to 5. He was still a liability. A player with negative stats had no right to speak. Olaf's heart raced with an ominous premonition. The enemy's 2 primary damage dealers had already perished, leaving only 2 formidable tanks. One was a stone giant without an ultimate ability, and the other, a titan, lacked both his ultimate and his Q ability. Upon witnessing that 3 of our team had fallen, the titan, having failed to land his Q once more, sensed that the situation had turned dire. Yet, with Vayne's health dwindling to below 200, he felt emboldened to advance and ignite her. Farewell, he mused, acknowledging her remarkable skill. Show me your prowess. Let me witness you extinguish that ignite. How audacious to flaunt one's abilities before me. At level 18, Ignite dealt 400 damage. With her mere 160 health, she would succumb in 2 seconds. The Titan began his countdown. 1 second, 2 seconds. With only a meager 10 health remaining, she would perish. But healing? What? She still possessed healing. While it is indeed common for ADCs to have healing, why did it manifest precisely at this moment? With Ignite's effect halved, her 500 plus healing would only restore around 250, but combined with her remaining 160 health, she barely exceeded the threshold of Ignite's lethal reach. Moreover, she also had the lifesteal from Blade of the Ruined King. The tension mounted. Although he observed her health dipping below 100, the Titan could not pursue. The instincts of a seasoned player warned him. Without any ranged abilities, he would never catch Vayne. Despite his own 2,000 plus health, by the time he reached her, she could lifesteal back over 300 health, likely ensuring his demise before he even laid a finger on her. The Titan felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why did he, a mere support, even attempt to eliminate an ADC? Thinking of escape, Xia Xin smirked. Even without her ultimate, chasing a support slowed by 5-speed shoes would prove effortless. The Titan endured a couple of strikes as he gazed back at the tardy stone giant, exclaiming, "Stone brother, it's all yours. I'm merely a support." The stone giant thumped his sturdy chest, assuring, "Leave it to me." He lunged forward, landing a Q that stripped away over 200 of Xia Xin's health. She was left with a mere thread of life, around 70 health. The stone giant calculated that a single E would seal her fate, with his Q enhancing his speed and her ability slowing him. He was confident he could close the gap. As the stone giant pursued, Xia Xin retreated, executing a flawless kiting maneuver, her technique exquisite and fluid, captivating to behold. In the midst of the chase, she unleashed a 3-ring attack. The stone giant momentarily faltered, but he soon closed the distance, unleashing a seismic tremor that radiated in a circular wave. Yet, he quickly realized something was amiss. Xia Xin's Q had a mere 2-second cooldown. He understood now why she allowed him to close in without fleeing. As she retreated a step, Vayne performed a roll to the right, narrowly evading the 400 range cast of the circle. With an attack range of 550, she had perfectly mastered the distance. This time, Vayne refrained from kiting, standing her ground and launching her assault. 1 hit, 2 hits. The stone, already battered, found itself relentlessly pursued and, despite enduring numerous strikes, could withstand no more. Summoning the last vestiges of its strength, it staggered to the motionless figure of Xia Xin. At long last, it could touch him. The stone proudly raised its molten hand, its heart racing with exhilaration, yearning to deliver a single blow. Yet, just as the hand reached its zenith, its colossal form crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Quadruple kill. For kills. Why could it not strike even once? The stone let out a powerless howl to the heavens. The Titan, having scarcely taken a few steps, turned to see, "Stone brother, where have you gone? You were supposed to be the bastion of strength, entrusted to you. What am I to do now that you have departed?" The Titan wept, helplessly observing the relentless advance of Vayne, who approached like a demon. He felt utterly powerless. He watched as she methodically closed the distance, leaping and rolling, chasing him for a full kilometer, ultimately claiming the last ember of hope. Pentakill. The vivid, shocking crimson letters erupted onto the screen. 5 kills. Ace. Total annihilation. What transpired? What just happened? A 1v5? 5 kills? Were they all playing the same game? Everyone stood in stunned silence. Only our support was fervently spamming 6666666666666. Incredible! My companions and I were utterly astonished. Yet, Vayne uttered not a word, as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence. Silently, she returned to the mid lane, where the minions had already pushed to the enemy's middle turret, with the fastest respawn time being a full 70 seconds, ample time for her to dismantle the Nexus. Silence enveloped the scene, all eyes fixated on the Night Hunter Vayne, as she steadily advanced, pushing the minions toward the high ground. The frame froze upon her figure. Zed recalled his earlier remarks about her being a smith, at a silver level, and wished he could slap himself. In comparison, he was the one truly at silver. Her skill, her execution, her awareness. She was a true master. In such a scenario, could he have turned the tables and slain 5 opponents while being pursued? Not a chance. He would have perished countless times over. Even the perpetually irritable Olaf fell silent. Though Vayne said nothing, her commanding quintuple kill had sealed his lips. Astonishment. Only astonishment remained. He recalled how he had derided the so-called foolish AD, and now it seemed absurdly humorous. Reflecting back, he realized her logic was sound. In that situation, they should have focused on the dragon. Why venture out? Her decision was indeed correct. To criticize her skill? What did that make him? She had turned the tide in a seemingly impossible situation, securing a pinnacle against 5 foes. Almost simultaneously, everyone began to scrutinize Vane's statistics and equipment. No wonder his output is so astonishing. Adorned in exquisite gear, no one even knows when he acquired such divine equipment. This seemingly unremarkable AD has inexplicably become formidable. In just 35 minutes, even under adverse circumstances, he amassed 340 minions, the highest in the match, while the second highest, a card, only managed 320 in a favorable situation, 20 minions fewer. This alone showcases a level of proficiency worthy of a professional. Our team's members, upon respawning, even forgot to venture out, as the recent pentakill lingered vividly in their minds. It was a display of extraordinary skill, arguably the finest pinnacle of the year. Watching Vane assault the enemy's nexus, Graves couldn't help but inquire, "Vane, is that professional level play? Could it be Kog'Maw? It seems he is the only one in the country with such caliber." No one responded, for the nexus had shattered. The tables had turned. Card pondered. Had he eliminated the opposing 4 and secured the dragon first? Graves mused. Had he not greedily sought the pinnacle and instead advanced directly onto the high ground? Titan reflected, had they played it safe after slaying the dragon, returned home for supplies, and then pushed all 3 lanes? Olaf's cursor hovered over the surrender button, watching helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. Had he surrendered earlier, this remarkable play and extraordinary pinnacle would never have occurred. Yet, there are no what-ifs in this world. The green team emerged victorious, while the red team faced defeat. This is the reality. This match was a slaughter fest led by the unassuming Knight Hunter, equipped with a silver bolt's crossbow, showcasing the pinnacle of competitive prowess, a breathtaking individual performance that left one breathless. The recent game had already become his personal showcase. Everything else held no significance. In the distance, the 12th bell tolled, heralding a new day, a new future. Xia Xin opened the ranked matches, exhaling deeply. He had attained the rank of a king. Chapter 3. A stunning Knight Master achieved a score of 400, and upon refreshing the page, he indeed became a champion. In a rush, he managed to catch up, ready to submit his task today. Simultaneously, the game interface displayed 4 friend requests, but Xia Xin, without a glance, exited the game. Gazing at the image of Vane on his desktop background, he felt a slight sense of calm and whispered a heartfelt thank you. He admired Vane for being a hero capable of creating miracles. With the highest passive skill in League of Legends, her true percentage damage could turn the tide, even in dire situations. Her formidable pursuit ability ensured that once she set her sights on someone, escape was nearly impossible. The words of the others barely registered in his mind. The game was a testament to skill, not mere chatter. His goal was to excel in his play and silence them. Those 4 friend requests were the best affirmation of their acknowledgement of him. A smile of satisfaction grazed Xia Xion's face. Having dared to enter the game, he was undoubtedly prepared for a 1 versus 5 challenge. Was this a team competition? Perhaps. But when the team faltered, what was one to do? Rely on oneself. I will carry. Grant me 10 seconds of space to unleash my output, and I shall present you with a brand new world. Regardless of whether he had support, whether he was targeted by the opposition, or even if he faced scorn, he resolutely advanced towards victory. It was not just to avoid sorrow, but also to honor his beloved hero and the arrows wielded by Vane. He was determined not to bring shame to the arrows that he cherished. Rising from his seat, he glanced back at his sister, peacefully sleeping on the bed, and a knowing smile spread across his face. Outside on the balcony, a bright moon hung high in the sky. He opened the floor-to-ceiling window and stepped onto the balcony, stretching comfortably and inhaling deeply the cool evening breeze, which invigorated his spirit. After admiring the luminous moonlight, his gaze was immediately drawn to a graceful figure on the adjacent balcony. A slender form leaned against the railing, one delicate hand propping up her chin. Clad in a white lace camisole nightgown, her figure was elegantly outlined, casting a captivating shadow on the ground. The silvery moonlight bathed her delicate, snow-like face, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed serenely at the radiant moon. The cool night breeze playfully lifted her hair, brushing against her cheeks, while her petite, red lips formed an enticing curve, utterly enchanting. Xia Xin felt his heart race, a flush rising to his cheeks as he marveled at her beauty. Each time he saw her, she seemed to grow even more exquisite, a sensation that stirred restlessly within him. The air was fragrant with the scents of body wash and shampoo, perhaps mingled with the delightful essence of her femininity, stirring the youthful heart of a boy who couldn't help but inhale deeply. She was the landlord's daughter and attended the same school as Xia Xin, though they were not in the same class. At school, she was undoubtedly the center of attention. Xia Xin speculated that she, like himself, was preoccupied with worries about the college entrance examination. Uncertain of how long she had been lost in thought, a gust of night wind swept through, causing the delicate strap of her dress to slide down her smooth, pearl-like shoulder. The girl, startled, instinctively reached to adjust the strap, only to suddenly notice something unusual. As she turned her head, her gaze locked with Xia Xion's, and they were momentarily taken aback. An awkward silence enveloped the air. After 3 seconds, the girl quickly placed her right hand over her chest and retreated several steps, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, glaring at Xia Xion with indignation, demanding to know if he had seen anything. No, Xia Xion hastily shook his head. The girl's voice grew increasingly displeased, her beautifully arched brows rising as she almost pronounced each word distinctly. You saw it, didn't you? Faced with her imposing demeanor, Xia Xion became flustered, his face reddening as he stammered. Just a little. It was as pale as your face, indistinguishable. This was due to the fact that the girl was not wearing a bra underneath her attire. Go to hell. Just as Xia Xion finished speaking, he heard a cacophony of sounds as a barrage of clothes hangers flew towards him, prompting him to quickly raise his hands to shield his face. Hangers, a basin, laundry detergent. The onslaught of projectiles continued for quite some time. Just when he thought it was over, he looked up to see a red bucket soaring towards him, landing with a clatter atop his head, accompanied by a furious shout of, "Go die. Die 100 times to atone for your sins." The sound of the floor-to-ceiling window slamming shut echoed through the room. This night was destined to be sleepless. The breathtaking moment lingered in Xia Xion's mind, an indelible image that seemed to take root in his heart, slowly blossoming into something profound. Meanwhile, online, the commotion escalated rapidly. He had become a sensation, not himself, but rather the gaming account he had practiced with the previous night, which had gone viral. In fact, the support character from last night, a commentator known as Xiao AI, had gained a bit of fame herself. She crafted a video showcasing the most thrilling 5 minutes of that match, uploading it online. What is 1v5? This was the true essence of 1v5, an extraordinary 5-kill feat with 0 assists from teammates. From the scornful taunts of his allies to Vayne's miraculous escape and counterattack, culminating in the final 5 kills. Anyone who witnessed it couldn't help but feel their heart race for Vayne. With 5 opponents in pursuit, even a single misstep would have spelled doom for her. Any ability hit could have meant her end. Yet, she gracefully navigated through the chaos, untouched. The video skyrocketed from 100,000 views in an hour to 2 million in 8 hours, quickly ascending to the top of the trending charts. Every comment was a marvel at how Vayne had achieved such a feat at her lowest health. She had merely a single-digit count, 9 hit points. Is this cheating? Unbelievable. A master being toyed with by bronze players. The opponents were made to look foolish. Mom, come quick, there's an alien. Is this truly the same game I am playing? Did no one notice the remarks made by those 3 teammates? It's utterly hilarious. The assassin derided him as a silver dog, implying that this incompetent player is even beneath bronze. Indeed, the lion dog shifted the blame to the AD, claiming that had it not been for this AD, the match would have been won long ago. It's laughable. He had the audacity to say such things, yet ultimately, he was clinging to the Vayne for support, entirely irrelevant to the outcome. I am Vayne. Do not inquire why I am so dashing. From the moment I entered the game, I was prepared for a 1v5 showdown. It's not that impressive. Had the opponents not pursued him, after using his flash and E to traverse, he would have perished long ago, a complete failure. To the trolls, you, who perished, only know how to boast. Can you evade the barrel Z while attacking? Can you roll away from a yellow card in an instant and dodge the card's queue? I would stream myself devouring my keyboard. The assassin and Olaf, both blind as bats, have become the subject of ridicule. Even entering the game, they were mocked. Why is a master player gracing us silver players with their presence? I refuse to believe that you possess the level of silver. In the eyes of a master, I must also be deemed bronze. Alas, I too must be counted as bronze. Master, this match relies on you. Soon, Xiao AI could no longer withstand the pressure from netizens, compelled to reveal the entire match, questioning why the ADS early statistics were so dismal. After watching, everyone understood. Xiao Ai's 3 misplays in the bottom lane transformed a winnable game into a lost cause. In a 2v2 scenario, had he merely landed one ultimate, it would have resulted in a double kill for Vayne, yet he missed 3 times. Furthermore, during teamfights, no one safeguarded Vayne. The opponents were overwhelmingly superior, with the Titan already acquiring a speedball. Once the speedball activated, a swarm of foes surged forward, unleashing chaos upon the lovely Vayne, who, despite narrowly evading several skills, ultimately fell. As for the Bard's ultimate, it was not utilized for protection, but solely for damage. Xiao Ai pleaded, "Everyone, please ease up. I recognize my misplays have cost Vayne dearly, leading to his beratement by teammates. I confess, I apologize, and I hope you can forgive my shortcomings this time. I acknowledge my ineptitude. However, were it not for my blunders, you wouldn't have witnessed such a thrilling pinnacle, would you? This level of difficulty and excitement can only be hailed as the best pinnacle of the year. In fact, a certain individual within the match, after witnessing such extreme maneuvers, specifically called a certain little dog. Was that you playing just now? On a Smuff account? What? I'm in the shower. What up? Oh, nothing. Please continue." Chapter 4. Xia Xin, with dark circles under his eyes, drowsily entered the classroom. Just as he intended to lay his head down, he overheard his deskmate, Mao Pang, engaged in a discussion about League of Legends with several other classmates. Contrary to his nickname, Mao Pang was not particularly hairy. Rather, he was somewhat overweight due to his role as a support player and his admiration for a player known as Juanmio. He had humorously dubbed himself Mao Pang, proclaiming that the realm of League of Legends support would henceforth consist of only 2 players, Juanmio and himself. Mao Pang, frustrated, exclaimed, "Damn it, we should have won yesterday. How did we lose to Class 2 again? Shinsong, why do you keep dying in mid? Every time I glance back, your screen is black and white." Shinsong retorted, "The jungler is useless, camping me. Every time I step out, within 2 minutes, he's right there. Why is he not farming but instead harassing me in mid?" Mao Pang replied, "Didn't I tell you? They only have 2 strong players, 1 jungler in Platinum 4 and 1 ADC in Diamond 5. I warned you all to be cautious. And Zhang Qian, with me as your support, how can you still get killed like this? You're a misfortune, being chased by a Graves." Zhang Qian defended himself, "Boss, the opponent is a Diamond 5 god. How can you expect a Gold 3 player to face him without getting obliterated? Well, you still shouldn't be pushed back to your tower." Mao Pang insisted, "There's nothing I can do. Their pressure is too strong. Once I leave the tower, I'm dead. Damn, we lost too badly yesterday." At that moment, a graceful girl named Xu Yuwu approached. "Mao Pang, what's wrong with you? I see you all talking about League of Legends, yet you were annihilated by Class 2. You've embarrassed me. Of course we can win. We were just not in good form yesterday. I guarantee we'll do well today," he replied confidently. Xia Xin stole a glance at the girl. Xu Yuwu, known as the class beauty, had rosy lips and pearly teeth, with captivating, watery eyes. Her figure was slender and alluring, and her short t-shirt accentuated her well-developed curves, while her long, exquisite legs, clad only in a denim miniskirt, were dazzlingly fair. Xia Xin's gaze involuntarily drifted to her beautiful legs, and he felt a flutter in his heart. She was truly stunning. When their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze, as her enchanting eyes were too captivating for him to behold for long. Noticing that the nearby boys were staring at Xu Yuwu with the same infatuation, he felt somewhat reassured. He was not alone in his admiration. Not only was Xu Yuwu beautiful, but she also exuded a playful charm, effortlessly becoming the dream girl of nearly every boy in the class. She was outgoing and enjoyed various activities, including soccer, basketball, tennis, and League of Legends, and even boyfriends. Her playful nature earned her the nickname Little Flirt. Recently, she had taken Lu Ming, the boyfriend of Class 2's beauty, Qinyao, under her wing to teach her League of Legends. Naturally, Qinyao was displeased. After all, why should her boyfriend instruct another girl, especially someone known as Little Flirt? Then 2 women engaged in a fierce altercation, summoning the boys from their class to compete in a contest. The loser would have to leave. Xu Yuwu, hands on her hips, exclaimed in frustration, "It infuriates me. Yesterday, despite the number of you here, you couldn't handle that AD. He only clicked 3 times and then perished. Isn't there a good number of League of Legends players in our class? You're familiar with everyone. Find a few skilled ones. Not a problem. We shall definitely win today. Just watch me," Mao Pang declared. his eyes almost glistening as he patted his chest in assurance. Let me inquire. Mao Peng glanced around and asked a few individuals about their ranks, ultimately turning to Xia Xin. Xia Xin, I recall you play occasionally, right? What position do you play? AD, Xia Xin replied with a hint of pride. Mao Peng's face lit up. What is your rank? I'm bronze 4, or was it 5? I forget, Xia Xin answered honestly. His account was rarely played. It was primarily his sister who used it. Last time, she reportedly achieved bronze 4, which delighted her for an entire day, but she seemed to have fallen back down, leaving her despondent for another day. Damn, that is not useful, Shu Yuwu remarked. We can't afford to lose this time. If we do, our class will never hold its head high in front of class 2. Yuwu, don't worry. If we lose again, I'll live stream myself eating a keyboard. Mao Peng boasted, clearly trying to impress Shu Yuwu. After that, Xia Xin tuned them out. It wasn't that he was hiding his abilities, rather. The classmates were quite competitive. He would occasionally play a few matches with Mao Peng and the others, but feared they might discover his actual rank and insist on dragging him into daily games. He needed to earn money through boosting, not merely play for leisure. Most of the class was at silver or gold ranks, with Mao Peng being the highest at platinum 5. They referred to those at diamond 5 as gods. Yet, yesterday, Xia Xin's extraordinary mastery was belittled during a match. It was evident that these were two entirely different realms. In yesterday's match, had there been a diamond 5 player, he wouldn't even have had the privilege of being looked down upon. He wouldn't have garnered a single glance. Dazed, he listened to the teacher at the podium discussing various matters related to the college entrance examination, observing as another teacher took the stage. Finally, the delightful sound of the bell signaling the end of class rang. Just as Xia Xin prepared to leave, he noticed Xinyu blocking the doorway with a few boys. Come on, Shu Yuwu, today we're shaving your head. Xinyao was considered attractive, yet when compared to the alluring Shu Yuwu, she fell slightly short. However, Shu Yuwu showed no fear. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Mao Peng shouted, what is so great about having numbers? Class 3. Let us hold our heads high and not let them look down on us. A raucous group exited, transforming the conflict from a mere rivalry between Shu Yuwu and Xinyao's boyfriends into a contest for the honor of Class 3 against Class 2. As they departed, Xia Xin intended to follow but was stopped. Xia Xin, it's your turn to clean. Upon glancing at the blackboard, he realized it was indeed his duty. Another half hour passed, and dusk began to settle. Xia Xin rushed outside, and just as he passed the basketball court, he heard a classmate shout, watch out. A crimson figure appeared at the corner of his eye. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Xin tilted his head and reached out, effortlessly catching the basketball that was hurtling towards him. A boy rushed over, exclaiming, wow, classmate, your reflexes are impressive. You caught that. You must be great at basketball. Xia Xin smiled modestly, attributing it to luck. I've only played once. Oh? He handed the basketball back to the boy and exited the school, making his way to the 0-point internet CAF. Upon entering, he was greeted by the boisterous shouts of Mao Peng from a corner. Zhang Qian, come on. Get in there. Kill him. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as a group surrounded gaming stations, with Shu Yuwu cheering energetically. The situation seemed dire. In another corner, the Class 2 team was also engaged in a 5-player match, though their mood was far more relaxed, filled with boisterous laughter. Another double kill. These noobs are just handing us the game. This is too easy. My Graves is invincible. No one paid attention to Xia Xin's arrival. He was an inconspicuous presence in class, neither particularly favored nor disliked, just an ordinary student. He strolled down the far right aisle, noticing that Zhang Qian was seated at the machine furthest to the right, playing as a cute little policewoman. Shu Weiwu had pulled up a chair beside him to watch. Shu Weiwu pouted, her small fists clenched, exclaiming in frustration, how infuriating. If only that big guy hadn't been blocked by the female champion. Xia Xin found her to be a chameleon of charm, adorably animated when she pouted, resembling a younger sister. Yet, when she exuded sensuality, she was strikingly alluring, with her long legs and delicate waist, compelling him to glance her way more than once. It was not that Xia Xin harbored any impure thoughts. Rather, it was merely the natural admiration a typical young man has for a beautiful girl, an appreciation for beauty that exists in all. After observing Zhang Qian's performance with the policewoman, Xia Xin quickly discerned the situation. His last hits on minions were lackluster, managing to secure only 2 or 3 out of 6 or 7. While he consistently missed with Graves, every time he attempted to attack, he would flee in fear, evidently intimidated. Despite the policewoman having a range advantage of 125 yards over Graves, under the tower, he was so frightened that he couldn't even farm minions. As for the ADC's primary function of kiting, he could only be described as barely competent. His skills were neither practiced nor fluid. At times, he would miss his target entirely, rushing in recklessly only to be struck down and forced to retreat. The disparity between Graves and the policewoman in the bot lane was glaringly apparent. Xia Xin continued down the aisle, approaching an emergency exit. The stairs to the second floor were to his left, while the management office, Wang Shui, the Internet CAF's head administrator, was to his right. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Shu Wei stomped her feet, swinging her small fist in exasperation, wishing she could vent her anger on Zhang Qian for being so ineffective. In an unintentional turn, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Xia Xin? He is here too? What is he doing over there? The restroom is on the other side. Wait. I remember that as the management office, isn't it? Shu Yuemo's impression of Xia Xin was faint, yet one thing she was certain of. Over the past 3 years, every boy in the class had seized the opportunity to engage her in conversation, to chat, and to exchange QQ numbers and WeChat IDs, except for Xia Xin. Her QQ list boasted the accounts of all the boys in the class, yet conspicuously absent was Xia Xin's. She could only see his QQ number in the class group chat. As a girl, she was well aware of which boys were stealing glances at her, and she recognized that Xia Xin would occasionally look her way. Initially, she thought he was merely feigning modesty, and that he would inevitably strike up a conversation with her. She was indifferent, even relishing the raw, avaricious gazes from the boys. Perhaps he would return home to indulge in lewd fantasies with my photograph. He pretends to be profound, but his true nature will eventually be revealed. Yet, after 3 long years, Xia Xin had still not spoken to her. The only instance occurred during a class cleanup, when they were both on duty together. She had anticipated that Xia Xin would say something like, "You go ahead. I'll take care of the sweeping." She had grown accustomed to the boy's gestures of goodwill. However, to her surprise, Xia Xin approached her calmly and said, "You handle the first and second groups. I'll take care of the rest." What? You expect me, the esteemed lady, to wield a broom? Do you not realize how filthy that is? What if I break a sweat? What if my hands get dirty? From that moment on, she began to observe Xia Xin more closely, an ordinary yet extraordinary boy. On several occasions, when she caught him stealing glances at her, she would return his gaze, causing him to hastily avert his eyes. She secretly chuckled, discovering that Xia Xin possessed a certain innocence, speaking little to the girls in class. After a few encounters, she perceived that his gaze differed from that of the other boys. She could not articulate what set it apart, yet it was undeniably distinct, a feeling of purity. Shu Yuemo's eyes twinkled as she declared, "I'm heading to the restroom," and walked along the corridor until she reached the entrance to the network management room. Cautiously peering inside, what could he possibly be doing here? Does he know the network administrator? Chapter 5. Who is the AD? Upon entering the network management room, Xia Xin discovered that, apart from Wang Shui, there was another individual present. Wang Shui was somewhat slender, his gaze exuding a hint of shrewdness. As he engaged in conversation with a classmate, noticing Xia Xin's arrival, he stood up with a warm smile and said, "Xia Xin, you're here. Come. Have some sunflower seeds. This is my classmate. No need for formalities." Xia Xin smiled politely and declined, saying, "Brother Wang, the order for the eternal glory has been completed." Wang Shui's face brightened immediately. "Wow, you're quick. Just half a month, and you've reached the rank of king. That's quite an achievement in the notoriously challenging Electric Zone 1. I recall you still have school during the day, right?" Xia Xin chuckled softly. "Yes. I play a bit at night. It's manageable. I've had some good luck with consecutive wins." "You're being modest. With your skills, I believe you could easily rank within the top 50, if not the top 30, in Electric Zone 1, Wang Shui remarked, giving Xia Xin a friendly pat on the shoulder. "All right, I'll get the payment for you. The total fee is 2,500. I'll give you 2,000. Keeping 500 for myself. That is fair, right? Of course, without you, Brother Wang, I wouldn't even have access to such orders." Xia Xin replied as Wang Shui retrieved 2,000 from his drawer and handed it to him. "Brother Wang, don't you want to check the goods or verify the rank?" "No need. We've collaborated so many times. Do you think I wouldn't trust you?" "Thank you, Brother Wang." Xia Xin took the money and carefully placed it into the inner pocket of his clothing, zipping it up securely. Wang Shui said, "How is it going?" The college entrance examination is just a month away. Given your family's situation, attending university seems unlikely, right? Once the exams are over, you'll have more time for orders. Would you consider working with me? I have plenty of clients. Xia Xin displayed a bitter smile. I'll think about it. As for university, let us discuss that later. All right, if you decide to join, just let me know. You can use the computers at the Internet CAF. Their configurations are far superior to your old machine at home, and the larger screen makes it easier to rank up. Thanks, Brother Wang. I should be going now. As Xia Xin prepared to leave, Shu Yuewu covered her mouth in surprise and slipped out through the emergency exit, hiding at the back door of the Internet CAF. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my goodness. My heavens. My Holy Mary. What does it mean to be in the top 30 of Electric Zone 1? I must have misheard. Lu Ming's Diamond 5 AD had already been struggling against several classmates, and if he were to reach the top 30 of the kings, wouldn't that mean he could easily dominate those at Diamond 5? That girl, Xia Xin. Her brother who fell from king to master still brags about it to me every day. Can a master, even an extraordinary one, compare to someone in the top 30 of kings? At this thought, Shu Yuewu clenched her small fist in frustration. How dare you ignore me when you're clearly a king? I'm being bullied by Chanyao. Humph. Now that I've discovered your little secret, let us see where you run this time. Just as Shu Yuewu was about to head back, she passed by the door of the network management room and overheard someone inside saying, Brother Wang, impressive. Where did you find such a capable player? You must have made quite a profit. Hee, a fool, devoid of intellect. Upon hearing the subsequent remarks, Shu Yuewu was further astonished, covering her mouth in surprise. For she had hidden such a card up her sleeve. A thought flickered in her mind, and she chuckled to herself, pondering how he might express his gratitude if she were to share this revelation. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she took out her phone. Xia Xin returned to the VIP area, discovering the match still fervently underway, with cheers and shouts echoing all around. It seemed someone was missing. Shu Yuewu was nowhere to be found. Perhaps she had gone to the restroom. Xia Xin quietly observed from behind. After a while, the score reached 20-35, and defeat appeared inevitable. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke through. Dad, what are you doing here? Zhang Qian's father seized his ear, exclaiming, You little rascal. I told you to come home after school, and here you are hiding. Don't you realize the college entrance exams are approaching? You little scoundrel. Dad, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please stop twisting my ear. Being wrong is not enough. Just wait until I give you a good thrashing for being such an unfilial son. Sneaking off to an Internet CAF. What transpired next was too horrific to recount, leaving those who heard it heartbroken and those who witnessed it in tears. In short, Zhang Qian was nearly dragged out by his father, tears glistening in his eyes. After a brief silence, they heard the anguished cries of Mao Pang. Damn it. Class 2 is too despicable. Our AD was dragged back by his father, and you didn't even think to pause, pushing our high ground. What? Your AD got pulled back. And you blame us? Are we his father? Why don't you wait for a moment, you despicable cowards? We were already ahead by 15 kills. Whether he dropped out or not, we would still win. Don't make excuses. What's the matter? Not satisfied? Want to fight? As tensions escalated between the two classes, Shu Yuewu stepped forward at the opportune moment. Enough of the noise. Aren't we just embarrassing ourselves? If necessary, we can have another match. Chen Yao also interjected. Why should we? Just because you say so? We hold such a significant advantage. Shu Yuewu replied. Advantage? Our late-game composition is just about to unleash its potential. It's only after 30 minutes that we truly take off. If you win because we lost one player, it hardly counts as a fair victory. Are you blaming us for losing a player? You think a rematch is so simple? I could just as easily say let us continue. Are you afraid? You are the one afraid. With your Class 1's lackluster skills, it would make no difference if we played multiple rounds. Why would we squander our time? Chen Yao waved her hand dismissively. Lu Ming, let us go. Ignore the cowardly Class 1. And you, Shu Yuewu, don't cling to Lu Ming. He is my boyfriend and wants to play League of Legends with you, so give up. Shu Yuewu smiled slightly, fixing her gaze on Chen Yao. Cowardly? You make me laugh. Dare you to wager with me? Let us put some money on this match. Chen Yao was momentarily taken aback, yet her bravado remained unyielding. Haha. You crack me up. If you wish to throw your money away, I'm more than willing to oblige. How much are you betting? Shu Yuewu discreetly cast a glance at Xia Xin and addressed Mao Pang and the others, proposing a wager of 3,000. I shall offer my allowance for half a month as a donation, an impressive feat, considering I won't be purchasing any new clothes. If I lose, I shall bear the cost. If I win, each of the 6 of us will receive 500. Xin Yao chuckled lightly. If you wish to part with your money, I shall gladly accept. Very well. 3,000 it is. Should I lose, I will cover the expenses. If I win, each of us will secure 500. Furthermore, if I emerge victorious, you are henceforth forbidden from speaking to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, with a gluttonous gaze directed at Xu Yuewu, opened his mouth to speak to Xin Yao. But a fierce glare from her silenced him, revealing his submissive nature. Although both were class beauties, Xu Yuewu had a slight edge over Xin Yao in terms of figure, looks, and allure. It was no wonder Lu Ming appeared somewhat reluctant. However, Xu Yuewu, despite her beauty, had a penchant for brief romances, none lasting over a month. Leaving him in a quandary, could he, with his own charm, win her over? Xia Xin couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. He had heard that Xu Yuewu was a bona fide heiress, hailing from a wealthy family that owned a factory. To think she possessed such wealth, 3,000 in pocket money for merely half a month. Meanwhile, he toiled tirelessly, pulling all-nighters just to reach the rank of king, earning only 2,000, from which he had to set aside some for his sister's tuition, pay rent, utilities, and buy groceries for daily sustenance. Thus, the matter was settled. Xu Yuewu crossed her arms and turned to Mao Peng, saying, Mao Peng, please do not let me down this time. I have staked my money. If we win, each of us gets 500. If we lose, you all must consider the consequences. How will our class hold its head high before class 2? Rest assured, I shall be especially cautious this time, Mao Peng promised, though he felt a twinge of insecurity. After 2 rounds, he realized Lu Ming's AD skills were formidable, consistently overpowering Zhang Qian and rendering him unable to farm minions. Yet, with beauty before him, how could he concede? A man must never utter the words of defeat in the presence of a lady. Meanwhile, Class 2 was equally spirited, yet approached the situation with a sense of ease. Victory was assured. With 2 silver, 2 gold, and 1 platinum 5 on their side, albeit the platinum being a support, they faced Lu Ming, who was a diamond 5. Alongside class leader Lu Hia at platinum 4, and 2 additional gold and 1 silver. The odds seemed overwhelmingly in their favor, and discussions had already begun about where to dine after their anticipated victory. In the mid lane, Xin Song inquired, Well, Mao Peng, even if we are to compete, what shall we do about the AD? Zhang Qian has been taken away by his father, and we are short-handed, with so many of us in our class. Do you still fear a lack of an AD? Mao Peng replied, glancing at those behind him. Who among you plays AD? Step forward, with my support. I guarantee you will achieve greatness. The students exchanged glances, but silence ensued, even if someone played AD and desired the 500. The sight of the opposing Diamond AD and the recent humiliation of Zhang Qian, who had been forced under the tower, made them hesitant. Who would dare take up the challenge? Losing would incur the blame, and they might find themselves embarrassed in front of the entire class. In that moment, an unusual stillness enveloped the group, with no one daring to speak. This naturally led the members of Class 2 to notice, as the class leader, Lu He, chuckled. Haha, look at them. They can't find anyone to play AD. Lu Ming, I told you to tone it down. Now no one dares to face you in lane. Lu Ming smiled and replied, My fault, my fault. I shall try to restrain myself this time and let the opponent take some tower minion damage. Laughter erupted again. Haha, since no one is playing. Doesn't that mean we win without a fight? Tonight, we can feast on roasted lamb legs. Meanwhile, Class 1 was seething in silence. After all, the strength of the opposing team was evident, and their best AD, Zhang Qian, had already been taken away by his father. At that moment, a voice, neither loud nor soft, broke the tension. I'm playing AD. This statement captured everyone's attention, as they were eager to see who would dare to step up against an opponent of such caliber, knowing fully well they were up against a diamond player. Mao Peng had initially felt pleased to hear someone was taking on the AD role, but upon realizing it was Xia Xin, he immediately deflated. Xia Xin, is that you? You're here too? Maybe it's best if you sit this one out. You're only bronze 5, perhaps you should practice a bit more. The students of Class 2 found this amusing. Lu He laughed. Haha, Lu Ming, did you hear that? A bronze 5 is coming to play AD. How much more disdain can they show you? Lu Ming retorted, If he dares to come, I shall accept the challenge. If I don't take him down 10 times, I'll change my surname. Laughter ensued, making the faces of Class 1 even more grim. Xia Xin wanted to make another attempt, but it's $500 per game. That's enough to keep me playing for days. However, Mao Peng dismissed him outright, leaving him helpless. Just then, Xu Yuewu chimed in at the perfect moment. All right. Let Xia Xin play. After all, no one else is stepping up. She leaned in with a stern look, bringing her face close to Xia Xin's, practically nose to nose. A wave of fragrance wafted over, making Xia Xin want to retreat, but Xu Yuewu held him in place with her small hands. Pretending to be serious, she said, Xia Xin, I believe in you. If you let me lose, I'll make sure you cry in rhythm. Xia Xin shyly averted his gaze. Unable to meet her captivating eyes, I'll do my best. It was too close. Her breath brushed against his face as she spoke. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian sat in his father's car, a sorrowful expression on his face as he asked, Dad, how did you know I was at this internet CAF? We specifically chose one far away. A kind-hearted female classmate called home to inform me. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known, you little rascal. Just wait until we get home. Which female classmate? I don't know. Her voice was quite pleasant. Chapter 6. Assisting you in farming. Xia Xin was delighted to find himself seated at the far right of the machine. To his left sat Mao Peng, while Xu Yu occupied the space to his right. He felt a gentle nudge against his leg and glanced down, discovering the delicate, snow-white legs of Xu Yu beneath her denim skirt, flawless and as tender as snow. In order to view the screen better, Xu Yu leaned closer to him, her thigh brushing against his. It seemed she paid little mind to it, her gaze intently fixed on the screen as she selected her character. Earlier, when she had spoken, Xia Xin found her audacity quite bold. She had cradled his head as she leaned in closer, so much so that he felt they were nearly close enough to kiss, which made him blush slightly. However, his classmates were accustomed to Xu Yuewu's uninhibited manner, her vibrant personality, and her fashionable attire that radiated youthful exuberance, allowing her to engage easily with anyone. Mao Peng nudged Xia Xin's arm. Xia Xin, it's your turn. What will you choose? Vane. I'll go with misfortune, he replied. You dare to pick misfortune? Did you not see how Zhang Qian's misfortune was utterly overwhelmed just now? It was a struggle even to farm under the tower. It's all right. I think misfortune is adorable, and the way she walks is quite charming, Xia Xin said. Already confirming his selection, he had initially considered choosing Vane, but feared revealing his true prowess. If his classmates sought him for matches every day, it would become burdensome. He preferred to play occasionally rather than daily. In comparison, he believed his misfortune was not particularly strong. Indeed, relative to a master-tier AD carry, she was not formidable. Chen Yao remarked, Lu Ming, how dare they select misfortune against us? Did they not witness the unfortunate fate of the previous misfortune? Teach him a lesson. Understood, a fool indeed. Watch me. I'll ensure he doesn't dare to leave his tower. If he does, consider it my loss. Lu Ming replied, continuing to select Graves as he had before. Mao Peng assessed that he could not rely on Xia Xin's output. A Bronze V player could hardly offer significant damage. He chose Annie as support to bolster their output. The final lineup was as follows. Class 1's blue side featured top lane Dr. Mundo, mid lane Oriana, jungle master E, support Annie, and AD carry Misfortune. Class 2's red side comprised top lane Renekton, mid lane Fizz, jungle Rengar, support Janna, and AD carry Graves. From the composition alone, it was evident that their side was at a disadvantage. With both Dr. Mundo and Master E, they were notably low tier, while the opposing team possessed a purely explosive lineup. Fizz could eliminate enemies in an instant, Rengar could do the same, and if Graves utilized his Q effectively, he too could secure quick kills. Janna's protective capabilities were unparalleled in the league, and Renekton stood as a formidable frontline capable of absorbing damage. Yet, their side was burdened with 4 squishy champions. Aside from Dr. Mundo, the other 4 were exceedingly fragile. Therefore, should the enemy team gain momentum, the match would be over. It was crucial to minimize deaths, as each kill would grant the opposing team a shared bounty of 500 gold. What distinguished higher-tier players from lower-tier ones was their ability to analyze champion selections and assess the strengths and weaknesses of both teams prior to the match, identifying the key points for victory. In certain instances, one might witness a scenario in the realm of high-tier gaming where a jungler proclaims, "This match is ours. I will focus on the bottom lane," or a mid laner asserts, "Let us prolong the game. In the late game, I shall be invincible, unrestrained by any foe." Meanwhile, an ADC might declare, in teamfights, "Just ensure you control the enemy top laner for 5 seconds, and I shall grant you a new world in return." This is because players at the pinnacle employ strategic thinking in their gameplay. Xia Xin smirked slightly, although the opposing team had a clear advantage in composition. They also bore significant weaknesses, one of which was glaringly apparent. He resolved to reveal this flaw during the match. With a mere 500 gold secured, Xia Xin remained unaware that while he pondered over the loading screen, another player was fixated on him. Alas, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. At the bottom lane, Miss Fortune and Annie stood poised to assist Master Yi in the jungle when they heard that first blood had already been drawn at the top lane. I knew it. He would surely venture into the top lane brush, Xia Xin mused, overhearing the commotion. A defining trait of players in lower tiers is their inclination to recklessly scout in the brush at the game's onset. Regardless of how many times they may have perished doing so, they persist in their explorations. When questioned why, they often cannot articulate a reason. They simply feel compelled to venture forth, undeterred by past failures. This remains an unsolved enigma within the ranks of silver players. The crocodile secured first blood, returned home to purchase a longsword and a health potion. Fortunately, the impact was not overly detrimental. Draven could still hold his ground, as this champion is innately formidable, capable of contending with any opponent. Xia Xin fervently hoped no further complications would arise. After a stable completion of the Krugs, he returned to his lane, at last able to develop normally. With her extended range, Miss Fortune exerted pressure on most ADCs, including Graves. Xia Xin had no intention of suppressing him excessively. A peaceful development was preferable. If he were to intimidate a Diamond 5 ADC to the point where they hesitated to farm, how would others perceive him? However, it soon became evident that Xia Xin was perhaps overly naive. As he observed a minion with low health, he unleashed a bullet just as Annie cast her fireball. It dawned on him after a brief moment that he was positioned too far away. His bullet could not match the swiftness of Annie's fireball. What is happening? Did I misclick? With another minion falling, Annie launched yet another fireball. Glancing at the game interface, he confirmed that Miss Fortune was indeed the ADC, while Annie assumed the role of support. Mao Pang reassured him, Xia Xin, fret not. Focus on last hitting. I understand your struggle with last hits. Even Zhang Qian, a gold player, can only manage 2 or 3 minions at a time. If a gold player like Zhang Qian could falter, one could only imagine Xia Xin's challenges in Bronze 5. Let us last hit together. Be sure to strike the minion at the last moment. If we both attack, at least one of us will land a hit, ensuring no minions go to waste. Xia Xin was taken aback. What a splendid idea. Noticing Mao Pang's equipment, he realized that instead of purchasing support items, he had opted for a Doran's ring, clearly having intended to play as a mid-laner from the very beginning. Mao Pang remarked, "Do your utmost to let me have more minions. I can inflict catastrophic damage and eliminate that Miss Fortune in a single combo. Rest assured, I shall carry this game." "All right," Xia Xin replied, somewhat dazed. "I will try to let you have more minions." Whoever said that support cannot farm minions or carry the game? Despite being a support, Mao Pang possesses an indomitable spirit to carry. He harbors a genuine desire to assist the AD in securing minions. By the way, Miss Fortune's basic attack deals merely 76 damage, while Annie's level 1 Q ability inflicts a base damage of 80 plus an additional 20 from her AP scaling, totaling over 100 damage. At level 2, the disparity is even more pronounced. Moreover, Annie's proximity and agility allow her to farm efficiently, replenishing half her mana and reducing her cooldown to approximately 1.5 seconds, not significantly slower than Miss Fortune's basic attacks. As Miss Fortune lingered behind, she would occasionally take a shot with her sniper rifle to secure any minion that Annie might miss. Was Xia Xin frustrated? Not at all. He maintained a positive mindset, reassuring himself that as long as the gold remained within their team, it mattered not who collected it. Witnessing the duo's antics, the opposing team erupted in laughter. Look, their AD isn't farming while the support is collecting minions. How hilarious. The support is the one farming down in the bot lane. They found the AD support duo quite amusing, exclaiming their admiration for such a unique combination. If this comical pair were to crumble, Lu Ming would indeed have no chance of recovery. Fear not, behold my prowess, Xia Xin declared as he engaged in a few auto attacks against the gangplank, bolstered by the shield from Janna. After suffering several setbacks, Gangplank wisely chose to retreat and focus on farming safely. To be frank, when pitted against the duo of Miss Fortune and the burst damage Annie, this combination could easily dominate Janna and Gangplank in lane. With a serious effort, they could apply immense pressure, pushing the enemies back to their tower. Once Misfortune reduced their health to half, Annie could even flash in with her W to stun and enable Misfortune to finish them off. However, Xia Xin did not hold excessively high expectations from Mao Pang. Survival was the primary goal. Perhaps few were paying attention to the dynamics of the bot lane. But Xu Yuewu was keenly observing. Even as a mere gold player, she understood that the AD should farm while the support disrupts the opponents. Upon hearing Mao Pang propose, "Let's farm together. I will carry," she could hardly contain her laughter. If Mao Pang knew that the person sitting next to him was a diamond AD, he might be left speechless. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Xu Yuewu exclaimed, "Mao Pang, let Xia Xin farm. He is the AD. He cannot farm that many. I'm quite adept at it. If we both farm together, there will be fewer missed minions." Xu Yuewu sighed in exasperation. She glanced at Misfortune and then at Xia Xin, noticing that Xia Xin exhibited no signs of concern, only calmness and joy, fully immersed in the game. She realized that Xia Xin was thoroughly enjoying the match, despite his sole contribution being to allow Misfortune to run back and forth behind the minions. Incredible as it may seem, even a mere silver rank player, with assistance in securing minions, might resort to idling. This is even more pronounced in the Diamond, Master, and King ranks, where certain AD champions have been heard cursing. Just the other day, Xu Yuewu, while assisting, inadvertently struck an AD champion's cannon, nearly provoking tears of reprimand. In her recollection, the King rank stood as an epitome of superiority, with a notoriously irritable temperament. How could a support dare to claim their minions? Perhaps it's best if everyone refrains from playing altogether. Yet, Xia Xin was different. He cherished the game, even if it merely involved allowing the female marksman to scurry about. "Xia Xin, why do you have her running around?" he was asked while pointing at the marksman. "Well, since they aren't engaging, don't you find it amusing? Look at her little waist, swaying back and forth. It's quite adorable. Don't you think her figure resembles that of our classmate Xu?" Xia Xin trailed off, suddenly struck by realization, turning to find that the questioner was none other than Xu Yuewu herself. He had not paid close attention and had mistakenly thought she was one of the male classmates. This was not the first time the boys had discussed Xu Yuewu's beauty and physique. Xu Yuewu gazed at him with a half-smile, as if to inquire, "Does my figure resemble that of the voluptuous marksman?" Xia Xin dared not look further, hastily averting his gaze to focus on the game. The bottom lane had grown exceedingly tranquil, peaceful to the extent that both sides returned home to replenish and subsequently ascended to level 6 in unison. Could one still call Annie an Annie if she refrained from fighting? Enduring until level 6 was already pushing the limits. Both parties continued to engage peacefully near the brush in the bottom lane. Mao Pang, with a fierce glint in his eyes, gravely announced, "Xia Xin, prepare yourself. I'm about to flash and eliminate someone." Xia Xin glanced around, noticing that their jungler, the Sword Saint, had yet to gank even once and was still busy farming in the top lane. Upon examining the enemy's health bars, both were at full capacity. A final glance at Annie's equipment revealed that she possessed a useless staff with a mere 60 ability power. However, it was just a staff and not a hat. "Are you certain you wish to eliminate the Graves who has the Wind Spirit S ultimate and healing?" Xia Xin rationally advised. "Perhaps we should wait for the jungler. We have no idea where the enemy jungler is." "What are you saying? Annie can secure a kill in one combo. Just watch me. You just need to assist with a Q, hit him twice, and I'll make him vanish in a second." And then Annie flashed. Chapter 7. The Three Clips Suddenly. A flash of golden light enveloped Annie as she darted before the male gunslinger, shouting Tibbers. A massive bear plummeted from the sky, landing squarely atop the gunslinger and rendering him momentarily dazed. With a swift attack, he lost a third of his health. Following this, Annie executed her Q ability, then W, and combined it with a Q from the sniper, leaving the gunslinger with merely a quarter of his health remaining. Indeed, this transpired in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, a lion dog leapt unexpectedly from the brush, pouncing onto Annie's petite frame, coinciding with the Windsor's Q ability and the gunslinger's Q, and as his stun wore off, resulting in Annie's demise. One might say this outcome was anticipated. Although Xia Xin foresaw such an ending, he did not expect it to unfold so smoothly. Luha, the class monitor, chuckled knowingly. Realizing that Annie would not withstand the onslaught at level 6, having waited patiently for the explosive combo, Luming remarked, "Heh. Now it's my turn to unleash my fury. At 9 minutes, I have amassed 62 minions, and with a kill added to my score, The opposing sniper has only 25. How could she possibly contend with me? As Annie's small form vanished amidst the crowd, Xia Xin continued to farm as if nothing had transpired. Mao Pang urgently interjected, Xia Xin, unleash your ultimate. With his health so low, one hit will finish him. Oh, understood. It is futile to attempt to explain to those in lower ranks. It holds no significance. Xia Xin symbolically raised his sniper rifle, letting the bullet fly, only for his ultimate to be intercepted mid-flight by the Windsor. Mao Pang slammed his hand on the table, lamenting, what a pity, we were so close. Close? I perceive it as a considerable distance, he retorted. The only silver lining to Mao Pang's demise was that Xia Xin could finally focus on farming. However, the gunslinger emerged equipped with a great sword and an 875 crosspick, while Xia Xin was left with only 875, making it impossible to maintain pressure on the lane. As anticipated, the situation unfolded. In the mid lane, the Clockwork Mage remarked, Sword Saint, you're the jungler, why not gank for me? The enemy jungler keeps harassing me. The Sword Saint replied, I forgot. My apologies, I got too carried away with farming. Xia Xin occasionally noticed notifications of his teammates' deaths from above. Upon checking the stats, every player had perished 2 or 3 times, with the sole exception of the sniper. Despite having an equipment advantage, the gunslinger was relentless, pressing harder. The sniper, however, played cautiously, which only served to frustrate him. Several attempted kills had failed, even when the jungler joined for a tower dive, ultimately resulting in the death of Annie but failing to secure the sniper, who escaped with a mere 200 health. The Windsor was also claimed by the tower, allowing the sniper to claim another kill. The gunslinger could not quite articulate his feelings. This sniper was infuriatingly evasive, retreating at every opportunity, displaying cowardice by refraining from even a single counterattack. Yet, she remained unkillable. This was, of course, expected. Xia Xin's awareness was undeniably of a higher caliber, making it no simple task to secure a kill or ambush him. Annie acquired her hat, and seeing no opportunities in the bottom lane, she roamed as all newcomers do, eager to practice with her newfound gear. The gunslinger also sent the Windsor to roam. At last, the sniper could farm in peace. The only difference lies in the presence of vision stones on the opposing Wind Girl, who has strategically placed wards in the bottom lane's triangular brush, the river, and even in the blue side's brush, whereas our Annie has opted for a hat, resulting in a pitch-black situation in the bot lane. The ADC can only rely on her instincts to anticipate when danger may approach. The Demacia champion declares a gank on top, indicating that with 4 enemies present, he can no longer defend the tower. The crocodile, the little fishman, the Wind Girl, and the lion dog are relentlessly pushing the outer tower in the top lane. Meanwhile, Oriana and Annie hasten to join the fray. 3 against 3 on top. Sword Saint, you flank from behind, commands Demacia. With that, the 3 allies charge forth. Xia Xin silently glances at the kill score. Our team 12, the enemy 21, and there's no need to even consider the items. Another hallmark of low-tier play is the mantra, do not hesitate, just engage. If you see someone, attack without question. Their strategy is brutally simple. If anyone displeases me, I will strike them down. What? You say Garen can take on 3, and the crocodile can withstand 1? So what? I will still fight you. You say our team is behind by 9 kills? What do those few kills matter? We will take them down. You say our items are inferior to the enemies? What are items but mere clouds? In a 4 versus 4 scenario, with equal numbers, there is no reason we should lose. The ADC swiftly dispatches a wave of minions with 2 quick QS, preparing to push the tower, as the gunner emerges from the base at the perfect moment. Upon inspecting the gunner's items, one realizes that Annie has given away several kills. This fellow, in just 25 minutes, has amassed an Infinity Edge and a Gale Force. While the ADC is still equipped with only a Red Cross and 875 gold, he possesses a full item more. The ADC diligently strikes the tower twice, but is met with the gunner's E ability, which brings her health down by half in 2 swift blows. She quickly retaliates with an E ability of her own to create distance. The gunner, contemplating using his ultimate, discerns the ADC's low health and decides against it. He must return home, cursing the missed opportunity for an additional kill. The adorable ADC retreats, carrying her sniper rifle back into the nearby brush on the blue side, placing another ward in the purple side's brush before beginning her recall. The scene shifts to the top lane, where a fierce 4v4 battle unfolds, resulting in a devastating defeat for our team. The Sword Saint activates his ultimate and stealthily maneuvers from behind, witnessing 3 allies being swiftly dispatched. And he promptly turns to flee, pursued by 4 enemies. The Lion Dog, true to his platinum rank, has already secured a triple kill. The ADC's view lingers on the fleeing Sword Saint, for against 1. Little does she know, the gunner smirks. Aha, you think you can recall there? Thanks to my foresight and the support's ward, you shall not escape this time. Just 1 hit, combined with my ultimate, and you are done for. As the battle rages fiercely in the top lane, she likely has her eyes fixed there. The gunner stealthily approaches, preparing to hunt down the unsuspecting foe in the brush. The ADC's aura intensifies, and the gunner, with a cold smile, thinks to himself, you wish to leave? Did you consult me first? With 1 swift ability. The ultimate explosive shot interrupts the ADC's recall. At that moment, she is left with a mere sliver of health, 66 points, standing foolishly in the brush, stunned and helpless. It is evident that you have not witnessed the heroics. With just a single strike, you would be sent to your demise. After 25 minutes. It seems I could finally take you down, though I fear achieving 10 kills may prove impossible. In a moment of panic, fearing the female marksman might escape, the gunslinger hastily activated his E-skill and dashed into the brush. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint met his untimely end at the hands of a lurking Lion Dog. The screen flashing the ominous words quaternary kill in bright crimson. Seeing the dire situation, the hefty player slammed his hands on the table, lamenting the inevitable doom of the match. The other shared his sentiment. In a 4 versus 4 confrontation, not a single opponent had fallen. The last flickering ember of hope rested solely on the ADC marksman, yet she was but a bronze 5 player. Almost everyone's gaze shifted toward the bottom lane, where they noticed a trinket ward in the central brush, revealing the gunslinger slowly approaching the left side brush where the marksman was retreating. Her health was a mere 66. Barely visible on the health bar. The hefty player urgently nudged Xia Xin, pleading, hurry, run. The gunslinger is coming. Xia Xin shook his head, fixated on the lifeless body of the Sword Saint, confidently stating, do not worry, I shall return to base. He cannot reach me. That is not true. You will be interrupted by the gunslinger's ultimate. You must flee now. Look at the bottom lane. You are nearly out of health. What are you talking about? How could I be out of health? I still have more than half a bar left. Xia Xin remained unconvinced. The hefty player pointed at his own screen, where the marksman stood vacantly in place, while the gunslinger advanced with steady steps. It's too late. Despair has taken hold of me. Even the last flicker of hope is about to fade. He covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. He was not alone. Even the 4 members of Class 2 were devoid of health, retreating to base, their attention diverted to the bottom lane, anticipating the gunslinger's kill of the marksman. Ready to witness an ace. Just 1 more shot remained. As the gunslinger approached, a smile blossomed upon his face, yet he failed to notice the trap beneath his feet. With a snap, he found himself ensnared. The brush concealed the trap, a consequence of the vision blind spot and the presence of enemy heads on the mini-map, rendering it invisible. A brief moment of stun ensued. Then, a curious turn of events unfolded. The marksman, with her extended range and the absence of minions around her, instinctively began to attack the nearest enemy, none other than the gunslinger. However, he was known for his short reach, and thus, while she could strike him, he was rendered immobile. With her small firearm in hand, she unleashed a barrage of shots. Equipped with a red cross and attack speed boots, her attack speed was surprisingly decent, albeit her damage output remained low. The hefty player rejoiced, nudging Xia Xin again. Your luck is astonishing. He fell into the trap. Quickly, flee. Oh, right. Xia Xin seemed momentarily dazed, staring at the hefty player's keyboard without moving. Before everyone's astonished eyes, the gunslinger endured 3 strikes from the marksman, his health plummeting by more than a quarter before he finally began to react. The marksman's damage was indeed minimal. The gunslinger dismissed her as a threat, stifling a laugh at the absurdity of her first item being a red cross. Did such a thing even inflict damage? Truly. She embodied the spirit of a bronze 5 player. As the marksman advanced a mere step, he found himself ensnared in yet another trap. The sound of a snap echoing as he became imprisoned amidst the foliage. Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered a curse, exclaiming the absurdity of encountering 2 traps in close proximity. The female constable remained steadfast, gun in hand, firing shot after shot. She was adorned with the ethereal glow of a red cross, boasting a 35 critical hit chance. The initial 3 shots failed to yield a critical hit, but then, unexpectedly, 2 critical strikes followed in quick succession. At level 13, with the advantage of her passive ability in the brush, her attacks would guarantee a headshot every 3rd strike. And this second trap reduced the marksman's health to a mere 1/3. However, in comparison, the constable's 80 health paled against the marksman's 500. As the entrapment concluded, the marksman advanced cautiously, only to hear another snap. Before the gaze of all onlookers, the constable relentlessly targeted the marksman, depleting his health to 400, then 230, and finally 110. The marksman, determined, took a step forward, finally raising his long gun as the constable entered his range. In that moment, her final shot struck true, landing a critical headshot. The screen illuminated with the message. The constable had slain the marksman, concluding the encounter with a reward of 500 coins. All present were left in a state of disbelief. A constable with merely a few drops of health had stood undeterred against a fully formed marksman, not utilizing a single skill, yet managing to bring him down. Eyes widened in astonishment, they watched the constable, seemingly bewildered, glance around before darting back toward her base, as if nothing had transpired. She appeared adorably foolish. Yet, in the brush lay a lifeless body, a testament to the encounter. Someone remarked, the marksman had the infinity edge, yet he was outplayed. No sooner had the words left their lips than Lu Ming slammed his fist onto the table, a fierce scowl etched upon his face, silencing the room. Lu Ha patted Lu Ming's shoulder, attempting to soothe him. Don't be upset. We are bound to win this match. Just think of that 500 coins. Shall we indulge in hot pot tonight? Indeed, there was no need for anger, after all. It was just a fool in Bronze 5 who had foolishly laid 3 traps together. This time, luck had favored him. Deep down, everyone knew who the true fool was, the constable who had placed 3 traps in one spot, or the marksman who had been so easily defeated. Lu Ming's face darkened. Frustrated by the sheer luck of this incompetent player who repeatedly survived with minimal health. Lu Ha, help me eliminate her. I don't care about anything else. I just want her dead. Lu Ming was on the brink of losing his composure. Lu Ha, pounding his chest in determination, replied, leave it to me. We will take her down. With my current gear, I can dispatch her in an instant. Chapter 8. A ray of hope. The female marksman's inexplicable elimination of the male gunman transcended a mere act of killing. It served as a sobering splash of cold water on the opponent's soaring morale, significantly dampening their spirits. Simultaneously, it conveyed a crucial message to our own team, which had reached a nadir of confidence. We have not yet succumbed. Opportunities still abound. Observe how the female marksman, devoid of the infinity edge, managed to vanquish the male gunman, who was at full health, while she herself was under 100 health points. Mao Pang patted Xia Xin on the shoulder, exclaiming, you, my friend, are indeed fortunate. I suspect you are my lucky star. Had I known sooner, I would have brought you along earlier. Xia Xin offered a modest smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Shu Yuewu murmured softly, no, this is not mere luck. It is the result of careful calculation. Upon the male gunman's retreat, the female marksman began to set traps, laying 3 in quick succession, and deliberately activated the automatic attack feature from the system interface, for without it, a hero would not attack while concealed in the brush. Though she believed no one was observing, Shu Yuewu was keenly aware of her actions during those 2 fleeting seconds. The marksman struck the tower, seemingly intentionally landing 2 additional hits, allowing the male gunman to retaliate twice, otherwise having no minions left. He would have returned to base much sooner, sparing himself the unnecessary delay. As she prepared to return to base, she strategically placed a ward in the opponent's brush. For without it, the male gunman could approach unseen. This was a bait, a carefully crafted trap. The stage was set. The female marksman resembled a hunter lurking in the shadows, her eyes glimmering with ferocity. From the moment she pressed the recall button at a distance beyond the male gunman's reach, the hunt was on. The male gunman unwittingly stepped into her trap, treading upon the very grass of death. To the male gunman, now at Diamond 5, she was akin to a grown-up holding down a 3-year-old, swinging punches without ever touching him. This was a true demonstration of dominance, a stark reflection of the disparity in skill. The game continued, and despite our economic disadvantages, the lag in kills, and the loss of dragons, our team pressed forward in the mid lane. Do not question why. In lower ranks, such metrics are but fleeting shadows, devoid of substance. Xia Xin initially intended to assist in the mid lane, yet he discovered the male gunman was not advancing there but rather remained in the bottom lane, seemingly resolute in his pursuit of him. Xia Xin thought to himself, very well, I shall entertain you. He needed to delay the male gunman as long as possible. At this stage, the male gunman in team fights could unleash devastating damage, and our fragile champions would falter under his assault. Together with the likes of Poppy and Rek'Sai, he could easily obliterate any member of our team. Xia Xin had acquired both the Infinity Edge and the Bloodthirster, diligently working to enhance his own development. This equipment, in truth, was sufficient to inflict significant pain on all opponents, save for the crocodile. Meanwhile, the female marksman continued to duel the male gunman in the bottom lane. To her astonishment, she noted that 4 allies had successfully dismantled the first tower in mid-lane and were now advancing toward the second. Defending the tower were only the Wind Mage and the Crocodile, the latter managing to clear minions adequately under the tower, while the Wind Mage provided a shield, sustaining minimal damage. Due to the absence of vision, we were wary of the lurking Rengar. Accompanied by the Fishman, we cautiously and steadily chipped away at the tower with our clockwork tactics. Xia Xin keenly sensed something amiss, the calm before the storm. The bottom lane was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any wards. Graves initiated the push with his Q ability, and Xia Xin speculated that an imminent ambush was on the horizon, particularly with a 4-0 record drawing attention. He abandoned the minions and prepared to retreat. Lu Ming immediately sensed the danger. This is bad, he is trying to escape. However, the Fishman was just reaching the red buff, attempting to circle around the golem, while Rengar had already positioned himself in the bottom lane's tri-brush, ready to pounce. Unable to wait any longer, he decided to engage. Rengar unleashed his ultimate, becoming invisible and boosting his movement speed by 20, charging directly towards the first tower. There was no way the ADC could outrun Rengar in his ultimate state. The moment the yellow exclamation mark appeared above her head, Xia Xin knew Rengar was about to leap. Mao Pang, push mid hard, they're all down here, he shouted, executing an E ability and tossing his net towards the tri-brush, retreating naturally towards the tower. Indeed, Rengar emerged mid-leap, casting his own E ability in return, but unlike his, Xia Xion's net ensnared him, having his speed for 2 seconds. Graves swiftly activated his E, followed by a Q that struck the ADC, delivering a basic attack in tandem. With just one critical hit, a basic attack, and his ultimate, the ADC would surely fall. However, the first strike did not yield a crit. The ADC turned to retaliate, and the tower began to target him. Yet, she landed a critical hit, taking a quarter of his health in one blow. With Infinity Edge and Bloodthirster, her critical hit chance was at 55, dealing 250 damage. Simultaneously, the ADC raised her weapon and unleashed her Q, Peacekeeper, sending a bullet straight towards him. Graves reacted swiftly, dodging to the left. He could not afford to take a hit that could deal around 500 damage. The ADC advanced, repositioning closer to the tower, widening the gap between her and Rengar. Without her ultimate and lacking nearby brush, she cast her E, rendering Rengar a mere pedestrian, forced to walk forward. On the second strike, Graves again failed to land a crit, while the ADC scored yet another critical hit. He also took a hit from the tower, his health dipping below half. Damn it. Where are my crits? One hit would end me, he cursed. With a 40 critical hit chance, surely he would score 1 in 3 attempts. On the third strike, the ADC's attack speed advantage became apparent. She moved closer to the tower and, slightly quicker than Graves, landed another critical hit. Graves was left with less than 200 health, yet his shots still failed to crit. On the fourth strike, no, my attack speed cannot match hers. Graves used a healing ability to bolster his health. But the ADC struck him again, not a crit, but her passive triggered a headshot, coinciding with the tower's assault. In a moment of desperation, the marksman found himself at the mercy of the tower's relentless assault, succumbing to its third strike as his meager health could not withstand the onslaught. Faced with a choice between a basic attack and unleashing his ultimate ability, he reluctantly opted for the latter, leaving the remainder of the confrontation to his allies. Satisfied that he had managed to secure a kill, the marksman, trapped beneath the tower, could find no refuge as over 500 health points were stripped away, leaving him with a mere 100. Lu Ming slammed his hand on the table in frustration, cursing the injustice of his opponent's 15% higher critical strike chance. While his adversary landed 3 critical hits, he found himself bereft of any such fortune. Was the Infinity Edge and the Bloodthirster truly imported? With the marksman now reduced to a scant 100 health, the Fishman arrived at the battlefield, effectively cutting off the marksman's escape route. The K9 champion lurked beneath the tower, inching closer, while the tower continued to assault the minions. Xiyue's heart raced, her small hands gripping her clothing tightly. Her eyes fixated on the screen displaying the marksman's plight. With no retreat available and foes closing in, despair took hold. Any skill he received would spell his demise. Yet, the marksman maintained composure, positioning herself strategically behind the tower, targeting the canine champion. It seemed her luck had run dry. After a string of 3 critical hits, she was now unable to land any. The fishman, sensing the distance was ample, executed a flash, appearing before the marksman. Unleashing his W ability for damage while simultaneously employing his Q skill, the playful strike, which could not be evaded. Death appeared imminent, but in a flash of light. The marksman was healed, enduring the blow. She deftly shifted to the side, narrowly escaping the impending doom of the fishman's ability, the mighty shark circle. The fishman, unfazed, activated his E ability, launching his petite frame into the air, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Xue could not suppress a gasp. Knowing full well the area of effect damage was unavoidable, it seemed certain death awaited her champion. Yet, in a brilliant flash, the marksman blinked towards her home base, evading the deathly strike. The sound of a trap snapping echoed as the fishman inadvertently triggered it upon landing. Stunned, he wondered how such a trap could exist there. Had the tower obscured his vision? With the marksman's passive magic damage and the fishman's ignite in effect, the tower turned its ire upon him. The marksman seized the moment, striking while retreating, landing blow after blow. The ensnared fishman stood powerless, becoming an easy target. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. The trap was finally released, and the marksman had distanced herself. As the fishman staggered forward, he fell victim to the tower's relentless onslaught, combined with the final critical shot from the marksman. Yet, peril lingered, for the canine champion had closed the distance, igniting the marksman and steadily whittling down her health. 236. 183, 132, 61, finally stabilizing at a mere 20 health points. Oblivious to her dwindling life, the marksman vowed to fight until the very last second. As long as her screen remained vibrant and alive. As a proficient AD, even in the face of death, one must deliver that final output. Even if it is merely a meager 100 health points, it could potentially alter the tide of battle. The essence of an AD lies in their ability to output damage. At this moment, she had completely forgotten the notion of concealing her prowess and immersed herself wholly in the game. She took a step back, landing a hit on the Rengar while setting a trap at her feet, continuing to retreat. This fluid maneuver bought her at least 2 additional seconds. Rengar, not lacking in intelligence, reluctantly sidestepped to the left, maneuvering around, thus creating a slight distance. With his superior movement speed, Rengar quickly closed the gap, seemingly on the verge of closing in on her. Suddenly, Rengar was astonished to discover that his E ability was off cooldown. Upon realizing this, his expression shifted from anticipation to surprise, for he recalled that both he and the ADC had unleashed their abilities simultaneously, their cooldowns aligned perfectly. As Rengar activated his E, the ADC's E had already been cast. The 2 nets collided mid-air. However, the ADC was retreating, while Rengar remained stationary, with a considerable distance still separating them. One was melee, the other ranged. In a flurry of actions, Rengar finally reached the ADC, only to be dispatched to the fountain by her charming shot. Ultimately, that claw never got the chance to strike. The screen flashed the words triple kill for the ADC. Indeed, the primary flaw in their composition was their short range. Whether it was the Graves, who was mercilessly slain in the bushes, or Rengar and the Fishman, that could only engage with abilities, a detail that Summer had deftly exploited. The ADC's triple kill went unnoticed amidst the chaos as a mid-lane double kill soon eclipsed it, followed by the proclamation of an ace. Unbeknownst to them, the mid-lane Crocodile and the Wind Mage had fallen prey to a 4-man ambush. Ace? The rotund figure glanced over, puzzled by how the other 3 had inexplicably perished. But that was of little consequence. He nudged Summer's shoulder. Did you see? I just flashed and hit or under the high ground tower, catching both the Wind Mage and the Crocodile. We took them down in an instant. Did you see it? Flash R, so swift. Summer smiled, acknowledging, I saw it. Impressive. They will respawn in over 60 seconds. Let us push the high ground and then directly assault the Nexus. I'll be there shortly. The ADC had merely over 100 health remaining, but there was no need for healing. It was time for the final push. Wait, could we actually win? The rotund figure pondered. Oh, they dove the tower and were struck down by it. You know my luck, he replied. Huh, you truly are my lucky star. Chapter 9. Treat me to ice cream. When the scene of Crystal being pushed aside unfolded, the students of Class 1 erupted in jubilant cheers. It was utterly astonishing that they had emerged victorious, even with a deficit of 10 players. In stark contrast to the exuberant celebrations of Class 1, Class 2 resembled defeated roosters, their heads hanging low. Even Chen Yao, with disbelief etched on her face, questioned how they had lost, seeking clarity that no one could provide. In truth, they themselves were still grappling with the shock of their defeat, helplessly witnessing the jubilant revelry of Class 1. Mao Peng. That last flash and our ability was incredible. Indeed, thanks to you stunning 2 opponents, we charged in and swiftly eliminated them. Mao Peng. It turns out you are the real expert. Hiki, of course I'm impressive. Just look at your astonished faces. I'll take you all for ranked matches from now on. Your Annie's damage is explosive. Are you sure you're a support? Speaking of which, Mao Peng, you are indeed a support, yet your damage surpasses that of the mid laner. Enough of that. Let us figure out what to eat tonight. 500 yuan, haha. This is hilarious. A group of students surrounded Mao Peng, laughing and celebrating. The recent team fight in the mid lane had alleviated all their pent-up frustration, and it was no wonder they were elated. They had finally regained their pride. Xia Xin smiled, sharing in the joy of victory. Although he had played a pivotal role in executing a remarkable triple kill under the tower, securing the win and preventing a prolonged match, no one paid attention to the screen of a mere Bronze 5 player. He was indifferent, as long as they had won and everyone was happy. He cared not for the attribution of glory. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his thigh. Looking down, he noticed a pair of delicate, fair hands tightly gripping his leg, Shu Yuewu's hands. Xia Xin cast a curious glance at her, noticing beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Was it particularly warm here? He was not sweating, yet she seemed to be. Shu Yuewu, realizing she had been unknowingly gripping Xia Xin's thigh in a moment of tension, felt her palms and the backs of her hands slick with sweat. It was her first time discovering how exhilarating League of Legends could be, the heartbeat of life and death. The instantaneous reactions, the skill dodges, the thrilling twists and turns, and the electrifying joy of a comeback after a desperate fight, all of it made her tremble with excitement. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her. This match was nothing short of spectacular. It was thrilling because of one individual League of Legends can be played like this. She murmured, releasing her grip on Xia Xin's thigh, breathless as she remained immersed in the excitement of the recent triple kill. The stark contrast between the exuberant Class 1 and the dejected Class 2 was palpable. The two factions stood at odds. Chen Yao, resigned, handed 3,000 yuan to Shu Yuewu. Shu Yuewu generously distributed 500 to each of the 5 individuals, prompting an immediate chorus of cheers from Class 1. Noticing Chen Yao glaring at her with a look that suggested she was ready to pounce, Shu Yuewu struck a victorious pose and declared, "Rest assured, I shall no longer pursue Lu Ming. He is all yours now." Chen Yao, perplexed, questioned the meaning of her words. The competition between the two was initially aimed at having Lu Ming teach her how to play League of Legends, though this was a rather delicately phrased way of indicating a desire to steal a boyfriend. Shu Yuewu smiled lightly, confirming this implication, for she had found someone far more entertaining. Lu Ming, disregarding the others, fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Xia Xin and demanded, "I want to challenge you to a solo match." Xia Xin, taken aback, chuckled and replied, "No need for that. I am no match for you. I merely got lucky." Lu Ming gritted his teeth in response. "Indeed, under the tower, with a 40 critical hit rate, I failed to land a single crit in 3 attacks, while you, with a 55 rate, scored 3 critical hits. Had I managed even one more crit, or you one less, the outcome would have been entirely different." Xia Xin nodded in agreement. "Yes, I was merely fortunate." With that, she departed with Mao Peng and the others. Yet inwardly she was certain that the outcome of the match would remain unchanged, irrespective of any critical hits. Lu Ming's gaze lingered on Xia Xin's retreating figure, an emotional weight he could not shake off. Under Shu Yuewu's guidance, the group made their way to a renowned local eatery. In addition to the 5 competitors, a lively crowd of over 10 people who had come to support the match joined in. Shu Yuewu cheerfully announced, "Everyone, indulge yourselves. This meal is on me. Thank you all for your support and for helping Class 1 triumph over Class 2. Of course, the true hero is." Her eyes scanned the group, deliberately skipping over Xia Xin. Before continuing, it is undoubtedly Mao Peng, who executed that remarkable R-flash in the mid lane. Another round of cheers erupted. Mao Peng, unabashedly accepting the praise, took a few swigs of beer and began to boast, "Isn't Lu Ming just a Diamond 5? He doesn't seem that impressive. He couldn't even pressure me in the bot lane. I felt no pressure in that last match. He probably just got lucky to reach Diamond 5. Xu Yuowu smiled charmingly. I share your sentiments. Mao Pang conveniently chose to forget the earlier 2 matches where he had been pushed to his tower. Seizing the moment to reveal his ambitions, he chuckled. Don't let him teach you how to play League of Legends. I'll teach you instead. I'll support you in climbing the ranks. I'll play support while you take the AD role, wholeheartedly assisting you. His insinuation was clear. He intended to support not only her gameplay but also her heart. The group erupted into laughter. Who wouldn't want to play League of Legends with a beautiful woman, especially one as alluring as her? Everyone yearned to impress her and perhaps even foster a deeper connection. Throughout the meal, Xia Xin remained mostly silent, simply smiling and agreeing with the boisterous discussions around her. As students, they were cautious not to linger too late, fearing a phone call from their parents. As the sky darkened, they gradually dispersed. Xia Xin left on his own, oblivious to the unfolding events behind him. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 6:15, quite late indeed. He hurried to the farmer's market, scanning the surroundings before purchasing some tomatoes, eggs, eggplants, and a few ingredients like ginger and scallions. Finally, he paused at the chicken wing stall, hesitating as he circled it twice. At 20 yuan per pound, he would only get about 6 or 7 pieces. It felt rather expensive. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. After all, the extra 500 yuan he had earned today was a windfall. That fellow particularly adored cola chicken wings. Carrying 2 bags, he had just reached the market entrance when he spotted a familiar figure. A pair of long, fair legs stood out strikingly as they crossed at the entrance, arms folded. Was that Xu Yuowu? What was she doing here? Did she come to buy groceries as well? Xia Xin exchanged a brief glance with Xu Yuowu and smiled, offering a casual greeting as he walked past. Unexpectedly, she caught him by the shoulder. Xia Xin turned to her, puzzled. Will you walk me home? She asked with a smile. Xia Xin fell silent. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to walk a classmate home? He quickly shook his head. No, it's just, which direction is your house? Xu Yuowu replied, in the same direction as yours. Seeing the dazed expression on Xia Xion's face, she couldn't help but laugh, her delicate lips curving into an adorable arc, revealing a hint of mischievous delight. I know what you're thinking. If I say my house is to the left, you'll insist yours is to the right. If I say it's to the right, you'll counter that it's to the left. Do you think I can't see through that? Now, it's in the same direction as yours. What more can you say? Xia Xian found himself at a loss for words. His thoughts laid bare, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. If someone else wanted to walk me home, I might not even be pleased. Am I a ferocious beast that you should look so unwilling? Xia Xian truly did not understand her motives. If she desired someone to accompany her home, surely many boys would be clamoring for the opportunity. Why seek him out? Yet he spoke earnestly. I was wrong. Please, allow me to escape this predicament. Where's your house? Let us depart at once. If you treat me to ice cream, I might consider forgiving you. As they strolled along the riverbank, the sky draped itself in a deeper shade of night. Xia Xian remained silent. Xu Yuowu, focused on licking her ice cream, said nothing either. In truth, she had followed Xia Xian since the conclusion of the dinner party. After careful observation, she concluded that he was an ordinary boy. Yet, upon deeper reflection, she realized he was a seemingly mundane individual with an inner pride, akin to a solitary predator lurking in the shadows. Akin to Vayne from League of Legends, hunting down enemies. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary individual blending into the crowd, yet in his unobtrusive demeanor, he simultaneously rebuffed any attempts at closeness, maintaining only the barest semblance of politeness. Just moments ago, Lu Ming had suggested a solo match with him, and without a moment's hesitation, he declined, asserting that Lu Ming was quite formidable. In truth, he could likely defeat Lu Ming single-handedly. An ordinary boy would never admit such a thing, especially in the presence of a girl, yet their mutual indifference suggested that he was unconcerned. He was unlike the other boys. If one were to assume that this young man occasionally stole glances at her with any romantic interest, they would be gravely mistaken. Xu Yuowu was still searching for the right words in her mind. Even if you were the Monkey King, you cannot escape my grasp. It seems I shall have ample amusement in the days to come. Of course, one must not allow others to discover such an entertaining plaything. Suddenly, Xu Yuowu halted, gazing at Xia Xian as the evening breeze caressed the strands of hair framing her delicate face, enhancing her beauty. Teach me how to play League of Legends. Ah? Xia Xian was taken aback, replying, You could ask Mao Pang. He's quite skilled. Shu Yuwu raised her elegantly arched brow. Do not feign ignorance. I noticed your prowess during the match, as I was intently observing your screen. I am aware of your capabilities, and I also overheard your conversation with the moderator. Shu Yuwu was far more astute than her appearance suggested. Noticing Xia Xin's hesitation, she added, I will pay. Having seen Xia Xin hesitate for 3 minutes at the chicken wing stall, and after the prize money was announced, she knew this young man was in need of funds. However, it was not for boosting. Rather, she requested him to help her rank up, offering to pay double the usual rate. I don't mind. Why? What do you mean? Why? All my friends are diamonds, but they were carried by their brothers. I am the only one stuck at gold. Is it so unreasonable for me to wish to rank up? Xia Xin hesitated for a minute, and just as Shu Yuwu was filled with confidence. Believing he would surely agree, he unexpectedly shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, but you should find someone else. Chapter 10, The Half of the Night in That Fleeting Moment. Shu Yuwu thought she must have misheard. The audacity of this boy to refuse her was astonishing, while others clamored to accompany her. She had not only taken the initiative to ask him, but even offered to pay, a most unprecedented occurrence. Such an opportunity, and he dared to refuse. I'll give you another chance. Try saying that again, she insisted. Xia Xin, obedient, repeated his refusal. Shu Yuwu was instantly incensed. Fine, remember this. I had intended to reveal a great secret to you if you agreed, but now humph. You'll regret this. Farewell. No, never to meet again. Fuming, Shu Yuwu stormed away, her footsteps heavy enough to shatter the concrete beneath her. Xia Xin, on his part, had his own considerations. He felt it inappropriate to charge his classmates, yet he needed the money. The thought of complicating their relationship weighed heavily on him, and thus he resolutely declined her offer. After watching Shu Yuwu depart, Xia Xin let out a deep sigh, wishing he could slap himself. Why was he pretending to be so principled? He had no job offers in hand. After all, they had barely spoken in 3 years. Why not treat her like a stranger and accept the job? What did anything else matter? Upon returning to his rented apartment, he ascended to the 2nd floor, where the dimly lit, old corridor lacked illumination, and only faint outlines were visible. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a girl clad in a charming egg-yellow lace-trimmed dress, seated at a round dining table, gently swinging her dainty feet clad in little sandals. Upon seeing Xia Xin, her bright, clear eyes sparkled with joy, and a playful smile danced upon her lips. Cuckoo, our half, do you know what time it is? The sacrificial time has long passed, and my thirst for blood has become almost uncontrollable. Humph, if you do not present a tribute soon, I shall unleash the judgment of a demon upon you. Xia Xin responded with a gentle smile. Yes, dinner will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment. I earned a little extra today, so I returned late. But this will help improve our meals for the next few days. Xia Yi's eyes darted to the bag Xia Xin carried, and immediately spotted chicken wings and cola. Her little face lit up with delight, though she playfully remarked, Cuckoo, it was worth my hour of waiting here instead of hunting for food. Is tonight's tribute the Angel-S wings of my greatest enemy? It seems just the thing to replenish my dwindling magic. You have not disappointed me, dear half. This slightly eccentric 5th-grade girl was Xia Xin's younger sister, Xia Yi. Ever since she watched a certain anime about vampires, she fancied herself a vampire princess and enjoyed role-playing games with Xia Xin. With little entertainment at home, he often indulged her whims. Today, her role was that of his half, although just yesterday, she had claimed to be his first subordinate. The sacrifice referred to food, with Angel-S wings denoting the delicious chicken wings and cola. The act of hunting meant seeking out Xia Xin. In this neighborhood, Xia Yi was quite well known. In the past, when Xia Xin returned late, Xia Yi would venture out to search for him. With her delicate, doll-like appearance, skin as luminous as jade, and exquisitely refined features, she was immensely endearing, earning the affection of the neighbors. Whether it was the aunt at the convenience store or the uncle at the butcheress, they all delighted in her presence. Whenever she passed by, they would offer her treats such as lollipops, eggs, cakes, and leftover rice cakes. Eventually, she began to liken her excursions to find Xia Xin to a foraging expedition, as she invariably returned with an armful of goodies. However, Xia Xin felt it inappropriate to take advantage of the neighbors' generosity and urged her not to accept their gifts. Yet their enthusiasm was unwavering. They insistently pressed the treats into her hands, leaving her unable to refuse. In return, Xia Yi would occasionally visit their shops, serving as a kind of good luck charm. Some customers, upon seeing such an adorable girl, would be compelled to enter and browse, noticeably boosting their foot traffic. Their modest rental apartment measured about 30 square meters, featuring a spacious living room sparsely furnished with a few pieces of furniture, a dining table, a bedroom on the right, a small, rudimentary kitchen on the left, and a tiny bathroom. Xia Xin recounted the day's fortunate events, omitting the part where Xu Yuewu had asked him to level up on her behalf. Xia Yi laughed heartily, exclaiming that he was indeed her other half, and dealing with such trivial slimes required no effort at all. Slime. Xia Xin silently mourned for Lu Ming, who, after all, was the charming one of class 2. Before long, dinner was served. A bowl of tomato and egg soup, a plate of minced meat with eggplant, and a dish of Xia Ye's favorite, Coca-Cola chicken wings. The moment she spotted the wings, Xia Yu eagerly reached for them with her chopsticks, only to have them swatted away by Xia Xin. "Have you washed your hands?" he asked. "My dear half, it seems you do not comprehend." "I have already bathed in the holy light, untouched by any speck of dust," he replied, motioning toward the bathroom with a stoic expression. "Wash your hands." "Guh. You are so annoying. It won't matter if I skip washing them just once," Xia Yi pouted. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she jumped off her chair and hurried toward the bathroom, her petite figure darting with agility. "Xia Yi, remember to apply hand soap and wash thoroughly. If you are lazy, beware of having to wash again," he called after her. From the bathroom came her voice. "Got it. Stop nagging. And I am not Xia Yi. My true name is Li Luoluo Huang Huanxiang Leiluo, the exalted queen of the night, the vampire princess." Xia Xin pondered for a moment and asked a trivial question. Why both queen and princess? Can one not hold only one title? Instantly, he heard Xia Yi flustered. "Blah, blah, blah. The queen of the night is an honor bestowed upon me, while the vampire princess is my identity. Of course, you wouldn't understand. All right." Meanwhile, in a girl-esque room adorned in soft pink hues, reflecting a dreamy ambience, Xu Yuwu was utterly exasperated. With a sudden slam, the door was forcefully shut, propelling me onto the soft embrace of my bedding. I glared at my legs, consumed by frustration. How infuriating. That's Xia Xin. What makes him so remarkable? It was only out of respect that I allowed him to teach me, yet he had the audacity to act superior. No one has ever dared to refuse me, such a self-important fool. If he doesn't want to accompany me, then so be it. I am not in the least bit perturbed. "Yuwu, dinner." My mother called from outside the door. "I'm not hungry. I'm too mad to eat," I retorted. I took out my Apple notebook, laid down on my bed, and angrily bit into an apple while logging onto QQ, of course, in stealth mode. A flurry of messages from boys popped up, perhaps trivial matters or invitations to hang out, or maybe even some risku jokes. I selected a rather dashing and sunny boy who asked where we would go tomorrow. I thought to myself, that clueless fellow thinks he can invite me out. I am generous enough to consider him, yet he is so deluded. This one is even the captain of the school basketball team. I typed a response, then deleted it. Typed again, and deleted once more. Feeling somewhat vexed, I decided to ignore it altogether. Out of boredom, I scrolled through my QQ friend list, eventually opening the class group chat, where I found Xia Xin's name. I clicked on his QQ profile. His avatar depicted a rather quaint penguin, and his signature read, "Cuckoo, I am the half-body of the night. Contact me for important matters. Do not disturb for trifles." Is this guy a complete idiot? Just then, I received a message from my good friend, Xia Xin. "Xia Xin, what are you up to?" "Xu Yuewu. So annoyed. What about you? Planning to steal someone else's boyfriend again?" "Stealing someone else's boyfriend? That is hardly a boyfriend if I can take him away. I truly don't understand what is so special about such boys. Besides, do you think there's a boy I can't win over?" "True enough. So why are you bothered?" "Nothing much. Just bored." "Stop being bored. Let me show you a video." "No. I know your brother is amazing. He is the captain of the Jiangnan University team. I've watched his videos countless times, please. Spare me. It's not my brother S. It's a super cool new video that just hit the homepage on LOL. It's genuinely thrilling. It'll blow your mind. Go ahead and brag. Did it blow your mind?" Xia Xin sent a video link. With nothing better to do, I lay on my bed, propping my chin up with one hand while munching on my apple with the other, and watched out of sheer boredom. The video began with Vane being verbally attacked by her teammates, yet she said nothing in response. Boring. What's so captivating about this? It seems so ordinary. Oh, that name sounds familiar. A glance spans 1,000 years. As the scene progressed, with 5 opponents racing after Vane, I scoffed, another desperate escape with low health. It's nothing new. Then, as the card master unleashed his ultimate, landing a yellow card, activating his golden body and executing a series of skills one after another. The apple that Xu Yuewu spoke of was bitten halfway and suddenly paused, overwhelmed with tension and forgetting everything else. Skills were unleashed one after another. As the solitary Vayne faced the entire opposing team with poise, executing a series of counterattacks amidst the throngs of battle. This footage was not merely a testament to extreme evasion, it was a solo quintuple kill. As time drew near, Xia Xin sent a question mark. Have you finished watching? What do you think? I simply ask if you were amazed. This AD is incredibly cool, without a single retort, effortlessly dispatching 5 opponents, silencing all teammates with sheer prowess. Is he not impressive? Several times, I thought he was destined to fall, yet he glided about, rolling and weaving, earning the moniker Spiral Dance without meeting his demise. My brother remarked that his positioning was excessively audacious and flamboyant. Their team was abuzz discussing this AD. The way he walked and attacked was strikingly stylish. That micro-flash dodge evaded the barrel's E-ability, while simultaneously landing a hit on Graves was awe-inspiring. My brother even went so far as to contact the account holder. Did their school not reach the semifinals in the last university league? If the opponent were indeed a college student, they contemplated inviting him to our school, as they were in need of an AD to enhance their chances of championship victory in the next league. However, the account holder revealed he was merely a hired player found online, and he did not know who the actual player was, which was truly unfortunate. Xiao Wu, speak up. Why are you so quiet? After a lengthy pause, Xu Yuewu finally trembled, typing with her small hands. Xia Xin, I now know who this Vayne is. Chapter 11. Oh, it turns out to be an eyesore. Xia Xin sent a flurry of ellipses. Xiao Wu, do not jest. If you were to know such an extraordinary AD, you should have mentioned it sooner. Why keep it a secret for so long? I recall that the highest rank in your class was merely platinum. Xu Yuewu remembered that in the computer room, Xia Xin had remarked to the network administrator that the list for that one glance spanning a millennium was finalized. Believe it or not, I witnessed a match today that, while not as remarkable as a pinnacle, did showcase an impressive triple kill. It seems he often faces challenging matches, with support snatching his minions, yet he managed to retaliate against 3 fully equipped opponents while on the brink of death. I only knew he was formidable. Who would have thought he had also achieved a quintuple kill under such dire circumstances? Are you serious? Xia Xin expressed disbelief. What do you think? I can also tell you that he isn't in college yet. He is currently a senior in high school, with merely a month left until the college entrance examination. However, I overheard the network administrator advising him against attending university, suggesting he pursue a career as a professional gamer, as his family seems to be facing some difficulties. I must say that network administrator is quite devious. Before Shiyu could finish typing, his phone rang. Upon glancing at his iPhone 6, he saw it was a call from Xia Xin. What is the matter? Isn't QQ sufficient? Why waste money on a phone call? Xia Xian's anxious voice came through. Xiao Wu, you're not joking, are you? Where is he? He absolutely must come to my brother's Jiangnan University. League of Legends is becoming increasingly popular, and my brother has 2 special admission slots for LOL, with tuition fully waived. You know that they were once a stronghold for LOL, but with several of their official team members having graduated, the next class might very well become the weakest in history. The school is quite anxious. By the way, do send me his number and QQ. I will speak to him directly. He has gained quite a reputation on the LOL forums, with over 10,000 replies. My brother mentioned that several schools are vying for this AD for the college league, and we must not let someone else snatch him away first. Shuyu chuckled. Oh, so you are pleading with me? Indeed, I am. I'll call you sister if it helps. Please hurry. Is there no benefit for me? You. Fine. The adorable little wallet I asked you about from Hong Kong? I'll give it to you. Just tell me already. I'm dying of urgency. How rare of you to be so generous. Although I do truly desire that wallet, I shall not divulge it to you, just to see you squirm. Haha. After chatting a bit longer with Zhu Xiaoxian, Shiyu finally hung up, lying back on his bed and staring at the ceiling. He pondered for a long while, a playful smile gracing his lips. With an air of mischief, he mused, Oh, you wish to escape? The more you resist allowing others into your world, the more I am compelled to enter. Such conquest brings a greater sense of achievement. Having concluded this line of thought, his spirits lifted. He opened Xia Xin's QQ and messaged him directly. Oh dear, Gugu, the water has suddenly turned cold. There is no hot water. As Xia Xin was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen, he turned to see Xia Yi, who had just entered the bathroom, emerged with her hair damp and her petite form exposed. She wrapped her arms around herself, her little legs flailing as she shivered from the cold. Could it be? Just a moment ago, the water was warm. I must check. With a woeful expression on her face, Xia Yi concluded that this must be the sinister plot of the cold-blooded deity next door. Did she truly believe that such a despicable trick could vanquish one who was a princess of the night? How naive. I heard everything, a sudden voice interrupted. Startling Xia Yi, who swiftly dashed behind Xia Xin, clutching his shirt while casting wary glances around, as if fearing that some malevolent deity might suddenly rise from the depths. In truth, the bathrooms of their neighboring houses were connected, and at the wall that separated the kitchen from the bathroom, there was a ventilation duct that linked the two water heaters. Because the opening was quite large, conversations made at the bathroom door could easily be overheard from next door. Call me the cold-blooded deity again, and you shall prepare to bathe in cold water every day, came the ominous warning. Xia Yi recoiled slightly, yet immediately peered out with defiance at the gap in the wall, declaring, just a minor deity dares to oppose the great progenitor of vampires. If she wishes to deal with me, she must first defeat my other half. Xia Xin could only smile bitterly and asked, is there a problem with the water heater? A voice responded from next door, I'm not sure. I've already called someone to fix it, so just wait a moment. Oh. Xia Xin patted Xia Yi's head, advising her to dress warmly and suggesting she play on the computer for a while. Yay. Xia Yi's face lit up with joy, but she quickly inquired, don't you need to take orders? At the moment, there are no orders, so I might have a few leisurely days. Oh, then let us play together. They settled at the computer desk, where Xia Yi donned a warm, yellow Pikachu onesie, sitting on Xia Xin's lap. Xia Xin asked, would you prefer the mouse or the keyboard? Xia Yi chose the keyboard. The notion of playing together meant one would handle the mouse while the other managed the keyboard, which tested Xia Xin's skills. Xia Yi adeptly entered Xia Xin's QQ account credentials and logged into a game as her bronze-ranked character named Love Yi 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 Yi. Ha ha ha. Foolish bronzes, your noble queen Yi Yi has returned. Kneel and praise me, she proclaimed, forgetting entirely that she was also a bronze player. The duo played as a single hero, and only those who have experienced it could truly fathom the challenges involved. Xia Yi favored charming characters such as Timo, the adorable Annie, and the cute Miss Fortune. This time, she chose to play as Miss Fortune. As summer approached, when Xia Xin found himself besieged by 4 adversaries, he deftly maneuvered the alluring marksman, elegantly evading while simultaneously unleashing attacks. However, a perplexing sequence of EQ skills inadvertently caused Xia Xin to retreat into the very circle of assault he sought to escape, with predictable consequences. The charming marksman was swiftly dispatched by the formidable quartet, collapsing beneath the feet of the 4 robust men. Alternatively, as Xia Xin leveraged his reach to inflict suffering upon the barbarian king, Xia Yi, in an unfortunate mishap, mistook the E key for D, resulting in a well-intentioned but ill-fated flash that led to his demise at the hands of the barbarian king, who swiftly dispatched him back to the sanctuary. An array of bizarre deaths unfolded, yet the duo relished the experience, with Xia Yi's light-hearted and youthful laughter echoing through the bedroom. Before long, Xia Xin's death count had far surpassed that of his teammates. Fortunately, in the realm of Bronze 4, a significant advantage lay in the fact that none possessed exceptional skills. Aimless play was the norm, and joy was paramount. Xia Xin's resilient mindset was cultivated through such experiences, regardless of the sternest circumstances or the number of deaths endured. He embraced each challenge with unwavering resolve. Just as they were engrossed in their amusement, a notification from QQ echoed through the room. As summer night descended into a team battle, Xia Yi abruptly abandoned his teammates, employing a Control ESC to exit the game in order to attend to the message. Is that your QQ? Of course it is mine. You have not logged in. True, otherwise countless messages would flood my window. Never underestimate Xia Yi's popularity. He attracted admirers of all ages, from young boys to elderly gentlemen and ladies alike. With careful articulation, Xia Yi read aloud, tomorrow at noon, after lunch. Meet me by the stone bench beside the campus lake near the basketball court. I have something to discuss with you, she will. Who is she? A girl. Is she your girlfriend? Do not be ridiculous. She is a stunning beauty. How could she be my girlfriend? A beauty. But is she more attractive than the cold-blooded priest next door? No girl in the entire school surpasses her in beauty. Am I more beautiful? No one in the world is more exquisite than our Princess Yi Yi. Xia Xin offered a wry smile. Oh, she must be an eyesore then. that brings me solace." Just as Xia Xin prepared to respond, Xia Yi adeptly switched back to League of Legends, but the screen had long turned to shades of gray. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not concern yourself with that eyesore. You truly are." Xia Yi extended a hand, intending to rest it on the keyboard, but halted midway, staring blankly at the screen. "Guh, where is the keyboard?" Upon gazing into Xia Yi's eyes, a pang of concern struck Xia Xin's heart. He lifted Xia Yi and seated him upon the bed. "Are you unwell again?" "Just a moment." He retrieved eye drops and administered a few drops. "How many times has this occurred this month?" "The third time." "Do not exaggerate. It has happened at least 5 times at home alone." "At school?" "I cannot even count the occurrences." "No, I have not had an episode at school. It is indeed strange. It only seems to happen at home." "Oh." Xia Xin understood that whenever Xia Yi told a lie, her speech would falter, a manifestation of her desire to shield herself from distress. As Xia Yi extended her hands, a sense of uncertainty enveloped her. Guh, where are you?" "I long to grasp your hand." Xia Xin remained silent, enveloping Xia Yi in a tight embrace, which elicited a look of reassurance from her. Following the tragic loss of her parents in a car accident during her childhood, Xia Yi had suffered from intermittent visual impairment syndrome, which occasionally rendered her blind. Initially, the episodes were brief, lasting only seconds or minutes, but as she matured, the affliction intensified, and the frequency and duration of her blindness increased. It was only a matter of time before she would succumb to complete darkness. This ailment was untreatable domestically. She would need to seek care abroad, and the doctors had conservatively estimated the cost to be around 1 million yuan. Xia Xin had managed to save a modest amount, barely enough for daily sustenance, but the sum required for treatment was still a daunting gap of hundreds of thousands. At the tender age of 18, the prospect of amassing 1 million yuan seemed like a fanciful dream. He could only heed the doctor's advice, striving to keep Xia Yi optimistic and joyful, as any emotional downturn could significantly exacerbate her condition. After a while, sensing the rhythmic cadence of Xia Yi's breathing, Xia Xin gently released her, laying her down on the bed and covering her with a blanket, her petite lips still adorned with a serene smile. A pang of anguish gripped his heart, making it difficult to breathe. There could be no further delays. Meanwhile, another soul found himself restless that night. Lu Ming tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep, his mind relentlessly replaying the harrowing scene of standing amidst the grass, fully alive yet being mercilessly defeated. Akin to a living nightmare, the echoes of his classmates' derisive laughter lingered in his ears. He had experienced defeat before, but never so humiliatingly. It felt as though he could exert no force, his fist striking only empty air. His opponent had outmaneuvered him, wielding superior equipment. And despite his confidence in his own skills, he had been inexplicably vanquished while holding an advantage of 3,800 gold. He distinctly recalled overhearing classmates whispering disparaging remarks about him upon his return. He must have been boosted to diamond. He can't even defeat a bronze player, they sneered. He probably only ranks silver. What a farce. The thought of his peers secretly mocking him ignited a fury within him, one he could hardly contain. Chapter 12. I was deceived too in the cafeteria. Mao Pang, brimming with joy, draped his arm over Xia Xin's shoulder. Xia Xin, do you have time this afternoon? Let us head to the internet CAF for a game. We can't duo. Our ranks differ too much. That's true. No worries. I have a SMIF account that's almost level 30. When the time comes, I'll carry you through the placement matches. All right. Xia Xin smiled in agreement, though internally he was fervently wishing for divine intervention to have his account hacked today. In truth, Xia Xin possessed a hint of cunning. Stepping out of the cafeteria, the sun shone brightly at noon. A small crowd had gathered at the entrance. A grand heart-shaped arrangement of roses adorned the doorway, causing passers-by to pause in admiration. At the center of the roses stood a strikingly handsome young man, a wealthy second-generation heir, impeccably dressed in designer clothes from head to toe, with ruby-red lips and pearly white teeth. Finally, the female lead emerged from the cafeteria, drawing the attention of all. Dressed in a flowing snow-white gown that accentuated her graceful curves and slender legs, she descended the stairs with a gentle gait. Her lustrous black hair danced in the breeze, framing her delicate visage, which resembled the purest snow, her beautiful eyes exuding a chilling clarity akin to fresh snow on a mountain. True to her name, Lung Shui Tong embodied elegance and pride, rightfully regarded as the campus belle. In terms of beauty, she eclipsed all the other girls at school and could rival even A-list actresses, at least in terms of looks. Lung Shui Tong, will you be my girlfriend? I promise to cherish you forever. A boy knelt on one knee, speaking earnestly, you command my every direction. I shall not stray. Should anyone dare to bully you, I will confront them, and if you ever bully someone, I will stand by your side. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew I was hopelessly captivated. I can never feel for another. He presented a small box, within which lay a glistening diamond ring, provoking envy and gasps from the surrounding girls. Wow, a diamond ring. How much must that cost? If I could receive a diamond ring in my lifetime, I would die a happy person. Yet, the object of his affections, Lang Shuetong, merely cast him a sidelong glance, her expression tranquil, barely lifting her eyelids. I'm sorry, but I'm busy studying and not considering other matters at the moment. I am willing to wait until after the college entrance exams, until you agree. Unfortunately, Lang Shuetong paid him no mind and continued on her way. The onlookers began to murmur. She truly is the campus belle. Even her rejection lines mirror those she used for the last two suitors without a single word changed. It seems she can't be bothered to concoct excuses. I find myself curious about how she plans to decline others once she reaches university. When studying is no longer a priority, how many suitors has this been this month? The 7th or 8th? These individuals seem to have lost their senses. Eager to indulge in reckless behavior before the college entrance examination. Perhaps they believe that since they have already faced rejection from the school's most sought-after beauty, they have nothing to lose. I suspect that nearly half of the affluent second-generation students in the school have been turned down by her. Xia Xin arrived at the stone benches by the lake on campus, where Xu Yuwu was already seated, clad in a youthful, short-sleeved t-shirt paired with exceedingly short denim shorts. She proudly displayed her long, slender legs. With her legs crossed, she fixed her gaze on Xia Xin. Knowing full well that making a girl wait is one of the most detestable actions, Xia Xin awkwardly rubbed his nose, noting that she had not specified a time. Excusing oneself is the second most irritating behavior, and he found himself guilty on both counts. Xu Yuewu raised an eyebrow, her arms crossed, deliberately displaying a hint of annoyance on her charming face. Xia Xin quickly offered an apology. I'm sorry, I will be more mindful next time. Xu Yuewu chuckled softly. I quite like you this way, offering a seemingly sincere apology while likely cursing me in your mind. How unreasonable, how petulant, how self-important. I can see through it all. Feeling somewhat exposed, Xia Xin experienced a tinge of embarrassment. This woman was no easy opponent. Deciding it wise to steer clear of this topic, he suggested, shall we discuss something of substance? Xu Yuewu patted the left side of the stone bench, inviting him to sit beside her. Although he complied, there remained a space between them. The first matter at hand, she declared, I am currently at a critical juncture, and I wish for you to guide me to mastery. As for compensation, I assure you, I will not shortchange you. I am aware of my limited abilities and the time this may require. Thus, if you assist me in reaching mastery, I shall grant you 8,000, and in addition, I will share a secret with you. Without hesitation, Xia Xin agreed, marveling at her wealth. 8,000? That amount would be considered extravagant for an ordinary high school student, whose weekly allowance rarely exceeds 300. Xu Yuewu smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes narrowing in delight as she leaned closer to Xia Xin, her hands resting on his shoulders, her alluring form almost entirely pressing against him. A voice, tinged with playful seduction, murmured near his ear, now you're getting it. It's always the boys who spend on me, and this is my first time spending on a boy. How does it feel to receive my first? Feeling a surge of pride, he chuckled softly. Xu Yuwu's ambiguous phrasing was intentional, yet Xia Xin chose not to engage further. He could feel the warmth of her breath brushing against his ear, a sensation that sent tingles through him, prompting him to lean slightly to the left. In response, Xu Yuewu moved closer, making him freeze in place, as he became acutely aware of their intimate proximity. It was his first experience of being so close to a girl's body, yet Xu Yuewu seemed utterly oblivious to their closeness. With a tone laced with a hint of joy and secrecy, he said, Do you know? You've been deceived by that network administrator. What? Didn't you elevate a character to the pinnacle? He told you it would cost 2,500. You received 2,000, and he pocketed 500, right? Wrong. The actual price is 12,000. He does nothing and takes 10,000 while you toil away through the night, utterly exhausted, for a mere 2,000. And previously as well, for a 1,000 order, he would grant you 200. For a 5,000 order, you'd receive only 1,000. You've been thoroughly swindled. And behind your back, they refer to you as a capable ox, a foolish simpleton, wanting you to work for him for a lifetime. They look down upon you entirely. Oh. Xia Xin nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Xu Yuewu was momentarily taken aback. This was not the outcome she had anticipated. Xia Xin's face bore no trace of emotion, merely an "oh." She had expected to see him in distress, struggling, or even furious. Why was he so composed? Do you think I am deceiving you? No, I believe everything you say is true. Xu Yuewu cupped Xia Xin's face in her hands, turning it towards her. Leaning in so closely that their noses nearly touched, her eyes unblinking as they locked onto his. So close, so fragrant, so fair, so soft, too close, too intoxicating. Xia Xin felt a rush of panic and wanted to turn away, but Xu Yuewu held him tightly, not allowing him to move. After a long pause, Xu Yuewu squinted and said, "So that's it. I never imagined I would be deceived by you as well. I was so pleased to plan on sharing this good news with you, eagerly awaiting your astonished expression. Humph, turns out you already knew." In his heart, Xia Xin silently categorized Xu Yuewu as a clever and formidable woman. The more he interacted with her, the more he realized she was not the brainless beauty described in books, but rather a woman of both substance and intellect. Xu Yuewu, puzzled, asked, "If you knew all along, why did you still agree to it?" Xia Xin smiled wryly. Sometimes, the lack of alternative choices does not stem from believing this choice is favorable, but rather from the fact that all other options are far worse, or simply non-existent. I see. What a useless man you are, to endure being exploited like this. Xia Xin merely chuckled, remaining silent. When school ended that afternoon, the entrance to the classroom was once again blocked by Class 2. Lu Ming strode in, addressing Xia Xin directly. "Come out." Mao Pang jumped up furiously. "What? You want to fight? Can't accept a loss, huh? Get lost. This doesn't concern you, you useless piece of trash. I could defeat you in a heartbeat." Lu Ming didn't even bother to glance at him, instead fixing his gaze on Xia Xin. "I've watched that footage over 10 times. You cannot be a bronze player. You must be at least platinum. Stop pretending. I want to duel you." He felt that without a duel, he would struggle to find rest for many days to come. Yesterday, he had stayed up late watching the footage repeatedly. The humiliation of defeat was simply unbearable and utterly baffling. As Mao Pang was about to erupt in anger, he was calmed by a gentle tap on the shoulder from Xia Xin. With an air of tranquility, Xia Xin declared, "No need. I concede." After tidying up his belongings, he contemplated what groceries to purchase, knowing he needed to earn a rank in silver to duo queue with Xu Yuewu. He had no time to waste on a solo match. However, Lu Ming seized Xia Xin's wrist, preventing his departure. Coldly, he remarked, "Humph. If you don't face me in a proper match, you shall not leave." Xia Xin narrowed his eyes, feeling slightly displeased. This was rather excessive, having already conceded. What more did Lu Ming want? The atmosphere was charged with tension, both sides poised for confrontation. Mao Pang had even rolled up his sleeves, as Class 1 and Class 2 had always been fierce rivals. Unexpectedly, a voice interjected, silencing the crowd. Xu Yuewu, with a smile, grasped the wrist of both boys, separating them. "Lu Ming, if you wish to fight, so be it. How much do you propose per match? Surely, you cannot expect a match without stakes. What would be the point if there is no reward at hand? Who cares about the outcome?" Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, having not considered this aspect. "Then how much do you suggest? Yesterday, it was 3,000. Today, it should be at least 5,000, she replied. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 5,000? To a high school student, this was a small fortune. Typically, their monthly allowances barely amounted to a few hundred, excluding those like Xu Yuewu, who belonged to the echelon of the affluent, earning over 10,000 a month. Lu Ming had some money, but not to that extent. "What's the matter? Are you afraid? If you are, then just admit it," Xu Yuewu taunted, her expression laced with disdain, insinuating that he lacked the courage to proceed. Unsurprisingly, before her beauty, Lu Ming would not back down. He gritted his teeth and resolved to stand firm. "Fine, solo it is. 5,000 it shall be." All eyes then turned to Xia Xin. Maintaining his composure, he calmly stated, "I accept." Chapter 13. A spark. In an instant, two groups of people once again surged towards the 0-point internet CAF. A solo match priced at 5,000. Who wouldn't want to witness it? Mao Pang, somewhat apprehensive, gently patted Xia Xin's shoulder. "Are you truly going to compete? Aren't you afraid of losing?" Xia Xin replied with a calm smile, "Not at all. In contrast to Mao Pang's concerns, Xu Yuewu was entirely untroubled. She raised her beautifully arched eyebrows at Xia Xin. Just tell me how much you intend to reward me with if you win. Xia Xin turned to Lu Ming and said serenely, Are you certain you wish to solo? If it's a wager, I assure you, I will not lose. This was meant as a kind-hearted warning. After all, Xia Xin had reached the rank of king on several accounts, undoubtedly possessing the skills of a king. Competing against someone of diamond rank seemed inherently unfair to him, akin to an adult bullying a child. In the words of a martial arts master, Lu Ming's skills appeared to Xia Xin as nothing but flaws, as they were not of the same caliber. Yet, driven by the desire for money, he ultimately decided to leave the decision to the other party. However, to the ears of the onlookers, this was perceived differently. They thought Xia Xin was being presumptuous. Laughter erupted. He certainly wouldn't lose. How audacious. Even kings make mistakes. Who does he think he is? Indeed, he seems rather arrogant. Let us just hope he doesn't cry if he loses. Their earlier success was merely luck, and now he was flaunting it. Lu Ming scoffed disdainfully. First blood, 1 tower, 100 strikes. I can select any AD hero and head to the bottom lane. Okay. Xia Xin promptly locked in Lucian. Lu Ming compared several aggressive early-game AD champions and chose the Plane, which was indeed one of the fiercest AD champions in the early game. Xu Yuewu fanned her face, feeling a bit warm. A crowd had gathered around Lu Ming and Xia Xin, and she playfully tapped Xia Xin's shoulder. You should thank me. I'll get you a drink. What would you like? Xia Xin shook his head. No need. It'll be over in 3 minutes. This was not arrogance, merely a statement of fact. Xu Yuewu laughed mischievously. All right, you said it. I'll keep track of the time. If it exceeds a minute, you lose. Xia Xin could only respond with silence. Well, it's likely to be around 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Xu Yuewu covered her lips with her delicate hand, bursting into laughter, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Oh, you're so chubby that you're out of breath. Given that Lu Ming employed the conventional strategy of healing in flash, while Xia Xin opted for a super aggressive strategy with weakness and ignite, the outcome was already evident to Xia Xin. As per the usual practice, he equipped a Doran's ring along with a potion. In reality, a cloth armor with 5 health potions would have been more advantageous. But Xia Xin did not wish to take undue advantage, as Lu Ming clearly lacked solo experience. At 1:30, the minions emerged, and by 2:03, the bottom lane minions clashed. As Xia Xin utilized his Q to strike the minions, he also targeted Lu Ming, landing 2 consecutive QS. Lu Ming, undeterred, approached Xia Xin to trade blows, knowing that the plane had no fear in the early game. Having acquired the E-Green machine gun, I engaged in a battle of attrition as I activated my E ability. Surprisingly, Xia Xin did not retreat. He boldly advanced, trading blows with me, enduring the damage while unleashing a Q followed by 2 basic attacks, capitalizing on his passive. With each skill cast, Lucian's passive allowed for 2 additional basic attacks, albeit with slightly diminished damage on the second strike. Naturally, this exchange favored him. Xia Xin found himself with less than half of his health remaining, while Lu Ming still boasted 2/3 of his health pool. Xia Xin opted to recover health, while Lu Ming deemed it unnecessary, considering it a waste at this juncture. As the second wave of minions arrived, both players reached level 2 simultaneously, continuing to whittle down each other's health. The plane's Q ability was launched, but Lucian deftly evaded it with his E, retaliating with 2 quick strikes that further diminished my health. Meanwhile, the plane, still activated with E, managed to land a few blows on Lucian. In an instant, Lucian's health plummeted below 1/3, and he had exhausted his healing potions, while the plane's health stabilized around 2/3. Both players retreated momentarily to focus on farming minions. A smirk crept across Lu Ming's face. Fool, daring to engage me while I had my E active. He had 2 choices: return home, where he would likely return at level 4, or remain to farm, as returning now would yield little benefit. At level 3, he possessed both Flash and E, with the latter's range surpassing Lucian's, who had no flash left. He patiently awaited the perfect opportunity to strike. In truth, anyone observing would surmise that the Holy Gunner was doomed, having been so swiftly diminished. The outcome of this match appeared predestined. Xu Yuewu was equally perplexed. He believed that with Xia Xin's prowess, there was no reason for such a fundamental mistake, engaging in a fight while the plane had activated E. As the anticipated wave of minions approached, Lu Ming shifted slightly forward, a cold smile forming on his lips. Upon the death of the first minion, both players ascended to level 3. Lu Ming, quick on his feet, activated W without hesitation, summoning the ace pilot. Valkyrie dove directly towards Lucian, intent on delivering the final blow. Death was imminent. Lu Ming envisioned the scythe of the Grim Reaper descending upon Lucian. In a flash of light, the screen displayed the kill notification, bold crimson letters proclaiming, "The Holy Gunner has slain the plane, achieving first blood." An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were fixated on Xia Xion's screen, where Lucian stood still in the brush, dual pistols raised, preparing to return to base. Xia Xion rose, declaring, "First blood. This means I win, correct?" Lu Ming sprang to his feet, his face flushed with indignation. Pointing at Xia Xion in fury, "Impossible. How did I just die? I didn't even see it coming. You must have cheated. I hadn't even used my heal." He could only recall charging in with his W, a fleeting starburst, Lucian dashing into the brush, and then a flash of light before he was lost. He only possesses a Doran's blade, not an infinity edge, and he clearly has less than 2/3 of his health remaining, while I have approximately 250 more health than him. In fact, it wasn't just him. Not a single soul in the vicinity could divert their attention, as the events unfolded with such remarkable swiftness that it was almost impossible to react. Almost as soon as the pilot's W ability came into play, he was already plummeting to his demise. With a bewildered expression, Mao Pang leaned on Xia Xion's shoulder and remarked, "Buddy, you can't possibly be hacking, can you?" I swear he had more than half health, and then it vanished in an instant. Shu Yuwu suggested, "How about we replay that to take a look?" This proposal received unanimous agreement from all present. Shu Yuwu settled into Xia Xion's chair and opened the replay file from the League of Legends folder, prompting everyone to watch the playback together. They fast-forwarded to the climactic moment, and the footage was slowed down. At the very moment the pilot activated his W ability mid-air, Lucian's W ability was unleashed, effectively causing the pilot to collide with his own attack. Simultaneously, the pilot was afflicted by both the weakness and ignite summoner spells, receiving two basic attacks that struck him. Ignite at level 3 inflicts 110 damage over 5 seconds, while weakness reduces his armor and magic resistance by 10 points. This was utterly lethal for a pilot with armor below 30 in the early game, compounded by Xia Xion's additional armor penetration of over 10 points, which rendered the pilot vulnerable to nearly pure damage. Then, as the pilot activated his W ability, Lucian executed an E-skill, Cold-Blooded Pursuit, darting into the brush. Following that, 2 passive strikes were directed at the pilot, and before those hits even registered, a Q ability, Piercing Light, erupted from the foliage, followed by 2 more strikes. The pilot was instantly shot down and met his demise. To summarize, Lucian's maneuvering involved the pilot mid-air executing WD Fei, landing and subsequently being hit by Ikika, resulting in a swift elimination. It may seem like a lot, but it all transpired within a mere second. The pilot's health bar evaporated in an instant. It can only be said that Xia Xion's fingers moved with astonishing speed, executed with perfect timing. Had the combination been even slightly slower, it would have consumed more time. And had it been too fast, Lucian might not have landed his attacks, significantly diminishing the damage output. Xia Xion's sequence of skills flowed seamlessly, without a moment's pause, even providing a visually pleasing experience. This was only apparent in slow motion. At normal speed, one would merely witness 2 bursts of light. Everyone was rendered speechless in astonishment. Is he even human? Those hands are incredibly fast. Shu Yuewu instinctively glanced at the timer. The level up occurred at 3 minutes and 12 seconds, while the kill took place at 3 minutes and 14 seconds, aligning closely with Xia Xion's estimation of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. What a terrifying man. He had meticulously calculated the level 3 execution, granting himself a mere 3 seconds to eliminate his opponent. Had the pilot approached instead of Lucian, it might have taken an additional second or 2. Mao Pang stared at the screen for a prolonged moment, expressing the collective sentiment of the group. Why does it feel like I'm playing an entirely different game? The others nodded in agreement. This series of combos is simply astonishing. In an instant, a whole bar of health vanished. Lu Ming stared blankly at the screen, contemplating only the 2 possibilities of whether his opponent would return home or not, completely failing to consider this third possibility that led to his immediate demise. So that was it. The initial confrontation was merely a ruse to lower his guard, allowing for a calculated depletion of health to secure a lethal blow at level 3. Such remarkable skill. Lu Ming's face turned ashen. He was now acutely aware of the disparity in strength. If he considered himself an average martial artist of the realm, his opponent was undoubtedly a transcendent master, operating on an entirely different echelon. Solo? That was nothing short of absurd. Observing the silent expressions of those around him, Xia Xin felt compelled to speak. If there are no further issues, may I take my leave? I still need to rush back to buy groceries. The little one at home must be famished. Given Lu Ming's furious countenance, as if he might pounce at any moment to exact vengeance, it seemed prudent to depart. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming gave him a thumbs up. I respect your skill. A true man keeps his word. 5,000. Let's go withdraw the money. An unexpected conclusion, though securing the funds would be most welcome. As the group prepared to exit, a seemingly nonchalant man with disheveled hair abruptly stepped in front of Xia Xin, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth and arms crossed. He gazed down at Xia Xin with an air of superiority. Hey there, you seem intriguing enough to be my rival. How about we have a match? I primarily play AD as well. Of course, if you desire a wager, we could make it 5,000 or perhaps 50,000, whatever pleases you. Chapter 14. The joyful girl Xia Xin gazed at the man before her with a hint of perplexity, though he appeared disheveled and lazy. Sporting a tousled mane that suggested he was around her age, they were clearly strangers. The man chuckled and remarked, a simple match will make us acquainted. Just observe the minion farming, the jungle pathing, and the finesse and lane techniques. It's evident you possess remarkable skill. This is the essence of the saying. Amateurs revel in the spectacle, while connoisseurs discern the subtleties. To him, Lu Ming was woefully inadequate, unworthy of being his adversary. Whereas Xia Xin, he had not encountered such a formidable opponent in ages, not even during the time when the runner-up AD of the league had caught his attention. Let us engage in a game. It has been far too long since I felt such fervor. Coincidentally, I find myself rather aimless lately, while others are preoccupied with preparing for their college entrance examinations. He continued, patting Xia Xin on the shoulder with an air of familiarity. What do you say? Shall we have a match? You cannot possibly be Han Fei, can you? Lu Ming interjected, recognizing the individual before them. Han Fei bashfully stroked his chin and smiled, surprised that someone actually recognized him. I must admit, I'm quite taken aback. Lu Ming, brimming with excitement, replied, Of course I know you. You are the champion AD of the Provincial LOL College League. Your 5-kill performance during the finals left the audience in awe. I was there to witness it, and I cheered for you. Subsequently, Han Fei also secured the title of MVP in the college league, earning the moniker of a prodigious talent, a superstar AD among Chinese universities, and is considered a rising star in the LPL. Notably, renowned professional teams have extended invitations to him, with lucrative annual salaries reaching 1 million. Han Fei, feeling bashful, waved his hand dismissively. No, you exaggerate. I was merely part of the second team, and I still need to join the training squad. It's quite a hassle, really. I haven't agreed to it yet. Lu Ming, perhaps overwhelmed by the presence of his idol, felt a flush of excitement. Why not pursue a professional career? With your skill. After some training with a professional team, you could easily secure a position as a starting AD. No, I still have a long way to go. The college league is merely a provincial competition. I am certain that there are stronger, more formidable opponents in the university league, and I eagerly anticipate that challenge. University is merely my first step. Indeed, he needed to utilize university as a launching pad, ascending to greater heights, ultimately standing atop the pinnacle of success. Oh dear, why am I rambling on? I suspect he has no intention of pursuing that path, Han Fei lamented, preparing to depart. However, it was then that Xia Xin grasped his arm. With a smile, she declared, I'll play. 50,000 per match, is that right? Count me in. Han Fei's expression brightened instantly, finding the notion amusing. Now that's more like it. You certainly have the spirit of a man. Well, given what you said, you must be quite wealthy, so let us reduce it by 50,000. I doubt you would mind. At least I won't have to worry about you defaulting on payment. Huh. Reduce by 50,000? Ha. After a moment of bewilderment, Han Fei finally realized that Xia Xin was not jesting. Instantly, he clutched his stomach and erupted into laughter, remarking on the peculiar confidence of the individual before him. Rest assured, I shall not default on my obligations. The prize money awarded by the school does not count. From the university league alone, I have already secured 200,000. In addition to the 100,000 for being the MVP. A mere 50,000 is insignificant. I can certainly afford it. So there is no need for concern regarding my integrity. The crowd gazed at Xia Xin with incredulity, questioning his sanity. Had he truly not comprehended the magnitude of his opponent? Some contemplated whether to clarify for him, suspecting he might have been lost in thought and missed the details. After all, his adversary was the champion of the University League, an MVP, and while not necessarily the best in the nation, was undeniably invincible within the province. Having also received invitations from professional teams, such an individual was surely beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Xia Xin indeed appeared formidable. Yet how could he possibly rival a professional AD? There remained an undeniable gap between him and Han Fei. Surely, he was overly confident. In their hearts, everyone silently mused that Xia Xin was becoming arrogant, destined to face dire consequences. When shall we commence? Han Fei inquired, arms crossed and a haughty expression gracing his features as he regarded Xia Xin. Xia Xin replied nonchalantly, "It's rather late. I must return home. Besides, I currently lack the funds. Let us postpone until tomorrow in this very location." "Very well. What is your name?" Han Fei asked. "Xia Xin," he replied. "Xia Xin. Is it? I shall remember that. I am Han Fei." "Yes, I have heard you," Xia Xin acknowledged. Han Fei nodded, affirming, "I shall be here promptly tomorrow to await your arrival. 50,000 per match. We will meet without fail." With that, Han Fei strode out ahead. A throng of classmates immediately surrounded Xia Xin, exclaiming, "Xia, are you out of your mind? Do not compete against him. Do you even realize who he is?" A barrage of cautionary words ensued. By the time Xia Xin, accompanied by Lu Ming, collected 5,000 yuan, the sky had darkened considerably, and the streetlights flickered to life. Only Xu Yuowu remained by his side. Xu Yuowu quietly followed Xia Xin, saying nothing. The streetlights elongated their shadows. Countless thoughts swirled in Xu Yuowu's mind, ultimately leading her to inquire, "Do you believe you can win?" Xia Xin shook his head, uncertain, yet asserted, "I know I will not lose." "Huh? Is that so unclear? Not losing equates to winning, does it not? You are quite arrogant. Surely, you are not blinded by money?" "Perhaps," he mused. "But I am aware that I cannot afford to lose." Xia Xin possessed an unwavering reason to win. He could not lose for the sake of Xia Yi, no matter what. Xu Yuwu noticed a spark in his eyes as he spoke, a captivating brilliance that surpassed all the boys she had encountered thus far. She could not articulate why, but an inexplicable sensation arose within her heart, leading her to believe, against all odds, that Xia Xin could indeed triumph. Xia Xin suddenly halted, producing the pristine 5,000 yuan and counting out 2,500 for Xu Yuowu. Xu Yuowu was taken aback, perplexed. "What are you doing?" After careful consideration, "I have come to realize that my victory was not solely my own. It was your proposal to wager that led to this sum of 5,000. Thus the money ought to be divided equally between us." "Are you serious? Just because I suggested it, you were truly willing to share half with me?" With a gentle grasp of Xu Yuowu's delicate hand, Xia Xin placed the money into her palm and expressed his gratitude. He understood the rationale behind her suggestion. This left Xu Yuowu in a state of perplexity. It was evident that Xia Xin was in need of money. Yet he did not appear to be someone who was overly swayed by financial gain. For her, 2,500 was not a substantial amount, while for Xia Xin, it certainly was different. He had hesitated for several minutes, even over a mere $10 chicken wing yesterday. The enigma of this young man only deepened her desire to unravel his complexities. Without hesitation, Xu Yuowu returned the money to Xia Xin's hands, reminding him of the agreed-upon 8,000 for the training fee, leaving a balance of 5,500. "Remember that." Xia Xin nodded, surveying their surroundings as the sky darkened. "Where is your home? Allow me to escort you back." This sudden kindness is hard to believe, Xu Yuowu thought, casting him a sideways glance. Still irked by his forceful insistence to escort her yesterday, which had wounded her pride as a beautiful woman. Xia Xin, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his cheek. "It's dangerous for a girl to walk alone at night. I will accompany you. Should you encounter any miscreants? Are you playing the hero, intending to shield me? Once I flee, I shall call the authorities. Are you seeking death? I would kick you to death." Xu Yuowu's beautiful eyes widened in indignation as she kicked him in frustration, exclaiming, "You might as well resign yourself to a lifetime of singleness." Xia Xin chuckled, prompting Xu Yuowu to smile despite herself. "Enough of this, let us first procure some groceries. If we delay any longer, you may find yourself reduced to nibbling on vegetable leaves." "Oh, thank you." This girl was far more considerate than he had anticipated. As night fell, the farmer's market gradually emptied. It was best to arrive early, as few would remain after dinner time to sell their produce. However, some of the vendors, though unfamiliar with Xia Xin's name, recognized him from his nightly visits after school. An elderly man greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, you've come. Out so late today?" Xia Xin explained. "I was slightly delayed due to some matters." "Ha ha, it's evident. With such a lovely wife, one would surely take their time." The old man's jovial gaze wandered over Xu Yuewu, who undeniably exuded youthfulness and charm, possessing both beauty and an appealing figure. The quintessential delightful girl. Xia Xin quickly interjected, "Sir, you've misunderstood. We are merely ordinary classmates." "Is that so? Just ordinary classmates? I know all about it. My partner and I back in the day." Noticing the old man reminiscing, preparing for a lengthy discourse, Xia Xin promptly took Xu Yuewu's hand and made a hasty retreat. "Let us change venues." The old woman scrutinized Xu Yuewu with a discerning eye. "Impressive, young man. Where did you find such a beautiful wife? Truly stunning, far more lovely than that fellow's girlfriend at the South Gate." "No, she's merely a classmate passing by. Do not deceive me. Anyone who joins you in grocery shopping must be a good wife. From Ani's perspective, it's clear you are fortunate." Flushed, Xia Xin hurriedly pulled Xu Yuewu away, not daring to look back as they dashed off. Xu Yuewu inquired, "Are you quite familiar with those people?" "I've just purchased a bit too much and occasionally exchanged a few words. Everyone is quite amiable, though. There are some misunderstandings. Please do not take offense." "I harbor no offense. They were praising me, so why should I mind?" "That is splendid." Xia Xin meandered along the side street, arriving at a well-known butcher shop. "Half a kilogram?" "No, let us make it 1 kilogram of pork belly, Uncle Lu." Uncle Lu, the butcher, resided nearby, though it was Aunt Lu who managed the rental property. The prices there were 3 yuan higher than those at the farmer's market. "All right, please trim it down a bit." "Very well, I shall chop it finely for you, Xia Xin." "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Uncle Lu skillfully sliced through a strip of meat, weighing it by hand without needing a scale, ensuring it was neither less nor more than requested. While he worked, he couldn't help but appraise Xu Yuewu, chuckling. "This girl is delightful, so cheerful and joyous." Xia Xin felt compelled to clarify once more. "No, she is just a classmate passing by." Internally, Xia Xin was sweating profusely, pondering why everyone seemed so intent on discussing this. Were they here to sell groceries or play matchmaker? Uncle Lu, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Classmate? I don't quite believe that. Why would a classmate cling to your arm?" Xia Xin glanced down to find Xu Yuewu had, unbeknownst to him, wrapped her arms around his own, leaning against him like a young lover. Xu Yuewu wore a look of sheer delight, akin to a child discovering a new toy, flashing him a charming smile before resting her cheek on his shoulder. "Do we not appear like newlyweds out shopping for groceries?" Before Xia Xin could respond, Uncle Lu was already chuckling merrily. "Indeed, quite a match. Xia Xin, I have known you for quite some time. You are genuine and endearing. Surely you would not mistreat her." "Listen, young man, from an uncle's experience, this cheerful girl is far superior to that cold one from the Long family. You must cherish her. The other girl, while undeniably beautiful, always wears a stern expression. She is quite intimidating. I fear even her presence. If you cannot command respect at home, it will be a grim fate. Alas, I am a living example of that." Chapter 15. The Cold-Blooded Priest and the True Ancestor of the Night-Cold Family Girl? Xu Yuewu furrowed her brows in confusion. "Who is that? Do you know any other girls?" "No, I don't know anyone else." Xia Xin quickly shook his head. Uncle Lu, realizing he had spoken out of turn, understood the impropriety of mentioning another girlfriend in front of his current one. "Oh, right. I must have remembered incorrectly." He slapped his forehead in exasperation. "I was referring to that Xin from the South Gate, not this Xiao Xin. Ha. As one ages, one tends to become forgetful. Mistaken. Ha. Oh. Is that so?" Xu Yuewu regarded Xia Xin with a look of skepticism, her eyes tinged with a hint of anger and sternness, displaying the classic demeanor of a jealous woman. With a serious expression, she questioned, "You wouldn't be hiding another woman from me, would you? What on earth was this?" Not to mention a supposed other woman, he had hardly exchanged a few words with her. What was Xu Yuewu acting out this scene for? When had their relationship ever reached such a level? Perhaps Uncle Lu should gift you a pound of pork belly to take home and enjoy slowly. Goodbye. Uncle Lu, equally awkward, could sense that Xia Xin was in for a rough night. He was unsure whether it would involve kneeling on a washboard or a heating panel. So he hastily offered another pound as a form of atonement. As they walked out of the farmer's market, Xu Yuewu wore a fuming expression. However, it was not long before she couldn't contain her laughter any longer, covering her mouth with her hand and flashing a triumphant smile at Xia Xin. See, am I not clever? I tricked him into giving me an extra pound of pork belly. Look at his expression just now. Xia Xin forced a smile. Indeed, you are exceedingly clever. It had all been an act. He had nearly been convinced by her feigned anger. When had she become his girlfriend? With a blend of mischief and cunning, Xu Yuewu was the type of girl everyone adored, beautiful, sweet-tongued, and charming. By the way, who is this cold family girl? Is she more beautiful than I am? I'm not very familiar with her. Just exchanged a few casual words, he replied. Oh, really? Xu Yuewu's disbelief was palpable. Never mind, I've arrived home. This is it. Xia Xin looked ahead and saw a beautifully crafted duplex villa, commonly referred to as a small villa. Xu Yuewu waved her hand. Bye, I'll head back now. Goodbye. Tomorrow. What about the money? I don't know. Let me think of a solution. If I can't gather it, then I simply want to go. Oh. Xu Yuewu narrowed her eyes, her tone elongated and meaningful as she smiled knowingly before stepping into the house. When Xia Xin returned home, Xia Yi was already at the dining table, clutching her stomach in distress. She looked up at Xia Xin with a pitiful expression. Hurry, save me. We're about to lose our magical powers and can't maintain our human form anymore. My body, the magic is about to burst forth. If the world collapses because of this, I want to take responsibility. As she spoke, her little finger tapped rhythmically on the table, embodying a sense of struggle. I apologize. There was a slight incident. Someone wanted to challenge me to a solo, hence my late return. It's that handsome fellow from class 2 I mentioned yesterday. Without needing to say more, she understood that the outcome was already predetermined. Upon hearing this, Xia Yi straightened up, her eyes narrowing in delight, her delicate face, as radiant as jade, blossomed with a smile. Ah, what a foolish creature. It seems that Slime has yet to comprehend that from the moment he took a seat opposite you, his defeat was sealed. Would you prefer braised pork or dompa pork? She mused. Ah, such a difficult choice. Braised pork requires more time to prepare, but its flavor is exquisite. Is this a test from the heavens? Nevertheless, I shall choose braised pork. For the sake of that crimson delight, this brief wait is worth it. Perhaps this time we can enjoy an improved meal. Indeed. We 15000. We can indulge in fine dining for quite some time. The two had grown up relying on each other, and Xia Xin kept no secrets from her. This truly befits our title of closest kin. In fact, I have also made some gains today. What? As she spoke, Xia Xin had already brought a bowl of tomato and egg soup, suggesting they fill their stomachs for the time being. Such speed. You have already reached the level of a master chef. This vibrant, bubbling broth is just what I need to replenish my lost magical energy. Xia Yi carefully scooped a small spoonful, blowing gently on it. It's about that penmanship competition I mentioned last time. Weren't you absent from training? Indeed. I did not attend extracurricular training. Those cost money. However, the teacher praised my writing and invited me to compete directly, where I won first prize. The reward was a golden fountain pen. Those foolish mortals have finally discerned the fundamental difference between a genius like me and their mediocrity. This is the decisive gap between humanity and the true progenitor of the night. All right, but I haven't seen you practice. Of course. Do you think I am someone who requires practice? A genius needs none. And the fountain pen? Is it beautiful? Let me see. I sold it. Several wealthy classmates were eager for it, so I had them bid against each other. The teacher said it was worth several thousand, but the highest bid was just over 100. As Xia Yi spoke, she produced a 100 yuan note, along with a handful of scattered 20s, 10s, and 1s. A hint of pride in her voice. Quickly, praise my wisdom. I extracted every last coin from her, leaving her with nothing. She then pushed the money towards Xia Xin. Xia Xin asked, several classmates wanted it, so it must be quite lovely. Xia Yi averted her gaze, unable to meet Xia Xin's eyes, and explained, not at all. It's terribly ugly. Such worldly possessions are mere trifles. All I need is an ordinary ballpoint pen. Xia Xin felt a sudden tightening in his heart, an uncomfortable sensation washing over him. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to accept the money, which represented not only currency, but also his sister's heartfelt emotions. He placed another 20 yuan in front of Xia Yi, ensuring he had some funds to navigate any emergencies that might arise. Xia Yi obediently nodded as she took it. Is the rent for this month all right? Ah, I've been quite fortunate lately and have won a substantial amount. So there's no need for concern. Xia Xin proceeded to the kitchen, commencing the preparation of braised pork. After a while, he ventured to ask, Yi, do you think I could pursue a professional career? The children of the impoverished often assume adult responsibilities early, and Xia Yi was far more perceptive than her appearance suggested. She harbored her own thoughts, prompting Xia Xin to occasionally seek her counsel. Isn't that obvious? Those concert singers could never rival Gugu. However, Xia Yi's opinions were often tinged with a clear bias when it came to matters concerning Xia Xin himself, rendering them somewhat unhelpful. Why do you ask? Do you wish to stand upon that grand stage, with all eyes upon you, gazing up in admiration? Not quite. I encountered someone today who mentioned that the number of League of Legends tournaments is rapidly increasing, and so are the prize pools for ordinary competitions. I inquired further and heard that professional tournament prizes can reach several million. Oh, that's impressive. If it's you, Gugu, it would surely be a walk in the park. Xia Xin chuckled. I hope so, but League of Legends is ultimately a team game, reliant on one's teammates. What are you worried about? Gugu. Just play as you usually do. You can take on 5 opponents single-handedly. Do you think this is just some casual bronze match? As they spoke, a knock resonated at the door. After Xia Xin invited the visitor in, a graceful and enchanting figure stepped through, her white dress fluttering gently, and her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of any expression. Wow, a cold-blooded goddess. Xia Yi gasped in fright and scurried into the kitchen, hiding behind Xia Xin. Is there something you need? Xia Xin inquired, gazing at the visitor. I couldn't find a clothes hanger for drying the laundry, Lang Shuetong replied, her icy gaze sweeping over Xia Yi before settling on Xia Xin. And also, a bucket for washing clothes. Indeed, Lang Shuetong, the most beautiful girl in the academy, resided next door to Xia Xin. She was also the daughter of the landlord who owned the entire building Xia Xin rented, to prevent any rumors from circulating at school. Xia Xin had assured Lang Shuetong that he would never disclose this arrangement to anyone. Of course, Uncle Lu, who lived nearby, was aware of it, as they had once purchased meat together in bulk, which led to misunderstandings. Xia Xin managed an awkward smile, his mind briefly recalling the last stunning glance he had received from her, which made him blush as he remembered being bombarded with various items. I've organized it on the balcony. Just a moment, I will fetch it for you. Lang Shuetong cast a fleeting glance, evidently recalling that night, and shyly averted her gaze. Xia Xin handed her the bucket and casually asked, Is Aunt Shin not home? Why are you the one doing the laundry? Cold Snow Tong immediately felt displeased, her expression darkening as she said, What do you mean? It's as if you're suggesting I've never washed clothes before. I have done it at some point. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, revealing a hint of self-doubt. Hastily, she attempted to divert the conversation, saying, My mother has gone to a reunion. Honestly, at her age, why does she still attend such gatherings? From the kitchen came the excited voice of Summer Night. Wow. Gugu, it smells amazing. The braised pork is ready to be served. Hurry and add the seasoning. Quickly, get the cold-blooded priest out. The forbidden ground will taint the priest with its filthy essence. We are about to eat. Summer Xin smiled wryly as he entered the kitchen to prepare the rock candy. Surprisingly, Cold Snow Tong did not rush away. Instead, she stepped out hesitantly, her delicate face adorned with an expression of unspoken words. After a moment's thought, Summer Xin surmised, Well, Aunt Shin has gone out, and you probably haven't had dinner yet. Why not join us? Uncle Lu generously provided an extra pound of meat, which we certainly cannot finish alone. Cold Snow Tong puffed up her cheeks, playfully retorting, What? Are you trying to bribe me? Summer Xin chuckled. Indeed. One who receives favors is often indebted. Perhaps one day, when you're in a good mood, you might even reduce my rent. Do you think such trifling gestures can sway me? However, I am indeed quite hungry. I'll just deduct my meal expenses from the rent, Cold Snow Tong replied, somewhat reluctantly, but still taking a seat. Summer Night, on the other hand, wore a distressed expression, clinging tightly to the hem of Summer Xion's clothing, as if letting go would result in her abduction. What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't the cold-blooded priest's dinner comprised of our fresh blood? She will drain us dry. Rest assured, priests do not consume blood. That's the work of vampires. Now, sit properly in your chair. But what if she drains my magical energy? Meanwhile, on the other side, Xu Yu lay on her bed, her fingers gently tapping on her laptop as she connected with Xia Xin on QQ. I've sent you the video. How does it look? As the captain, what is your brother's assessment? Chapter 16. The prodigal daughter Xia Xin replied, my brother said it's acceptable, initially. It was quite conventional, with solid fundamental skills and a fluid execution of combos. Observing the sequence, one could discern a remarkable speed. He replayed it over 10 times and noted that the true brilliance of the combination lay in the fact that he managed to apply the ignite and weakness while soaring through the air, showcasing a reaction and control that are truly exceptional. The seamlessness of the combo is undoubtedly among the best in the country. However, it could also be attributed to the weakness of the opponent. He will personally assess the situation later. Xu Yu took a bite of her apple and responded, if the opponent is too weak, have you heard of Han Fei? Han Fei? Of course, I know. You're referring to the star AD from our province's high school league this year, right? Yes, exactly. You know him well. Of course, how could I not? He is incredibly skilled, showcasing remarkable prowess in the finals, bold and fierce. My brother mentioned that his AD ranks among the best in the nation. After the finals, my brother's school extended an invitation, considering that although we are uncertain about next year, this year's Jiangnan University is a strong team, having reached the national top 4. However, the offer was declined because he is already enrolled in Kyoto University, last year's National College League runner-up, having been specially recruited. Kyoto moves quickly. Xu Yuewu's slender fingers danced across the keyboard. Well, knowing is half the battle. Tomorrow, he will go solo against Han Fei, with a wager of 50,000 per match. Really? I was just cooking. While a solo match may not reveal the full extent of competitive skill, if he can outmaneuver Han Fei in terms of technique, it would undoubtedly affirm Xia Xin's worth. Approximately 3 minutes later, Xu Xiaoxin replied, this is Xiaosong. Is he really going to solo Han Fei? Xu Xiaosong is Xu Xiaoxin's brother. Perhaps, but only if he has 50,000. Does he even know who Han Fei is? Han Fei is among the few ADs known for his ferocity in lane. If we disregard team fights, there are hardly any rivals in lane. Exactly, he is aware. Which is probably why he is looking to borrow money now. Can he win? He is uncertain. He merely stated that he would not lose. Quite an interesting character. Xu Xiaosong chuckled, finding him rather amusing. Well then, should there be a match, I'll send you the recording. All right, let us hope there is a match. To be honest, if it were someone else, I might lend him the money, considering the high probability of getting it back. But for that prodigious young talent Han Fei, I'll pass. Although I admire his individual skills, the odds of winning seem slim. Xu Yuewu closed QQ and lay sprawled on her bed, taking small bites of her apple, her gaze lost in thought as she stared at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, muttering to herself. Even Xu Xiaosong thinks the chances of winning are slim? It seems that everyone holds this belief. If a sudden upset were to occur, it would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. I am eager to witness the astonished expressions on their faces, jaws agape in disbelief. A playful smirk graced Xu Yu's alluring lips as she recalled the glimmering determination in Xia Xin's eyes when he declared he would not lose. This young man possesses a certain uniqueness that captivates me. She retrieved her phone, inquiring whether Xia Xin had managed to secure the 50,000 yuan. Not yet. I'm still working on it, he replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu ended the call, logging into her online banking to find a mere 200 yuan in her account. A quick search of her pockets revealed only 500 yuan, and after rummaging through her belongings, she unearthed a paltry 2 coins. It struck her as strange. The last time she checked, there had been 6 or 7,000 yuan. Had she truly spent it all on just a few outfits and cosmetics? Biting into an apple, her bare feet padding across the floor, Xu approached the golden railing of the spiral staircase and called down, Mom. I need to request an advance on my pocket money for the latter half of the year. From the kitchen came her mother's exasperated voice. What nonsense are you spouting? I know you well enough. If I gave you 10 years' worth of pocket money, you'd manage to spend it within a month. Don't even think about it. How stingy. Xu Yu, a notorious spendthrift, had always lived paycheck to paycheck, spending without restraint. Her father, Xu Rui, indulged her. Yet her finances remained firmly under her mother Zhao Qing's control, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhao Qing feared that her extravagant daughter might truly squander her resources. Come down for dinner. Your father will be home soon. Xu Yu's eyes darted around with mischief as she returned to her room, surveying her exquisitely decorated space infused with a warm ambience. Clothes, lipsticks, perfumes, a crystal necklace, a Patek Philippe watch, a pearl bracelet, and a computer. A smile tugged at her lips, as the saying goes, out with the old and in with the new. Oh, dear computer, do not hold it against me. With that, Xu Yu seized the computer and hurled it to the ground, scattering its components. She then retreated to the bathroom, filled the tub with scalding water, dampened a towel, and proceeded to scrub her hands. At the dining table, her father Xu Rui had returned. Xu Yu, pouting like a petulant child, approached the table with a sullen expression, uttering not a word. As anticipated, Xu Rui could not contain his curiosity. Sweetheart, what's the matter? Who upset you? Tell Daddy, and I'll take care of it. Xu Yu glared at him, indignantly retorting, It's you. What did I do? He asked, bewildered. What kind of terrible Apple computer did you buy? Your friend claimed to have brought it from abroad. I barely touched it, and it overheated, causing the parts to explode. Tears welled in her eyes as she fought back the urge to cry. Xu Rui pondered for a moment, saying, No way. My friend insisted it was a limited edition, procured through connections. Well, it's not, Xu Yu pouted, stamping her foot in frustration. My hand is practically burnt. It's so red. Oh, is it that serious? This truly pained Xu Rui's heart. It is often said that daughters share a special bond with their fathers, and he has always cherished this precious daughter of his. Gently touching Xu Yuwu's small hand, which was indeed burning hot, he expressed his concern. All right, as long as you're fine. It's so hot. It must hurt terribly. Of course it hurts. It's excruciating, she retorted. Come, let Daddy take you to cool it with some cold water. What a piece of junk this computer is. I need to replace it with something better. Indeed, we should opt for something of higher quality. You know the saying, you get what you pay for. Tomorrow, I will help you select something more expensive. No, this time I want to buy it myself. I want an Alienware. At least the hardware is superior. All right, as you wish, my dear daughter. Don't be upset. Tomorrow, I will transfer 100,000 to your card. Buy whatever you desire. Being angry is not good for your health. Now we're getting somewhere. Only then did Xu Yuewu reluctantly agree. She thought to herself, Xia Xin, remember my kindness. Soon you shall fall at my feet. Oh my, it's truly hot. Had I known, I wouldn't have rubbed so vigorously. My hand is killing me. Her tears were undeniably genuine. Just as Xia Xin had surmised, Xu Yuewu was beautiful, alluring, gracious, and charming, with a hint of cleverness and cunning, albeit a touch mischievous. Meanwhile, in Xia Xin's home, a wooden round table was adorned with tomato egg soup, braised pork, and braised eggplant among other dishes. Xia Yi sat to the left, Xia Xin in the center, and Lung Xuedong to the right. The tantalizing aroma of the tender and crispy braised pork filled the entire room, making the already famished Lung Xuedong swallow hard. At the dining table, Xia Xin endeavored to create a pleasant atmosphere, engaging in casual conversation with Lung Xuedong. Though she spoke little, Lung Xuedong would respond when prompted. Xia Yi, on the other hand, maintained a wary demeanor, furtively glancing at the seemingly cold and emotionless Lung Xuedong as if she might suddenly unleash her wrath. Whenever Lung Xuedong turned her gaze towards her, Xia Yi hastily buried her face in her bowl. After finishing a bowl of rice, Xia Yi quickly retreated to her room. Lung Xuedong savored her meal slowly, hesitating and staring at her bowl in silence. In truth, she had not eaten lunch, as she encountered a persistent boy in the cafeteria, which caused her to lose her appetite. Little did she know that upon exiting the cafeteria, she would face an even grander spectacle of roses. In such a vast school, there was hardly a place where one could eat in peace. I'll get you more rice, Xia Xin offered, noticing Lung Xuedong's hesitation and promptly taking her bowl to refill it. No, I'm full, she stammered. Just then, her stomach audibly protested with a rumble, leaving Lung Xuedong mortified, for she had barely eaten half a bowl. Adhering to a girl's modesty, she had taken only a small portion, and besides, she truly found Xia Xin's cooking delectable, far superior to her mother's. Xia Xin smiled gently, choosing not to respond, and placed a bowl of white rice before her. Cold Snow's delicate and fair face was tinged with a rosy hue as she explained, I usually do not consume this much. I skipped lunch and encountered an incessant pest. It's utterly vexing, Xia Xin remarked. Well, there's nothing to be done. After all, who can blame you for being so popular on campus? It is said that half the boys in the school harbor secret crushes on you. Cold Snow retorted, what about you? Xia Xin's eyes widened in surprise. Cold Snow clarified, no, I meant to ask if you have developed a relationship with Xu Yuewu. What does developed a relationship mean? No, we are merely classmates. Cold Snow narrowed her eyes. You're lying. I clearly saw you two at the stone bench during lunch, sitting quite close and appearing very intimate. Xia Xin felt a tinge of embarrassment, having been caught. No. She leaned over to me. We were discussing something else. At this juncture, one typically respects the other's privacy and refrains from further inquiry. However, Cold Snow was relentless in her questioning. What were you discussing? After a moment's hesitation, Xia Xin decided there was little to conceal from Cold Snow. You mustn't tell anyone else. It pertains to my coaching in League of Legends. She asked me to help her reach a higher rank, but I am uncertain whether she intends for others to know. Is that so? Cold Snow remained skeptical. Her face taut with displeasure. Be mindful not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Let me inform you. She has had more boyfriends than the number of girls you have spoken to in school. Do not mistake her proximity for affection. She merely delights in the thrill of pursuing someone else's boyfriend, only to discard them later for the sake of accomplishment. That cannot be true. I am self-aware. A person like me, poor and unattractive, standing at merely 1.49 meters, how could any girl be interested in me? Xia Xin quipped self-deprecatingly. Cold Snow did not hold back her criticism. As long as you are aware, no girl would ever like you. Must you be so blunt? It's rather hurtful to one's pride. Xia Xin lamented, on the verge of tears. Do you have to be so honest? I am merely looking out for you, urging you to recognize reality sooner, lest you find yourself heartbroken and contemplating drastic actions later. Don't say I didn't warn you. Though her tone remained as frosty as ever, Xia Xin perceived a hint of concern woven within. Rest assured, she only seems to fancy boys with girlfriends. Even if I were to develop feelings for her, it would be meaningless as I am single. Thus, we are merely classmates. That is for the best. Cold Snow lowered her head and resumed eating, lapsing into silence, appearing somewhat vexed. In truth, Xia Xin was aware that Cold Snow and Shu Yuewu had clashed several times since the start of their schooling, harboring a long-standing enmity. Chapter 17. The allocation scheme. At that time, the entire school was engaged in the selection of the school beauty. Unsurprisingly, the first place was claimed by Lang Xuetong, whose beauty was nothing short of dazzling. The second place went to Shu Yuwu, who lost by more than 10 votes, consequently relegating her from the title of school beauty to that of class beauty. Lang Xuetong triumphed due to her stunning appearance, while Shi Yuwu's advantage lay primarily in her figure, a trait that became even more pronounced in contrast to Lang Xuetong. Regrettably, Lang Xuetong's was left much to be desired, merely a modest rise with ample room for development, utterly incomparable to the alluring curves of Shu Yuwu's voluptuous figure. Naturally, Shi Yuwu was unwilling to accept defeat to someone with such a flat chest. It was rumored that the two had quarreled previously, with Shu Yuwu directly confronting Lang Xuetong and deriding her as a flat-chested girl, likening her to an airport, a washboard, and questioning her pretentious demeanor as a cold goddess. In retaliation, Lang Xuetong, equally incensed, accused Shu Yuwu of being promiscuous, akin to a public bus, flaunting herself like a wanton lady. The specifics of their altercation were unclear to Xia Xin, who only recalled the intensity of their argument. Although the two had engaged in minor disputes thereafter, nothing of great consequence transpired, yet their animosity was well known throughout the school. After finishing her meal, Lang Xuetong rose hesitantly, took a few steps out, then returned, retrieving a note from her pocket and handing it to Xia Xin. What is this? He inquired, accepting the note to discover a series of numbers, an area code, an account number, and a password. The back detailed ranks. The first was from the city of Peaching, ranging from silver to diamond 1 for 400 yuan, while the second was from zone 1, Ionia, spanning from gold 2 to diamond 5 for 300 yuan. 2 of my classmates are looking to rank up. I asked if you could help boost their accounts. Of course, the price isn't exorbitant. If you're willing to play, then great. If not, it's entirely up to you. Xia Xin readily agreed. Thank you. I promise to complete it promptly. Avoiding Xia Xin's earnest gaze, Lang Xuetong replied, You needn't rush. There is no urgency. Staying up late isn't good for you. Xia Xin insisted. No, trust me. I will endeavor to finish as soon as possible. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lang Xuetong, in a playful manner, said, I've mentioned this several times. It's not for you. If you can't afford rent, that would trouble me too. Do you want me to be the villain? This is solely for my own sake. It has nothing to do with you. In any case, that's how it is. I'll take my leave now. Let me know once you're done. Watching her depart, Xia Xin carefully tucked the note away. After tidying the dining table and washing the dishes, he had spent another half hour. He hurried back to his computer, ready to rank up, for time was of the essence. Presently, he had 3 tasks at hand, boosting his own account to silver. Duo queuing with Xia to elevate her to master, and the 2 accounts provided by Lang Shuetong. He relished this simple yet busy endeavor. However, the 50,000 yuan loomed large, and his social circle was painfully limited, making it nearly impossible to gather such funds. The few relatives he had were all too eager to avoid him, as if he were a plague. This was an opportunity he did not wish to squander, yet he found himself powerless to seize it. Well, if it comes to that, I simply won't play. There will always be other chances. Just as he was mulling this over, he received a call from Wang Shui. Xia Xin, I heard you were going to solo for 50,000. Indeed. So, have you managed to gather the funds? Not yet. I am quite troubled about it. How about this? I will lend you the 50,000. Really? Xia Xin was instantly elated. Is that truly all right? What if I lose? Haha. Do I not trust you? Rest assured, Brother Wang has faith in you. I cannot thank you enough. Xia Xin expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Once the financial issue is resolved, the rest depends solely on his effort. He must not falter. Xia Xin opened his computer, not rushing to place an order, but instead, he searched for videos of Han Fei. His advantage over his opponent was the ability to observe their operations. While they could not find any of his videos, he needed to exploit this advantage to prevail. Brother, what is the phone number of that internet CAF manager? Xiaoya slipped under Xiao Xin's arm and settled in his lap. I have a solo match tomorrow, and I do not have enough money. He agreed to lend it to me. Is that so? That's good. Well, Xiaoya pondered before saying, Brother, I do not like that person. Why? I particularly dislike the way he looks at you. Although I also harbor disdain for the cold-blooded officer, it is a different kind of dislike. Akin to my aversion to green peppers. That CAF manager, on the other hand, looks at you like a cockroach or a rat. It is particularly loathsome. Xiaoya wanted to use words like disdain or contempt, but could not bring herself to say them. All right, I will remember that. He was aware that the other party profited from the price difference, but wanting to take the order meant he could not offend them. He had also tried the exploitative orders on the leveling platform, which were utterly disastrous. If one were not careful and ended up with 3 or 4 reds past the time limit, not only would one earn nothing, but they would also incur losses. Wang Shui hung up the phone, and his old classmate beside him looked at him with a smile. So, why are you so confident in that kid under your wing? Of course, there is a bit of confidence, Wang Shui mused. Do you remember the last time I spoke to you about the order I took from the top 10 in Korea? It was him who played it. You understand how challenging it is to rank up in Korea with the world's top players there. He has competed against the very best ADCs. Han Fei, no matter how formidable he is merely the best in the province. Can he compete with those world-class ADs? Haha, I did not realize that kid was quite impressive. Impressive, yes, but he lacks a bit of wit. I recall that the order from the top 10 in Korea was priced at 33,000, which is relatively low for such high difficulty. It had been a long time since anyone dared to take it. You managed to profit from it. How much did you earn? Wang Shui chuckled. Haha, I gave him 5,000. He was immensely grateful, nearly kneeling to call me father. His classmate could not help but laugh. Indeed, rather foolish. Are you not worried he might lose and run away? In this place, can he really escape? Of course, my money is not so easily lent. The interest is substantial. Just wait and see. Wang Shui wore a knowing smile. To bolster his confidence, Xiao Xin nearly spent the entire night watching videos of Han Fei. Even the following day in class, his mind was persistently wandering, contemplating the path to victory. Indeed, Han Fei was formidable. He watched the finals with great attention, noting the exceptional skills and awareness displayed, along with several remarkable maneuvers. His aggressiveness in lane was striking, though it had led to him being caught out a few times due to overextending. However, in solo play, without the jungle's support, a fierce approach is often advantageous. Yet, he objectively assessed that his opponent was inferior. Had he been in the match, he believed he could have managed those situations more adeptly. This was not mere overconfidence on Xia Xin's part, but rather a conclusion he reached after thorough comparison in his mind. Victory was attainable. He had already devised strategies and countermethods for several heroes. Later that afternoon, he skipped class to return home, warming up his hands on the computer to avoid a drop in performance due to cold fingers. After all, this was his first significant solo match, and he felt a tinge of excitement. At 4:30, Shu Yu suddenly called him, asking why he was skipping class. and if he was borrowing money. No, he replied. Come to the entrance of 0 Internet CAF. I'm waiting for you. There are so many people here. Oh my. After hanging up, Xia Xin made his way to the CAF, spotting Shu Yuewu from a distance. Her long hair danced gracefully in the wind, and her light, flowing sundress accentuated her alluring figure perfectly. Shu Yuewu was, in fact, contemplating how to present herself in a manner that subtly conveyed her affection for him, revealing the many things she had done for him without being overt. She casually asked, "Did you manage to gather the money?" "I did." "Oh, if you hadn't, it wouldn't matter." What did you just say?" The surprise in Shu Yuewu's voice was palpable. After all this time, he had already secured the funds, which made her efforts seem futile. "Wait, how did you manage that? Did you rob a bank?" Xia Xin chuckled softly. "You overestimate me. I don't possess such audacity. It was Wang Gu from the Internet CAF who called to borrow from me." Shu Yuewu scoffed. "Is he really that kind-hearted?" "I don't believe it. If he called you, it's likely because you begged him. After all, a businessman never rises early without profit." It must be said that Shu Yuewu was not only intelligent, but also well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships, possessing high emotional intelligence. Xia Xin, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Perhaps he just wants to do me a favor, hoping that I could assist him with some gaming in the future. He has a coaching studio." "Is it really that simple?" Shu Yuewu narrowed her eyes. Xia Xin entered the CAF through the back door, and to his surprise, Shu Yuewu followed suit. Upon entering the management room, he found Wang Shuezhen lounging comfortably with his legs crossed, munching on peanuts while observing the monitors. Upon noticing Xia Xin, he greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, Xia Xin, you're here? Have a seat. Would you like some peanuts?" He appeared to be the epitome of a friendly elder brother. Xia Xin politely declined, saying, "Thank you, but no." "So, about the money. My classmate happened to pass by." "Oh, how beautiful." Wang Shui greedily cast a glance at Shu Yuewu, reluctantly retracting his gaze from her bosom, before retrieving 5 bundles of cash from his drawer. 50,000 yuan counted. "No need. I can repay you after the match. Consider it merely a deposit." "Hee. Brother Wang certainly trusts you, but one must always be cautious. If we lose, who knows how long it will take for you to repay." Wang Shui feigned a troubled expression. "Thus, I too am bearing the risk." "Brother Wang, what do you mean?" "I propose this. You contribute nothing, merely play the game, while I supply the funds. If we win, I shall grant you 3,000 as a return on your technical investment. What do you think?" Xia Xin's eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of anger rising within him, though his face betrayed no emotion. 3,000 for me. What about the remaining 47,000? The money I provide naturally belongs to me. Of course, if you can contribute more for a higher stake, any additional winnings will rightfully be yours. Brother Wang would never contest that. We are reasonable people, are we not? You see, you risk not a penny, yet stand to gain 3,000 if victorious. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Xia Xin realized that Wang Shui truly regarded him as a fool. Before he could respond, Shu Yuewu burst into laughter, saying, "Oh, it seems you are looking out for Xia Xin, aren't you? Shouldn't he be thanking you?" "No need for that. It would be too polite. I have known Xia Xin for several years. To express thanks would be rather distant." Shu Yuewu remarked playfully, "Xia Xin, you may not grasp the essence of his words. Allow me to paraphrase. He is lending you 50,000. If you win, he takes 47,000, and you get 3,000. If you lose, you owe him 50,000. Goodness, how is it that such a favorable arrangement exists? A guaranteed profit without loss, regardless of the outcome. One does not incur a financial setback. Such a splendid investment. I might consider it myself." Chapter 18. Solo begins. Upon hearing Shu Yuewu's remarks, Wang Shui's expression soured immediately. Although the sentiment was indeed conveyed, his phrasing had been subtle, aimed at aiding Xia Xin. Her bluntness, however, distorted the meaning, leaving him feeling embarrassed. His gaze towards Shu Yuewu turned increasingly hostile. "Who are you to come here and tarnish my relationship with Xia Xin, with whom I have shared years of camaraderie? I am merely assisting him. And if I am to invest my money, it must be accounted for. Even between brothers, clarity in finances is essential. Banks charge interest, after all." Unyielding, Shu Yuewu retorted. "Isn't your interest rate rather excessive? Do you really believe the world is filled with fools, while you alone are clever?" Wang Shui's displeasure was palpable. "You impudent girl. Mind your words, this is not school." Unfazed, Shu Yuewu shot him a glance and declared, "Don't play games with me. Xia Xin, let's go. I have the funds, 50,000. I can afford it. Wang Shui's countenance darkened. It appeared she was challenging him, encroaching on his territory. However, when Xu Yuewu tugged at Xia Xin to leave, he merely smiled and reassured her, "You've misunderstood. Brother Wang and I have a good rapport. He wouldn't deceive me. He truly has my best interests at heart." How could you be so naive? Are you made of wood? Didn't you grasp what I just said? He wants to have his cake and eat it too. While waiting to reap the rewards, she exclaimed in frustration. Xia Xin chuckled, "Brother Wang and I are old friends. He wouldn't do that. You're truly infuriating. I can't deal with you any longer." Xu Yuwu fumed, feeling a fire of frustration within her, wishing to kick Xia Xin into the sky. If she had taken a moment to reflect, she might have realized that this matter had little to do with her. Why should she be upset? There was no benefit to her anger. Xia Xin turned to Wang Shui and said, "Brother Wang, you're being unreasonable. Is this money a loan to me? Or are you betting on your own account? If it's a loan, then the winnings belong to me, and I wouldn't mind sharing a few thousand with you. If I lose, I will eventually repay you. If this money is for your own stake, then I consider it an investment. If I win, you can keep the money and share a few thousand with me. If I lose, that's on you." Wang Shui found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Xia Xin's astute analysis. "Of course, if you choose not to bet, that's fine too. My classmate here is a wealthy heiress. As you've heard, I could simply borrow 50,000 from her. However, considering our years of friendship, I would prefer to give you the first opportunity." Xu Yuewu, infuriated and wanting to declare she wouldn't lend anything, found herself silenced by Xia Xin's gaze, which he found particularly bright and captivating, much like when he confidently claimed he would never lose during their games. Wang Shui had envisioned a scenario where he would profit effortlessly, only to be disrupted by this unexpected girl. In a moment of indecision, one wonders what to do if they lose. Borrowing money from Xia Xin. The other party takes 48,000 while one only receives a mere 2,000. How could he possibly accept such a disparity? He was accustomed to taking the lion's share, leaving Xia Xin with mere remnants. If Brother Wang is unwilling, then so be it. Let's leave Yuwu. Xia Xin feigned to depart, but Wang Shui grasped his arm, imploring him to reconsider. "No, I have given it thought. I will stake for myself. Brother Wang will not neglect you. If we win, I shall give you 3,000. No, 5,000. What do you think?" Wang Shui recalled having previously given Xia Xin 5,000 and remembered the tears of gratitude that had filled his eyes. He felt that granting Xia Xin 5,000 would certainly suffice for him to exert himself, while the remainder should rightfully be his own. "All right," Xia Xin smiled. "I will heed Brother Wang's advice. If we win, I shall receive 5,000. Should we lose, it will be Brother Wang who bears the burden. I trust that Brother Wang will not deceive me. Of course, do not heed the foolish prattle of that young girl. We have been partners for years." "I believe so too." Xia Xin accepted the money and departed with Xu Yuwu. The room was left with only Wang Shui and his classmate. His classmate remarked, "Ha. That was close. I wonder where that foul girl came from." "Indeed, to hell with her. Are you not afraid he might lose?" "He won't lose. I sense he has a good chance of winning. After all, he is among the top 10 in the Korean server. Moreover, as long as he wishes to thrive in this area, he cannot afford to lose to me. Otherwise, I would ensure that fool suffers the consequences." Wang Shui's eyes glinted coldly. Even Xu Yuwu could not contain herself. Upon stepping outside, she muttered, "You worthless fool, I truly misjudged you. How can you tolerate being taken advantage of like this? Are you even a man? You toil endlessly to help him earn money, and yet you take 3,000 while he takes 48,000? You must be overjoyed that it went from 3,000 to 5,000, you idiot." Xia Xin, with a calm demeanor, leaned toward Xu Yuwu and whispered, "Do not speak thoughtlessly. The world is not as simple as you believe. The ruffians around here are all connected to Wang Shui. He is not as benevolent as you think." Xu Yuwu nodded, unperturbed. "I am not afraid. If they dare come, I have faced worse. What haven't I seen?" However, she noticed a subtle detail. Xia Xin referred to Wang Shui, not as Brother Wang. As they entered the Internet CAF's lobby, Xia Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. It was already brimming with people, every seat occupied. Is it always this crowded? Classes 1, 2, and 3 were all represented. Numerous students from their school had arrived, even some from other institutions. It was not Xia Xin's reputation that drew them, but rather that of Han Fei, who was exceptionally well known. A single post on the forum, a message in the class group, instantly spread word of Xia Xin's 50-000 solo match with Han Fei, drawing a throng of onlookers. As soon as Xia Xin arrived, a throng of familiar and unfamiliar classmates gathered around him, bombarding him with greetings and inquiries about his confidence in the competition, whether he felt assured, and how long he could endure. This sudden attention startled Xia Xin, as he had never experienced such scrutiny before. Over there, in the corner, Han Fei waved at Xia Xin, looking much the same as yesterday, with his collar askew and his hair in disarray, resembling someone who had just awoken. Xia Xin approached and noticed an empty computer beside Han Fei. I apologize, but all the machines are occupied. It seems the network administrator mentioned that every computer in the Internet CAF has been set to allow access to our solo channel, resulting in full booths. You can sit next to me. I promise I won't glance at your screen. Xia Xin nodded, replying yes. I also guarantee I won't look at your screen. That works out fine. In a solo match, it doesn't really matter anyway, haha. Did you bring cash? I only have a card, Han Fei remarked, waving his Union Pay card. Let us get started, Xia Xin said as he adeptly launched League of Legends. What are the rules? First blood? First tower? 100 minions? No, that's too mundane. Let us just aim for first blood. All right, Xia Xin readily agreed. Focusing on first blood meant a complete test of their skills, devoid of any opportunistic last-hitting or turret damage. Han Fei was clearly intent on showcasing his prowess. Recognizing Xia Xin's formidable skills and wishing to engage him in a battle of techniques, he was a man unwilling to concede defeat. After a moment's contemplation, Han Fei added, "From your gameplay, it's evident that you often play solo. Let us discard any strategies. Everyone knows that defensive items are more cost-effective than offensive ones. I don't want to witness two ADCs with Thornmail and Blue Shield exhausting themselves in a futile duel. Let us follow ranked mode, skills, flash, heal, and no defensive items for the first 3 slots." The solo match officially commenced. Behind them, a crowd had already begun to speculate on how long Xia Xin would last, and when he would inevitably falter. Xia Xin directed his mouse towards Vayne, but hesitated, then shifted to Lucian, only to revert to Vayne just in time. Meanwhile, Han Fei had already made his selection without hesitation. Scrutinizing Xia Xin's screen with a puzzled expression, the Night Hunter Vayne? I thought you would definitely choose Lucian. Do you believe you can reach Vayne's power spike in the mid-game? As anticipated, Han Fei selected Lucian, excited to flaunt his skills after witnessing yesterday's gameplay. Defeating Xia Xin using his strongest champion would surely provide a sense of accomplishment, wouldn't it? Nearly half of the Internet CAF's patrons were now fixated on the match between the two. While a few were drawn by curiosity, most were merely following the trend, creating an unprecedented spectacle. As Xia Xin stared blankly at the login screen featuring Vayne, he pondered the outcome, victory or defeat. Xia Xin was on the blue side, while Han Fei occupied the purple side, and both players found themselves in the lane simultaneously. In the early stages, Vayne is not particularly formidable. Her true potential is unleashed after acquiring Blade of the Ruined King, especially when she gains the Red Cross, resulting in explosive mid-game damage. In contrast, Lucian proves to be a commendable AD champion at every phase of the game, early, mid, and late, boasting a powerful burst capability that can easily reduce an ADC's health by half with a single combo. Most importantly, he exerts consistent pressure on Vayne during the early game, where her passive ability, activated by a double strike, can inflict considerable pain in skirmishes. Han Fei reflects inwardly on whether he has overestimated his opponent by selecting Vayne, a champion who, while seemingly proficient against tanks, possesses little else in terms of advantage. In one-on-one duels, champions like Draven, Lucian, and Graves undoubtedly outmatch Vayne, a consensus that is well acknowledged. He smirks, resolved not to show mercy. Since his opponent has chosen a path to destruction, he is determined to oblige. Victory in this match seems assured, as Vayne seeks to engage Lucian. It is no longer a mere matter of contesting level 2. Should their skills be evenly matched, Vayne will find herself at a disadvantage until level 6. Upon entering the bottom lane, Lucian swiftly maneuvers to the left flank of Vayne's blue minions, aiming to harass her and deny her experience, a strategy he has relentlessly employed. Meanwhile, Vayne circles around the minions to the right, with both champions separated by a line of archers. Lucian unleashes a Q ability, a beam of light that connects. But Vayne deftly rolls away with her own Q, though she still suffers 2 basic attacks from Lucian's passive. A brief exchange ensues, with Vayne sustaining slight damage, just over 10 health points. As the adage goes, an expert can discern skill with a mere gesture. Observing Lucian's recent Q maneuver, he realizes that as long as Vayne possesses her Q, he cannot successfully land his own. If he refrains from using his Q, she will not engage hers. Lucian moves cautiously, avoiding the ire of the rear archers, seeking to capitalize on any opportunity, while Vayne remains even more vigilant, ensuring he cannot even graze her. Should he attempt to make an aggressive move, the trio of archers would undoubtedly teach him a lesson. While maneuvering, both champions remain mindful of last-hitting minions. This encounter is a psychological duel between 2 skilled players. After circling the minions for 2.5 laps, Lucian ultimately concedes. Unable to exploit any missteps in Vayne's positioning, he opts to target 3 nearby minions with a Q, maximizing his damage output. Even if it means sacrificing the gold from those minions, for his priority is to reach level 2 first. Once he achieves that milestone, if Vayne does not retreat to her tower, she is destined to be the first casualty of the match. Chapter 19. Who is more ruthless? A discussion on AoE damage in the realm of AoE damage. Vayne simply cannot be compared to Lucian. Although Vayne possesses remarkable attack speed, she still lags behind Lucian by 3 minions. A brilliant flash emanates from Lucian, signaling that he has reached level 2. At this juncture, any sensible player would retreat. Yet Vayne does not flee. Instead, she maneuvers into the brush on the right. Lucian's eyes gleam with murderous intent. Does she dare to challenge his authority? He is determined to make this audacious little wildcat pay dearly for her folly. Does she believe that hiding in her own brush will shield her? How laughable. Lucian raises his twin pistols, flanking her from the oblique rear of the blue side brush, maintaining a distance from the minions to avoid drawing their ire, ensuring he is always poised for a one-on-one duel with Vayne. In a direct confrontation, this girl is hardly a match for him. Lucian has readied himself for the kill. He places a ward in the brush, only to discover that Vayne has ventured straight from the middle brush into his territory. He immediately pursues, forcing her to reposition. He is aware that Vayne is stalling for level 2. However, he is unperturbed. She remains no match for him, particularly before level 6. Lucian calculates that if Vayne dares to inch closer, he will engage her without hesitation. After all, both sides must contend with minions. In a 2 versus 2 engagement, it is Vayne who will fall. This foolish girl is walking into the abyss of death. Yet, as he steps into the middle of the brush, he suddenly sees Vayne retreating a step. Then, a flash of yellow light catches his eye. Vayne has activated her summoner spell. Vayne deftly flashes to Lucian's left side, executing her E-ability, Condemn, pinning Lucian against the wall. The wall damage is doubled, inflicting around 50 points of damage, but more importantly, it stuns him for 1.5 seconds. Lucian is bewildered. Is she truly this confident? Full health, and she commits her flash to an E? Even a novice would not be so reckless. No. That maneuver was an E-flash, a stark contrast to a flash E. The former is executed with remarkable speed, leaving no time for reaction. Both champions are nearly at full health, and she dares to expend her flash. If she cannot secure victory in this exchange, her fate is sealed, and escape will be impossible. Vayne's eyes glimmer with fierce determination as she begins to fluidly weave her auto attacks. Lucian loses 200 health initially. As the stun wears off, he retaliates with a Q, but Vayne skillfully rolls to evade. Nevertheless, the passive auto attacks are still painful. Lucian then executes a clever W, the piercing light, artfully positioning it around Vayne, leaving her with no avenue for escape, followed by 2 more passive auto attacks, further draining Vayne's health. They both commence drinking health potions simultaneously, devoid of skills, exchanging auto attacks as their health bars bleed red. Vayne's Q cooldown resets. Her level 1 Q has a cooldown of 6 seconds, 3 seconds shorter than Lucian's, and it resets her auto attack, effectively granting her an additional strike. In an instant, Vayne gains the upper hand in health, surpassing Lucian by nearly 100 points. Lucian was compelled to first apply healing, restoring 150 health. After landing 2 basic attacks, he seized the opportunity. As Vayne executed her strike, he unleashed his Q. If she evaded, it would mean a squandered chance for a basic attack. If she did not, she would be struck by his Q, followed by 2 more basic attacks, ultimately forcing her to use her healing ability. Observing their health bars, Lucian calculated in his mind who would perish first. His health was marginally superior. However, Vayne's 3rd Q was soon to be ready, and his own 2nd W was also on the verge of cooldown completion. Who would succumb first? The one whose ability recharged first would determine the outcome. Would it be him or her? Lucian was fraught with anxiety. Indeed, Vayne held a slight advantage in health, approximately 50 points more. Yet, considering cooldowns, along with the time required for her Q-tumble and his basic attacks, it seemed as W would be ready first. But if she had selected cooldown reduction runes and sacrificed defensive points for this purpose, her Q could be ready before his. That would mean his demise. The distinction between a master and an amateur, victory and defeat, could hinge on the smallest of margins. He recalled Vayne's full health E-flash that pinned him against the wall, her confident level 2 engagement against him, and her relentless advance with basic attacks. She was no fool. She could not be so naive as to waste her flash at full health only to be countered by him. That would be absurd. Lucian discerned from her movements that she was a formidable opponent, equal to himself. Panic gripped him, overwhelmed by Vayne's ferocity and the relentless pressure of her presence. Indeed, there was no need to engage her. He still had his flash. Throughout the game, he maintained an advantage, and there was no necessity to risk an uncertain battle. He was not foolish and still had a path of retreat. In a flash of yellow light, Lucian darted into the brush of the purple side. Both players had already expended their trinkets in the blue side's brush, rendering it a blind spot for vision. Vayne dared not pursue, for venturing into the brush would be a certain death. In their initial confrontation, both had used their summoner spells, their health simultaneously dipping below 100, a stalemate. The difference lay in the purpose of their flashes. Vayne's was for the kill, while Lucian's was for escape, diminishing his momentum. Almost simultaneously, everyone was struck by a thought. Had they continued trading blows, who would have fallen first? Yet, this question would remain unanswered, for no one would ever know. A common trait among skilled players is their tenacity in lane, even with both under 100 health, one stood behind the left flank of the blue minions, while the other positioned behind the right flank of the purple minions, both diagonal in their farming. Lucian occasionally attempted to chip away at Vayne's health with his Q, but she evaded each attempt. Lucian hesitated to advance, fearful of being struck by Vayne's basic attack, followed by her Q and E, leading to a swift execution. Vayne too was wary. She could easily fall victim to Lucian's lethal combination. In this situation, the first to return home would suffer a disadvantage. The one who returned first would inevitably lose a wave of minions, resulting in a loss of over 200 gold compared to the opponent. At present, Vayne has managed to outmaneuver Lucian by a substantial margin of 10 minions, rendering Lucian unable to return to base. The disparity is astonishing. Han Fei can scarcely believe the statistics displayed above him. The once formidable Lucian, who had exhibited exceptional strength in the early game, found himself diminished to a mere shadow of his former self after a confrontation at level 2, suffering a significant blow. Han Fei, renowned for his ruthless lane pressure, has never experienced such indignity. Being bested by a seemingly weaker Vayne is a bitter affront to his pride and skill. Yet, the opposing champion exudes an undeniable aura of relentless determination, instilling a sense of caution in him. He fears falling prey to a well-timed combo that could deplete his health. Lucian, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, realizes that if this continues, the gap will only widen. He understands that neither he nor his opponent will retreat, and Vayne is poised to outlast him, ultimately capitalizing on her power spike with the blade of the Ruined King. How could he possibly contend with that? Desperate, Lucian unleashes his abilities to clear the minion wave, hoping to return to base. Just as he executes his Q and W skills, striking both the front and back line of minions, Vayne rolls in, forcing him to utilize his E skill to escape momentarily. He retreats beneath the tower to recall, having expended his skills in the futile endeavor to farm, leaving him unable to confront Vayne head-on and conceding 3 minions in the process. Frustration wells within him. He cannot believe he is being so thoroughly pressured by such a formidable opponent. To the untrained eye, it may seem that both champions are evenly matched as they exchange blows and trade auto-attacks, but the truth is evident. In solo engagements, it is often the weaker player who must retreat first, sacrificing minions to the tower. Could it be that Han Fei is truly being outclassed? How could Lucian, with his early game dominance, be at the mercy of Vayne? The notion is almost inconceivable. Whispers circulate among the spectators in the back of the internet CAF, speculating that this might be a strategic maneuver by Han Fei. Yet, few are willing to accept the reality of his predicament. Observant onlookers note that Vayne has amassed a staggering 20 more last hits than Lucian, translating to a significant gold advantage of approximately 3 for 100 coins. Swiftly clearing a wave of minions, Vayne opts not to return to base but instead recalls right where she stands. Shu Yuewu watches intently as Xia Xin immerses himself in the match. His bright eyes gleam with fervor, captivating enough to draw one's very soul. Is this what it means to be a serious young man, exuding such magnetism? Yet, is he truly prepared to win? Shu Yuewu finds herself in a quandary. She wishes for Xia Xin's victory, knowing it would bring him joy, especially in the face of such an upset. Conversely, she harbors a wish for him to lose. As the arrogant Wang Shui is infuriating. Why should he reap the rewards of Xia Xin's achievements? If it were her, she could not abide such an insult. To endure that would hardly be the mark of a true man. Conflicted, she desires both victory and defeat, uncertain of Xia Xin's own thoughts. Upon returning to Lane, Lucian purchases a large sword for 550 gold, along with an 875 gold pickaxe and 5 health potions, totaling 600 gold. As for Vayne, she wielded a 1,400 gold bloodthirsty curved blade, complemented by an 800 gold vampire staff, along with 2 swift short swords, and a health potion, totaling over 3,100 gold. Lucian immediately recognized the predicament. Vayne deftly maneuvered behind the minions to unleash her assault, executing a basic attack followed by a Q roll to reset her basic attack, and then employing an E to deliver a 3-hit combo that pushed him back. Naturally, her burst damage was formidable, after 2 strikes post-Q and 2 strikes with W. The damage was palpable, and upon using E, she effortlessly pushed him away. After this flurry of skills, Lucian found himself down to 1/3 of his health. While Vayne had lost half her health, still leaving him in a comparatively advantageous position. However, Vayne refrained from consuming her health potion, opting instead to harass the minions. Benefiting from dual lifesteal and a Doran's item, granting her nearly 20 lifesteal, which allowed her to regain full health with just a few minions. In contrast, Lucian needed to consume 1.5 health potions to restore his vitality. Once her skills were off cooldown, she launched another assault. When had Kenfei ever endured such indignity? He retaliated with a swift counterattack. His reputation as a high-caliber MVP was not unfounded. After a counter-combo, Vayne was once again reduced to half health. Yet, just as she replenished her health with 2 potions, she re-emerged at full strength. After a few exchanges, all observers witnessed Lucian, despondent, standing under the tower with dual pistols raised, while Vayne, positioned behind the purple minions, occasionally turned to finish off any minion that was low on health. Although both were at full health, Lucian had run out of healing items and could no longer afford to sustain the fight, were it not for Vayne's relentless minion farming, which brought the minions closer to his tower. He would find himself deprived of experience, and the notion of last-hitting minions was utterly fanciful. A single assault would leave him severely weakened, and once Vayne's skills were refreshed, she would likely unleash her ultimate ability upon him with little hesitation. The murmurs behind him left Kenfei flushed with embarrassment. Is this for real? Kenfei is being pressed under the tower. I can't help but feel that Vayne is incredibly fierce, charging in relentlessly, unyielding, and audacious. Could this be a ruse? Kenfei is a star AD from high school leagues. Is this a fixed match? Surely not. I can scarcely believe it. Is this truly happening? Chapter 20. A desperate counterattack. Han Fei was somewhat taken aback. He could hardly comprehend how he had found himself in such a dire predicament. Even when facing top-tier AD champions, he had always held his ground. Everyone was well aware that his prowess lay in the landing phase, while team fights were his Achilles heel. Yet, astonishingly, he was being utterly overwhelmed in the lane. If this continued, the economic disparity would only widen. He felt akin to a frog in boiling water, awaiting a slow demise. The only recourse available to him was to last hit a few minions when his skills were off cooldown. But he dared not engage in a war of attrition with Vayne. Moreover, Vayne didn't even bother to dodge his Q and W. She simply stood her ground, making her intentions abundantly clear. If you wish to strike me, go ahead, I shall not evade. Hit me as much as you desire. Her audacity was nothing short of outrageous. Vayne positioned herself with exquisite precision. Attempting to Q her would mean missing minions, forcing Lucian to make a difficult choice. All she needed to do was occasionally glance back to unleash an arrow, maintaining a steady gaze with Lucian as she farmed effortlessly. Yet, Lucian found himself utterly powerless in this situation. With each Q and W he unleashed upon Vayne, he sacrificed precious minion kills, for skill cooldowns are not infinite. A mixture of frustration, humiliation, and resentment flooded Han Fei's heart. He had never felt so powerless. It wasn't that he was weak, but rather that Vayne was merciless. Only by crossing paths with her could one truly grasp her terrifying capabilities. She allowed him no openings whatsoever. At this moment, he felt like a martial arts expert facing a grandmaster, unable to find a single flaw in the opponent's impeccable technique. At last, Lucian could no longer restrain himself. Seeing that he had amassed enough gold, he unleashed his ultimate to clear the minions. He disregarded the Vayne standing before him, witnessing the holy gun baptism as countless bullets whizzed past her. To those present, the scene was comical. Vayne stood motionless, while Lucian, positioned slightly to her left, unleashed his ultimate without landing a single shot on her. Almost everyone could empathize with Lucian's plight, recognizing the futility of attacking Vayne, as she could effortlessly evade with a single Q. What was even more infuriating was that as the three archers behind were on the brink of annihilation, Vayne, assured of her safety from Lucian's ultimate, deliberately shifted to the left, using her body to shield herself from his onslaught. How maddening! While others would swiftly reposition to avoid Lucian's ultimate, she brazenly stepped forward to absorb the damage. This was beyond infuriating. It was a display of sheer arrogance. Vayne managed to snatch away a few of Lucian's minion kills, depriving him of 3 of his minions. Han Fei was on the verge of exploding with rage. His face flushed, he felt an overwhelming urge to rise and vociferously berate her. Did she possess no sense of shame? He had refrained from attacking her. Yet she still dared to step forward and take the bullets. Is there no wisdom in leaving some room for future encounters? How outrageous. Should he encounter an irritable opponent, a direct confrontation would likely ensue. Endurance has its limits. However, Han Fei managed to restrain himself, as he perpetually regarded himself as any sports contender. Lucian, in a state of resignation, executed his QW ability, claimed a minion, and retreated a few steps behind the tower before returning to base. He procured a critical strike cloak priced at 730 and set forth with 5 potions of the Red Bull. Vayne pushed the minions toward the tower before retreating herself, emerging with the item's blade of the Ruined King and the Executioner's Calling. The disparity in their last hits had widened to nearly 50, a feat attributed to Lucian's adept skill usage, which allowed him to secure multiple minions with a single Q or W, attempting to engage Vayne in combat. Lucian sought to chip away at her health while supplementing his own minion score, for his burst potential was formidable. Despite his confidence, he was taken aback when Vayne, like a tempest, unleashed her ultimate ability, Tumble, with relentless fervor. The blade of the Ruined King marked Vayne's most formidable phase, rendering direct confrontation futile. Lucian endured several hits, succumbing to the item's lifesteal, and found his health dwindling below half. He hastily activated Flash to escape beneath the tower, yet Vayne was unyielding in her pursuit, dashing in with a ferocity reminiscent of a rabid dog. With her remarkable chase capability, she barreled into him, enduring tower shots as Lucian retaliated. Both activated their healing abilities simultaneously. As Lucian's health neared its end, he deftly employed his E ability to create some distance, activating his freshly recharged ultimate. A barrage of bullets erupted forth, the distance gained allowing Vayne to absorb additional tower damage. This, undoubtedly, was a sagacious decision. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that, based on his professional estimation of health, his demise was inevitable. Even with his ultimate active, Vayne could withstand a couple of tower hits, while her speed in executing a 3-hit combo far surpassed the tower's basic attacks. He would perish first, and first blood would be hers. He was destined to lose. It was a sobering realization. Never had he contemplated such a defeat, and a crushing one at that. Yet, unexpectedly, Vayne hesitated momentarily, seemingly lost in thought, before performing a backflip, taking a tower shot, and skillfully evading his ultimate's bullets. With over 200 health remaining, she retreated beyond the tower's range, showing no intention of securing a kill. Han Fei blinked, experiencing a surreal sense of reprieve, his heart racing while beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead and soaked his back. Had his opponent miscalculated? Had she faltered in her resolve? Not everyone possesses such an acute estimation of health. Perhaps she assumed her victory was assured and opted for a more cautious approach. Playing it safe could still lead to triumph. He had seemingly snatched his life from the jaws of defeat, but he feared he could not escape the clutches of fate. Meanwhile, Xia Xin exhibited no emotion, his gaze fixated on the computer screen, leaving no indication of his thoughts. To the onlookers, it seemed evident that Xia Xin had made a judicious decision. In a fierce tower dive, the outcome of who would perish first remained uncertain. However, the madness of Vayne had already etched itself deeply into everyone's minds. She was akin to a rabid dog, unleashing her ultimate ability upon any encounter, not granting even a moment for dialogue. One might expect that adversaries would at least offer each other a chance for pleasantries before engaging in battle. Upon returning to the fray, Xia Xin had acquired the broken blade and the bloodthirster, while Lucian possessed merely an infinity edge and a cloak of agility. Xia Xin enjoyed an advantage exceeding 2,000 gold, nearly equivalent to a significant item. The disparity in minion farm was glaringly apparent. In the control room, Wang Shui could no longer suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xia Xin held a commanding lead, and as long as he refrained from reckless play, victory seemed inevitable. He trusted in Xia Xin's prowess, but feared the typical flaw of overextending that plagued many skilled players. Just moments ago, during a frenzied tower dive that nearly cost him dearly, his heart had raced with anxiety, and a mere miscalculation could have led to defeat. Fortunately, Xia Xin had narrowly escaped. Damn it, be cautious. That's my money on the line. If you lose, you'll pay for it. Calm down. A laugh escaped Wang Shui's lips. It seems that 50,000 is within reach. His classmates chimed in. Congratulations. What are you planning to treat me to? Eat. Your words. Wang Shui began, but suddenly sprang up, eyes wide in astonishment as he cursed. Damn it. Just as everyone believed Vayne intended to control the wave and gradually extend her lead, she spiraled into madness once more, attacking minions before abruptly activating her ultimate ability. Rolling into the tower and pinning Lucian against the wall. Lucian had no chance to react. He anticipated Vayne's sudden fervor, believing himself safe with full health. Even if he were a stunning beauty, he should have approached with caution instead of diving headfirst into battle. Vayne, brimming with confidence, stood her ground, unleashing a flurry of attacks that swiftly depleted half of Lucian's health with her first 3-hit combo, inflicting terrifying damage. Simultaneously, Lucian's stun wore off. He executed a rapid succession of moves: Q, auto-attack, E, auto-attack, W, auto-attack, flowing seamlessly without interruption, showcasing skill that rivaled Xia Xin's, truly befitting a prodigy. With Xia Xin standing still, all of his skills landed perfectly. After the barrage, Lucian unleashed his ultimate, sending a torrent of bullets raining down upon Vayne. Meanwhile, the tower also targeted her. A resounding first blood banner appeared in the center of the screen, alongside the icons of Vayne and Lucian. As everyone processed the scene, they realized that Lucian had claimed first blood, Vayne had perished, while Lucian remained standing with just over 100 health, gun raised, gazing bewilderingly at the sky. It was a fortunate victory. Had Vayne landed a few more hits, his fate would have been sealed. Most of the newcomers had never witnessed the impressive combo of Lucian showcased by Xia Xin yesterday. They were utterly astonished by Han Fei's execution. It was astonishingly swift. Did you catch it? No, I merely saw 2 flashes of light, and then Lucian unleashed his ultimate ability, instantly depleting Vayne's health bar. Indeed, he truly is a prodigious talent, capable of achieving victory in such a manner. It is no wonder he secured the championship in the high school league. That combo was simply breathtaking, delivering 6 rapid basic attacks within a second, along with 3 skills. Remarkable. The speed was truly extraordinary. No one concerned themselves with the journey. Only the outcome held significance, especially in such a dramatic turnaround, which heightened the excitement. Everyone was immersed in the exhilarating moment of Lucian's final counterattack. Vayne had grown overly confident. Indeed, how arrogant to charge into the tower at full health, without any defensive items, only to be swiftly eliminated by Lucian. Lucian was undeniably impressive. I must train diligently as well to impress the ladies. With your lackluster skills, it would likely take you a decade. Nonsense. I am the type whose charm is not immediately apparent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this internet CAF is bound to experience a brief surge of Lucian enthusiasm. Xia Xin stood up, his expression blank, and admitted, I lost. He shook his head in disappointment, lamenting that if only he could have landed one more hit, the outcome would have been different. He extended his hand toward Han Fei. Han Fei, still somewhat bewildered, reciprocated the gesture. He was taken aback by how underestimated Lucian's burst damage had been, as Vayne had arrogantly positioned herself under the tower without moving, clearly relying on sheer luck and perhaps a few critical hits. The 250 critical damage from Infinity Edge is not to be taken lightly, otherwise, he would not have emerged victorious. His triumph indeed had a measure of fortune. Thank you. You truly are formidable, Han Fei said, wiping the sweat from his brow, his already disheveled hair appearing even more unkempt due to perspiration. Thank you. This money is yours. Let us meet again next time, Xia Xin replied before departing. Inside the Internet CAF's management room, Wang Shui was seething with rage, nearly exploding at the sight of the 50,000 yuan that was just within reach. Watching helplessly as Xia Xin slipped away. With a grimace, he muttered, "Damn it, I'll have someone break one of his hands. Let us see if he dares to be so arrogant again." However, he reconsidered. This fool could still be of use. He was about to graduate high school and could work for him, earning a substantial sum. He could not afford to sever ties just yet. Yet, he could not swallow his frustration. In the midst of his contemplation, Xia Xin re-entered the management room with a sincere expression. "Brother Wang, I truly apologize. I acted recklessly and let you down." Chapter 21. No more losses. Wang Shui was on the verge of erupting, pointing an accusatory finger at Xia Xin. Yet reflecting on the prospects of profiting from this lad in the future, he was indeed a veritable treasure trove. He opted to restrain himself. With considerable effort, he suppressed a shout to summon someone to intervene and halt Xia Xin's actions. Adopting a facade of amiability, he smiled and remarked, "Xia Xin, you truly are far too reckless. I understand that recklessness is a common flaw among experts, yet you cannot afford to be this careless. I've warned you numerous times. Exercise caution next time." "Yes, I will certainly heed your advice in the future," Xia Xin replied with an expression so earnest it could hardly be more sincere. A blend of regret and disappointment etched across his features, as though he were deeply tormented by his own missteps. Wang Shui continued, "Well, you owe me 50,000 yuan. But I shan't hold it against you. After all, we share a good relationship." At this, Xia Xin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Wang. However, once your college entrance examinations conclude, come to me. I will have work for you, ensuring you have an endless stream of tasks and ample earnings." "Absolutely. Where else could I go? Besides League of Legends, I possess no other skills," Xia Xin replied with a beaming smile as he exited the Internet CAF. Faintly hearing the sound of a cup shattering within, the CAF buzzed with chatter, but he paid it no mind. A few classmates, including Lu Ming and the portly Mao Pang, sought to engage him, prompting him to hastily slip out the back door. To his surprise, Xu Yuewu was waiting for him. "Oh, you haven't left yet?" she inquired with a smile. "How are you feeling?" "A bit down, having lost," he confessed. "Honestly, I was pondering whether you would win or lose before the match began, but I never anticipated such an outcome." Xia Xin shook his head with a sigh. "I was reckless. I was too overconfident." "Keep pretending," Xu Yuewu retorted playfully, casting him an exasperated glance. "I nearly thought you were going to throw the match." The outcome was a paradox of both victory and defeat, a conclusion Xu Yuewu had never contemplated. As they walked a short distance, Xia Xin felt a sudden tug at the back of his neck, and before he knew it, he was lifted off the ground. Xu Yuewu exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to hit someone after winning the match?" Han Fei seized Xia Xin by the collar and hoisted him up, sneering, "Won the match? Ha, don't make me laugh." His languid eyes now glimmered with a predatory intensity, fixed unwaveringly on Xia Xin. "What do you mean? I respected you, considered you a rival, sincerely wishing to compete with you for victory, and you chose to throw the match? Do you look down on me? Is this an insult?" Han Fei's anger boiled over, and he seemed ready to deliver a punch to Xia Xin's face. Xia Xin maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "I do not understand your meaning." Confusion lingered, prompting me to clarify. "Why did you fail to reposition during the final clash?" Lucian's skill set is most vulnerable to an opponent's adept maneuvering. One misstep could render his abilities entirely ineffective. I concede that your arrogance may have played a part, yet you neglected to utilize the blade of the ruined king. Surely, you cannot claim forgetfulness. Your response is vain, betrays your experience. Evidently, you have played over 2,000 matches. It is inconceivable that you would overlook such an essential item. Mastery of Vayne entails instinctively employing the blade, executed without conscious thought or even a glance. At that moment, had you absorbed a single hit, I would have met my demise. Your actions unmistakably suggested a deliberate concession. Han Fei's voice resonated loudly, garnering the attention of a handful of bystanders who eagerly awaited the ensuing spectacle. As an esports competitor, Han Fei possessed a profound sense of pride. He could accept defeat and acknowledge his inferiority. This loss would remain etched in his memory until he could reclaim his honor. The humiliation of being so thoroughly dominated ignited his anger. As a champion AD carry, he found it intolerable to be reduced to a mere pawn under the guise of an advantageous matchup. Despite his fury, he recognized that the arena shows no mercy. Defeat is absolute. He could endure a temporary indignity, all for the promise of savoring the sweeter fruits of victory in the future. What he could not abide was the blatant act of throwing a match when victory was within reach, a profound insult not only to him but to their competition and the very essence of esports itself. Match fixing. Observing the growing crowd, Xia Xin realized that evasion was futile. Glancing toward the distant bubble tea shop, he suggested they retreat there. The trio settled into a secluded corner within the establishment. Xia Xin, captivated by Han Fei's unwavering gaze and the fiery determination for esports that burned within, felt an inexplicable urge to be forthright. He recounted the events, offering an apology. "If I have insulted you, I sincerely apologize. My intent was merely to avoid being brazenly made a fool of. I did not mean to overthink the matter." Han Fei replied earnestly, "Indeed, it is an affront. I fought with every ounce of strength, enduring even when the disparity in equipment was glaring. Though I cursed you 100 times, denouncing your lineage, I can hardly be blamed. After all, I have been reduced to a mere shadow of my former self." Embarrassed, he rubbed his head, adding, "And please, do not criticize me further. I have already been humbled, and I am entitled to harbor a few resentful thoughts." Xia Xin chuckled, finding Han Fei refreshingly genuine. He preferred engaging with a true rogue rather than a hypocrite. Han Fei continued, "I accept my inferiority, yet as an esports athlete, one must uphold a fundamental spirit of competition, treating each adversary with respect. Match fixing is the gravest insult to esports, to both you and me. I hope you can also cultivate respect for yourself." Xia Xin was taken aback. The seemingly disheveled and carefree Han Fei transformed into someone profoundly earnest when discussing esports. Esports spirit, what does that entail? He thought, yet he spoke sincerely. "I apologize. I truly did not intend to offend you. I am merely a substitute player, with no experience in competitive esports. Forget it. I shall forgive you this time, for the other party has indeed overstepped. What does it mean to say that when one wins money, it is theirs, but when one loses, they must compensate? Any man would find this intolerable. It is no wonder you deliberately took advantage of him. Ha ha. Splendid. I admire you." Shu Yuewu could not help but interject. "Aren't we going to have a fight? That would be such a pity. I still wish to see how Xia Xin fares in a brawl." Han Fei, perhaps too engrossed in esports, only then noticed Shu Yuewu. His expression transformed into one of astonishment. "Goodness, you possess such strength, and your girlfriend is so beautiful. Are you trying to make it impossible for others to live?" "No. She is merely a classmate." I understand, Xia Xin mused, perplexed as to why everyone assumed Shu Yuewu was his girlfriend, while she seemed too indifferent to refute it. "By the way, I have 3 questions for you. Please answer me honestly." Han Fei suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Xia Xin nodded. "Go ahead." "First, during that skirmish in the level 2 bush, you truly startled me when you flashed in at full health to confront me. If I had not fled at that moment, who do you think would have perished first?" "I can't say for certain. I only have a 50% confidence. Let's call it a 50-50. 50-50, and you still flashed in at full health to confront me?" Xia Xin chuckled. "One must not lose their momentum. I believe that once the spirit is broken, half the game is already lost." "I truly admire you," Han Fei commended, raising his thumb. "That fierce backward E-flash really caught me off guard. It seems you lacked confidence yourself and were merely trying to intimidate me. Now, for the second question, during the first tower dive, if you had come in to tank my ultimate and kill me, who do you think would have died first?" "Without a doubt, you would have perished first. Upon your demise, I would have the advantage in this perilous game. And killing an opponent would restore 5% of my health. No need to even die. Of course, even if I did die, I would still claim first blood, thus winning." Han Fei felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had been seen through. "I thought I was the only one aware of that. It seems I have been overly arrogant, underestimating the heroes of the world. Apparently, you never intended to win. For the third question, what do you plan to do next? Continue to practice?" "I'm still contemplating. I have not made any decisions." "Do you have dreams?" "Dreams?" "Yes, dreams. I believe every esports player harbors that dream of standing on the world stage, claiming the crown of world champion, planting our national flag in the spotlight of the competition, and etching their name in the annals of esports history. With your skill, you cannot tell me you have never envisioned that day." Xia Xin replied candidly. "I have never thought about it." Han Fei nearly stumbled. "You must think about it. Do so immediately. I believe you will come to realize it eventually. Do you know how many years we have been suppressed by Country H? I dream of planting our nation's flag at the highest point." Xia Xin found himself at a loss for words. Understanding my desire to engage in a solo match with you stems from witnessing your enthrallment in the competition yesterday. It became evident to me that you, like myself, possess a heart that beats for esports. Our innate talents are destined to shine on the esports stage. He perceives a shared passion between them, both ensnared by the allure of competitive gaming, captivated by the exhilarating sparks ignited from rapid reflexes, instantaneous reactions, divine awareness. The clash of wills, and the fervent collision of spirits. It is within the intense arena of esports that they truly belong. Whenever the topic of competition arises, Han Fei's face radiates joy and his eyes brim with longing. Xia Xin recognizes a familiar expression on Han Fei's face as if he had encountered it before, and responds earnestly, "I will consider it." "All right, the National University League awaits you. Let us not miss each other." Furthermore, an ADC is not merely for dueling. True prowess lies in team battles, and I have yet to be defeated. Han Fei defends himself as he departs, showcasing his unyielding spirit. After exchanging phone numbers with Xia Xin, they made plans for the National University League. Xia Xin chuckles at Han Fei's retreating figure, thinking he is quite a remarkable individual. Xu Yuwu scoffs, "I don't like him. He appears too disheveled. His clothes seem to have gone days without washing, and his hair resembles a bird's nest, truly unkempt." This was the first instance where Xu Yuwu encountered someone who inquired about the phone number of the boy beside her without asking for her own, an overt insult to her. Xia Xin asks, "Do you understand the spirit of esports?" Xu Yuwu shrugs, "Unity, camaraderie, mutual support, and fairness." "Oh," Xia Xin muses, resting his chin on his hand. "That spirit seems rather futile." Were Han Fei to hear such words, he would undoubtedly turn back to contest fiercely. Upon exiting the milk tea shop, Xia Xin glances at the enchanting and alluring Xu Yuwu beside him and is astonished to realize that he is once again accompanying her home. How did their relationship evolve to this point? Are they already friends? Xu Yuwu inquires, "What are your thoughts on winning the championship ADC in the high school league?" "I did not win. The outcome was my defeat." He acknowledges her prowess, asking, "What more is there to say? A loss is a loss." "It is not a pleasant feeling. I am serious." Throughout their journey, Xu Yuwu remains silent, lost in thought. Xia Xin, too, is contemplative, pondering the future. While boosting accounts could provide some pocket money, he senses it may not be a sustainable path, and it is time to sever ties with Wang Shui. University, leagues, professionalism, and prize money flit through his mind. Account boosting could serve as a side gig, but the professional realm is not one that can be accessed simply by desire. It requires recognition and invitation. The first step towards a professional team is a relatively straightforward university club. As for university, Wang Shui's actions have inadvertently propelled Xia Xin forward, solidifying his resolve. Xia Xin gazed at the ethereal white clouds drifting across the sky, and a sense of clarity enveloped her heart. It was time to venture towards distant horizons, to test her own abilities and see if she could conjure a clear sky for Yi. Next time. She was resolutely determined not to succumb to defeat. Chapter 22, Distinctive Assistance in ADC. Honestly, Xu Yuwu felt a profound disappointment towards Han Fei. Despite the grandiose praises he had heard about him, the reality fell short. Throughout the match, he was utterly dominated by Xia Xin, who stood before him, challenging him to strike, yet Han Fei dared not retaliate. The encounter was utterly lackluster, far from the anticipated excitement, almost entirely one-sided. Had it not been for Xia Xin's reluctance to secure a win, Han Fei would have perished beneath the tower countless times by now. Is the high school league truly this feeble? An ADC of such caliber can actually claim victory? In her imagination, the two players ought to have engaged in a thrilling back and forth, showcasing extreme escapes and peak maneuvers. Such would have rendered the match exhilarating. In truth, the notion of strength and weakness is relative. Once the fierce Han Fei was pressured back to his tower, the outcome was virtually predetermined. It was not that Han Fei was lacking. Rather, Xia Xin's oppressive dominance was overwhelming. Reclining on her bed, biting into an apple, she opened her notebook and searched for Han Fei online. To her surprise, there were numerous articles about him, including various highlight reels. Curiosity piqued. She clicked on one and found it rather impressive. This individual seemed exceptionally skilled. Why then could he not showcase his prowess today? It resembled a father chastising his son, reduced to cowering beneath the tower, wasting his own spirit. Although his final combo was commendable, Xia Xin executed it with even greater swiftness. Zhu Shaoxian messaged her on QQ, inquiring, "How did it go? Are you done?" Xu Yuwu replied with irritation, "Stop pestering me." I just got home and need a moment to breathe. Watch the recording yourself. Don't bother me. Who won? Han Fei. As expected, he triumphed. My brother did mention that he's South incredibly adept in lane. Few can match him, so losing is understandable. I'll just talk. The two girls then delved into typical girl talk. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Xiaosong began to watch the video intently. He sensed potential in Xia Xin and was eager to recruit him to Jiangnan University. His square face grew increasingly serious with each viewing, culminating in a look of astonishment. While others may overlook the subtleties, he was acutely aware of the details between the two players. The pivotal moment when Vayne established her dominance shifted the dynamics. Lucian, once the aggressor, found himself on the defensive against Vayne. Her positioning exuded an intense pressure, her body eager to advance, compelling Lucian to retreat. It was, to put it mildly, ferocious, so fierce it was almost intimidating. Vayne, through her actions, communicated a clear message to Lucian. She was always ready to pounce. In reality, he believed the two were evenly matched, yet it was evident that Lucian was unnerved by Vayne's imposing aura. This sense of pressure is often lost on those within the fray. He could vividly imagine Han Fei struggling to breathe under the relentless onslaught of Vayne's aggressive demeanor. After reaching level 6, Vayne became even more ruthless, initiating her ultimate ability boldly, charging into the fray, even under the tower. Although she held an equipment advantage, such audacity was staggering, leaving Lucian utterly overwhelmed. One can only say that this individual plays with an astonishingly fierce and aggressive style, effectively intimidating Lucian, which resulted in an increasing gap in farm and ultimately secured the victory. However, there are two aspects that raise concerns. It is felt that Xia Xin's awareness is still lacking. Firstly, during a tower dive, he had the opportunity to secure a kill but chose to retreat, illustrating insufficient situational awareness. Additionally, in a reckless moment towards the end, he failed to utilize his items effectively, which could easily lead the team to a total defeat. Nevertheless, he possesses considerable potential and, if nurtured properly, could blossom into a formidable player. In his heart, Zhu Xiaosong quietly classified Xia Xin's skill level as A-. While Han Fei was deemed an A-tier player, Han Fei's resilience under pressure and team-fighting capabilities are commendable. One cannot simply equate Xia Xin to Han Fei based on a single match. However, with adequate training, Xia Xin should be able to reach Han Fei's level. While preparing dinner at home, Xia Xin unexpectedly received a phone call. Hello, I am the brother of Shu Yuewu, and I am also the president of the LOL club at Jiangnan University. She recommended you, stating that you have impressive skills in LOL. Currently, various universities are heavily investing in the esports industry, and I have 2 special admission slots available. Have you ever considered joining Jiangnan University? Jiangnan University? Indeed. It was one of the top 4 in the last national LOL University League. If you're interested, you can try calling this number. Of course, there is a small assessment. As long as you pass, I can offer you a special admission. Can I have some time to think about it? Of course. Just give me a call when you've made your decision. Xia Xin didn't ponder for too long. His thoughts were straightforward. He would pursue whatever was profitable. First, he would practice his account and then engage in solo queue. Upon returning to class the next day, Xia Xin was met with unprecedented attention. Surrounded by a throng of boys eagerly inquiring about his experience in a solo match against Han Fei, they were all abuzz with excitement, asking questions left and right. As if they believed Xia Xin had emerged victorious. They now regarded him as having at least a diamond-level skill, clamoring to duo queue with him, making it impossible for him to maintain a low profile. Fortunately, the looming pressure of the college entrance exams had caused everyone to tone down their enthusiasm. Among those who were not anxious were Xia Xin and Shu Yuewu. Xia Xin had adopted a carefree attitude, realizing that worrying would change nothing, while Shu Yuewu excelled academically, firmly securing a place in a prestigious university. Furthermore, she reportedly held numerous awards in dance and art from various provinces and cities, which would significantly boost her scores, allowing her to pass with ease. This woman was so multifaceted that one could only look up to her in admiration. Consequently, every evening, Xia Xin found himself dedicating several hours to helping Shu Yuewu rank up. His personal skill set was exceptionally outstanding, in the silver, gold, and platinum tiers. He preferred playing jungle or mid lane, often managing to secure a kill on the opposing side within 10 to 15 minutes. As he favored a high-efficiency approach to climbing ranks rather than languishing in the lengthy development phase typical of ADCs. This ensured that their ranking efficiency remained impressively swift. Regardless of Xu Yuewu's playstyle, as long as she avoided dying unnecessarily, losing was a daunting task. However, Xu Yuewu's demanding nature soon came to light. You are not allowed to play any other position. You must play bot lane. I will support you while you take on the ADC role. It is far more enjoyable when we play together. Xia Xin contemplated. Let the battle commence. After all, he had accepted the payment. Although the duration of the AD had extended, its winning rate remained high. After 30 minutes, the AD could dominate the match, showcasing its true value exquisitely. As the ranks escalated, the following scenario unfolded. Xu Yuewu's Janna, adorned with the blade of the Ruined King, joyfully targeted the opposing heroes from behind the minions. Pilfering some private funds, each hit was worth 5 gold coins, and her path to prosperity hinged upon it. As she casually turned around, she noticed, "Oh, misfortune. Why have you ventured to the second tower? What prompts you to return home? The minions are about to breach the tower. Why aren't you here to farm?" 2 waves of minions, indeed. The minions had indeed entered the tower, and simultaneously, 2 burly figures emerged from the triangular brush behind, joining the mid laner, jungle, AD, and support, creating a veritable mahjong table at the bottom lane. Janna, left with no option, transformed into the embodiment of the wind, dissipating into a gust and vanishing beneath the tower. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault of 4 foes, Xu Yuewu was instantly displeased, fuming. Such occurrences were not infrequent. For instance, when she had ventured out of base with Xia Xin into the lane, she had casually attempted a basic attack, only to be ambushed by 3 hulking figures leaping from the nearby brush, pinning her delicate frame to the ground. Upon glancing back, she saw Xia Xin standing motionless beneath the tower, watching her demise unfold. Clearly, he was aware of the danger present. She acknowledged Xia Xion's keen awareness, strong defense against ganks, and exceptional personal skill. However, a simple reminder could have made a difference. In a fit of annoyance, Xu Yuewu typed on the screen, "Why didn't you inform me? It was too late. Did you just watch me die?" Helplessness enveloped her. "Wait until I gear up to avenge you." Xia Xian paused, then added, "Alternatively, you could invest in a control ward." "I prefer building items," she retorted. As their interactions grew, they began to understand each other's habits. Xia Xian spoke little during games. Regardless of what others said about him, he remained indifferent, never critiquing others' performance, whether a support warded or made errors in itemization. He rarely voiced his opinions. On the few occasions he did speak, it pertained to crucial team fights determining the game's outcome, where he would offer a word or two. Most of the time, even when he foresaw the opponent's demise, he would merely watch in silence. He had learned that others seldom heeded his words, cultivating a habit of remaining oblivious to distractions, focusing solely on his own gameplay to carry the match, which in turn honed his remarkable individual skills and awareness. Whether this was commendable or not remained uncertain. Conversely, Xu Yuewu exhibited a pronounced flaw typical of lower-tier players, a reluctance to ward, favoring itemization instead. The most she would do was place a trinket ward, considering that a decent gesture. A control ward? 800 gold? Are you jesting? With 800, I could amplify my ability power by 40. She scoffed. A 75 gold ward is used once and then gone? What a waste of money. Thus, the bottom lane remained shrouded in darkness. In truth, had it been any other AD, despair would have set in long ago. Only Xia Xian remained unaffected by the circumstances. Xu Yuewu was infuriated. This individual did not embody the hero who rescues the damsel in distress, but instead stood idly by as she faced her demise. Xia Xian, let us establish a new rule. From now on, in any scenario where I meet my end, you too must accompany me in death. That would make victory even more elusive. Increase the stakes. Agreed. The two swiftly reached a consensus, adding 2,000, bringing the coaching fee to 10,000. Xu Yuewu purchased joy with her expenditure. If you wish for my demise, very well, I shall take you along with me to the grave. Her delight was palpable. Regardless of the outcome, Xia Xian, burdened by anguish, exchanged his suffering for monetary gain. As he observed Xu Yuewu's impending fate, he felt compelled to engage in a final effort, whatever he could salvage, even if it meant sacrificing himself further. It was no small feat for him to elevate Xu Yuewu, a silver support player, to the heights of diamond. Watching him perish brought Xu Yuewu more joy than if she had achieved a kill herself. For Xia Xian was notoriously difficult to vanquish, yet her own death would spell her doom as well. A sense of accomplishment surged within her. She mused, You can hide all you want, standing beneath the tower while I am ravaged. Now you comprehend the need to protect me, the essence of heroism. A peculiar phenomenon emerged in the Diamond Tier's bottom lane. To mitigate Xu Yuewu's frequency of death and to spare her from the ire of teammates for not purchasing vision wards, resulting in a chain reaction of insults and accusations leading to mutual accusations in the fountain, Xia Xin, in an unexpected turn, procured vision wards himself. Indeed, this AD player returned home to purchase a vision ward after amassing 800 gold, a financially prudent decision. After all, each death Xu Yuewu faced translated to a loss for him as well. 2 deaths and an assist for the opposing team would yield nearly 1,000 gold. Whereas his investment of 800 for a ward was far more advantageous. This year, peculiarities were abundant, with support players opting for hats and AD players for vision wards. Xia Xin pondered deeply and concluded that a particular support champion would be ideal for Xu Yuewu. How about this, Xu Yuewu? If you wish to be content, try selecting Star Guardian Soraka more often. Known as the esports jinx, the milk of despair. You can stand back and heal me while I bear the brunt of the fight. If danger arises, I shall shield you. You simply need to retreat. What do you think? That depends on my mood. If I feel good, I might consider it. And when might your mood improve? Humph. That depends on how well you manage to please me. Currently, I am in a rather foul mood. This was hardly coaching. It felt more akin to being a servant to a spoiled young lady. Xia Xin felt aggrieved, thinking that he was merely a coach. Must he also bear the responsibility of ensuring the lady's happiness? In this day and age, being a coach was challenging enough. Being a coach to a young lady made it all the more daunting. Chapter 23. You are doomed. Wow. Unexpectedly, I have achieved Diamond Eye. A message of astonished admiration arrived from Xu Yuewu, expressing how remarkable it is that even someone like me, who often falters, could effortlessly reach Diamond Eye. It feels as though I have contributed little in each match, yet somehow, I have ascended. Xia Xin responded with congratulations. It is I who should be congratulating you. Secretly delighted that once you ascend another rank, you shall be freed from my silver inadequacy. Your current skills and awareness undoubtedly surpass the platinum tier in Zone 1. If we disregard the inability to produce ice stones, what, are you trying to curry favor with me? I am merely speaking the truth. In fact, Xu Yuewu harbored a similar sentiment, having consistently followed Xia Xin in every match, always assisting him. Wherever Xia Xin went, she followed. When he hid in the bushes, she did too. Over time, she learned a great deal, having observed many of Xia Xin's intricate maneuvers and attention to detail. For this time, I shall let it pass. What do you think is the most beautiful skin for Vang? The Heartseeker Hunter, of course, for it possesses special effects. In less than 2 minutes, a gift notification appeared. Upon opening it, she discovered that she had received the Heartseeker Hunter skin. Truly, I find you remarkable. You have garnered so many firsts for me. Those unaware might presume that the two share a special relationship. Whereas others have always gifted me skins, with you, it has become me gifting you skins. Given your commendable performance, consider this a reward. 129 coins? Precisely. I would prefer if you converted it into cash for me, as skins do not enhance attributes. You truly lack any sense of romance. At such a moment, one ought to exuberantly express gratitude, perhaps uttering a few words about toiling for me through thick and thin, to win my favor. In my delight, would I not then bestow upon you 10 or 8 skins? Thank you. There is no future in that. The one with the name Ai has never gifted you a skin, has she? I have mentioned several times, she is my sister. Xia Xin's ID is Ai, leading Xu Yuewu to always believe that Yi is Xia Xin's hidden girlfriend. I refuse to believe you are so distasteful as to choose a name like Ai. It was her choice, not mine. I still do not believe it. By the way, Xia Yi also has her QQ and game ID, which is Ai Xin, though she seldom plays. They typically play together on Xia Xin's account. Forget it. From now on, you shall carry my skin. With the skin, I am with you. You must strive to win. Understand? Do not bring me shame. Deliver a splendid debut. Xu Yuewu was as excited as a child who had just received a new toy. Xia Xin gazed out at the night sky. Xia Yi was already fast asleep. It is 11 o'clock. Are you still playing? Did you not say that staying up late is detrimental to a girl's skin? Of course, it depends on whether you can achieve a first victory while wearing my skin. All right then. As they entered the ranked match, the opposing bottom lane had selected Draven and Thresh, among the champions that Vayne fears the most. Draven undoubtedly occupies the top position. Even if Vayne lands 2 hits on him, it is likely that they would not equate to a single hit from Draven. Particularly daunting is the presence of Thresh, a formidable support champion. Xia Xin felt compelled to confirm. Are you sure you still want to pick Vayne? Why not? Shu Yuewu, oblivious to the terror of Vayne being hooked by Thresh, remained unfazed. Well, if we can't secure our first victory, can we at least avoid our first defeat? You'd better not jinx it, or I will strangle you. Xia Xin remained silent and selected Vayne, opting for the skin of the Heartseeker. This was his first skin, and if no one else gifted him any, it would likely be his only one. His consistent principle was that rather than spend money on a flashy but ultimately useless skin, it was preferable to invest in a bowl of rice. Yet, he couldn't deny that it appeared quite appealing. Xia Xin felt a surge of joy within. However, his teammates were less than pleased. You certainly have confidence. Seeing Draven and Thresh and still opting for a short-range AD like Vayne? Sigh, it seems we are about to witness a father-son match in the bot lane. Just don't go AFK. As the game commenced, Shu Yuewu couldn't help but inquire. I'm Diamond 1. You're Diamond 5. Why are we matched against 7 Masters and 1 Grandmaster? This doesn't add up. High win rate. The system likely hides high MMR. Shu Yuewu chuckled. With Draven as a Grandmaster, tell me, are you scared? Diamond 5? Yes. Don't be afraid. A Diamond 1 player will carry you. Just try to stay behind me and don't die. My damage output is high. The high damage output from Shu Yuewu came from selecting Soraka, the Star Child. The 3 teammates felt anxious. Why does it seem like these 2 clowns in the bot lane have already crumbled before even starting? How did I get matched with a Diamond 5? If I win one more game, I'll be a Grandmaster. This is a disaster. With Draven boasting a win rate of 62 over 1,500 games against Vayne's 49 win rate over 200 games, one could only lament the disparity. The prowess of a champion is often reflected in their win rate, especially for those with a significant number of games played, which reveals their true capability. Of course, Xia Xin's experience of over 100 games with Vayne in Bronze 5 does not count toward this. Shu Yuewu defended Xia Xin. Don't worry. He is quite skilled with Vayne. There is potential. What potential? If Draven disconnects, there is potential. Xia Xin was speechless. This woman truly never missed an opportunity to berate him during the game, relishing in his demise more than in securing any kills herself. The bot lane proved to be a daunting challenge. Soraka, lacking damage output, stood no chance against Draven and Thresh, who began their long journey of turtle defense under the tower. Anyone who has faced this knows how challenging it is for Vayne to contend with Thresh and Draven single-handedly. If caught by a hook, despite the healing from Soraka, she will undoubtedly be left severely battered, even if she avoids being hooked. Merely attempting to last hit a minion can result in her being whittled down by a few attacks from the duo. Her attempts to trade blows are almost laughable. Were it not for our blind monk jungler, Draven and Thresh would likely have circled behind the minions to deny her experience. Unfortunately, following a series of unfortunate deaths in the top and mid lanes, our team found itself in a dire position, relinquishing control of the river. Shiryu sensed the presence of 2 archers in the enemy back line, which made Xia Xin hesitant to approach for minion kills, an endeavor that seemed wasteful. When she attempted to Q2 minions, Thresh seized the opportunity and landed a hook right in her vulnerable chest. Despite Xia Xin's desperate push against Draven, she ultimately succumbed to his attacks. According to Shiyu's unreasonable demands, Xia Xin perished, and she was not permitted to survive either. In her final moments, Xia Xin managed to take down a few minions, sacrificing herself gloriously. This turn of events only compounded our misfortunes. Draven's passive enabled him to gain an additional 400 to 500 gold from each kill, resulting in a staggering economic advantage of over 1,000 gold due to the 2 kills. The bottom lane was in a state of collapse. Moreover, Xia Xin's equipment, Greed Blade and Vision Stone, was a necessity that Shiyu could not provide, forcing her to rely on greedy tactics for income. Suddenly, Draven spoke. Vayne, I know you. You were the one who soloed against Han Fei last time, right? Xia Xin was taken aback, realizing she had gained notoriety alongside Han Fei. In truth, it was not her fame but rather the opponent's fixation on Han Fei. Draven, the runner-up AD, Sun D, was brimming with arrogance and had aimed for the championship trophy, only to be thwarted by Han Fei in the finals. Narrowly missing out on victory, how could he not be perturbed? Honestly, just disconnect. Don't embarrass yourself further, he taunted. Draven, Equipped with a storm sword and an 875 gold pickaxe along with a fully stacked mystic blade from several skirmishes, had transformed the battle from a father-son dynamic to that of a grandfather against a grandson, embodying a brutally aggressive approach. With an attack power nearing 300, a single Q could deal over 500 damage. 2 QS followed by a basic attack would spell Vayne's demise. Our teammates were on the brink of surrender. The bottom lane was in utter disarray. It was clear we were destined to lose this match. Seeing Draven, what gave you the confidence to select Vayne? The situation was dire. If all else failed, she could at least hide under the tower to accumulate some points. But now, what could be done? Attempting to engage would only result in her being dispatched with 3 strikes. The jungler was a squishy champion, ill-equipped for resilience. My goodness, and you're still building Vision Stone? I'm at my wit's end. Why must I encounter such absurdity today? Let's just wait for the 20-minute mark and refrain from further play. In high-tier matches, it is common to witness teammates' morale crumble, especially with a kill score of 9-2, typically signaling the onset of disconnection and blame shifting. Xia Xin merely uttered a symbolic remark, suggesting to give it a try, as if there was a chance. Yet, what chance could there be? The situation was utterly hopeless. And Xia Xin failed to comprehend the connection to the notion of 1,000 years in a single glance. Unbeknownst to him, despite being heavily criticized, 1,000 years in a single glance continued to carry a multitude of teammates who had already conceded defeat. In a remarkable display, a lone player achieved a quintuple kill, single-handedly pushing the lanes amidst the annihilation of his allies, exemplifying the solitude of a true master. It is crucial to note that this was a high-tier match, not a bronze-level game. This battle was lauded by numerous ADCs as Vayne's redemption, igniting a fervor for Vayne that lasted for several months. With the video still reigning at the top of the charts, Xia Wu mused to herself, let them criticize Xia Xin for purchasing the Ice Stone. She relished such adversity, for it added an element of intrigue. Winning easily was simply mundane. Draven remarked, is Han Fei, that novice, reduced to merely bullying the weak? How could he be so incompetent in a duel with you? Just then, in Draven's line of sight, Vayne activated her ultimate ability and charged forward with her silver bolts, as Thresh had made his presence known in the mid lane. In high-level play, supports often roam to assist other lanes in amplifying their advantage, especially when Draven had acquired such equipment that rendered him formidable even in a 2-on-1 scenario, making his presence in the bot lane somewhat superfluous. As Vayne dashed toward him, Draven, who was busy farming minions, remained unfazed, thinking her a fool. He prepared to eliminate Vayne with 2 quick QS and a basic attack, estimating it would take no more than 2 seconds. The first 2 QS struck, leaving Vayne with a sliver of health. A flying axe was in midair, and a basic attack was poised to finish her off. However, a flash of light enveloped Vayne, and she activated a healing ability, managing to withstand the impending blow. At this moment, Xia Wu, standing behind, quickly reacted. She unleashed her ultimate ability, granting her teammates an additional 300 health, followed by another W ability that restored 250 health to Vayne, instantly revitalizing her health bar. Seeing Vayne approach, Draven launched his E ability. Vayne executed a roll, deftly evading the incoming skill. However, she did not retaliate. With the speed boost from her ultimate, she swiftly maneuvered to position herself in front of Draven. Draven's eyes widened in astonishment. What was her intention? Was she deliberately blocking his path? Chapter 24. The Devious Fellow. As Draven sought to eliminate Vayne in an instant, he unleashed 2 successive Q abilities, leaving him devoid of axes. He had initially harbored confidence in his prowess to reclaim them simultaneously, for after all, 1,500 matches were not in vain. However, he was taken aback by the opponent's strategic positioning, a maneuver he had not anticipated at all. This minor delay merely consumed a fraction of his time, especially since he activated his W ability for a speed boost. Yet, it was precisely this slight delay that rendered him unable to retrieve his axes. Without his axes, Draven was akin to a super minion, ill-equipped to contend with Vayne and Soraka. He employed an E ability to create distance from Vayne, but even so, he was too tardy. He realized he could not reclaim his axes. After all, a master-level Draven possesses remarkably swift reflexes. As the axes descended, Draven executed a flash, positioning himself directly at the axe's landing point, simultaneously matched by Vayne's own flash. To be precise, while it appeared they flashed together, Vayne had anticipated the move and executed her flash a fraction of a second sooner. She discerned that relying solely on movement, Draven could not reach the first axe's landing spot. With a timely E-ability, Vayne effectively pushed Draven, who was on the verge of reclaiming the axes, away, skillfully angling the push against the upper wall. Draven was stunned for 5 seconds, helplessly watching as his two weapons sank into the earth, vanishing like the ginseng fruit struck down by the Monkey King. Escaping was out of the question. How could he flee before Vayne? They exchanged blows, yet without his axes. Draven's attack speed was sluggish. Though he could inflict over 200 damage with each hit, Soraka could effortlessly heal more than that, sustaining herself against his onslaught. As Vayne's health dwindled to around 600, she was gradually chipped away by Draven's offensive, which surpassed Soraka's healing capabilities. Nonetheless, Draven's health bar also plummeted, as Vayne and Soraka assaulted him in tandem. Every time he targeted Soraka, she would retreat a few steps, only to return and strike when he focused on Vayne. Though the damage was not severe, it was incredibly infuriating. How dare this petite healer challenge the might of the illustrious Draven? As Vayne's health dropped to just over 100, Draven, in a moment of desperation, unleashed his ultimate ability. As anticipated, Vayne deftly dodged with her roll, and his final Q struck with fatal precision, claiming Draven's life and awarding Vayne 500 gold, a significant bounty. In truth, Draven was left perplexed. How had he been vanquished by someone who had previously lost half of her health to a single Q? The exchange had lasted barely over a second, and yet he found himself defeated. The intricacies of the encounter were numerous: Vayne's healing, her impeccable positioning, and the way she had thwarted his axes. He had intended to flash and reclaim them, merely missing by a fraction of a second, but Vayne had anticipated this, responding with a swift flash and push that pinned him against the wall. Indeed, even if he were to flash and then use E, Draven would undoubtedly connect. If he were to connect, a single Q would spell death. Star Guardian simply could not provide sufficient healing. Vayne could not Q before his flash, for he would still manage to catch her with an axe. She must also Q against the wall, as there is no grace period of 5 seconds of stun. Even the healer would be unable to save him. Such intricate maneuvers transpired within a mere second, showcasing Vayne's impeccable execution. This Vayne exuded confidence. It was a blend of self-assuredness and audacity, coupled with exceptional personal skill and awareness, resulting in a preemptive kill. If any single element had faltered, Vayne would have met her demise without question. How infuriating. He could hardly contain his frustration as he watched Vayne and Star Guardian systematically dismantle a wave of minions. Standing still, the recall light illuminated around them, signaling their intent to retreat. Fueled by rage, Draven hastily emerged, leading his minions out of the tower, preparing to counterpush and at least waste a wave of enemy minions. However, as he approached the second bush, an adversary suddenly emerged from the right, pinning him against the wall. Damn it, they ambushed me. Once Vayne had him pinned, Draven realized escape was futile. Even without her ultimate, her pursuit capability was formidable. He could only helplessly retaliate against Vayne, all the while watching Star Guardian heal her from a distance he could not reach, ultimately succumbing at Vayne's feet. This was a complete display of intellectual dominance. Sun D understood that their earlier retreat was a deliberate ruse to deceive him. How foolish of him to be outplayed. Stunned after being slain twice in quick succession, he dared not act recklessly. His killing sword, once a formidable weapon with a 12-layered edge, had now diminished to a 3-layered, weathered state, greatly amplifying the pressure on the lane while also casting an immeasurable psychological shadow. He could only call upon Thresh, pleading with him not to advance. Thresh, unable to restrain himself, inquired, "With your equipment, you could easily take on 2. Are you truly afraid of Star Guardian and that warded Vayne?" Enraged, Sun D retorted, "What do you know? Come or don't. If you don't, I'll go idle. They'll take me 2 against 1, and you say nothing?" In what should have been a guaranteed victory, Thresh, not wishing to stir trouble, decided to assist Draven in the bottom lane. This exemplifies the impact of a dominant bottom lane. One can indirectly bind the enemy's south bottom lane, preventing them from roaming and alleviating pressure in other lanes. Shuyu and Xia Xin returned to base to replenish their equipment, Shuyu feeling a tinge of excitement. She had always followed Xia Xin, a habit formed over time. When he returned to base, so did she, like a devoted follower. Wherever Xia Xin went, she would follow, knowing that with him, there would always be sustenance. And that was a certainty. Indeed, this cunning trickster had merely pretended, anticipating Draven's arrival and lying in wait in the brush. I have come to realize, you are truly a wicked one, so devious that if I were Draven, I would surely be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. This is strategy. What tactics are at play? It is I, Xu Wu, who has triumphed in my first massacre against the king, brimming with an uncontainable sense of pride. What is it like to have a healer by your side? With a mighty staff in hand, the healing is abundantly sufficient, otherwise you would have perished long ago. Indeed. It is all thanks to the healer. My heartfelt gratitude extends to Xu Yue's nurturing support. Reflecting on this, a hint of ambiguity arose. Was this fellow taking advantage of me? She scoffed and retorted, "What are you even saying?" Xia Xin quickly clarified, "I did not mean it that way. I was referring to Star Maiden's healing. Be mindful of your words next time." In moments when morale is shattered, taking a life can significantly bolster spirits, especially when it occurs twice. Diminishing Draven's 12 stacks to merely 3, consequently reducing his attack power by over 50 points, an invigorating boost to morale. The teammates refrained from further criticism, opting instead to engage. After all, with the formidable Star Maiden and champions like Vayne and Azir in play, the late game posed little concern. Indeed, in matches featuring Star Maiden, as long as the team does not collapse entirely, a disadvantage can easily be balanced, and as the game progresses, equilibrium can transform into advantage. This is the true terror of the so-called toxic healer in esports. Even more daunting is the fact that this is no ordinary healer, but one equipped with formidable items. With a hat already acquired, each use of her W can restore 500 health, and she is poised to acquire an ice staff and a righteous fury, providing an endless supply of healing. The current strategy is simply to prolong the game. Vayne's equipment has also begun to develop. She shows no fear against Draven and Thresh in the bot lane, skillfully dodging Thresh's hooks and utilizing the healer's support to balance the fight. She consumes minions and jungle resources, along with a greed blade, relentlessly striving for growth, ultimately securing the blade of the ruined king and a red cross. Complemented by attack speed boots, deliberately saving the greed for the late game, choosing instead to continue amassing wealth. Draven, on the other hand, boasts an infinity edge, a bloodthirster, and a brand new 5-stack kill sword. The significance of the blade of the ruined king and red cross for Vayne may elude some, yet they offer her boundless possibilities. With adept maneuvering, these two items can rival even 4 or 5 fully equipped champions. Xia Xin, indeed, belongs to the class of exceptionally skilled players. Both towers in the bot lane have fallen. Yet, the struggle continues there, as Xia Xin aims to enhance her growth, while Sun D seeks to challenge her. At this juncture, Draven's positioning becomes increasingly aggressive, encroaching ominously and pressuring Xia Xin's last hits, though he retreats, seemingly wary of something. The jungler issues a warning, cautioning against the opposing excavator, advising restraint. Xia Xin replies, "We can secure a kill. The healer is well equipped." The healer has indeed been diligent in assisting with minion damage. Goodness, the jungler's widow mutters in frustration, "You speak of securing a kill in a 2 versus 3 scenario?" No sooner had the words left her lips than Vayne boldly advanced. Xia Xin seized the moment with remarkable finesse, keenly observing the positional disparity between Draven and Thresh. As Draven moved forward, Thresh retreated, and she surged ahead to engage. Draven, endowed with life steal, has long sought to engage in a war of attrition against Vayne. After all, a mere few well-placed QS would restore his health. Although Vayne has a healer to bolster her vitality, the healer herself is not immune to damage. Thus, the ensuing incident unfolded. Seizing upon the slightest distance advantage, Vayne activated her ultimate and charged toward Draven. Undeterred, Draven thought to himself, "Come at me." He quickly counterattacked, utilizing his Q while retreating, with a healer at his back capable of restoring 400 health every 2 seconds. As Xia Xin executed his attacks with caution, he remained vigilant for any incoming hooks. He observed Thresh twirling his hook before launching it, and with a deft roll, Xia Xin evaded the deadly grasp. Rolling towards the brush by the river, Thresh chuckled, confident that evading his hook would not spare Xia Xin. Indeed, Thresh's hook was thrown at an acute angle, forcing Xia Xin to retreat toward the side of the river, which led to yet another perilous entrance. It was a classic case of being caught between a rock and a hard place. Suddenly, an excavator burst forth from the brush on the right, having dug a tunnel that brought it directly beside Xia Xin. The brush contained a true sight ward, allowing Vayne to see through her stealth, and she aimed to engage him. However, Xia Xin was prepared. He swiftly turned and used an E ability to push the excavator aside, sending it crashing against the wall and stunning it for 1.5 seconds. Ignoring the excavator, he continued to trade blows with Draven. Yet, the disparity in equipment was palpable. and a critical strike from Draven nearly spelled his doom. Fortunately, the Star Guardian activated her ultimate, restoring Xia Xin's health. Thresh then flashed to Vayne's side, deploying his ultimate to slow her down. Under the effects of Thresh's control for 2 seconds, Xia Xin found himself immobilized, making it easier for Draven to unleash his E or ultimate. True to form, Draven unleashed his ultimate while simultaneously sending forth his E ability. In a flash of yellow light, Xia Xin used his flash to evade the incoming ultimate, closing in on Draven for close-range attacks, while simultaneously distancing himself from the rapidly approaching excavator. Just as Xia Xin was poised to strike Draven down with his axes, the healer hurriedly arrived to weaken Draven with a debuff. A wave of relief washed over Xia Xin. He had indeed taken a gamble. Thankfully, Shi Yue's awareness had significantly improved. Had she delayed the debuff any longer, his demise would have been certain. Concurrently, Thresh applied Ignite to Vayne, having the healer's restorative effects. With a flick of his wrist, he cast his Soul Hook, launching an E ability, the Doom Pendulum. Xia Xin deftly maneuvered in an S-shaped path, nimbly evading the attack. After landing a blow on Draven, he noticed Draven preparing to throw his axe and executed another roll to evade. Draven, now unable to track Xia Xin, saw Vayne activate her ultimate, granting her a brief moment of invisibility. One Q would have sealed Xia Xin's fate, further aggravating Draven. As Vayne re-emerged after a second, the healer's W ability was also off cooldown, providing yet another surge of 400 health. As Vayne strikes once more, Draven realizes that with another hit, his demise is imminent. In a desperate attempt, he flashes away, but how could he possibly escape from Vayne, who, empowered by her ultimate ability, possesses a remarkable speed boost of 90. With 2 swift blows, Vayne extinguishes Draven's fleeting existence. Just as she concludes her task, the excavator arrives at last, standing firm yet barely clinging to life. A mere hit from Thresh fails to deliver the final blow due to insufficient damage, while the healer provides a desperate infusion of life. In the aftermath, Vayne no longer perceives any threat. Chapter 25. The term ADC refers to attack damage carry. The duo of the excavator and Thresh attempted several assaults, and despite Vayne's seemingly minuscule health, she would plummet only to be rejuvenated by her healer. Time and again, she would descend, yet miraculously rise again, seemingly invincible. It soon became clear to them that this was no ordinary healer. She was a formidable support, equipped with a hat and a hefty staff, capable of delivering healing bursts of over 400 every 2 seconds. This rendered the gameplay quite vexing. By the time they contemplated eliminating the healer, it was far too late, and they could only shed tears of humiliation as they retreated. Thresh, not particularly tanky, was swiftly dispatched by Vayne, his lantern shattering into pieces, while the tenacious excavator found himself relentlessly pursued by the fervent Vayne, who chased him all the way from the first tower to the second. In a desperate bid, the excavator attempted to dig an escape route only to be ensnared by Vayne's ability against the wall. Overwhelmed with despair, he lamented the absurdity of Vayne's relentless pursuit. Had she never encountered a kill before? With such fervor, she could have pursued a beauty instead of him. In high-stakes matches, reinforcements arrive with remarkable swiftness. The enemy's mid laner, Victor, known for his three-handed prowess, and our Desert Emperor both hastened to the scene. Victor established a triangular formation to thwart Vayne's advances toward the excavator. The Emperor, demonstrating his own prowess, surged forward with sand soldiers into the tower, flashing and counter-pushing, ultimately displacing the excavator and the hastily arriving Victor. Vayne seized the opportunity, achieving a quadruple kill. At this juncture, victory was all but assured. Our team was already positioned for a late-game triumph. With a potent healer that could restore 600 health at a time, despair settled upon the enemy, and the pressure to win diminished significantly as the victory screen materialized. With my score surpassing 12 points, I would ascend to the rank of the strongest king. The Desert Emperor, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "My friend, is this your latest strategy? Vayne with a bloodstone for survivability? The healer with a hat and healing power?" Shiyu chuckled. "Did you not just proclaim that a comeback was impossible for 1,000,000 years? It appears that it is indeed feasible." With that, she logged off, leaving the Emperor in a state of bewilderment. Later, Shu Yu asked on QQ, "Do you not feel that we are effortlessly dominating this 2v3? The masters and kings in this district are not as formidable as they claim." Xia Xin replied, "Well, considering that Vayne is at her strongest with the blade of the ruined king and the red cross during that time frame, I was a tad late with my itemization. But it was still within that critical period. By the way, how do you find the new skin? It's quite effective, though the pressure is immense. With the responsibility of representing Miss Shu's skin, I cannot afford to embarrass you, so I must give it my all. At least I managed to secure a victory in my debut. Ha, as if winning were solely your achievement. How would you rate my performance? 9 out of 10. Xiyu raised her elegantly arched brows, then a perfect score must certainly be 9. Xia Xin laughed. If only you could refrain from attacking my minions and generously buy me a bloodstone, it would undoubtedly be a 10. I shall not. That would be far too easy. Perhaps it is due to her extensive observations, but Xu Yuewu experiences a peculiar sensation each time she witnesses Xia Xinjuan's performance with champions like Vayne and Jin. Diligently farming minions, an inexplicable sense of comfort washes over her, instilling a confidence akin to having already secured victory. Despite the fact that the duo has also faced their share of defeats, she finds herself at a loss to articulate this feeling, although she has encountered numerous top-tier ADCs. She perceives that Xia Xin possesses a distinct style that sets him apart from the rest, a unique approach that can only be truly appreciated through prolonged engagement. After exchanging a few more words, Xia Xin bids her good night. What about you? Will you continue playing? She inquires. I'll play a few more games before heading to bed. He replies. With Xia Xin's icon dimming, Xu Yu hesitates to log off. After contemplating, she decides to queue for another match. Now that she has reached the higher ranks, she feels that the competition is manageable and wishes to test her true capabilities. Playing support can be quite advantageous for accruing points. If she manages to reach master rank, it would surely astonish him, and she imagines his expression would be quite amusing. Entering the game, she selects her most familiar champion, Star Guardian Soraka. She feels confident in her ability to control Soraka, having received several pointers from Xia Xin. However, she does not indulge in reckless play as she does when following him, opting instead for a prudent choice of items. In her lane, she faces a Graves, while the opposing team boasts a Draven and Thresh. The latter being the very Draven who had just been thoroughly outplayed by Xia Xin, a Draven who could not even hold his own against Vayne and appeared rather tempestuous. In truth, Sun D is seething with rage. Having just taunted Vayne, he was swiftly countered, and to his utter humiliation, his kill count was reduced to 0 by her. All that fills his mind is a singular word: vengeance. Anyone who crosses his path this evening should consider themselves unfortunate. Xu Yuewu believes this match should be straightforward. Having already invested in vision control, victory seems assured. Moreover, Graves is not particularly intimidated by Draven. A glance at his profile reveals over 700 games played with Graves, while his other champions include Jin and Jinx, indicating he is a seasoned ADC. This match should be more favorable than the last. However, a problem soon arises. Support. Why didn't you ward the brush? The ADC, having just reached level 6, is ambushed by the jungler and Draven lurking in the bush. Xu Yuewu muses. What kind of ADC is this? Xia Xin has never fallen prey to such ambushes. He is always vigilant with his positioning or makes sure to place wards. She suppresses her urge to speak. Of course, she is not typically of a meek disposition. When her temper flares, she can swiftly resort to quitting the game and rebuking others. Yet, she is keen to gauge her own abilities. Support, what are you doing? Thresh hooked me. Use your E on him. Silence him. Otherwise, he will queue over, and with a single E, Draven will finish me off. Xu Yuewu reflects. This ADC is utterly inept. Xia Xin rarely falls victim to Thresh's hooks. They are so slow that she has seen him evade them effortlessly. Surely, you could have dodged it. Don't you have your E? Xia Xin had also taught her strategies for avoiding Thresh's hooks. Before Thresh casts his hook, there is a notable wind-up. He first sways the chain in his hand, a theatrical display meant to signal his impending attack. Reminiscent of villains in television dramas who utter unnecessary words before committing their crimes, inevitably sealing their fate within a mere 3 episodes. Observing the direction he faces will unmistakably indicate where he aims to cast his hook, making it relatively straightforward to evade. Dodging hooks is a fundamental skill for an AD carry. Soon after, a plethora of questions arise. Why didn't you use your ultimate earlier? I was overwhelmed. Did you not see Xerath's ultimate? Surely, it was you who couldn't escape, right? You didn't place vision in the tribrush and allowed them to surround you with 4. How could you be oblivious to such an obvious situation? Although she herself may not have all the answers, she finds solace in the fact that Xia Xin will guide her through. Why are you building a Rylai's Crystal Scepter instead of a proper damage item? If you're going for a support item, then you should be the one to break me out of crowd control. The bottom lane is in disarray, devastated by the Draven, who had recently faced Xia Xin's wrath, while the ADC incessantly complains, oblivious to their own shortcomings. Finally, Xia, unable to contain her frustration, retorts, "What are you doing as an AD? Go home and raise pigs. Do you even know what ADC stands for? It's short for AD carry. If you can't carry, then what are you even playing for? Go home and play Tetris. That suits you better." With that, she exits the game in a huff. The term AD carry was something Xia Xin had imparted to her. If one cannot carry, perhaps they should not play an AD role. It is truly exasperating. Engaging in a skirmish with Xia Xin is remarkably effortless. He even has surplus gold to purchase an additional ward stone, allowing the two of them to easily handle a 2v3 situation. Despite being besieged by 3 opponents, they calmly evade skills while trading blows, with her responsibility solely to provide healing. Xia Xin indulges her capriciousness. She can steal his minions, neglect to purchase wards, and forego support items, yet victory seems almost assured. She relishes this sensation, enjoying the challenge she presents to Xia Xin. As their ranks rise, her awareness sharpens, and she increasingly perceives that Xia Xin stands head and shoulders above the rest. Even when the bottom lane falters, it will eventually rise again, much like the two of them, recently pressured under the tower by Draven, who will soon find their wings. She realizes that if, at the master tier, both the support and ADC require a score of 100, she only possesses 50 points, while Xia Xin alone embodies the remaining 150. Thus maintaining balance and ensuring their lane does not crumble, she merely needs to follow his lead, which is quite effortless. This revelation leaves Xia in utter despair. Could it truly be as Xia Xin suggested, that she has merely advanced from silver to platinum? Lying on her bed, she broods for an extended period, only to suddenly unearth a startling truth. How unfortunate. Her initial intention to approach Xia Xin was to entice him, to showcase her allure. Believing that no matter how fortified a boy's heart might be, she could effortlessly breach it. Yet, without realizing it, she has been swept into the realm of gaming alongside him, an utterly bewildering turn of events. If I must say, playing with Xia Xin is particularly entertaining. I am responsible for increasing the difficulty while he takes on the task of lowering it. Just imagine, he has clearly run away, yet when he sees himself being killed, he helplessly rushes back to deliver his head as a gift. It is utterly amusing to think about, and his expression must have been quite spectacular. Lost in thought, Xia couldn't help but chuckle to herself, her long, graceful legs kicking playfully in the air. No, I shouldn't focus on League of Legends. It feels as though I truly broke his outer tower, while it seems the enemy has pushed us back to our high ground. The two of us have become quite comfortable with each other, evolving from classmates to good friends, and now it is time to devise the next plan. Humph. You made me waste so much time. Just wait and see. June is destined to be a busy month. Observing everyone busily preparing for the college entrance examination, Xia Xin finally made a call to Zhu Xiaosong. At noon, under the bright sun, Xia Xin had just finished his meal and was about to take a stroll by the lake when he encountered Xia. Her tall and slender figure, alluring eyes, and a dazzling smile that could daze any man were her defining features. The thin t-shirt clung to her full chest, creating an S-shaped curve, while beneath her denim miniskirt were long, fair legs that would put many models to shame, leaving boys secretly swallowing their envy. She exuded a vibrant youthfulness combined with an enchanting charm. Upon seeing Xia Xin, Xia frowned and said, "It's all your fault." "What happened?" Xia Xin replied. Bewildered, Xia raised her small fist, her cherry-red lips pouting slightly. "It's all your fault. Now I'm stuck at Diamond Eye, and I can't play anymore. If I try, people will just criticize me, saying I'm no good. Tell me, how can I play without you? I won't be able to play at all," Xia Xin tentatively suggested. "Then how about we just stay at Diamond Eye and not advance to Master? You wish. You just want to take my money and make things easy for yourself." Surprised that she saw through him so easily, Xia Xin marveled at Xia intelligence. "Actually, you could play as a support. You seem to do well at that." This remark only made Xia more irritated. "You've benefited from me so much already, of course. You would say I'm good. Others will criticize me. What is said on the computer is one thing. Saying it face-to-face is another." Xiao's voice was soft and sweet, stirring something within Xia Xin. Unable to resist, he glanced at Xiao's chest and noticed it was indeed quite ample. Xia immediately caught him and covered her chest with one hand, shooting him a mock glare. "Are you thinking something lewd?" No, I was just thinking. I haven't eaten. How dare you say that and take advantage of me? Shu Yuewu kicked him in playful anger. Humph. At that moment, a sudden cold snort echoed nearby. As a proud and graceful figure glided past them with an air of poise, Shu Yuewu's expression darkened immediately as she turned to the person who had walked by and coldly remarked, "What are you snorting about? What does it have to do with you?" Lang Shuitong paused in her steps, slowly turning around. Her autumn-like eyes, imbued with a hint of sharpness, swept across Xia Xin's face before finally fixating on Shu Yuewu. With a cold demeanor, she remarked, "I merely passed by. Are you looking to provoke a confrontation?" Chapter 26, whose accompaniment Shu Yuewu met Long Shuedong's gaze without flinching, covering her mouth with a laugh. "Oh dear, I never mentioned anyone specifically. If someone feels addressed, that's their own business." Long Shuedong's tone was as frigid as the eternal snow-capped mountains. "It appears you still do not comprehend. Until you leave this school, I remain the president of the student council, and I possess 100 methods to make you call me mother." Instinctively sensing danger, Xia Xin took a cautious step back, as if witnessing sparks of lethal intent igniting between the two women. Upon hearing Long Shuedong's words, Shu Yuewu's expression shifted, recalling some unpleasant memories. Nevertheless, she mustered a faade of bravado. "Go ahead and pretend. Graduation is just around the corner. Do you really think I fear you? Someone should be grateful for the lenient system of electing student council presidents. Even a flat-chested girl can ascend to power. I wonder if university will be so forgiving. However, one can never tell. After all, everyone matures, and a modest figure might become a rare and sought-after asset. It is often said that one should strike wisely and avoid revealing vulnerabilities, yet Shu Yuewu's words pierced to the core, hitting home with uncanny precision. Long Shuedong's expression darkened, her breath quickening, her gaze growing even colder, wishing to freeze Shu Yuewu in place. Xia Xin instinctively glanced at Long Shuedong's subtly rising chest, then at Shu Yuewu's alluring curves, the stark contrast evident. This comparison drew an icy glare from Long Shuedong, prompting Xia Xin to feign nonchalance and divert his gaze elsewhere. Unfazed by Long Shuedong's demeanor, Shu Yuewu suddenly wrapped her arms around Xia Xin's shoulders, grinning brightly. "Xia Xin, did you know? My cousin recently complained to me that her old bras have become too small. How unfortunate. She grew too fast, rendering her previous purchases useless. If only she were like someone who remained unchanged from ages 8 to 18, never having to worry about replacements. Truly, 10 years of consistency, my mother no longer needs to fret over my wardrobe." Shu Yuewu was incorrigibly mischievous, mimicking an advertisement's catchphrase while casting a pitying glance at Long Shuedong's chest. Such audacity was remarkable. Although Long Shuedong was renowned for her goddess-like beauty, her figure was somewhat lacking, yet no one dared to voice such sentiments openly. In a battle of wits, even two Lang Zitongs combined would likely fall short against Shu Yuewu's sharp tongue. Narrowing her eyes, Long Shuedong redirected her focus to Xia Xin. "Xia Xin, come with me to move something." "You shall not go," Shu Yuewu protested, clinging to Xia Xin's arm. "You can manage on your own." If her partner were to be taken away, where would her pride reside? With a scoff, Lang Shuedong replied, "You decide whether to come or not." Her words carried an unmistakable hint of threat. Having said that, she turned and walked away. Xia Xin felt compelled to explain to Shu Yuewu. "She is the student council president. I really ought to go, right? Let us talk later." As Summer Xin hastily followed, Shu Yuewu, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot, pondering for a moment. The two were in different classes. How did Long Shuedong know Summer Xin's name? Surely, few in the class remembered him, let alone in the entire school. When Lang Shuedong asked him to help move things, Summer Xin dared not refuse. Even if it meant carrying 10 bags of burlap to the dock, he had to comply, especially if he wished to avoid sleeping on the streets tonight. The two arrived at the library on the second floor of the teaching building, where they began placing some old and used books into a box. Summer Xin glanced at the dust covering the ancient tomes and offered, "Allow me to do this. You can just oversee." Long Shuedong shot him a glare, questioning his insinuation that she was incapable of doing anything herself. "What do you mean? Am I not capable? Is it only you who can handle this?" No, that wasn't his intention. He was merely captivated by her delicate, snow-white hands, long and slender, exquisite in their beauty. He felt it would be a shame for such lovely things to be sullied by dust. Of course, he kept those thoughts to himself. Together, they continued to move the books. Casually, Lang Shuedong remarked, "It seems you have a good relationship with Shu Yuewu." Summer Xin had no intention of concealing the truth. He was merely helping her out. Humph, I don't think so, she retorted, tossing a stack of books heavily into the box with a loud thud. Summer Xin neatly arranged the disordered books, responding, "What does that resemble? In any case, just handle it yourself. Don't harbor delusions. A little boy like you could easily be toyed with by her. I understand. I won't overthink it," Summer Xin replied with a smile, thanking her for her concern. Long Xuedong, with eyes as clear as water, averted her gaze, dismissively stating, "I'm not concerned about you. It's just that if a tenant like you were to be dumped and commit suicide, my family's house would become a haunted property, making it impossible to rent out. Why would I need to jump off a building just because I'm dumped?" Summer Xin replied with a wry smile, realizing that her underlying concern was about the rental property. Before long, the box was filled to capacity. Long Xuedong clapped her hands, declaring, "All right, let's move it upstairs." Summer Xin crossed his arms. Acknowledging the weight of knowledge was indeed profound, akin to the depths of the ocean, despite believing himself capable due to his years of labor. He stumbled slightly under the burden. Fortunately, Lang Xuedong extended a hand to support the box. How pathetic, a grown boy unable to lift a single box. Feeling frustrated, Summer Xin thought to himself that if anyone could easily manage such a heavy load, they must be a member of the national weightlifting team. Upon reaching the staircase, he glanced at the spiraling ascent and couldn't help but ask, "Where are we taking this?" Long Xuedong replied, "These books are of no use for now. We are moving them to the storage room on the 9th floor. Who knows when the juniors might need them?" "9th floor? We have to take the stairs?" Summer Xion's teeth chattered at the thought. Is there no elevator in the teaching building? Xia Xion's face turned pale at once. He hesitantly inquired, "If my arm were to be sprained, fractured, or suffer internal bleeding, would that be considered a work-related injury? Could it be reimbursed?" Lung Xuetong couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, urging, "Hurry up. If something were to happen, I will cover your expenses." "Really? The amputation fees?" Xia Xian replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "I truly appreciate your kindness. I will keep that in mind." Though she said this, Lung Xuetong still extended her hands to help alleviate some of Xia Xian's burden, despite her limited strength. However, this task proved to be far more arduous than it appeared. Even as Xia Xian strained to support himself, by the time they reached the 8th floor, his legs felt weak, and beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. As he struggled to ascend another step, his foot slipped, and he nearly tumbled down the stairs, only to be caught by someone. How heavy! The crisp, tender voice of Lung Xuetong rang in his ears. Upon seeing Xia Xian about to fall, she managed to embrace him from the next step up, stabilizing him. In that moment, Xia Xian was enveloped by an enchanting fragrance, a unique blend of coolness and subtle allure that belonged to Lang Xuetong. He caught a glimpse of her lustrous black hair cascading down his shoulder like a waterfall. Her skin appeared as delicate and smooth as a freshly shelled egg. Xia Xian felt his heart race. It was his first time being so close to a girl, and the position resembled that of a couple in an embrace. "What are you staring at? Hurry up, you're so heavy, I can't hold on much longer." Lang Xuetong's beautifully shaped eyebrows knitted into a frown, revealing her struggle, for as a girl, she possessed limited strength. "Oh, right." Xia Xian finally snapped back to reality and began to move, realizing that his back was pressed against Lung Xuetong's body. He discovered she was indeed quite substantial, or at least felt very soft. "You better hurry. If someone comes, I will let go immediately. I don't want to be misunderstood. If you fall and get hurt, don't blame me." How heartless. After enduring countless hardships, they finally managed to move into the storage room. The difference was stark. Xia Xian's face was flushed and sweaty, while Lang Xuetong's brows remained tightly knit, her complexion pale, resembling one who might faint at any moment. As soon as they placed their belongings down, she declared, "Let us go," and hurried down the stairs, her pace increasing, nearly causing Xia Xian to lag behind. Doubts filled Xia Xian's mind. Was she angry? Though he had entertained such thoughts, he never intended to take advantage of her. Surely not. If his memory served him correctly, he merely found her body soft and fragrant. Xia Xian hesitated, contemplating whether to apologize. He had known Lang Xuetong for a while. Her moods were unpredictable, and she could swing from inexplicable joy to sudden anger. He had never truly understood her, nor could he decipher the intricacies of a girl as heart. Even in the coolness of a summer night, on the 1st floor, they unexpectedly encountered a boy. whom Xia Xin recognized as the wealthy second-generation student who had once displayed a bouquet of roses and a diamond ring at the cafeteria entrance. In fact, this diamond ring bearer was a member of the student council and a classmate of Lang Shuetong, named Qianbin. Upon catching sight of Lang Shuetong, Qianbin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached her. "Shuetong, I've been looking for you. I heard you went to deal with that batch of books at the library. I thought I might lend a hand. Have you finished? Let us return to the classroom together." It seemed he had completely forgotten the previous rejection. Lang Shuetong replied coldly. "No need. I have something to attend to." "Oh, does the student council have matters to address?" "I shall accompany you," he insisted. "No. I have a classmate who is accompanying me," she retorted. Qianbin scrutinized Xia Xin for a moment and, with an air of authority, declared, "This classmate. The class is about to start. You should hurry along. I will accompany Shuetong." Xia Xin ignored him. Not everyone could be so easily swayed by his words. A flicker of anger passed through Qianbin's eyes, but he maintained a veneer of politeness, choosing to disregard Xia Xin. Frustrated after several attempts to shake him off, Lang Shuetong whispered to Xia Xin, "Please help me deter this pest from following. If not, prepare to find yourself sleeping on the street." Without waiting for a response, she briskly walked away. Reluctantly, Xia Xin complied. As Qianbin attempted to pursue, he seized his shoulder. Qianbin glared at him furiously. "What are you doing? If you interfere with me again, you'll regret it, you pathetic loser." "Actually, I have something quite important to ask you," Xia Xin replied. "What important matter could you possibly have?" Qianbin scoffed. With utmost sincerity, Xia Xin said, "Your hair has a lovely texture and your hairstyle is quite dashing. May I inquire how you maintain it?" At this, Qianbin beamed with pride. "This hairstyle cost 1,200 yuan. You could never afford it in your lifetime." Indeed, indeed. Your hair is incredibly vibrant. I envy you. The roots appear remarkably strong. Do you have any secrets?" Xia Xin continued to banter with Qianbin for 10 minutes before finally releasing him, just as the class bell rang. Barely 5 minutes after settling into his seat, Xia Xin received a text message. "Xia Xin, help. Chapter 27. No need to search anymore, teacher. I need to use the restroom," announced the mathematics instructor. Adjusting his reading glasses, "Xia Xin, class has barely commenced for 5 minutes, and you already need to depart?" "Indeed, I can't hold it any longer," Xia Xin confessed, prompting a wave of laughter from the audience. Xia Xion's face flushed with embarrassment. Alas, it was quite mortifying, but she had no choice but to endure it. The mathematics teacher waved his hand, signaling her to return promptly. Xia Xian felt an immense relief, darting out of the classroom. Upon reaching the farthest end of the corridor, she cautiously glanced around, ensuring the hallway was deserted as everyone else was attending class, before entering the women's restroom. Approaching the innermost stall, she gently knocked 3 times. "Shuetong?" The door creaked open slightly, revealing the exquisite visage of Lang Shuetong, though her pallor was alarmingly ghastly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Are you all right?" Xia Xian inquired, her concern evident. I'm fine," Lang Shuetong replied, her voice feeble, barely above a whisper, as if a mere breath could topple her. Just as she finished speaking, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, her pearly teeth biting down on her lower lip. Emitting a soft whimper, her brows knitted together in distress. "You don't seem fine at all." Xia Xian's gaze dropped inadvertently, and through the crack of the stall door, she discerned a pool of blood on the ground, causing her heart to leap in alarm. "Are you injured? It couldn't be that I bumped into you earlier, could it?" "No, it looks like there's so much blood. I must take you to the infirmary. Let me carry you." Overwhelmed with urgency, Xia Xian pushed the stall door open. Don't open it," Lang Shuetong exclaimed, but it was too late. Lang Shuetong leaned against the doorframe, her upper body tilted forward. The first thing Xia Xian noticed was the large pool of blood on the floor, then her gaze traveled upward to Lang Shuetong's long, slender legs adorned with white athletic shoes, their elegant curves and delicate calves striking. Higher still were her thighs, fair and radiant, the blood accentuating its vivid red hue. To prevent her skirt from staining, Lang Shuetong held the doorknob with one hand while delicately lifting the hem of her pristine white skirt with the other. Xia Xian's eyes traced the line of her flawless thigh. Suddenly, Lang Shuetong, finding an unexpected surge of strength, clenched her small hand around the doorknob. And with a swift motion, she struck Xia Xian squarely in the left eye, followed by a resounding slam of the door. "Did you see? Did you not see?" For a fleeting moment, Lang Shuetong felt conflicted, But an overwhelming pain soon replaced her thoughts, a piercing agony that forced her to clutch her abdomen. Collapsing onto the toilet seat, unable to suppress her whimpers, Xia Xin, now in a state of panic. Since the gravity of the situation, it seemed like the girl was indeed in distress. After all, having a sister like Xia Yi at home. He had some experience with these matters. Are you all right? Did you forget to bring anything? Typically, girls are aware of the days when they experience their monthly cycle. Moreover, the volume of blood loss is somewhat substantial, and the pain is quite perplexing. I should have had 3 more days. Cold Snow's eyes narrowed as she spoke through gritted teeth, weakened by the discomfort. It seems that being jostled by you earlier, coupled with exerting too much effort just now, has caused my body to react adversely. I suspect it is dysmenorrhea. Xia Xin was cognizant that during such times, it is ill-advised for girls to engage in strenuous activities. If she were to push through, she would likely be fine. A wave of guilt washed over her. No wonder Cold Snow had hurried away moments ago. She must have been in considerable pain. What should I do? Xia Xin pondered, as the class would soon dismiss, and undoubtedly others would notice. How could I possibly face anyone after this? Cold Snow was engulfed by fear, her shame compounded by the bloodstains marking her appearance. If others were to see her in such a state, it would swiftly become gossip throughout the school, and she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. There were already many girls at school who harbored disdain towards her. She could only imagine the comments that would ensue. Girls, after all, are sensitive about their dignity. The more she thought, the more her anxiety escalated, leading her to quietly sob. Once the bell rang and students poured out of the classrooms, her predicament would truly become a nightmare. In this dire moment, she thought of Xia Xin. It was indeed a humiliating situation. Yet she felt an inexplicable assurance that Xia Xin would not mock her. She understood that Xia Xin possessed a gentleness far surpassing that of others. Xia Xin contemplated for a moment and said, "Do not panic. Let me think." After pacing anxiously for a couple of laps and glancing at her digital watch, she reassured Cold Snow, "Everything will be all right. Please wait here. There are still 20 minutes until class ends. I will fetch you some supplies." But class has begun, and the school gates are locked, prohibiting us from going out. "Do not worry. I will be back swiftly. Just trust me," Xia Xin declared before darting out. Concerned for the girl's reputation, Xia Xin raced ahead. "Hey, student. During class hours, where do you think you're sneaking off to?" A teacher from the political education department called out, extending a hand to stop her. Xia Xin dodged to the side and continued her stride without hesitation. "My apologies, teacher. I must assist in retrieving equipment from the laboratory. It's urgent." "Oh," the male teacher nodded, then paused, realizing the laboratory is on the other side. "Why are you running toward the playground? Do you take me for a fool? Stop right there." But by the time he turned back, Xia Xin had vanished from sight. Xia Xin was well aware that exiting the school was impossible, with security patrolling the area near the fences. Thus, she took a secluded route through the small grove, circumventing to the corner of the playground before scaling the fence, which stood over 4 meters high, and leaping over. The nearest convenience store was a bit of a distance away. Normally, it would take at least 10 minutes to walk there from school, and returning would add another 20 minutes to her journey. Xia Xin dashed into the convenience store, swiftly seizing a pair of women's underwear and a pack of sanitary napkins. He tossed a 50 yuan note onto the counter and bolted out, only to return within 3 seconds, grabbing a teacup and 2 packets of napkins before rushing out again. "Apologies. I'm in a hurry. No need to search for anything," he called back. The female cashier shook her head, muttering about encountering several such hasty individuals daily. After a few taps on the cash register, she noted the purchases: Sophie Elastic Silk Thin, single ring teacup, fresh napkins, and women's items. "Well, indeed. The rest no need to search, because you owe me 3 yuan. The total is 53. If you have the audacity, don't run." Xia Xin nimbly scaled the school wall and sprinted across the playground, heading straight for the senior class building. This scene caught the attention of Shu Yuewu, who was languidly yawning by the window. She blinked in confusion, scrutinizing closely. It was indeed Xia Xin, leaving her perplexed. Xia Xin returned to the girls' restroom. Approaching the innermost stall, he gently knocked 3 times, asking, "Are you still there?" His hurried pace had left him breathless. A faint response from within reassured him. "Are you okay? Did you manage to buy it?" Lung Xuedong's heart raced. She felt the class was about to end. And with the convenience store so far away and the school gate locked, her thoughts were in disarray. Suddenly, 2 packages were slid under the door, one containing women's underwear and the other sanitary napkins, filling her with delight, as if she had seen an angel. Apologies, time was tight. And I wasn't too sure what style or type you preferred, so I hope this suffices. Okay, Lang Xuetong replied, momentarily casting aside her embarrassment to accept the items. However, upon glancing down, she noticed blood staining her legs. Even if she changed, it would be futile. Anxiety nearly brought her to tears. Then, she heard the sound of water running, and a teacup filled with water, along with 2 packets of napkins, was pushed under the door. Xia Xion's gentle voice followed. Use the napkins to dab the water and try not to let anyone see. Oh, I see. Lang Xuetong nodded, feeling as if she had returned from despair to bliss. Grateful for Xia Xion's thoughtful consideration. Only 5 minutes left. You should hurry, he urged. I know, she replied. Xia Xian stood by the restroom door, watching for any signs of early dismissals from the classes. After waiting for about 3 minutes, he finally saw Lang Xuetong gently open the stall door and step out. When he glanced down, he beheld her delicate legs beneath a snow-white skirt, still pristine and unblemished, as if nothing had transpired. Lang Xuetong emerged bashfully, her face flushed. Clutching a cute piece of fabric in her right hand, albeit stained with noticeable red, whispering, "My pockets are too small. If I throw it in the trash, someone will notice." Xia Xian took it from her hand and tucked it into his pocket, promising to return it later. Oh! The little face of Lang Xuetong flushed even redder, resembling a blooming rose. The warmth of her body still lingered on it. How could it be taken away by a boy? Yet, there was no time to dwell on it now. They would discuss it later. Class was about to end. Xia Xian hurried back to the classroom. The old-fashioned math teacher adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Xia Xian, saying, "Classmate, I recall you left for the restroom 5 minutes into the lesson. Why do you return only now?" "Sir," he fell in and just climbed out, someone chimed in, causing the entire class to erupt in laughter. All right, return to your seats," the math teacher sighed, clearly exasperated. Suspecting yet again that it was a deliberate attempt to skip class, Shi Wu, with her big, sparkling eyes, pondered but couldn't quite grasp the situation. She vaguely remembered seeing Xia Xian holding something, but it was too far away to discern clearly. Curiosity piqued, she stood up and made her way to the restroom. From the next stall, she overheard the girls discussing, "How strange. I never expected Lang Xuetong would skip class. They say it's for student council work." Who would believe that? With the college entrance exams approaching, is there really that much work to do? Who knows where she went? When she returned just now, her face was still a bit flushed. Could it be she was off doing something scandalous with a boy? Who knows? Perhaps, despite rejecting so many boys on the surface, she is secretly entangled with someone. Always acting aloof and high and mighty, it's quite off-putting. Honestly, she's just a washboard. I don't understand why so many boys are enamored with her. Isn't it merely her looks? As the voices of the 2 girls faded into the distance, Shi Wu frowned. Her beautiful eyes blinked as a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. Xia Xian skipped class, and so did Lang Xuetong. Xia Xian had just stepped out to buy something. Lang Xuetong knew Xia Xian's name. Chapter 28. Club Assessment. Xia Xian's emotions had never been as exhilarated as they were now. Throughout the entire class, he felt a heat radiating from his back, and his forehead was damp with sweat. Let there be no misunderstanding. He was neither a pervert nor a lecher. Although he had occasionally contemplated peeking through the gaps in his home to glimpse what Lang Xuetong was up to, he never possessed the audacity to follow through. To put it plainly, he was merely an ordinary adolescent boy, filled with youthful restlessness, harboring expectations of beauty, tinged with a hint of rosy fantasies, and clinging to impractical dreams. Yet, he was acutely aware that this dream would shatter upon contact. Thus, he refrained from pursuing it, preferring instead to cherish the longing. However, what he currently had nestled in his pocket was none other than the item recently worn by Lang Xuetong. Xia Xian was hardly in a state to concentrate on the lesson. He felt an inexplicable warmth, as if he could still catch a whiff of the unique, icy fragrance that lingered about her. This rendered his face crimson and quickened his heartbeat. Simultaneously, he was plagued by anxiety, fearing that if anyone discovered the contents of his pocket, he would become the laughingstock of the entire school. Mao Peng turned to him. "Xia Xian, can I borrow a pen? Mine's out of ink," he said, extending his hand. Just that simple gesture sent a jolt through Xia Xian's body, prompting him to instinctively cover his pocket. Only then did he realize that Mao Peng merely sought a pen. "Why are you so nervous?" Mao Peng asked, bewildered. "No, it's nothing. I just felt a bit cold. You can use the pen. It's fine. Cold? Mao Peng looked puzzled, glancing outside where the sun blazed overhead. It was hardly chilly, with temperatures hovering around 37 degrees. They say an egg could be cooked on the pavement in 3 seconds. In any case, Xia Xin's mood throughout the afternoon felt akin to a destitute individual withdrawing $1 million from the bank, returning home with it. At the slightest rustle, he was on edge, as if shadows danced around him. Finally, after enduring the long stretch of the school day, the moment the teacher announced the end of class, Xia Xin hastened to exit. His destination, the school gate. With unwavering determination, he felt a sense of safety beyond the school's confines. However, reality proved that Xia Xin was still too naive. Just as he stepped out of the gate, a voice called out to him. Xia Xin, wait for me. You jerk, why are you running so fast? Shu Yuewu panted as she caught up, grabbing his arm and gasping for breath. Her mesmerizing, doe-like eyes shot him a glance, playfully questioning his haste. I'm off to buy groceries and prepare dinner, he replied with a feeble chuckle, inwardly lamenting his misfortune at encountering the most troublesome person. What's the rush? It's only 4:30. Do you eat dinner at 4:30? My friend's brother, you know, Zhu Xiaosong, just call me for help. It's about that LOL special recruitment assessment. He wants you to come to my house for a test. Today marks the transition day for the new and old team members. As the senior players will be leaving the school, there was a simple welcome gathering, and to put it in the vernacular of League of Legends, today's event could be regarded as a glorious retirement battle for the seasoned veterans of the club, who have made significant contributions to both the society and the school by reaching the national finals. They would be passing on their hopes and honors to their junior peers. From this moment forth, they would be embarking on their separate paths, some perhaps venturing into professional careers, while others might take on ordinary jobs in society. This served as a test for Xia Xin, allowing him to participate in a match where several key former members would assess his abilities. After pondering for a moment, Xia Xin remarked, I have a computer at home as well. I can play just the same. Ah, but does your home have a webcam? No. Then, does it have voice capabilities? No. Exactly. It is imperative to ensure that it is indeed you playing. The webcam must be active. And you should occasionally communicate to confirm your identity. Otherwise, what if someone else plays on your behalf? Xia Xin considered this reasoning and realized its validity. However, he could not go to Shu Yuewu's house, as that would reveal everything. Yet, this assessment was only for a single day. Missing it would mean losing the opportunity. What to do? As the two conversed, they noticed a graceful and striking figure pass by, exuding an air of elegance. Whether intentional or not, Long Xueting let out a deliberate cough, clearly indicating for Xia Xin to return home swiftly. In truth, throughout the afternoon, her feelings mirrored Xia Xin's. Her heart was tethered to his, fearful of his potential exposure, which is why she had hurriedly departed after school. Understanding the underlying message of that cough, Xia Xin turned to Shu Yuewu and said, I can't. I'm accustomed to the mouse at home. How about this? I'll go back to grab a mouse and then meet you outside. This was, of course, a feeble excuse. The mouse at his home, costing less than 20 yuan, was undoubtedly inferior to any random mouse he could pick up elsewhere. As Xia Xin began to leave, Shu Yuewu pulled him back. Her personality was such that the more he attempted to depart, the more determined she became to keep him by her side. It was all the more amusing to her. She suspected that Long Xueting's recent cough held some hidden meaning and felt that she was deliberately slowing her pace. A playful smile graced her charming face, her beautiful eyes curving into delightful crescents, and the corners of her rosy lips turned upward ever so slightly. Don't worry about the mouse you prefer. There's a computer store not far from my house, and I am quite familiar with them. You can borrow one to use. After all, you'll return it after finishing a game. A new one is always preferable to an old one. Now, let us hurry. It starts at 5 o'clock. And we can't afford to be late. As she spoke, Shu Yu wrapped her arms around Xia Xin and, in front of Long Xuetong, began to pull him along. Naturally, as they passed by Long Xuetong, she shot her a glance that was tinged with a hint of defiance, eager to gauge Long Xuetong's reaction. Unfortunately for her, Long Xuetong's response was disappointing. She remained composed, gazing straight ahead, without even sparing a glance in her direction. This even led Shu Yuewu to briefly wonder if she was overthinking the situation. After all, one of these individuals was the exalted snow goddess of the school, while the other was merely an ordinary student, hardly anyone of significance. Was it possible she was being overly suspicious? Xia Xin was led by Shu Yuewu to her home, where he once again beheld the stylish duplex villa. Upon entering, he discovered that it was far more exquisite than its exterior suggested, with decor that evidently required considerable thought and effort. The opulent ceiling, resplendent chandeliers, and the elegantly spiraled corridor exuded a distinctive artistic charm. Upon entry, there was a foyer, with a staircase leading to the second floor on the right and a small corridor on the left, which led to the living room and kitchen. A dignified lady with her hair elegantly pinned up approached down the corridor and softly inquired, "Woo, why are you home so early today? You usually return quite late." Xia Xin noted a resemblance between her and Shui Wu, particularly in the alluring glint shared in their eyes. He respectfully greeted her, "Hello, Annie." "Ah, hello." Zhao Qing momentarily paused, turning to Shui Wu and asking, "Who is this?" "This is my classmate, Xia Xin. I brought him here for a matter." "Hurry up. Why are you taking so long to take off your shoes?" "Don't keep him waiting," Shui Wu urged Xia Xin, insisting he ascend the stairs. Zhao Qing was left bewildered, watching as Xia Xin was ushered into Shui Wu's room, speechless. She was aware that her daughter was well-liked and had many friends, both male and female. After all, youth is often characterized by indulgence. However, Shui Wu had a slight penchant for cleanliness and preferred that others did not enter her room, let alone touch her belongings, even her parents. She had never brought a boy home to her room. It was her private sanctuary. And even Zhao Qing was not permitted to enter for tidying, citing infringement of privacy rights. Did this little girl really have a sense of privacy? What was this performance about today? Was it for real? Xia Xin entered the room with a sense of apprehension. This was indeed his first time in a girl's personal space. His initial impression was one of warmth and a delightful fragrance lingering in the air, imbued with Shui Wu's essence. The room was adorned with various charming personal trinkets, including delicate stuffed toys. Shui Wu made her position clear, stating, "You are not allowed on my bed. Everything else is fine." "All right, I'll wash my hands," he replied. In truth, permitting Xia Xin to enter was quite a concession for her, as she typically did not allow other boys into her sanctuary. As she watched him enter the bathroom, Shui Wu found herself puzzled. Was Xia Xin truly as dense as he seemed? She had made her intentions unmistakably clear. Surely he must feel something stirring within him. Did he not harbor any feelings of desire? Though Xia Xin stood calmly in the spacious bathroom, surveying the decor, his mind was awash with astonishment. The stark contrast between this place and his shabby rental was striking, and a fleeting image of a smiling summer night danced through his thoughts. If only one day I could reside in such a splendid abode. Xia Xin cupped some water in her hands and splashed it on her face, invigorating herself with a motivational mantra. "Xia Xin, press on. You cannot afford to falter. You must strive harder than others." Upon returning to the room, she discovered Shui Wu was adjusting the camera. "I apologize. I typically use a laptop, and this desktop has been in use for quite some time. Please make the necessary adjustments," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "All right, come sit down." Before a seemingly brand-new desktop computer rested a chic white gaming chair. If Xia Xin's online research had been accurate, this gaming chair alone was priced at 4,999 yuan, a true extravagance. Xia Xin settled into the gaming chair and donned the headset, from which a familiar voice emerged. "Hello, is this Xia Xin?" "Yes." "Great. I see you." "Haha, how should I put it? Your gameplay is far more audacious and flamboyant than your demeanor. I expected a more aggressive appearance." Xia Xin was uncertain whether to interpret this as a compliment. I hope I haven't disappointed you." "Haha, not at all." Zhu Xiaosong then shared the room name and password for Xia Xin to enter, adding, "This match serves as a farewell contest, and it will also serve as an evaluation by the 5 founding members of our esports club to determine your eligibility for a special recruitment. Make sure to perform well." Chapter 29, Motivation for the New Generation at Jiangnan University. Within a private room of the esports club, 5 computers were arranged in a row, accompanied by 5 plush sofas, forming a standard 5-seat arrangement. Behind the computers was a transparent glass window, through which one could observe an identical setup in the adjacent room. The 10 computers in the 2 neighboring rooms were specifically designated for the core members of the esports club to practice training matches without interruption. Outside the private rooms, there was a hall reminiscent of an internet CAF, lined with dozens of computers, although the equipment could not compare to that in the private rooms. Today, however, both rooms were bustling with activity, a stark contrast to their usual tranquility, as they hosted a farewell party for a veteran member. Zhu Xiaosong occupied the central position of the 5-seat arrangement, watching the video of Xia Xin, who sat upright, and spoke through his headset. Xia Xin, don't be nervous. Treat this as a regular ranked match. I have some good news for you. This assessment only requires 3 votes to pass. I have already cast my vote for you. So you merely need to perform brilliantly enough for 2 of the 4 opponents to support you. Xia Xin was not apprehensive about the match. Rather, it was the location that caused his anxiety. He found himself in the boudoir of Xu Yuewu, the air infused with a warm, sweet fragrance, and she sat beside him, her large eyes blinking innocently, their legs nearly touching. The girl's room, filled with her essence and belongings, overwhelmed him, causing his heart to race. Zhu Xiaosong chuckled softly. You're still too tense. Relax a bit. Apart from the jungler, the other 4 are all players who reached the national semifinals last time. The jungler is not weaker than I am, and on our side, aside from me, almost everyone lacks formal competition experience. The chances of winning are slim. Just play in your own style. All right, I will do my best, Xia Xin replied earnestly. Zhu Xiaosong shook his head. He was still too young and lacked competitive experience. It was puzzling how nervous he was for such a minor match, evident by the sweat on his brow. At that moment, a rather refined boy wearing glasses leaned in. Xiaosong, who is this AD? Why do you recommend him so highly? Which prestigious school does he hail from? Is he a top-tier player in the national rankings? The boy was Sun Bo, a support from the second team. While he was certainly not on par with the first-tier supports, he played decently overall, unremarkable yet without flaws. Zhu Xiaosong found himself answering Sun Bo's inquiries about his performance with a smile, saying, not bad, very steady, with great potential. This was akin to a parent of a consistently underperforming student asking a teacher for feedback, to which the teacher could only respond with a forced smile. Your child's academic performance is stable, and there is significant room for improvement. Zhu Xiaosong smiled and added, not at all. How should I put it? He is a rough gem. Once polished, I am confident he will shine brilliantly in competitions. Is it true, Song? Are you boasting? I plan to let him join the first team as the starting AD as soon as he arrives. What do you think? Wow, Song, your backdoor is quite obvious. Isn't it? A rookie can start? He can't possibly be your brother-in-law, can he? A wave of good-natured laughter erupted nearby. Zhu Xiaosong playfully punched his shoulder. Come on. You'll see for yourself when you assist him later. I certainly need to pay close attention. The one who understands the AD's prowess best, aside from the opposing AD, is undoubtedly the support on our side. This exchange was also heard by Xia Xin and Xu Yuewu on the other end of the headset. Xu Yuewu shot a sidelong glance at Xia Xin, pressed mute to prevent the opponents from hearing her, and said, Xiaosong has a high opinion of you. How do you feel about being a starter right away? I'll do my best not to disappoint him. Xu Yuewu blinked. Why is your forehead so sweaty? Is it hot? It shouldn't be. I have the air conditioning on. Just a little. It's nothing. Xia Xin forced a faint smile. Xu Yuewu's eyes twinkled mischievously as she said, could it be that it's really hot? Indeed. I'm starting to feel a bit warm myself. As she spoke, she fanned her face and added, it's quite warm. I think I'll change. With that, she went to the wardrobe and took out 2 dresses, heading into the bathroom. When she emerged, she wore a snug, sky blue crop top that clung to her figure, accentuating her curves. Her delicate, round arms were fully exposed, highlighting her alluring silhouette. The sight of her flat stomach and cute navel left Xia Xin at a loss for where to direct his gaze. On her lower half, she wore playful pink hot pants that barely reached mid-thigh, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. Xu Yuewu's proportions were akin to those of a model. Her long, beautiful legs radiated a youthful vitality and a tender glow, her skin smooth and luminous, captivating anyone who dared to look. She sat with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at Xia Xin with a smile. I've lowered the air conditioning. How come your expression seems even warmer? Poor thing. The sweat on your forehead is nearly enough to rival a rainy day. Xia Xin was left speechless. You're wearing so little. Which boy wouldn't he feel hot? Could you please show me some respect? I'm a normal man. Isn't this challenging my limits? He felt a fire burning within him. Eager to finish this match as quickly as possible, determined to leave at once without a moment's delay. He increasingly believed what Mao Pang said. Xu Yuewu truly was the embodiment of a seductive spirit. How else could she be so enchanting, her gaze so intoxicating? Thankfully, the selection phase began, and Xia Xin silently prayed for calm, focusing intently on the computer screen. Xu Yuewu narrowed her eyes, skillfully coaxing. Are you feeling nervous, Xia Xin? No, not at all. Have you never entered a girl's bedroom? No. I find that hard to believe. Really never? No. What about Cold Snow Eye's room? Not at all. Xia Xin was taken aback, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, staring in astonishment at Shu Yuewu. Shu Yuewu smiled like a cunning little fox whose scheme has succeeded, gazing at him with a cheerful expression. What's wrong? Speak up. Doesn't Cold Snow Eye allow you into her room? Why the extra word also? Xia Xin chuckled awkwardly, wondering why she was even mentioned. I am not particularly close to her. Oh, Shu Yuewu drawled with a significant tone. It's fine. You carry on. This was her brilliance, hinting just enough to let Xia Xin's imagination run wild. She was already certain that Xia Xin's guilty expression was undoubtedly connected to Cold Snow Eye. If she could see some incriminating evidence against the aloof Cold Snow Eye, it would surely be entertaining. Xia Xin could hardly concentrate on playing, feeling quite anxious. This secret must not be leaked. Cold Snow Eye had warned that if it were to be disclosed, he would be left to sleep on the streets. Sun Bo interjected. AD, do you need any assistance? Xia Xin replied nonchalantly, whatever. Vayne was quite weak in the early game, and Sun Bo had no intention of challenging the formidable combination of the opposing Miss Fortune and Janna. He chose Soraka to provide him with healing, allowing him to farm. And at crucial moments, she could use her ultimate to secure an escape. He certainly did not believe that a mere rookie AD could outperform the opposing starter AD. And he felt even less capable than their support. As long as he could survive in the bottom lane, that was sufficient. As per his usual strategy, he played it safe. The blue team comprised of Zed, Syndra, Xia Xin, Vayne, and Soraka, while the purple team included Riven, Orianna, Rek'Sai, Miss Fortune, and Thresh. Once the game commenced, our mid laner Syndra remarked, Xiao Gu, how about we just let the jungler be? Dealing with you alone is already quite taxing. The opposing Orianna, Qin Xiao, replied, sure, just stay under the tower to farm and don't let me see you. Normally, Syndra was a lane bully, strong in the mid lane, easily pushing the wave. Once past the mid lane, there was a significant chance of being ganked. Syndra helplessly commented, if there's going to be bullying, please be gentle. Miss Fortune responded, how can it be called bullying? This is motivation and encouragement from the older generation to the new. Understand? The banner of Jiangnan University will depend on you all to carry it forward, striving to achieve better results than we did. The opposing Miss Fortune, Thresh, Orianna, along with Riven from the top lane, and Xia Xin's Xia Xin, Zhu Xiaosong, aimed for the best results Jiangnan University had ever achieved, reaching the national top 4. They fell just short, and had they managed to enter the top 3, they could have secured a spot in the LSBL. The LSBL is a premier league, second only to the highest domestic league, the LPL. Only the top teams in LSBL have the opportunity to compete in the LPL against the nation's elite teams. Thus, this was a significant hurdle, and regrettably, this year's Jiangnan University could not surmount it, stopping at the top 4, which was indeed a considerable disappointment. Zhu Xiaosong, with encouragement in his voice, advised Xia Xin to exercise caution against the opposing female officer. Following graduation, Xiaohe aspired to join a professional team, exhibiting a commendable level of skill, particularly in the later stages of the game. However, he had not opted for a late-game ADC this time, seemingly granting our second team a fair opportunity. The competition was officially underway. As the bottom lane reached level 3, the blue team's Zhu Xiaosong deliberately prepared to assist Xia Xin. After clearing the red buff and the F4, he ascended to level 3, marking one of the most potent early ganks for the blind muck. He proceeded downwards, ready to support Xia Xin. Unexpectedly, before he could arrive, the screen flashed with the announcement of first blood, claimed by the female officer. To his astonishment, Xia Xin had already surrendered the first kill. The pace at which this occurred was astonishing. Was the bottom lane truly that challenging? Chapter 30, The Dignity of a Beauty in the Purple Square. The bot lane aimed to secure level 2. Thresh, displaying remarkable intelligence, positioned himself to absorb the experience from the last minion, stealthily entering the brush. Suddenly, a sinister hook emerged from the foliage, deftly ensnaring Vayne's petite figure. In response, Caitlyn executed a swift E, teleporting directly to Xia Xin's side, unleashing an onslaught on the level 1 Vayne. Thresh followed suit with a Q, drawing closer to Vayne, then using an E to push her away from the tower, igniting her with a spell. Recognizing that Vayne was ensnared, Caitlyn, with no means of escape, unleashed a Q and her ultimate, ruthlessly piercing through Vayne's form. Their cooperation was nothing short of seamless. despite Vane's attempt to evade the onslaught with a roll, activating her summoner spells to dash towards the tower. She was effortlessly dispatched by Caitlyn, who had flashed in to secure the kill. Soraka could only offer a meager heal, helplessly watching as Vane fell at the enemy's feet. Such a demise was utterly unwarranted. It was common knowledge that the bot lane aimed to contest level 2 and engage in combat. Even a slightly seasoned ADC would recognize the importance of positioning. So how could Vane be so careless as to fall for the hook? Soraka thought to herself. Perhaps this was merely a mistake. Everyone falters at times, especially a novice ADC. A single error is forgivable. Yet, to her dismay, mere minutes later, Vane was ensnared once again. This time, it was as if she had rolled straight into the hook, having carelessly maneuvered from behind the minions, oblivious to Thresh's imminent strike. One might wonder why she didn't simply remain behind the minions. Surely, Thresh's hook could not curve and strike her through the minions? The outcome was, of course, predictable. The disparity in equipment and levels had widened considerably. Well, 2 minor missteps could be overlooked. After all, their opponents were certainly more skilled and had prepared for pressure. Yet, at the 8-minute mark, Vane astonishingly fell victim to yet another hook. Soraka felt an urge to curse. Vane, do you possess a magnetic pull for hooks? Already weakened from Caitlyn's earlier assaults while attempting to farm, Vane succumbed the moment she was caught, her health depleted. 3 deaths by the 8-minute mark. This was hardly a bronze match. Even Syndra in the mid lane could not resist expressing her bewilderment. What transpired? How could the bot lane collapse so spectacularly? If you can't win, don't force it. Farm under the tower and let a few minions go. Soraka, with a heavy heart, replied, don't ask me. I've done my best. Vane responded, I'm sorry, I'll play more cautiously. However, in truth, caution was of little consequence. The lane had transcended mere difficulty. The gulf in equipment and levels was vast, rendering survival in the bot lane akin to a descent into hell. Xia Xin had attempted a few ganks but refrained from forcing the engagement. The fundamental principle of a jungler is to assist those in a favorable position, particularly in dire circumstances. To venture into the bot lane now would only result in a free triple kill for the enemy. Despairing, he could only concede defeat. Xia Xin was left in utter confusion. Was Xia Xin truly this incompetent in matches? No, this has gone beyond mere deception. It is utterly explosive. In truth, how has Xia Xin not also been deceived? He has come to realize that fairy tales are mere illusions. The notion that having a seductive goddess by one's side to play games is the dream of every man, when such a figure is actually seated beside you at arm's length. Who could focus on gaming? Especially when Xu Yuwu, while he plays, languidly leans against his shoulder, purposefully or inadvertently whispering warm breaths against his ear. Xia Xin knows that with a mere tilt of his head to the right, he could almost kiss Xu Yuwu's alluring lips. Xia Xin, it is wrong to lie. Look. Your guilt is palpable. I am not guilty. I am merely vexed by your antics. Xu Yu's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon as she leaned closer to Xia Xin's ear, softly murmuring in a voice as sweet as a siren's song. I have not lied. Xia Xin stubbornly refrained from turning his head or shifting his gaze, feeling the weight of her head pressing against his arm, numbing it slightly. Xu Yuwu was too close, her languid form, like a soft mist, almost entirely draped over his shoulder, leaving no space between them. He could distinctly sense that a slight movement of his arm could brush against something soft and exquisite. A sensation so intoxicating that it rendered him incapable of concentrating on the game. As his arm grew increasingly stiff, he dared not move. If this isn't a trap, then what is? The fragrant, gentle aura of the girl enveloped him entirely, drawing him into its depths. Her enchanting gaze and tempting red lips wielding a tenderness that could melt steel, relentlessly tormenting Xia Xin's fragile heart. Look, you faltered again. How pitiable. You must be feeling guilty. Xu Yuwu bore an expression that suggested this was entirely his own doing, a reflection of his guilt. Xia Xin could only helplessly acquiesce. This concerns your special talent. I can see that you do not wish to remain here. Do you not long to go to Jiangnan University? At this rate, do you truly believe the other party will approve your special request? The fragrant breath escaping her delicate lips brushed against Xia Xin's ears, warm and inviting, exceedingly pleasant. You might as well confess. It would be advantageous for all. Xia Xin pondered for a moment and replied, actually, she is my girlfriend. Our first encounter was love at first sight. On the surface, she is the goddess of the school, but in private, She is my obedient little wife. A secret that must remain undisclosed. Well, I have said all that needs to be said. Ha, ha, ha. Shuyu emitted a peculiar laugh, chilling in its resonance. After a considerable pause, she remarked, Xia Xin, it appears I must reassess your intelligence. Your exaggerated claims are so blatant that they scream falsehood. And thus no one would believe you. Do you really think to deflect me with this? You underestimate me far too much. Xia Xin silently lamented. Was this woman a devil? Xia Xin, I wonder if you still recall that day when we were grocery shopping and the butcher remarked about the girl from the Long family. At the time, I was oblivious to his meaning, but now it dawns on me that he was referring to Long Xuedong. His assessment was that while she is undeniably beautiful, she possesses a fierce temperament that instills fear even in him. I cannot believe there exists another woman like her. And as for the notion that you two are a couple, I find it hard to accept. Perhaps you merely shared the experience of shopping together. Akin to our own situation, which has led to misunderstandings. Reflecting on this, I cannot help but recall the first class of the afternoon where both you and she skipped. Do not dismiss this as mere coincidence, for I witnessed you leaving to procure something for her. Truth be told, this matter is not particularly alarming. It is not surprising that you would know her. Which young man would not desire to be close to Long Xuedong and leave an impression upon her? However, the most perplexing aspect is that despite your evident familiarity and past excursions to the market, you both maintain a fade of unfamiliarity within the school premises. Does this not seem rather peculiar? One might wonder if there lies an unspeakable secret between you two. Xia Xin felt a wave of embarrassment. This woman is undeniably astute. I apologize, but I am at a loss for your meaning, he replied, fully aware that he must maintain his composure. Is that so? Shuyu clearly did not believe him. Her beautiful eyes flashing with a glint of coldness, though her face wore a smile. Do you intend to feign ignorance until the competition concludes? Oh dear, you have truly lost again. For the sake of Long Xuedong, you would rather forsake this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity than confess, wouldn't you? Xia Xin longed to assert that it was not he who relinquished the opportunity, but rather she who forced his hand. Shuyu was now incensed. Her pride as a beautiful woman had been profoundly affronted. To her, Xia Xin's choice of allegiance to Long Xuedong over her felt like yet another defeat at the hands of Lang, which left her thoroughly displeased. In truth, this situation pertained to a matter of principle, and Xia Xin would rather endure silence than divulge anything, though he merely resided next door to Long Xuedong. The entirety of the building belonged to her family, and he understood the perils of gossip. Who could predict how such tales might morph into scandalous narratives, such as high school cohabitation or sharing a bedroom? This matter directly impacted a young woman's reputation and virtue, and he would never betray the trust, even at the cost of his own peace. Despite Shuyu's relentless teasing, Xia Xin remained steadfast, gritting his teeth and refusing to yield. This infuriated Shuyu, igniting an uncontainable rage within her. Fine, she seethed. I shall grant you 10 seconds to contemplate. If you confess, I will grant you a single request, any request. No matter how outrageous. Just dare to voice it, and I shall comply. She could not fathom that she was inferior to Long Xuedong. Having lost a few votes in the campus beauty contest, could she not conquer this boy? Xia Xin's heart raced, and fleeting images danced in his mind, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. No need. I have already said all I can. You do not even wish to consider? Shuyu's brows furrowed in anger, wishing she could bite him in frustration. There was truly nothing more to discuss. Well, Xia Xin. Remember the insult you bestowed upon me today. We shall see what unfolds. What? Did I offend her? Xia Xin was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how he had insulted her. Women, why must they be so complicated? Fortunately, after Shuyu spoke her piece, she chose to remain silent and distanced herself from him, maintaining a slight space. The heavy burden that had rested upon his arm was suddenly lifted, leaving Xia Xin feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. Although it was indeed a relief, the timing was far from ideal. Shuyu, propping her chin on her hand, glared at the screen with irritation, urging him to perform well and not disgrace her introduction of him. Indeed, Shuyu took great pleasure in increasing the challenges for Xia Xin, yet she did not wish to witness his defeat. Rather, she relished the sight of him struggling to survive amidst adversity. In truth, she herself was bewildered by this sentiment. Xia Xin now felt as if he was soaring in the vast skies, liberated from the confines that had previously weighed him down. He was akin to a beleaguered creature, battered by minor adversities, who suddenly found himself rejuvenated like a superhero basking in sunlight. yearning to proclaim his newfound vigor. However, Xia Xin's current statistics were disheartening: 0 kills and 7 deaths, merely one misstep away from being utterly defeated. Even his devoted E-Cup concubine, Qin Yu, who had consistently attended to his needs, had abandoned him, leaving him to his own devices. Chapter 31. The Heroic Suppression? Sun Bo glanced at Vane's performance and minion farm, shaking his head. Song, you seem to have misjudged this time. I observed from start to finish and truly found nothing remarkable. At best, she barely reaches a platinum standard. It is likely that her ascent to Diamond 5 was merely a stroke of luck. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaosong appeared somewhat embarrassed. He had always prided himself on his keen eye for talent and rarely misjudged. It was astonishing that in the very first match, she had been so soundly defeated. While it was true that Xiao He was exceptionally skilled and possessed professional caliber, was it really possible for her to suffer a score of 0 to 7? Was the disparity in skill so vast? Could it be that Xia Xin's previous peak performance of a solo pentakill was nothing but fortuitous? He speculated that she was simply rather anxious. Zhu Xiaosong offered an excuse for Xia Xin, considering her lack of competitive experience and the inevitable nerves that accompanied it. Sun Bo shook his head, a look of skepticism on his face. Really? I believe her skills are just average. If our starting AD carries this level of performance, we will likely be eliminated in the top 16 next year. Song, you might want to reconsider allowing her into the first team. Oh wait, perhaps it's not even worth considering. At this rate, I doubt she will garner 2 votes of approval. Sun Bo felt disheartened by the prospects of this future AD carry. The support from the first team was about to graduate, and with the new semester, there was a significant chance he would be promoted to the first team as support position. He certainly did not wish to assist a lackluster AD carry, as any blunders in the bot lane would inevitably reflect poorly on the support as well. Every support player appreciates having an AD carry who can dominate and secure advantages in lane. A player like Han Fei, for instance, is the ideal scenario, strong in lane and formidable in team fights. Regrettably, he had already been recruited by Kyoto University ahead of time. However, just as the two concluded their discussion, the screen flashed with the notification of Vayne achieving a double kill. This prompted both of them to shift their focus to the bottom lane, where they beheld Vayne single-handedly attacking minions before the second tower. Meanwhile, the recently approached Caitlyn and Thresh had retreated back to base, enjoying a free flight home, quick and efficient. Sun Bo wore a perplexed expression. Song, you're not suggesting that Xiaogu intentionally let the AD carry into the team, are you? After all, they are on the same team and share a good rapport. Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. Xiao He's temperament would never allow such leniency, especially when the honor of the future esports club was at stake. Mid-laner Syndra chimed in with a question. Xiaogu, aren't you being a bit too lenient with the newcomer? Implying that Xiao He had purposely let down his guard, allowing a kill to nurture the fledgling's fragile self-esteem, fearing that too many deaths would be unbearable for her. The Clockwork Mage Chen chuckled in response. What do you know? Just watch and learn. This is strategy at play. Look, Vayne is now valuable. She can secure 7 kills. If you do the math, it's still a profit. Of course, this was said in jest. However, it was evident that Caitlyn and Thresh had indeed eased off the pressure. Anyone could see that Xiao He had intentionally allowed Vayne some leeway. In the lower lane, Caitlyn and Thresh pushed the line, advancing all the way to the second tower, leaving Vayne to contend with minions alone while the rest of the team occupied the mid and upper lanes. Although the pressure in the mid and top lanes was significant, it could still be salvaged. The bottom lane, however, had collapsed entirely, leading to a complete abandonment of hope, allowing Vayne to farm minions and gain experience, which was better than nothing. Observing the equipment, Vayne had barely managed to acquire a pair of boots of swiftness, while Caitlyn had already obtained an infinity edge and a blade of the ruined king, boasting an advantage of approximately 3,000 gold in gear. In such a scenario, it was utterly impossible for Vayne to contend with Caitlyn, especially with the formidable support of Thresh at her side. Were it not for Caitlyn's apparent leniency, one might question the credibility of the situation. Xiao He remained silent, having only expressed his thoughts through a few ellipses. He struggled to articulate the sensation. It was merely an instinct born from his role as an AD carry. At the beginning, Vayne appeared quite ludicrous, her mechanics and awareness reminiscent of a silver-ranked player. Yet, just moments ago, her demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Her movements and positioning resembled that of an assassin lurking in the shadows, gradually revealing her formidable prowess, truly embodying the name of the Night Hunter. At that moment, the bottom lane had become a no-man's land. Caitlyn, accompanied by her loyal companion Thresh, swiftly pushed the minions to the enemy's second turret, observing as Vayne cowered beneath it, feasting on the minions. Caitlyn paid little mind to Vayne. With over 20 minutes elapsed and only a blade of the Ruined King to her name, what could an 11th level Vayne possibly achieve? Both she and Thresh had reached level 12, establishing a significant level disparity. They commenced a relentless assault on the turret. As the opposing minion wave approached, Thresh unleashed his E ability, synergizing seamlessly with Caitlyn's Q ability, resulting in a barrage of peacekeepers that obliterated a row of minions. The two, being seasoned partners, exhibited remarkable coordination. Almost instantaneously, as their skills were deployed, Vayne sprang into action. Without hesitation, she activated her ultimate, Final Hour. While many might focus solely on her ability to gain a second of invisibility post-Q or the 90 movement speed increase while pursuing the target, they often overlook the significant attack bonus her ultimate provides. At level 11, Vayne's ultimate grants an additional 50 attack damage, which, when converted to equipment terms, is equivalent to acquiring a 1550 gold greatsword, substantially bridging the economic gap. Caitlyn chuckled lightly, dismissing Vayne's reckless gambit as a futile attempt at self-destruction. Had she truly given up? The difference between life and death had become trivial. Currently, a kill on Vayne would yield a mere handful of gold, comparable to a few minions. Thresh, Ludong, inquired, "What should we do? Do we really need to kill her again? It seems excessively cruel, especially towards a newcomer." Caitlyn, with a mocking tone, replied, "The arena is a battlefield. There is no room for compassion, only strength. If she wishes to throw herself into danger, so be it." "Ah, you remain as merciless as ever. I fear we might instill a psychological scar upon her. After all, the team holds high hopes for her." "Huh? How can someone who cannot even assess the strengths of allies and foes dare to play AD? I find it baffling. We possess every advantage in terms of gear, level, and numbers. What emboldens her to engage a solo with her ultimate? Let us send her back to the fountain to clear her thoughts. Perhaps she has lost her mind." Xiaoyi understood the intentions of his opponent. She had already expended her Q ability, and Thresh had used his E, leaving them with 2 fewer skills while both remained within the turret's defensive range. Vayne was undoubtedly attempting to leverage the turret's attacks for a counteroffensive, a notion that was utterly naive. Such trivial tactics had no place before him. The female officer swiftly executed her E skill, launching a net towards Vayne while simultaneously retreating mid-air, skillfully evading the tower's attack range. Vayne rolled gracefully, evading the net, and followed suit, causing the female officer to lose sight of the now invisible Vayne. This was precisely the utility of Vayne's ultimate ability, allowing her to gain the upper hand in the engagement, an advantage of paramount importance that essentially equated to an additional attack. Once you strike your opponent, they require precious time to react, to target you with their mouse, and to execute their attack. This is the essence of the advantage of initiative. As Vayne landed a strike on the female officer, she began her counterattack, shaking her head slightly, contemplating Vayne's apparent ineptitude. Even when cornered against the wall, Vayne had a golden opportunity to utilize her basic attack followed by her E skill to push the female officer into the wall, stunning her for a full 5 seconds. Yet she chose to simply dash and attack, squandering a prime chance. Nevertheless, even with that wasted moment, Vayne was inevitably doomed. Thresh did not hesitate. Aware of Vayne's innate agility, he closed in and unleashed his ultimate, erecting a quartet of spectral cages around her. Upon contact with these spectral cages, the victim would experience a staggering 99% reduction in mobility, rendering them nearly immobile and inflicting over 400 damage, an exceedingly lethal blow to Vayne's approximately 1,300 health points. To Thresh's astonishment, Vayne audaciously moved closer, taking refuge within his cage. Thresh anticipated her certain capture. His lethal hook was already on its way to Vayne's position. Yet, with a graceful sidestep, she evaded the hook and stood within the cage, attacking the female officer while entirely disregarding Thresh behind her. Stunned, Thresh was taken aback. Could the game be played in such a manner? Could one remain inside the spectral cage and maneuver around him? Did she truly consider this her domain? This was his ultimate ability, and he wished for a modicum of respect. What infuriated him further was the fact that he was, after all, a hero, yet she did not even spare him a glance, standing before him to attack the woman he was meant to protect. Did she truly think him a mere super minion? Glancing at his skill bar, Thresh noted that all his abilities were on cooldown Q, W, E, and R, while the super minions boasted over 260 attack power, a figure that even his combined abilities could not surpass. Vayne struck the female officer 3 times, while the officer had only landed 2 hits on Vayne, depleting her health by over 500 points. Suddenly, Vayne vanished once more. Her Q skill had a mere 2-second cooldown. The astute female officer quickly sprinted towards the center of the lane to avoid being stunned by the E-wall. Rapidly assessing the situation, she realized Thresh had exhausted all his skills, E, Q, and R were all on cooldown, with only his W lantern providing a shield. She had already used her Q and E, and her W was merely a trap laid on the ground. If the opposing team possessed any semblance of intelligence, they would not step into it. Moreover, her ability was too time-consuming to employ in a skirmish. In essence, both champions had depleted their arsenal of skills, leaving Thresh to rely solely on his basic attacks with his small chains. The female marksman possessed an attack speed of merely 1.4, which proved insufficient to unleash a third strike within Vayne's 2-second window. Vayne, with her swifter attack speed, managed to execute a 3-hit combo, leaving the marksman astounded as she realized a third of her health had been depleted. For clarification, attack speed refers to the number of strikes one can deliver in a second. Ideally, an attack speed of 1.5 would allow for 1.5 strikes in 1 second, culminating in 3 strikes over 2 seconds. However, this scenario is purely theoretical. Practical considerations such as projectile trajectory and attack animation often hinder such outcomes. As Vayne emerged from stealth and struck once, the marksman quickly discerned her location and retaliated with a shot, scoring a critical hit that dealt 400 damage. A second strike followed, inflicting 160 damage, and another hit of over 500 damage ensued. Vayne was left with just over 300 health. She promptly utilized her Blade of the Ruined King to siphon health, restoring her vitality to over 400, and then healed further to approximately 600. The instinctive awareness of a professional ADC alerted the marksman that, without the need for meticulous calculations, merely observing Vayne's health bar indicated that 2 additional strikes, one potentially critical, would not be sufficient to vanquish her opponent. Although she could withstand Vayne's subsequent 3 strikes with her healing ability, the looming threat of the 4th strike, following Vayne's stealth, positioned her at a severe disadvantage. In a moment of clarity, just as she executed her 2nd strike before Vayne vanished, the marksman decisively opted to activate her ultimate ability. It must be noted that this choice was undoubtedly the most judicious decision in that moment. Despite the slow nature of her ultimate, its damage was formidable. At level 2, it could inflict 650 damage, and once locked onto a target, Vayne's stealth would prove ineffective. With precision, she aimed, locked on, and prepared to unleash her shot. The sound of the bullet was interrupted as Vayne, in a deft maneuver, executed a basic attack followed by a crossbow bolt through her E ability, Condemn, which knocked the marksman back. Although she did not collide with a wall to become stunned, her ultimate was disrupted, plunging it into a 10-second cooldown. The marksman's visage turned ashen with despair. Realizing her predicament, she managed to struggle through a healing ability and retaliated with a strike, only to be met with Vayne's counterattack that dealt a devastating 3-hit combo, leaving her health depleted. In a last-ditch effort, she set a trap in front of Vayne and attempted to escape with a flash, yet predictably, Vayne followed suit, claiming her life. The remaining Thresh gazed at Vayne, who was left with just over 300 health, engulfed in disbelief. Oh God, let this be a nightmare from which I may awaken. Yet, divine intervention was absent. Instead, Vayne graciously escorted him to the fountain. In the process, she amassed 2 significant kills, one yielding 500 gold and the other 407, totaling 900 gold. Xiaohe and Lu Dong exchanged a glance, their mutual understanding palpable in the silence. Shock resonated in their eyes as they grappled with the reality of being taught a harsh lesson. Wasn't it promised that their equipment, levels, and numbers would dominate? Wasn't it assured that Vayne would be the architect of her own demise? Wasn't it declared that the arena would show no mercy? Vayne, indeed, had shown them no compassion. Xiaohe, with a stiffened expression, sought a rationale for their defeat. It was hero suppression. Lu Dong nodded in agreement. Yes, hero suppression. What is the female marksman? It is merely practical during a kill with a single Q ability, which is easily evaded, rendering it almost 4 useless skills for an AD. And what of Vayne? All 4 of her abilities are designed for one-on-one confrontations, and remarkably, all 4 are guaranteed to hit, with none that can be dodged. Among all champions in League of Legends, it is perhaps only she who possesses abilities that are certain to strike their target. Indeed, this duel is merely a consequence of the hero being suppressed. He is utterly unwilling to acknowledge the fact that, in a 2-on-1 situation, with a disadvantage in equipment, level, and numbers, the two were still outmaneuvered and eliminated. Years of synergy brought the two to the bottom lane's second turret, where they intended to reclaim their dignity after losing face. This time, there would be no reliance on the female marksman's Q ability or Thresh to farm, this time. The goal was to eliminate that insufferable wretch. There remained only Vayne, shunned by all, who had returned home to acquire some gear, albeit insufficient for the task at hand. However, 2 minutes later, the sound of a double kill echoed in everyone's ears. Sona raised an eyebrow, unable to restrain herself from saying, "Xiao? Must you really let it go this easily?" Cinder remarked, "Just say it plainly. How much Q currency did you give to Song's team? Is it necessary to concede like this? After all these years of friendship, you might as well hand me a few kills." Xiao hesitated momentarily, typing a few words on the screen. "I did not let it go." After a pause, he added a reason: hero suppression. Chapter 32, Genius or Fool Naturally. Xiao He's words were disregarded by everyone. Hero suppression? What utter nonsense. This is a team game, in a 2v1 scenario. Defeat would only come if the opposing team's equipment far surpassed ours. Observing the gear, it is evident that even disregarding a Thresh, the equipment of Caitlyn overwhelmingly eclipses that of Vayne. With an Infinity Edge, a Blade of the Ruined King, and an additional 875 gold for a long sword, Caitlyn would soon acquire a rapid-fire cannon, completing her trifecta. While Vayne's equipment has seen some improvement, consisting merely of a Blade of the Ruined King and a longsword worth 875, how could she possibly compare to Caitlyn? Moreover, Thresh is not a mere bystander. If he hooks Vayne, her demise is inevitable. Even if the hook misses, his E ability is bound to connect. Dealing substantial damage with his basic attacks, 500 health should be easily achievable, not even considering Ignite. Can Caitlyn truly be unable to eliminate Vayne with 900 health? The fact that they both fell once is forgivable, but to die twice? It's utterly absurd. Sunbo sighed and turned to Zhu Xiaosong. "Song, there's really no need to coddle this AD in our team, unless he happens to be your brother-in-law." Zhu Xiaosong shot him a glare. "Don't speak carelessly. I've never vouched for him." "How hypocritical. Everyone knows about your close relationship with Xiao Gu. It's evident that you admire this AD. What kind of Vayne is this? After acquiring the Blade of the Ruined King, she doesn't even build a red buff, aiming instead for an Infinity Edge. Anyone with knowledge knows that Vayne's output is explosive with the Blade of the Ruined King and a red buff." Sunbo instantly regarded Vayne with less respect. In truth, there is no fixed order for item builds. To insist otherwise reveals a fundamental misunderstanding of the champion. Xia Xin's comprehension of equipment transcends that of the average player, far beyond what any support could fathom. His build is specifically tailored to facilitate an easy kill on Caitlyn and Thresh during a 1v2 situation in the bot lane. After some contemplation, Zhu Xiaosong also deemed it highly likely that Xiao was intentionally throwing the game. He was not a bronze player, in a 2v1 with a clear equipment advantage. How could defeat be possible? Presumably, Xiao was merely saving face for him. Zhu Xiaosong felt compelled to type in the public chat, "All right, Xiao. That's enough." Although his words were not explicit, everyone understood his intention. To signal Xiao to cease his deliberate losses, it was too contrived. Unnecessary to assist him so overtly. Xingde remarked jokingly, "Xiao Gu, did you hear that? Song has spoken. It's too fake. But if you're here to throw for me, then that's not fake. I can certainly act a bit more convincingly." His comment elicited laughter from the group. And no one faulted Xiao. After all, they were on the same team, and it was apparent that he shared a close bond with Song. Xiao glanced at the support, Lu Dong, seated beside him, his breath slightly heavy. In a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, he inquired, "Did you let it go?" Lu Dong shook his head indifferently. "Of course not." As they ventured forth a second time, Thresh proceeded with caution. The moment Vayne activated her ultimate, he promptly placed a control ward on the ground. Their purpose this time was singular: to eliminate Vayne and redeem the shame of having let her off so easily. Yet, the Q and D skills were wasted, leaving everything in utter desolation. Truly a case of all four are empty. Vayne surprisingly maneuvered within the vicinity of his ultimate. The sole skill that remained unspent was her W, which granted a shield to the ADC. As long as the ADC refrained from using flash to evade this shield, it was unlikely to miss. As for the ADC, her plight was even more lamentable. With nothing but her ultimate to inflict damage, she was swiftly dispatched. Both fell in a fierce clash once again. Xiaoyi chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling how, upon his first demise, he thought, "This Vayne is truly foolish, not using her E. She could at least stun me for over a second and deal more damage." In retrospect, he realized it was he who was foolish. For she had already calculated that even if she stunned him, she would perish as well. She intentionally withheld her E to interrupt his ultimate. That was the only method to triumph over both of them. Lu Dong's gaze fell, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. His movements were peculiar during their second encounter. He had anticipated Lu Dong's trajectory, only to find him standing still, while his unpredicted E skill evaded the attack. He could not decipher Lu Dong's movements. Fear crept into Lu Dong's gaze. In truth, at the moment he unleashed his skill, he inexplicably felt that no matter where he aimed, it would miss. The level of Vayne's skill was beyond his comprehension, making her appear as if she were on an entirely different plane of existence. He felt as if all his casting techniques were transparent to her, leaving him exposed and vulnerable, like a child stripped bare, entirely laid bare before her scrutiny. In truth, they had already ventured to the river near the bottom lane. Xiaoyi softly inquired, "We still hold an advantage in equipment. Do you believe we can secure victory this time?" Lu Dong swallowed hard, casting his gaze toward Vayne, who was at the second tower, leisurely farming while also managing wave control. He thought to himself, "If I can land my hook, Vayne is certain to fall." Lu Dong replied, "It seems a team fight is about to unfold in the mid lane. Let us go assist in pushing." Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. As they conversed, they turned a corner, making their way toward the mid lane. Though unspoken, the implication was clear. They were reluctant to return to the bottom lane, feeling an inexplicable dread. With an air of nonchalance, Xiaoyi could not help but utter, "Why hasn't Riot removed this insufferable champion Vayne? None of her force skills can be evaded. No matter the execution, it all seems futile before her. When she approaches, one cannot escape, forced to stand and trade blows, with positioning rendered irrelevant." Lu Dong chimed in, "Indeed, how are we supposed to play like this? What happened to skill expression and champion balance? Why can Thresh dodge with 3 skills, while Caitlyn's 4 skills feel utterly ineffectual?" Yet, despite their vocal frustrations, they both understood the underlying truth. A chill crept into Xiaoyi's heart, making him feel somewhat cold. The sight of Vayne's delicate figure instilled a sense of terror within him. How audacious and brash Vayne was, so arrogant and overconfident. In such circumstances, she dared to confront them with a mere blade of the ruined king, cleverly timing her assault to strike as they had just expended their skills. However, from where does she derive such confidence to challenge 2 opponents at once? In high-level matches, it is exceedingly rare for one to face multiple adversaries. Does she truly perceive herself and Thresh as mere bronze players? Is she so assured in her ability to outmaneuver the ADC? Did she possess this clarity from the outset? Or was it merely a stroke of luck? In such circumstances, there are typically 2 types of individuals. 1, the foolish bronze or silver player, who charges in without hesitation. And the other, a prodigy, a natural talent who has mastered the nuances of Vayne and possesses unwavering confidence in their skills, ready to engage in a desperate gamble backed by their prowess. The line between genius and folly is razor-thin. Which category does this Vayne belong to? A chilling sensation gradually unfurls within him. Xiaoyi distinctly recalls the only other time he experienced such a feeling was against that monstrous ADC he faced in the national tournament. He fervently hopes never to encounter such a player again. He wishes to cease his thoughts, unwilling to confront the reality of his own inadequacies. Vayne is inherently strong in one-on-one combat, and he foolishly chooses to believe that her advantage is merely due to the champion's superiority. Had he known to select a more powerful ADC, the outcome would have been different. Perhaps. The purple team still holds the advantage, leading by 10 kills. As they begin to converge in the mid lane to push, allowing Riven to apply pressure in the top lane. The blue team, on the other hand, huddles defensively beneath their turret, desperately attempting to hold their ground. Yet, this only serves to widen the economic disparity, as their jungle resources have been thoroughly depleted. After a few skirmishes at the blue team's second tower in the mid lane, the blind monk initiates an attack with a Q, hoping to R-flash back to engage in a team fight, believing this is the only way to secure victory. However, to his surprise, the enemy's Orianna returns with her ultimate, while Thresh skillfully calculates the trajectory of Syndra's QE, ensnaring him with his hook. The assassin and Riven teleport in simultaneously, with the blue team at a disadvantage. A 5v5 battle ensues beneath the tower, culminating in a 3-4-3 exchange. Vayne and the assassin manage to escape, but they lose their second tower and the dragon. Given the unfavorable circumstances, managing to trade evenly can be considered a small victory. The purple team offers no respite. Regrouping to dismantle all outer towers before applying pressure to the high ground, continuously whittling away at the health of the inhibitor tower. A small-scale skirmish occurs at the entrance to the inhibitor, where the blind monk attempts a spinning kick but fails miserably. The blue team is forced to engage, narrowly achieving another 3-4-3 exchange. The frontline champions, Rek'Sai, Riven, and Thresh, are swiftly overwhelmed by Vayne, whose terrifying late-game damage potential begins to manifest, while the late-game struggles of Caitlyn become increasingly evident. Nevertheless, the blue team continues to falter, all members left with low health and the high ground lost. This triggers a chain reaction. The opposing team, comprised of 4 players who have previously competed in national tournaments, expertly maintains the tempo. They utilize the super minions in the mid lane to stall the blue team's advance, systematically stripping away their vision in the jungle and leveraging both the large and small dragons to create diversions. Meanwhile, the songstress, attempting to venture into the jungle to place wards and prevent the enemy from securing the Baron, is mercilessly slain twice without cause. However, it is certainly preferable to losing the Baron, which would leave them utterly hopeless. The defeat of the blue team seemed almost inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Amidst the tug-of-war between both sides, Vayne keenly sensed something amiss. Utilizing her trinket to cast a vision, she discovered that the enemy was indeed engaging in the Baron fight and had already diminished its health by half. The blue team, initially stationed in the mid lane to guard against super minions, hurriedly made their way towards the Baron pit. Losing the Baron could potentially lead to the loss of a high ground lane and a dragon. Not to mention, if the enemy were to secure another dragon, they would achieve 5 dragons and summon the Elder Dragon, an unstoppable force. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy suffered some damage, they decided to take a risk. Sona activated her speed boost and led the team towards the Baron pit. As they approached, she was the first to place a ward inside the pit for vision. To her surprise, 5 opponents were lurking on the right side of the pit, evading vision, taking the Baron's breath without retaliation. By the time they realized, it was too late. The excavator had already tunneled out, instantly knocking up 4 players. Zhu Xiaosong's heart raced. It was over. Who could have anticipated that they would forsake the Baron after reducing its health by half to set up an ambush? Such decisive courage was remarkable. Without needing to witness further developments, he knew what was coming next. Riven unleashed her ultimate ability and flashed into action, stunning several with her W, followed by multiple Q strikes and her ultimate, unleashing a devastating area of effect damage that left no room for resistance. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror of area damage in the late game came from Orianna, the ball sword, and with QRW, it could obliterate squishy targets in an instant. Even the tankiest foes could not withstand her overwhelming magical damage. It was over. Orianna, the star mid laner from Jiangnan University, emerged with a flash, wielding her puppet, while Zhu Xiaosong's hands had already left the mouse and keyboard. Chapter 33, the masterstrokesome assert that life is a relentless struggle, and if one cannot resist, one should simply embrace the experience silently. This aptly describes the situation faced by Zhu Xiaosong and his companions. As the excavator emerged from the tunnel, the 4 of them found themselves amidst a daunting confrontation, instantly aware that the game had reached its conclusion. They were left with no choice but to endure. Moreover, this was not merely a struggle, but a relentless onslaught. The formidable adversaries would approach one after another. Once the excavator was raised, Riven appeared, followed closely by the dread-inducing presence of Orianna. Alas, they had fallen into a trap. They had not anticipated the cunning of these opponents, who preferred to endure the onslaught of the dragon rather than engage it directly, lying in wait like seasoned tacticians. Truly, they were worthy adversaries, having earned their place in the national competition, and their intellect had overwhelmed them. As expected, Caitlyn unleashed her Q, striking 3 of the enemies, and Riven followed suit with her own sequence of attacks, stunning and then unleashing her ultimate ability. Thresh, too, emerged with a flash, encircling their foes. Zyra was left with but a sliver of health, while the monk fared slightly better, clad in armor and boasting half his vitality. The assassin retained a similar fraction of his strength. Yet, this was where their fortunes would wane. The true harbinger of devastation was the individual wielding the ominous puppet atop her head. Suddenly, all eyes were upon Orianna as she materialized. and they witnessed her launch the puppet into the heart of the fray, a harbinger of dread and demise descending upon them, poised to unleash a tempest of carnage. However, to their astonishment, she refrained from attacking. After Riven's stun, she did not follow through with her ultimate, leaving the puppet lingering ominously among them. In a swift turn of events, Oriana was struck against the fragile dragon wall, emitting a piercing cry. It soon became apparent that while 4 were elevated by the excavator, 5 had initially charged forth. Just moments ago, they had surged towards the dragon pit, yet one had mysteriously vanished. As they neared the dragon's entrance, Vayne felt an unsettling disquiet. Where were the defenders? If it were up to her, she would have sacrificed Thresh, using his ultimate to delay their foes at the dragon's threshold. With half health remaining, the dragon could be easily delayed. Something was amiss. Thus, Vayne deliberately lagged behind. At the moment Oriana flashed into view, she too made her move. She understood that if Oriana struck, the team would undoubtedly face annihilation. For this seemingly delicate woman concealed explosive potential within her. As Oriana launched her puppet, Vayne activated her healing ability for her allies, simultaneously unleashing her own judgment. Oriana was ensnared and stunned against the wall. In the balance of life and death, the slightest miscalculation can lead to catastrophic outcomes. Just as Xia Xiaosong had prepared to relinquish his grip on the mouse and keyboard, a spark of realization illuminated his mind, and he could not help but exclaim, "Beautiful." After Riven's stunning maneuver, no one was there to control the situation. The seasoned blind monk instantly executed a flash kick, sending the greatest threat, Riven, hurtling backwards, coincidentally colliding with Oriana, who was sent flying by the impact. Just when it seemed that the harbinger of death, Sona, would meet her end, she discovered that Vayne had activated a healing ability, pulling her back from the abyss and up to the precipice. In a swift counter, she unleashed a grand ultimate, the crescendo, releasing a wave of golden light that ensnared the nearby excavator, Riven, Thresh, and Oriana simultaneously. This final breath was abruptly extinguished by a single shot from the sniper in the dragon pit. Syndra, disregarding everything else, resolved to unleash her damage since Vayne had granted her a fleeting moment of life. She could not allow Oriana to retaliate. Raising her hand, she cast her ultimate ability, for she was left with just over 100 health points. As an AP champion, she was determined to make her final output count, even if it meant her own demise. Syndra's damage was indeed formidable. Coupled with Vayne's ultimate, which granted her an additional 70 attack power, they together overwhelmed Oriana, who swiftly perished, transforming into a fleeting spirit. Before her untimely demise, Syndra managed to unleash an EQ combo, stunning Riven, Thresh, and the excavator. But it was all for naught as she was ultimately dispatched by the sniper's lethal shot. Nonetheless, she had significantly bought time for her allies to inflict damage. The agile assassin swiftly dashed towards the sniper in the dragon pit, landing a Q ability that incapacitated her. The sniper, already weakened by the dragon's onslaught due to the absence of her team, was further diminished by the assassin's onslaught, leaving her severely injured. The excavator and Thresh hurriedly turned back to protect the sniper, preventing her from falling victim to the assassin's blade. However, it was too late. The blind monk landed a Q ability on the sniper. Although she flashed into the safety of the outer jungle, she was ultimately claimed by the blind monk's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Riven decisively pursued Vayne. However, she soon realized something was amiss. Vayne, who had recently been a mere shadow of her former self, now dealt explosive damage. Retreating while attacking, she executed a fluid kiting maneuver, and a triple strike astonishingly depleted nearly half of Riven's health. It dawned on her that Vayne was equipped with Blade of the Ruined King, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and Whisper, her gear rivaling that of the Invincible sniper, with damage far exceeding that of the waning sniper. Riven's eyes widened in disbelief. When had Vayne amassed such formidable items? It was the earlier skirmishes where she had claimed several kills without dying, maintaining a count of 7 deaths. Just as Riven was closing in, Vayne turned and siphoned life with her blade, momentarily slowing her down, then used her Q ability to create distance, leaving Riven scrambling in vain pursuit. Ultimately, she fell defeated. The defenseless Thresh and the purely tanky excavator also succumbed beneath Vayne's silver arrows. There is a saying, in Vayne's eyes, there is no meat, only squishy targets. In terms of the early game, it was indeed a flawless team fight for the purple team, with abilities unleashed and everything seemingly perfect. The excavator absorbed the brunt of 4 opponents, while Riven stunned them all. The resulting area of effect damage was devastating. Yet, the outcome was a complete team wipe for their side. with 3 of the opposing team members surviving. In the heat of battle, a pivotal error led to the loss of the dragon and a high ground. This seemingly trivial mistake severed what could have been a flawless team engagement. With a swift E-flash and a timely heal, Vayne single-handedly salvaged the situation for the blue team, orchestrating a miraculous turnaround. That fleeting 5 seconds of stun allowed Sona to unleash her ultimate just before her demise, and Syndra to cast her ultimate and QE combo in her final moments. Meanwhile, Xia Xin executed a well-timed counter-kick, displacing Riven and sending Orianna flying, rendering her utterly ineffective. This crucial 5 seconds altered the outcome of the entire skirmish. It was a narrow margin. Orianna had already launched her ball, merely a keystroke away from unleashing her ability. A single tap of her finger could have resulted in a catastrophic explosion for the opposing team. In fact, the purple team might not have even needed to contest the dragon, as they could have easily pushed for the Nexus. That single E-flash translated into over 5,000 gold for the blue team. The difference was merely a second. The balance of victory swung dramatically in favor of the blue team. What appeared to be a simple maneuver was anything but. It required quick decision-making, resolute thinking, exceptional dexterity, and the selection of an optimal position. E-flashing against the wall was imperative. Had the stun missed, it would have meant a complete team wipe for the blue side. As the game progressed, the disparity between Vayne and Caitlyn became increasingly evident. Any frontline champion daring to engage was quickly overwhelmed by Vayne's relentless assault. Capitalizing on the dragon buff and the presence of super minions in mid lane, the blue team dismantled the enemy's bottom lane. They then engaged in another team fight in the top lane, where the purple team made a desperate stand. Ultimately, it ended in a 4-5 trade, leaving only one champion, Akali, from the blue team. Spectators watched in awe as Akali destroyed 2 inhibitors, and then, under the relentless assault of super minions, the Radiant Nexus exploded in a resounding crescendo. Before Xia Xin's eyes, the letters spelling victory materialized. They had triumphed while the home team faced defeat. As the victory screen filled the display, a sense of disbelief washed over everyone. How could such a significant early advantage lead to such an unexpected loss? Upon reflection, it became clear that the team wipe at the dragon had been a fatal blow, a turning point in the match, and Vayne's remarkable play was nothing short of genius. Xia Xin typed in the chat, "All right, that was quite the spectacular comeback. Haha, you all were a bit careless, weren't you? Now, let us cast our votes on the new AD." While he addressed everyone, it was only the 5 starting players who held the power to decide. Xia Xin had previously stated he would vote in favor, so he did so straightforwardly. Supporting point 1, opposing point 2, I am in favor. I believe he has potential. The dragon fight was undoubtedly a pivotal moment, as everyone witnessed. It calls for insight, skill, and awareness, all of which were commendable. The immediate E-flash onto Orianna was crucial. Otherwise, we would be facing a different outcome. I believe he should be nurtured. Silence enveloped the screen as no one spoke for a while. Xia Xin and Xu Yuewu anxiously focused on the display, as it pertained to Xia Xin's special recruitment quota. After what felt like an eternity, they finally saw the opposing mid laner, Orianna, score a 2. Xu Xiaosong inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The champion replied, "I believe that the recent engagement at the dragon was not solely the result of his skillful maneuvering. While it is undeniable that his awareness is commendable, luck played a significant role as well. At that moment, we almost flashed simultaneously. Had my position been slightly off, I would not have been pinned against the wall. As long as I was not stunned, I could have unleashed my ultimate ability. Thus, luck accounted for half of the outcome, albeit awareness was certainly present. However, upon reflecting on her early game performance, I must express my reservations. Xiaosong, though I have faith in you, this matter pertains to the future of our esports team and represents the hopes of us veterans. I sincerely apologize." The champion articulated her thoughts clearly. Vayne's early game was nearly disastrous. Such a performance is unacceptable for a starting ADC, hence my dissent. With one voice raised in opposition, others quickly followed suit, including Riven, who also expressed her discontent. This revelation chilled Xia Xin, as he had not anticipated that 2 individuals would oppose the decision. Xu Xiaosong prompted, "Please, share your perspectives." "My viewpoint aligns closely with yours," Riven stated. "Regarding the dragon engagement, I firmly believe that your R-Flash contributed significantly to the success. Had your positioning with the R-Flash not been optimal, could you have launched the knock-up on the champion? Could the support have control for enemies? Could Syndra have stunned 3? Therefore, we cannot entirely attribute the success to his E-Flash. Moreover, you are aware of his poor early game. Had Xiao He not taken your reputation into account to support the newcomer, he would not have made it to the late game at all. While he did secure a few kills later on, if you seek my honest opinion, it is a 2. Riven attempted to express her thoughts delicately, wishing to maintain the atmosphere, merely stating that Xiao He was tending to Vayne. In truth, it was evident that everyone felt Xiao He had shown Vayne too much mercy. Unable to bear the sight of her demise, given Xiao He's long-standing rapport with Zhu Xiaosong, he was reluctant to witness Zhu Xiaosong's embarrassment in front of others, intentionally allowing her to die 4 times. Under such a disparity in equipment, could Vayne truly achieve 2 consecutive double kills? It seemed implausible to them. After all, they had never witnessed such feats and were convinced they themselves could not accomplish it. Thus, they firmly believed that Xiao He had deliberately let her off the hook. Zhu Xiaosong sighed deeply, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. And what of you, Xiao He and Lu Dong? Do you share the same sentiments? Chapter 34. Is this what you wore? It seems it did not suffice. Watching the dismissive remarks of the two on the screen, Xia Xin felt a pang of disappointment. He was aware that his early performance had been subpar, yet he had exerted every effort to compensate in the latter stages, achieving commendable results in several team battles, even managing to create a semblance of balance despite a significant economic deficit. His last hitting had rapidly improved. He had diligently farmed both jungle and lanes, overtaking the ADC and securing his 6-item build ahead of her. In an effort to make up for his earlier shortcomings, he had opted for an all-out damage build, foregoing defensive items. Thus, he executed a devastating output during the Baron fight, resulting in a counter-kill. But was it still not enough? A band of foolish individuals. Xu Yuewu, with her elegantly long and alluring legs crossed, rested one hand on her thigh, cradling her alabaster cheek as she gazed at the screen, murmuring that the greatest folly of humanity is to be narrow-minded, believing that if one cannot achieve something, neither can others. How absurd. Mortals fail to comprehend the triumph of geniuses. They do not grasp Xia Xin's true prowess, instead attributing the blame to their own ADC for being lenient, just as the Trinity Force is for the female assassin and the Blade of the Ruined King for the compression for Xia Xin. Once Vayne acquired the Blade of the Ruined King, her single combat capabilities became extraordinarily formidable. Xu Yuewu had witnessed many comebacks and had observed this latest match with clarity. Thus she was acutely aware of this fact. Raising her elegantly shaped brows, Xu Yuewu remarked, "How about I explain it to them? You know that your early struggles were my influence." Xia Xin, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but that will not be necessary." Xu Yuewu immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. "What is with your tone? I haven't even gotten angry yet, and you dare to be upset with me? How could I dare?" "Miss?" Xia Xin responded, switching to the statistics page, revealing a total damage delta of 54,000 throughout the match, while the mid laner had only achieved 29,000. The output from the other 4 combined hardly matched his own. He felt somewhat satisfied. If this performance still fell short, then so be it. As he switched back to the chat interface, he noticed support Lu Dong and ADC Xiao He simultaneously rated him with a score of 1. Top laner Riven could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "What is the reason?" Lu Dong replied, "The ADC performed admirably, no further elaboration needed." Not wishing to dwell on the details of that commendable performance, Riven pressed on, "And Xiao He?" Xiao He clicked on the statistics page, his eyes drawn to Vayne's glaringly superior output of 54,000, starkly contrasting with his own 32,000. A flood of frustration surged within him. He was puzzled as to how this individual, whom he had bested early in the game, had managed to maintain an equal footing in team battles, even rendering their side at a disadvantage. Now it dawned on him how much output had this player stealthily accumulated during the skirmishes. No wonder the battles felt so arduous. He was a professional ADC, yet he had barely reached half of the other's output. Xiao He hastily switched the page back, fearing the embarrassment of being seen. Typically, in the entertainment bureau, aside from the central figures who care about their performance, no one pays attention to the statistical displays. He typed in the chat, "Time will prove it," a rather veiled expression. He felt too embarrassed to mention that while he had previously outperformed others, he was now utterly defeated. How could he face anyone after being killed twice in a 2-on-1 situation? He simply wished to forget this nightmare as the psychological shadow loomed larger by the moment. Vowing never to play his misfortune again, he couldn't bear to imagine how much damage he could have dealt if Vayne hadn't been so dominant in the early game. It seemed she was overly anxious and her mindset faltered. In fact, Xiaoyi felt a strange sense of relief that her mentality had been shaky. Truly frightening was her ability to steal damage. Zhu Xiaosong nodded and announced, "All right, that's 3 votes in favor and 2 against. Our team adheres to the majority rule." "So it's settled." Trolling, Bai Qiao commented, "Since it's 3-2, I have nothing more to say. Let us just hope this year's newcomers include a more outstanding AD." Xing lauded, "Don't be so pessimistic, Xiaoge. Perhaps the other schools have it worse." Clearly, there was little faith in Xia Xin. Zhu Xiaosong halted the mockery, understanding that most held little enthusiasm for the new AD. Whether they would be teammates or juniors in the future, it was essential to foster good relations. Thus, the matter was settled. Despite Zhu Xiaosong's intervention, Vane was evidently not favored. However, Xia Xin was not overly concerned. Given the outcome, he was pleased to be specially recruited, considering it a significant step forward. Xu Yuwu observed the smile on Xia Xin's face and, with a sardonic smile, expressed, "Congratulations, congratulations," silently vowing to make him regret it. "Thank you," Xia Xin replied as he stood up, cheerfully adding, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Remember the ranked games tonight," came the reminder. As Xia Xin walked towards the door, Xu Yuwu suddenly noticed a peculiar piece of fabric on the ground out of the corner of her eye. "Oh, what is this?" she mused, perplexed, as she picked up the small fabric and unfolded it, discovering it was stained with blood. Xia Xin finally realized what Xu Yuwu had picked up, his eyes widening in shock as he checked his pocket, confirming it was indeed missing. "Wait, don't look," he exclaimed, but it was too late. Xu Yuwu blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise, then her rosy lips curled into a smile as her enchanting gaze turned towards Xia Xin. "You're not planning to tell me that you wore this, are you?" At that moment, Xia Xin's mind was consumed by a single thought. He absolutely could not reveal the existence of the cold snow pupils. He nodded and replied, "Is it mine?" Xu Yuwu's smile widened, clearly amused. "Oh my, I didn't expect you to have a penchant for wearing women's undergarments." Xia Xin could only manage a wry smile, thinking to himself, "Who doesn't have a few little secrets? Just give it back to me." With a swift motion, she stepped forward and reached for the piece of fabric in Xu Yuwu's hand. However, Xu Yue, being a former gymnast, was remarkably agile. She ducked and evaded, swiftly darting to the opposite end of the soft pink bed, looking down at Xia Xin with a playful smile. Pointing at the crimson stain, she teased, "I suspect your peculiar penchant extends beyond this. You must also have a monthly visitor, correct?" She shook her head in mock astonishment. "Goodness, your flow is quite substantial. Even more than mine." Xia Xin's face flushed crimson, unable to refute the implication. Yet, she feigned bravado, insisting, "Indeed, my health is robust. And a heavier flow is hardly unusual." Not unusual, indeed. Xu Yue's demeanor shifted dramatically from playful to indignant in an instant. "To protect Long Xuedong's reputation. You truly go to great lengths," she exclaimed. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Just return it to me." Xia Xin retorted as she dashed around the right side of the bed, only for Xu Wei to maneuver to the left. As Xia Xin switched directions, so did Xu Wei, resulting in a lively chase around the bed. Xia Xin eventually launched a surprise ambush from the center, but Xu Wei was not so easily thwarted. She was soon pinned down on the bed, her wrists held firmly by Xia Xin. Unfazed, Xu Yue let out a loud cry, "Assault! Mother, help! Assault!" Xia Xin, startled, quickly covered her mouth with a hand, whispering, "Stay still, give me the fabric, and I will let you go." Xu Wei, however, was unwilling to comply, kicking her legs wildly and struggling beneath Xia Xin's grip. With one hand still grasping Xu Yue's left wrist, she managed to transfer the fabric to her right hand, extending it far away to evade Xia Xin's grasp. The two continued their playful tussle, one intent on seizing the fabric while the other shifted her hands back and forth in a stubborn refusal to relinquish it. If Xia Xin loosened her grip even slightly, Xu Wei would immediately cry out again. Eventually, both were left panting heavily from exertion. It was then Xia Xin noticed the rather intimate position they found themselves in. Xu Yue's supple form, seemingly boneless, pressed against her, causing her breath to quicken. The alluring scent emanating from Xu Yue was both enticing and heartwarming. Taking a deep breath, Xia Xin said, "If you stop shouting, I will release your mouth. What will it take for you to let me go?" Xu Yue, feeling the weight of fatigue, had beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, yet her eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, "Dream on. This is clearly Long Xuedong's And I understand now why she skipped the first class this afternoon. She must have called you to help her escape school to buy these. The packaged items I saw earlier were sanitary pads and underwear. It all makes sense now. Xia Xin couldn't help but wish to confront the individual who had carelessly suggested that women with ample bosoms were devoid of intellect. Xue smiled knowingly. Oh dear. Your relationship is quite close. It's intriguing that she confides in you, a boy, rather than other girls regarding such personal matters. Xia Xin could not openly declare that the two were merely neighbors, for this matter required utmost secrecy. Moreover, it was rumored that Long Xuedong had no close friends at school. With a sense of helplessness, he urged, just tell me, what must I do to have it returned? Shu Yuewu, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, replied cryptically, unless you come a little closer. Xia Xin, puzzled, lowered his gaze. Come a bit closer still. Why are you leaning in so near? Are you trying to kiss me? I merely want you to lean your ear in. Xia Xin felt a flush of warmth. If he drew any closer, he could almost brush against her delicate, alluring lips. His feelings for this enchanting, whimsical girl were a tumultuous blend of affection and frustration, yet he found it impossible to harbor disdain. Leaning in, he brought his ear to her lips, only to have Shu Yuewu bite down hard on the junction of his neck and shoulder. This was not a tender bite filled with sweetness and affection typical of girls. It was a genuine bite that caused Xia Xin to wince in pain. Then, Shu Yuewu forcefully pushed him away and swiftly dashed toward the door. Ha! You've fallen for my trick. This is evidence that I cannot possibly hand over to you. Tomorrow, I shall reveal this little incident at school, exposing our esteemed campus beauty. The cold and aloof goddess of the snow-capped mountains. I wonder how she will maintain her fade in front of her classmates after this. Just imagining her expression makes me feel as if I could devour 3 bowls of rice tonight. Shu Yuewu, with agility, darted to the door and swung it open, ready to escape. You can't do this. Xia Xin felt a surge of urgency and rushed forward, reaching out to seize her hand. The sound of the slap echoed sharply in the warm bedroom, reverberating for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 35. How would I know when Xia Xin regained his senses? He found himself several steps forward, one hand gripping Shu Yuewu's wrist. Shu Yuewu's bright eyes shimmered with unshed tears, twinkling like stars. Her lips pressed together in a pitiful gesture that evoked a sense of sympathy. In a daze, Shu Yuewu reached up to touch her cheek, which was astonishingly hot and painfully so. In disbelief, she asked, "Did you hit me?" Xia Xin was left speechless. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had rushed forward, originally intending to grab her underwear, only for her to evade him, leading to an unintended slap across her face. I'm sorry, it was not my intention," he stammered. After a brief moment of confusion and grievance, Shu Yuewu's gaze gradually turned icy, her stare fixed on Xia Xin with a chilling detachment. "You actually hit me for Long Xuedong? How admirable, Xia Xin. Even my parents wouldn't dare to strike me, yet you had the audacity to slap me." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xia Xin suggested, "How about you hit me back? I promise I won't retaliate." Shu Yuewu's eyes widened in anger as she retorted, "I refuse. Just remember this. You want to protect Long Xuedong? I'll expose her. Tomorrow, I will announce her disgrace at school. I will even post it on WeChat and the campus website, letting everyone know she bled heavily in the bathroom and missed a class. All while you helped her buy underwear. Let's see how she continues to look down on others. I will make her the laughingstock of the entire school." Xia Xin's expression hardened as he snatched the small item from Shu Yuewu's grasp. This time, she offered no resistance. Without evidence, Long Xuedong would be defenseless as well. Angered, Xia Xin fixed Shu Yuewu with a frigid gaze. "Hitting you was my fault. I apologize. However, before you harm others, consider how you would feel if someone hurt you. It would be painful, wouldn't it? A girl's reputation is of utmost importance. Respecting others is akin to respecting oneself. Do not trivialize such matters." Having said his piece, he turned to leave but paused a few steps away. "Your choices are yours to make, and I cannot dictate your actions. Still, I hope you can try to consider others before you act. Not everything is a game. Perhaps a young lady like you wouldn't understand. This will be the last time. I will refund you for the gaming services." This indicated his intention to sever ties with Shu Yuewu. When Xia Xin reached downstairs, Zhao Qing kindly inquired, "Classmate, would you like to stay for dinner?" "No, thank you, Auntie. My family is waiting for me," he replied. "Xia, you must have already set the table," kicking her little legs in anticipation of his arrival. As he stepped outside, Xia Xin involuntarily gasped in pain. One hand pressed against his neck and shoulder, gently massaging the area. It truly hurt. He mused to himself how fierce that girl had been. Looking at his palm, he was startled to find it smeared with a bit of blood, prompting him to quickly grab a tissue to cover it. A few days ago, Mao Peng boasted nearby that a girl's bite would not hurt at all and might even feel pleasant. Xia Xin found herself wishing he could let Xu Yu try a bite for herself, for it was easy to speak without experiencing the pain firsthand. After purchasing groceries, she returned home while the sky was still graced by the golden hues of the setting sun. As Xia Xin arrived on the second floor of her rented abode, she beheld the enchanting figure of Lang Xuedong leaning against the corridor railing, gazing at the pedestrians below. Clad in a pure white gown that seemed to brush away the encroaching twilight, her long, lustrous hair cascaded like a waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze and playfully stirring against her fair complexion. The scene resembled a stunning ink painting, with the beauty serving merely as a backdrop to the horizon where earth met sky. In that moment, Xia Xin's heart raced. Snapping back to reality, Lang Xuedong extended her delicate, fair fingers to sweep aside a strand of hair from her lips, softly uttering, "You're back." Indeed. Xia Xin hesitated for a moment before handing over a troublesome piece of fabric. Initially, she had no time to deal with it. Later, she found herself utterly perplexed as to how to handle the situation. Lang Xuedong's cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted it, tucking it behind her back. Feeling a bit bashful, she murmured, "Thank you." Xia Xin awkwardly replied, "I should be the one apologizing. If Xu Yu sees this, it's fine." Lang Xuedong's demeanor turned frosty as she interrupted Xia Xin, dismissing her worries. She could easily guess what Xu Yu might do upon noticing. As long as she was not caught in the act, it mattered little. With that, Lang Xuedong retreated to her room, while Xia Xin opened the door to her own space. At the dining table, Xia Yi was, as usual, already waiting. She had her hair adorned with a black satin ribbon edged in gold and was wearing an intricately patterned black Gothic Lolita dress, embellished with 2 golden butterflies at the collar and cinched at the waist with a bow. The flowing black skirt swayed gently around her calves, and paired with her adorable visage and clear, spring-like eyes, she resembled a true princess of the night, exuding an air of noble mystery. Xia Xin smiled and remarked, "Have you cosplayed again?" Xia Yi replied, her legs swinging joyfully as she exclaimed, "The plump troll from the downstairs ice cream shop. No, the plump sister has reopened after renovations. For a mere mortal, her taste is surprisingly adequate. She even recognizes my charm. She wants me to help attract some foolish devotees. Hee hee. Although it took me nearly an hour, I managed to achieve something worthwhile." Xia Xin glanced at the little rabbit plushie cradled in her arms, realizing that this was likely her reward. "It's quite lovely. You can cuddle it every night. Just don't hang it on me again." "No way. Xia Xin is your substitute. I will merely use it to fill the void when you are not around. As long as you are here, there is no need for it." Evidently delighted, Xia Yi snuggled her face against the rabbit plushie, even having given it a name. Xia Xin chuckled softly. "Wait a moment. I'll start cooking right away." After finishing dinner, Xia Xin went online to seek some information about Jiangnan University. Zhu Xiaosong mentioned that a process was necessary, and he would report to the school, which would subsequently send him the admission notice. Of course, for special admissions, he would first need to select a major. Xia Yu sat on Xia Xin's lap, idly gazing at the computer screen. "Aren't we supposed to bring that ugly girl today?" she asked. "No, not now, and not in the future either." Upon seeing the resolute look in Xia Xin's eyes, Xia Yi understood something and fell silent. Xia Xin was generally easygoing, accommodating most situations. Regardless of how others treated him or what they said, he remained indifferent, able to maintain a cordial relationship with almost anyone without forming particularly close bonds or harboring ill will. However, this did not imply he was a pushover. He possessed his own limits, pride, and principles governing his conduct. Like a solitary wolf, he typically concealed his claws, appearing sheepish at first glance. Yet, if one were to overstep his boundaries, he would sever ties without hesitation. Should the offense persist, he would not hesitate to reveal his fangs. Xia Xin absolutely could not tolerate anyone making malicious jokes at the expense of his friends, as such remarks could be devastating for a girl. At that moment, 3 gentle knocks on the door captured Xia Xin's attention. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Lang Xuedong, clad in a refreshing evening dress. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Well," she said, glancing at Xia Xin before averting her gaze. "I was out shopping with my mother and happened to purchase an extra box of cake. I can't possibly eat all of it, and if I leave it until tomorrow, it will spoil. Rather than discarding it, I thought it better to give it to you. Having delivered her explanation in a somewhat stiff, report-like tone, she handed Xia Xin a beautifully packaged double-layer cake. The exterior was semi-transparent, and the cross-section was roughly the size of a plate. The extravagant design, with layers of fruit and cream, suggested it was rather expensive. Thank you, he replied. No need for thanks, it wasn't purchased for you. I just happened to buy an extra box, and it was destined for the pets anyway. Am I a pet then? Xia Xin said with a wry smile as he accepted the cake. How did you end up with an extra box? Instantly, Lung Xuedong glared at him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her anger palpable. How would I know? Why don't you ask my mother? With that, she stormed into the adjacent room, the door slamming shut behind her with a resounding thud. Has she become inexplicably angry again? Xia Xin stood there, momentarily bewildered. The thoughts of girls truly were inscrutable. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, yet her mood had shifted as unpredictably as the weather in June. As he entered the bedroom, Xia Ye's eyes lit up, and she rushed over excitedly. Wow, cake. Is this our midnight snack? Gugu, you're so extravagant. This kind costs over 100. It was not I who purchased it, but rather Lung Xuetong, who, while out shopping with her mother today, happened to buy an extra one. Unable to finish it, she graciously offered it to us. Being neighbors, Xia Xin found it quite ordinary. She had often invited Lang Xuetong over for meals, and they occasionally exchanged food. However, Xia Ye's expression instantly shifted from clear to overcast. Her small face darkening as she murmured, so that's how it is. It's a scheme devised by the cold-blooded priestess, an ominous portent. Xia Xin placed the cake on the computer desk and prepared to slice it for sharing with Xia Yi. Yet, Xia Yi swiftly intervened, her demeanor tense. Stop. You are far too naive. According to my observations, this cake has been cursed by the cold-blooded priestess. You must not eat it. Xia Xin glanced at the cake and chuckled. If we don't eat it, it would be a waste. I wonder what curse you think she has cast. Perhaps if we eat it with cola, it might neutralize the effects. Xia Yi's expression turned grave as she replied, No, that is a curse known as love. Once you partake of it, you will become her vassal, obedient to her every command, and you will forget who you truly belong to. Xia Xin laughed lightly. Is that so? I believe that being a vassal is the same regardless of whose vassal one becomes. Xia Yi, pouting in a playful manner, fixed her gaze on her foolish brother. This is very important. With a mischievous glint in her dark eyes, she extended her delicate finger towards the outside, commanding, Go fetch us a larger bowl and a ladle. That is not what I want. Very well. Upon returning to the bedroom with a bowl and ladle in hand, Xia Xin was met with the sight of Xia Yi, her petite hands desperately shoving cake into her mouth, having already consumed a considerable portion. Chapter 36. Is that a turtle? Xia Xin found herself puzzled. The cake was larger than her face, and she could hardly fathom how Xia Yi managed to consume it all. Slow down, don't choke. I'm not competing with you, she cautioned. Xia Yi appeared oblivious, her little hands smeared with cream as she swallowed without chewing, only to have the confectionery lodged in her throat. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she pounded her chest in desperation, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Xia Xin quickly brought her a glass of water. Before long, the cake, which was significantly larger than Xia Yi's small belly, had been entirely devoured. Xia Xin fetched a towel to wipe away the excess cream from Xia Yi's hands and face. With a distended stomach, Xia Yi collapsed onto the bed, clutching her belly with a grimace that expressed sheer disgust. Ugh, this is nauseating. It tastes terrible, Xia Xin retorted. Of course, if you consume that much cream at once, you're bound to feel queasy. You've wasted such a delightful cake. You should have taken your time. Xia Yi, with unwavering determination, declared, No. This is the scheme of the cold-blooded priestess. A curse has been placed within it. Only a being of our extraordinary caliber can contend with it. I refuse to allow her curse to prevail. The priestess does not cast curses. She wields sacred purification to save, Xia Xin remarked. Thus, Xia Yi labeled her as an evil cold-blooded priestess. From the moment they met, Xia Yi and Lang Xuedong had been at odds. Xia Xin, having witnessed their interactions, believed that Lang Xuedong merely struggled with socializing, rather than harboring contempt. Observing Xia Yu's bloated abdomen, Xia Xin felt compelled to advise, I suggest you sit up. Lying down won't aid your digestion. Be cautious of impending discomfort. Xia Yi, brimming with misplaced confidence, responded proudly, Cuckoo, why do you utter such ignorant words? As the embodiment of night and a vampire princess, my body, honed through millennia of cultivation and communion with the sun and moon, shall not be vanquished by mere gastric distress. 10 minutes later, Xia Yu lay on the bed, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Xia Xin on the verge of tears. Woo, Gidge, I think I might be dying. I must have fallen victim to the curse of the cold-blooded priestess. My stomach feels dreadful. It seemed her centuries of cultivation had failed to withstand the trivial discomfort of indigestion. Xia Xin sighed. I warned you not to lie down right after eating. Your stomach can't handle it, can it? Xia Yi seemed to filter out his words, her hands gently rubbing her belly as she lamented, Oh, the demon sealed within me. Please be patient. This is not the arena for your slaughter. Xia Xin, exasperated, dashed downstairs to purchase a box of digestive tablets. Upon his return, he fed Xia Yi 2 tablets and cradled her in his arms at the computer desk. Just sit for a moment. You'll feel better soon. Xia Yi murmured softly, resting against Xia Xin's chest, her eyes half closed. The unique fragrance of a young girl wafted from her, lingering in Xia Xin's nostrils. Do refrain from overeating. Your usual portion is merely a bowl of rice, yet you have just consumed approximately 4 bowls in one sitting. I must admit, I am quite impressed by your capacity. Xia Yi, feeling lethargic, raised her tiny fist, declaring that for the triumph of the holy war, such minor discomfort is insignificant. No one wishes to engage in battle with you. By the way, Xia Yi continued, seizing a notebook and a pen, she began to sketch. If we were to unfortunately fall victim to a priest's curse, you must remember to deliver this to the Green Hat Knight. The Green Hat Knight refers to the police. Xia Xin, gazing at her drawing, inquired, What is this? A death message, used to capture the perpetrator through the final words left by the victim. This is the terrifying nature of a death message. I am aware of that, but what you have drawn is merely a turtle. Of course, I am depicting the cold-blooded priest. Do you not think it bears a striking resemblance to her face? The Green Hat Knight will surely understand. Only Xia Yu could liken the flawless visage of Lang Shuitong to a turtle. Xia Xin quickly grasped why the police would immediately comprehend it. Xia Yi had added the name Lang Shuitong in large characters beside the drawing. It would be impossible for the officer not to understand. Unlike the neat handwriting of ordinary elementary students, Xia Yi's script was elegantly flowing, exuding an unusual beauty. As if the letters were interconnected, creating a visually stunning effect. It is no wonder the teacher could not resist entering her into competitions. This handwriting seemed far beyond that of a primary school student, surely deserving of accolades at provincial and national levels. However, due to the additional entry fees, Xia Yi opted out. Suddenly, a QQ notification appeared, marked by the name Han Fei. Wow, bro, you finally decided to return to the rank you belong to? Previously, Xia Xin had been in the bronze tier while Han Fei was a king. It was impossible to duo with him. Now that he had ascended to Diamond 4, they could finally play together. Come on, let us do this. The number 1 AD in the national server, I'll take you on a thrilling ride to the top, giving you the exhilarating experience of soaring to the rank of king. Xia Xin replied, Number 1 AD? Self-proclaimed, or the last in the rankings? The future number 1. It's only a matter of time. Now, enough chit-chat, log in quickly. Xia Xin, having no tasks at hand, agreed. Shortly thereafter, an invitation to duo appeared from someone named No AD, No Game. Bro, let us make a deal. Whoever has the higher rank gets to play AD. How about that? No need. With that ID, who would dare take your AD? I can play mid, jungle, top, and support. Haha, a jack of all trades. I like that. Alright, let us duo. You support me, and I'll show you how a king carries a Diamond 4 player to victory. Then I'll rely on you. I'll play Draven and show you what it means to take down a Diamond player in one hit. Is he trying to insult me in a roundabout way? After a while, Han Fei sent another message. Brother, I concede. I only admire you as an AD. What does that mean? I just glanced at your record. That support who duo queued with you must be your girlfriend, as it nearly blinded my eyes. Every match, she purchases an ice stone for 800 gold. Goodness. You've completely abandoned the rhythm of AD in the first 20 minutes. In the early game, facing the opponent is akin to a father battling his son. In the entire league, I fear there isn't another who loves his girlfriend as much as you do. It seems I must prepare a dowry in advance. Don't be ridiculous. She's just an ordinary classmate, assisting her with ranked games. Assisting her to the point of purchasing ice stones? Who takes responsibility for the losses? Xia Xin couldn't explain further. A stone grants an additional 150 health. making it less likely to be eliminated instantly. All right, I can believe that. Spending 800 on an ice stone is indeed for the extra 150 health. Enough chatter. Focus on your own game. The duo Q comprised players from Diamond to Master rank, and after several matches, Xia Xin gained a clear understanding of Han Fei's prowess. He was indeed ferocious in the landing phase. Xia Xin himself adopted an aggressive style of play, allowing them to consistently push their opponents under the tower. However, he noticed that Han Fei's awareness was somewhat lacking, as his mindless aggression made him susceptible to ambushes, necessitating comprehensive protection. Otherwise, he risked being overwhelmed. Thus, Xia Xin coordinated with him, typically purchasing ice stones early on, 3 fake wards and 1 true ward, transforming the bot lane into a formidable stronghold to support his aggressive playstyle. Almost every match, upon reaching level 6, they pushed the minion wave into the tower, not allowing the opponents to remain beneath it. Diving the tower and obliterating the bot lane, even if it meant trading 2 for 2, the opponents would lose 2 waves of minions. Throughout the night, they received continuous reports of victory. Han Fei inquired, "How about I play support for 2 matches?" Xia Xin replied, "Have you ever played support? Don't let me down. I'll handle it." Han Fei had indeed never played support, but he understood that the more skilled individuals tended to prefer playing carry roles, relishing the opportunity to lead their team to victory. Such individuals often possess a certain arrogance and disdain for the support role. Support champions lack gold, struggle to acquire items, and after painstakingly saving up, are compelled to buy items for the AD. They charge into battle first to attract fire, retreating last to secure the team's escape. In simpler terms, they reap no rewards for their efforts while shouldering all the burdens. Who would willingly engage in such a role? Of course, Han Fei belonged to the category of those who particularly detest playing support. In high-level matches, it's often evident that the 5th pick has no agency and can only opt for a support role. Yet, he noticed that Xia Xin seemed devoid of such arrogance. Capable of playing anything, exhibiting a rare humility. He was skilled but not haughty. No. During their first meeting, he had declared he would surpass himself, brimming with confidence. Thus, to be precise, this fellow lacked arrogance but possessed a strong spirit. How did he cultivate such refinement? Meanwhile, Shu Yuewu was utterly exasperated. She lay on her bed, covering her face, staring blankly at the ceiling. He actually dared to strike me. How could he lay a hand on me? It has always been my prerogative to strike others. When did it become his place, an insignificant wretch, to assault me? And all for that detestable woman, Lang Xuedong. He speaks of considering things from another's perspective. How utterly laughable. I am not others. Why should I adopt their viewpoint? If I am to consider others, then who shall consider me? He mentions the honor of a girl. Does she not bear the blame for her own embarrassing antics? If she had the capability, she should refrain from bringing shame upon herself. I shall not hesitate to ruin her reputation. He is merely an ordinary boy. If he would simply acknowledge my allure and express his affection like any other boy, it would suffice. How dare he strike me? Shu Yuewu felt deeply aggrieved. She had done nothing wrong. It was Lang Xuedong who was at fault. Her cheeks burned with heat, truly painful. A gentle knock echoed on the door, followed by the voice of her mother. Zhao Qing, Wu, you haven't eaten dinner. Have some late-night snacks. I made some pastries. Shu Yuewu, in a fit of pique, retorted. I'm not eating. I'm full of anger. This sentiment felt oddly familiar. After a moment of reflection, she recalled that she had been similarly provoked on the first day. This fellow may lack many abilities, but he certainly excels at aggravating her. Zhao Qing inquired, have you been snacking again? Be cautious of gaining weight by skipping meals. By the way, what was up with that boy? He seemed quite decent, humble, and easygoing, although rather ordinary. Yet, his eyes were particularly bright. So, do you prefer this type of boy over the many dashing and sunny ones? Shu Yuewu was incensed. Mentioning Xia Xin now felt like an affront to her. She shouted like him? Not a chance. He is the most infuriating of them all. Tomorrow, I shall take care of him. Zhao Qing stood at the door, momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise, silently committing Xia Xin's name to memory before turning to leave. Chapter 37. The duty student shall not depart. It was a radiant noon, the sun shining brightly during the lunch break. Xia Xin rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the sunlight, while several classmates engaged in lively conversation nearby. Shu Yuewu lazily leaned against the edge of her desk, her graceful figure showcased to perfection. She wore a pink t-shirt that accentuated her ample curves, while her denim skirt revealed her long, shapely legs, exuding an alluring charm that was hard to resist. Her fair skin shimmered in the sunlight, almost ethereal. Xu Yuewu complimented, "Mao Peng, you played exceptionally well yesterday." Mao Peng could not conceal the smile tugging at his lips. Humbly responding with pride, "Hee, it's because you played well too. I never imagined you were so skilled at ADC. The thresh on the opposing team hardly managed to hook you. Several times I thought you were a goner, yet you evaded every attempt." With a light chuckle, Xu Yuewu replied, "I've learned a lot by watching." Naturally clever, she possessed a deftness that set her apart. Your support was commendable as well. I noticed your hooks with Blitzcrank were quite precise, hitting 2 out of 3. Mao Peng beamed with pride, "Of course. I've practiced this. Once I hook, it's either death or glory." "Indeed, impressive," Zhang Qian remarked with astonishment. "Mao Peng, when did you start duo queuing with our class beauty? You should have informed us." Mao Peng, visibly pleased, replied, "You can't blame me. Xu Yuewu insisted on keeping it a secret while we climbed the ranks together." Chun Song playfully draped an arm around his neck and threatened, "You better not harbor any ill intentions. The class beauty belongs to all of us." He then turned to Xu Yuewu with a flattering grin. "Xu Yuewu, let us duo tonight. I'm quite formidable in mid lane, capable of taking on 2 opponents." Mao Peng shook his finger, mockingly declaring, "You two wouldn't even be able to queue with her." In unison, they inquired, "Why not? Do you know Xu Yuewu's rank? She's at Diamond. Do you even have Platinum? Wait, wasn't Xu Yuewu a gold player? How has she ascended to Diamond?" "Hee, her ADC skills are impressive. Though her last hitting is just average, so naturally, her rank has risen. We've been queuing for a few days, and she has already climbed to Diamond 3. She is likely on the verge of promotion. We'll be queuing together tonight. You guys are still far behind." Mao Peng wore an expression of triumph. In contrast, the 2 others looked deflated, akin to wilted eggplants. If she was indeed a Diamond player, only Mao Peng in the class could duo with her. How fortunate for him to duo with Xu Yuewu. Perhaps he could even play the hero in-game, not to mention the delight of hearing her soft, cotton-like voice daily. Xia Xin blinked, staring blankly out the window. Diamond 3? He distinctly recalled that the last time they duo queued, she was Diamond I. Had she and Mao Peng ascended from Diamond I to Diamond 3 together? Indeed, under the subtle influence of Xu Yuewu, she has acquired numerous skills from Xia Xin. However, striving to compete at the Diamond level while duo queuing with Mao Peng remains quite challenging, with losses far outnumbering victories. Naturally, the defeats endured have been conveniently filtered out by Mao Peng's mind. As the college entrance examination approaches, a palpable tension fills both the school and the classroom. A distinctive pre-exam atmosphere. The teacher explicitly informs the students, "This is your final opportunity to engage your intellect in life. I hope you cherish this chance and put forth your utmost effort. After this, the world will revolve around wealth for boys and appearances for girls. Intellect will hold little value." Consequently, most students wish to exert their mental faculties during this last stretch. Some may strive hard enough to gain admission to a prestigious university. Yet individuals like Mao Peng can only aspire to a lower-tier institution, ultimately resigning themselves to this reality. As for Xu Yuewu, her additional points are sufficient for her to forego an entire subject. Moreover, she possesses a sharp intellect, beauty, and wealth for her. The college entrance examination holds no more significance than a casual meal. Xia Xin cast a sidelong glance at Xu Yuewu, uncertain of her intentions. Since their quarrel, they have ceased all communication. Xia Xin struggles to accept Xu Yuewu's desire to publicize the matter concerning Lang Xuedong. Despite her reserved nature, he believes Lang Xuedong has treated him well. They should, by all accounts, be considered friends. He refuses to allow anyone to hurt his friend, thus resolutely declining to continue assisting Xu Yuewu and offering to refund her money, viewing it as a charitable act on his part. However, when he messaged Xu Yuewu on QQ to request her bank account details for the refund, she did not respond. Regardless of how many times he reached out, she remained unresponsive, embodying the aloof demeanor of a goddess. Most deities would at least acknowledge a message with a simple, "I'm eating," or "I'm sleeping," before going offline, but Xu Yuewu entirely ignored him. Xia Xin even attempted to call her once, only to have the line disconnected abruptly. In school, Xu Yuewu was always surrounded by others, leaving scant opportunities for conversation, and so the matter lingered unresolved. Occasionally, their eyes would inadvertently meet, prompting Xu Yuewu to turn away, treating him as a mere stranger. Xia Xin was filled with confusion. Xu Yuewu neither mentioned returning the money nor sought his assistance. Yet she would not acknowledge him at all. What could this signify? Did she no longer desire the money? If so, he would simply keep it. He felt their situation resembled that of children sulking. For instance, when Xia Yi would ignore him after a quarrel, refusing to speak or even look at him. However, dealing with Xia Yi was far simpler. A gentle embrace or a few playful words would clear the air. He certainly could not embrace Xu Yuewu. He imagined that even without her intervention, the class would readily volunteer a dozen burly boys to bury him behind the school, where grass would grow over his grave by the following year. As the class bell rang, the teacher announced, "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. We will gather at school to travel to the examination site in the city and check into a hotel. We will stay there for 3 days. Understood?" Understood. As the class came to an end, the designated student was reminded not to forget to sweep the floor. Just as Xia Xin prepared to exit the classroom, he was pulled back. "Where do you think you're running off to, duty student? Sweep the floor." Upon glancing at the blackboard, he noticed the words duty student Xia Xin prominently inscribed in the lower right corner, while the other duty student, Xu Yuewu, was also present. The class had already ended late, and as the last of the students departed, the sky grew darker, thick clouds looming on the horizon. Xia Xin glanced at Xu Yuewu, who sat at her desk, resting her chin in one hand, her beautiful eyes gazing vacantly out of the window. He approached her desk and suggested, "You handle groups 1 and 2, and I will take care of the rest." This scene felt oddly familiar, as if it had transpired before. However, Xu Yuewu ignored him. An unusual atmosphere filled the classroom, an eerie silence enveloping them. As Xia Xin finished wiping the blackboard and the podium, Xu Yuewu finally stood up and began to sweep. After Xia Xin completed cleaning groups 3 and 4 and disposed of the trash in the corner, he tidied it up and shut the windows. The time spent on these tasks was nearly equivalent to the time it took Xu Yuewu to finish with groups 1 and 2. Once Xu Yuewu exited the classroom, Xia Xin turned off the lights and locked the door. Upon arriving at the entrance of the lobby on the first floor, he noticed that Xu Yuewu was not in a hurry to leave. Her graceful silhouette stood under the small pavilion at the lobby's exit, not waiting for Xia Xin, but rather because it had begun to rain outside. Xu Yuewu cast a glance at Xia Xin, remaining silent and coldly staring ahead, waiting for the rain to cease. The fine droplets painted the gloomy sky with a hazy gray. Xia Xin extended his hand outside the pavilion, feeling the rain and muttering, "It's just a light drizzle." He intended to venture out into the rain. However, the tiny raindrops, feeling challenged, quickly summoned their companions, transforming into a torrential downpour. Xia Xin had barely stepped out of the pavilion when the raindrops swelled to the size of beans, cascading down with such force that it seemed they might create a dent in his forehead. The sound of the relentless rain striking the earth echoed around him. Hastily, he retreated back under the pavilion. Xu Yuewu shot him a glare, her expression darkening. Xia Xin felt unjustly accused. How could he be blamed for the rain intensifying? Originally planning to wait for the downpour to lessen, Xu Yuewu pulled out her petite pink phone and dialed her father. "Yes, I'm at school, right at the entrance of the first teaching building. All right, please come pick me up." After that, silence enveloped them once more. Despite the 3 or 4 meters separating them, an unusual stillness lingered between the two. After waiting for more than 10 minutes without any sign of the rain subsiding, Xia Xin grew restless, hunger gnawing at him. His gaze swept around, eventually landing on the corridor to his left, where the teacher's office was located. Naturally, the office door was locked. Tentatively, Xia Xin pushed against the window ledge, and, to his surprise, it opened. Then, he climbed through the window and turned on the light. As he glanced around, he noticed a compact Paradise umbrella resting on the nearby bookshelf, a backup belonging to the teacher. "Thank you, dear teacher. Your kindness is unforgettable." Elated, he took the umbrella and made his way to the small pavilion. Xia Xin cast a glance at Xu Yuewu, who was leaning against the stone pillar with her arms crossed, then looked up at the darkening sky. Hesitating for a moment, he remained rooted to the spot. It was as if they had silently agreed. Neither spoke, and they stood together, gazing out at the curtain of rain outside. Half an hour passed in this manner before Xu Yuewu received a call from her father. "What? Roadblock? A traffic accident? You're stuck at a checkpoint and can't get out for 2 hours? What am I supposed to do? Where can I find a taxi at the school gate in this downpour? There is not a soul in sight." Xu Yuewu stomped her foot in frustration. Angrily hanging up the phone, biting her lip, she fell silent, continuing to stare at the heavy rain outside. Another half hour passed without a sign of anyone arriving. Xia Xin sensed that no miracle would occur today. After a moment of indecision, he walked over to Xu Yuewu. Chapter 38. Dare you say another word? Xu Yuewu cast a sidelong glance at Xia Xin. She had naturally noticed him climbing through the office window and retrieving an umbrella. However, what puzzled her was that Xia Xin did not leave after taking the umbrella. Instead, he remained standing beneath the pavilion. After a moment's reflection, she realized that he was waiting for her to leave safely, believing that it was unsafe for a girl to be alone in the dark. Xu Yuewu inwardly scoffed, wondering why he felt the need to interfere. In the midst of her thoughts, Xia Xin had approached her side. I'll walk you to the intersection on the right. You can take a cab home, he said. There's no need for your faint kindness, Xu Yuewu replied, crossing her arms and turning her gaze away in annoyance. But it's quite dark, and it wouldn't be safe for you alone, he insisted. That's none of your business. Oh, well, all right then. Just be careful. Xia Xin relented, taking a few steps forward, opening the umbrella, and preparing to step out into the rain. Frustrated, Xu Yuewu stomped her foot and grasped his shoulder, pulling him back. Are you really just going to leave like that? Xia Xin, puzzled, asked, Is there another way to go? You heartless person. You intend to abandon me. A girl, alone at this pitch-black school gate? The darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings, with only the dim glow of the streetlights shining through the rain, casting an eerie light. The fear of the dark crept into her heart, amplified by the sinister rustling of leaves amidst the howling wind and rain. Had Xia Xin not been standing beside her, she might have succumbed to panic. In truth, when he first emerged with the umbrella, her heart had raced with anxiety. She feared that if he left, she might genuinely cry out in fright. Fortunately, Xia Xin's innate gentleness compelled him to stay, which greatly eased Xu Yuewu's mind. She glared at him, saying, If any nefarious characters or ghosts were to emerge and harm me, it would all be your fault. I swear. I would haunt you for eternity. Xia Xin, feigning innocence, replied, But I just said I would walk you out. It was you who insisted I shouldn't bother. Would it kill you to call out to me a few more times? You dense fool. Don't you know that girls appreciate a little reserve? How much effort would it cost you to call out a couple more times? Someone like you will remain single forever. Would it kill you? Tell me, would it? With each statement, Xu Yuewu took a step closer, pushing Xia Xin to retreat in response. Her relentless demeanor momentarily made him question what grave sin he had committed. After all, he had merely offered to escort her. As Xu Yuewu grew increasingly agitated, biting her luscious lip in defiance, she glared at him. And what about last time? You hit me. What gives you the right? It's one thing to strike me, but you even dared to give me the cold shoulder. My parents wouldn't dare treat me like that. Who do you think you are? I didn't, did I? Speak another word, and you'll see. Are you ignoring me because you're at school? If that's the case, then just disregard me entirely. Why should you concern yourself with my affairs? As she spoke, Xu Yuewu had already cornered Xia Xin against the wall, leaving him with no way to retreat, their faces nearly touching. Observing Xu Yue's flushed complexion and reddened eyes, it was unclear whether her emotion stemmed from anger or indignation. Her chest rose and fell with intensity as she calmly articulated, I harbor no intention of casting disapproving glances at anyone. If my demeanor has led you to misunderstand, I sincerely apologize. I merely wish to maintain a relationship of ordinary classmates. Xia Xin was baffled as to how his actions could be misconstrued as hostile. He was merely an average student. While Xu Wei was the epitome of beauty and wealth, the object of affection for nearly all the boys, it was inconceivable that he could intimidate her in any manner. Unable to accept my behavior? Xu Yue's gaze flickered, her teeth clenched in frustration as she retorted, What exactly can't you accept? What have I done? Speak up. If you have the courage. Xia Xin replied honestly, It's about what you said concerning Lang Xuedong last time. Xu Wei abruptly interrupted, exclaiming, But did I actually do it? Did I? Which of your eyes witnessed me doing anything? But you clearly stated, you can't discuss it. And even mentioning it is illegal. Did your family establish the law? I could just as easily call you a pig or a monster. Would that turn you into one? Is it really such a grave matter to speak? In a hypothetical duel between them, Xia Xin would have been utterly defeated, overwhelmed by Xu Yue's imposing presence, left only to shake his head in disbelief. So what if it's settled? I haven't done anything to warrant your disdain or your cold demeanor toward me. I haven't. Speak another word, and you'll see. Xu Yue's eyes grew increasingly red, her delicate lips quivering slightly, her dark gaze fixed intently on Xia Xin, as if daring him to utter another word. Xia Xin could only cover his mouth with his hands and shake his head. At last, a hint of relief appeared in Xu Yue's beautiful eyes. I don't care. You spoke to me first, which means you've lost. We are now at a stalemate. 1-1. Don't presume you've triumphed. With that, Shu Wei snatched the umbrella from Xia Xin's grasp, took a few steps away, only to return in a fit of indignation. She suddenly embraced his neck, leaning in to plant a kiss. Ah! Xia Xin let out a cry of distress. Previously, Shu Yue had bitten the left side of his neck and shoulder. This time, she switched sides to the right. This woman clearly had no concept of restraint. And without even needing to touch him, Xia Xin could tell he was bleeding. With a cold snort, Shu Yue held the umbrella and briskly walked out. Xia Xin stood there, utterly perplexed as to what he had done to deserve such torment. Wait, that's the umbrella I found. What am I to do now? As the rain poured down, Shu Yue turned her delicate face towards Xia Xin, revealing a mischievous smile akin to that of a little devil. She playfully tugged at her eyelid and extended her tongue, exclaiming, "You might as well perish. I utterly despise you." With that, she gracefully took Xia Xin's umbrella and vanished into the curtain of rain, leaving Xia Xin standing alone beneath the pavilion, gazing blankly at the heavy downpour, silently praying for the heavens to clear. Earlier, she had uttered something about a win and a loss. What could that possibly mean? When had they begun a competition? Xia Xin was filled with confusion. In contrast, Shu Yue wore a smile reminiscent of spring's bloom. Her accumulated gloom had finally been released, uplifting her spirits. This was her interpretation of a tie, a win for both. Of course, Shu Yue's previous remarks were not mere words. She genuinely wished to see Leng Xuedong, that woman who always acted superior, brought low. Yet, in the moment, she hesitated. For reasons unknown, Xia Xin's words echoed in her mind. Seeing Xia Xin's unfamiliar demeanor, attempting to return her money, deepened her sense of grievance and sadness. After some contemplation, she realized that Xia Xin's perspective held merit. Transforming her into a lifelong joke like Leng Xuedong seemed unwise. If she were in Leng Xuedong's shoes, she too would find it unbearable. Perhaps it was best to let it go. However, she had always been the one indulged by others. When had it become her turn to accommodate someone else? Xia Xin's suggestion to refrain from certain actions made her feel as though her dignity as a girl was compromised. This left her with a lingering frustration, as if she had conceded defeat to Xia Xin, unwittingly yielding and heeding her words. Ironically, she anticipated that Xia Xin would soon come to apologize, recognizing her own faults, yet instead, she received a message from Xia Xin asking for her bank account details to return the money. This infuriated her. She had already softened her stance. So what more did Xia Xin want? Was it necessary for her to admit fault as a girl? Resolutely, she decided to ignore Xia Xin, hoping the same would be reciprocated. Whoever spoke first would be deemed the loser. Ultimately, it was Xia Xin who broke the silence, which delighted Shu Yue. This meant they were even, and she had not lost after all. Just as she reveled in this thought, a BMW 7 Series pulled up before her. The window rolled down to reveal her father, Shu Rue, who asked with concern, "Sweetheart, are you all right? I'm glad to have caught you. Come. Let us get in the car quickly." "All right," Shu Yue replied as she climbed into the passenger seat, neatly stowing her umbrella and humming a little tune. "Apologies for the delay. I had quite the tussle with the traffic police," Shu Rue said, his face etched with regret. "You must have been frightened. I noticed how dark your school is. You've always been afraid of the dark. What is there to fear? I've grown up now, Dad," Shu Yue replied with a proud smile, her mind drifting to a certain calm face, declaring confidently, "I'm not a little girl anymore. Who is afraid of the dark?" Shu Rue pondered why she still dared not turn off the lights to sleep at night, but fortunately, he quickly refrained from voicing his thoughts, unsure of how this little darling might react. Anticipating that her prolonged absence would spark a tantrum, he had mentally prepared himself for a reprimand. To his surprise, however, his daughter appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, which greatly relieved him. Suddenly, Shu Yue interjected, "Oh, right, let us pause at the convenience store entrance." "Dear?" he queried. "Yes," she affirmed, as the BMW came to a halt. Shu Yue waved at a homeless man in a cotton coat who was squatting and smoking by the convenience store's entrance. The man looked at her with confusion but did not move. Shu Yue then brandished a red 100 yuan note, prompting the man to don his hat and approach. Pointing toward the school not far behind them with her delicate finger, Shu Yue asked, "Do you see the school?" The homeless man nodded. She extended a folding umbrella through the window, instructing, "Take this umbrella to the lobby directly opposite the school gate, and this 100 yuan is yours. Do you understand?" The man nodded vigorously in response. Only then did Shu Yue hand over the umbrella along with the 100 yuan note. She watched as the man carefully tucked away the money into his pocket and sprinted toward the school gate with the umbrella in hand before finally rolling up the window. "All right, Daddy, let us go," she declared. Noticing Shu Rui's puzzled expression, she casually explained, "I borrowed it from the teacher. I won't need it anymore, so I'm returning it." "Oh," he replied. The engine of the BMW roared to life, and as the traffic lights flickered, they vanished into the curtain of rain. Meanwhile, the homeless man arrived at the lobby, set down the umbrella, and glanced around, finding himself utterly alone. With a belly full of questions, he exited the school gate. Contemplating the 100 yuan in his possession, he felt elated at the prospect of enjoying a sumptuous meal that evening. In stark contrast, another individual, drenched from the torrential downpour and racing back, was not in such high spirits. Wringing out his clothes yielded enough water to fill half a bucket. Chapter 39, The Wheel of Fortune. After an hour's journey on the school bus, we finally arrived at our destination. The examination site was located near the city center, and thus the school had arranged accommodations at the nearby 4-star Sunshine Holiday Hotel. The stay was for 3 days, reportedly at a discounted rate of 40%, making the price reasonable, though not particularly cheap. Each room was shared by 2 students, and Xia Xin was paired with the rather rotund Mao Pang. Most of the classmates were experiencing a stay at a 4-star hotel for the first time, their faces alight with excitement. Exclamations filled the air. "It's so spacious and luxurious. This is my first time here." At noon, a group of 10 gathered around a table, enjoying a sumptuous lunch. Afterward, Xia Xin returned to his room, took some cold medicine, and lay down to rest. In the words of Xia Yi from the morning, his complexion resembled that of a goblin trapped in a hunter's snare, awaiting its fate. He slept until evening, and after dinner, he began to truly appreciate the value of health. Life is precious, but health is priceless. The activities after dinner were plentiful. Several boys congregated in one room, tuning into the late-night channel to enjoy an action film rich in artistic flair. Meanwhile, some boys and girls gathered in another room to play cards, and others, like those in Xia Xian's room, formed a circle to engage in a game of truth or dare. To an outsider, it might seem as though these students were on vacation, completely devoid of the atmosphere of impending examinations. "It's my turn. I am the king," proclaimed Mao Pang, puffing with pride as he raised the card of triumph, glancing at those present and casually declaring, "Let us go with number 6. Shu Yuewu revealed her card, which was indeed a 6. Hiki. Upon seeing Shu Yuewu's card, Mao Pang's interest peaked. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "So, what kind of boys do you like?" Shu Yuewu smiled coyly, her gaze drifting over to Xia Xin. "My standards are quite high. He must be handsome and charming, capable of making me laugh when I'm upset, and enhancing my joy when I'm happy. He should be over 1.8 meters tall, weighing no more than 160 pounds, excelling in sports, possessing a sharp mind, achieving outstanding academic results, and preferably coming from a wealthy family, so that he has time to accompany me rather than working all the time." After her lengthy description, the faces of all the boys turned ashen, their spirits crushed. Mao Pang, unabashedly grinning, quipped, "Aren't you describing me?" A chorus of boos erupted from the classmates. Xia Xin conducted a self-assessment and was astonished to realize that he did not meet a single one of her criteria, which was another kind of extreme. Then, drawing another card, Shu Yuewu gleefully revealed her winning card. Number 4. Xia Xin had no choice but to unveil his card, which was the 4 of spades. Shu Yuewu's eyes crinkled into crescents as she playfully tapped her lips with her finger, pondering what to ask. "Oh, I know. Share with us who your first love was and why you liked her." With this inquiry, all 10 classmates turned their attention to Xia Xin. For it is human nature to be curious. They were eager to discover the identity of the first romantic interest of someone who typically appeared rather ordinary. Shu Yu added with a hint of seriousness, "To speak the truth, one must beware of the consequences of deceit." Xia Xin, gazing at the curious expressions of the crowd, hesitated for a moment before offering a wry smile. "I choose a daring challenge." This implied his reluctance to reveal the truth. Chubby Mao, draping an arm around Xia Xion's shoulder, chuckled mischievously. "You, my friend, are quite predictable. It is evident why you are hesitant to speak. After all, your first love is right here, making it difficult for you to confess, isn't it? I presume it must be someone among us." With that, he deliberately tilted his gaze towards Shu Yuewu, insinuating that Xia Xian harbored feelings for her. The others, upon reflection, found this notion plausible, as there were indeed several boys in class who admired Shu Yuewu. making it hardly surprising. However, the expression on Xu Yuewu's face darkened. Xia Xian had feelings for her. That was preposterous, especially considering he had recently shown her disdain. His reluctance to speak suggested he had someone in mind. Could it be that first love was indeed? Xu Yuewu's face clouded with displeasure. Since you have chosen a daring challenge, you should be prepared for the consequences. Xia Xian nodded in acquiescence. Xu Yuewu smirked defiantly. Very well, go to the window and shout 3 times. Is there a lady here? I am looking for a lady. This was indeed a cruel jest. To seek a lady on the eve of the college entrance examination from a hotel window would surely tarnish Xia Xian's reputation among his peers. Xia Xian understood that Xu Yuewu would not let him off easily. Resolutely, he approached the window and shouted thrice, Is there a lady here? I am looking for a lady. This incited a frenzy below. Laughter erupted from the surrounding rooms, and those inside the room were already in fits of giggles. The classmates casually placed their cards in the center, and Chubby Mouse shuffled them, effectively reshuffling the deck. Xia Xian kept his eyes fixed on the cards. And as soon as the shuffling concluded, he swiftly drew 1 card from the pile, discreetly glancing at the cards Xu Yu had drawn. Once everyone had selected their cards, Xia Xian revealed his powerful card and casually called out, Number 3. Xu Yuwu had no choice but to flip over her bottom card, revealing the 3. What a turn of fate. Today, luck had shifted dramatically. Xia Xian, wearing a calm and composed smile, said, Now it is your turn to share who your first love is and why you like him. Naturally, Xu Yuwu would not divulge such information, and instead shot him a resentful glare, replying curtly, I choose a daring challenge. To her surprise, just as she had turned the tables on him, she found herself in a predicament so swiftly. All right, Xia Xian chuckled. You can shout at the window, who was looking for a lady just now. Xu Yuewu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized the implication. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and stormed to the window, proclaiming, Who was looking for a lady just now? Who was looking for a lady just now? Who was looking for a lady just now? In an instant, the hotel erupted into chaos, with boys rushing from downstairs shouting, Me, me, me. Numerous voices from adjacent windows clamored, I was calling. I was calling. How much for a night? I'll take the whole night. Money is not an issue. It seems to be the voice of Xu Yuewu. Xu Yuewu possesses a melodious voice, sweet and delicate, laced with a hint of allure, making it quite distinctive. Many in the school recognize her voice. Even those unfamiliar with her would be tempted to engage, simply upon hearing it. Xu Yuewu's expression darkened further as she returned to the bedside, her small face cold, commanding, Continue, shuffle. Where is Xia Xian? He replied, I didn't eat enough for dinner. I'm going out for a meal. What a scoundrel. He's quite nimble. An instinctive sense of danger warned Xia Xian that this woman was about to embark on something reckless, and it was best not to linger. Thus, he left early. Initially intending to stroll aimlessly, Xia Xian had barely reached the first floor when someone clasped his shoulder. Brother, we seem to share a connection. Did you also land in class 1? Before him stood a boy with a stylish, sun-kissed haircut, his face strikingly handsome, conforming perfectly to conventional standards of attractiveness. Adorned with a radiant smile, dressed in a fashionable black and white sports outfit. This was indeed the epitome of the charming, sunny boy. Even more handsome than Lu Ming from class 2. Xia Xian searched his memory in vain, unable to recall any association with this individual. Could he be a classmate? How could he forget someone after 3 years? That would be quite tragic. As if sensing Xia Xian's confusion, the boy pointed to himself and declared, It's me, Han Fei. Xia Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. The person before him was none other than the disheveled Han Fei, who had appeared haggard and weary. As if he hadn't slept in days, his attire in disarray, buttons undone. Did you return from undergoing cosmetic surgery in H country? Han Fei chuckled proudly. What is so surprising? I'm still the heartthrob of class 3. I have plenty of admirers. The last time I ran into you, I had been gaming at an internet CAF for 3 days straight, but this time my mother insisted I spruce up. Enough chit-chat, let us head to the internet CAF. Han Fei said, pulling Xia Xian along. Just across from the hotel was a Galaxy Internet CAF. The ambience was infinitely superior to the zero-point Internet CAF, elegantly decorated with a serene atmosphere, segregating smoking and non-smoking areas. The computers were widescreen, and the plush red sofas appeared exceptionally comfortable. Xia Xian frowned slightly at the prices, 5 yuan per hour in the regular area, 4 yuan in the VIP area, and 5 yuan for private rooms. He felt reluctant to proceed. Han Fei pointed to a nearby blackboard. Did you see this? It read, ranked above gold, 3 kills granted drink, for kills earn 20 yuan in internet fees. 5 kills yield 100 yuan in internet fees, and achieving a godlike performance awards an additional 10 yuan in internet fees. Achieve 5 consecutive wins for a drink. 7 consecutive wins for 30 yuan in internet fees, 9 consecutive wins for 50 yuan in internet fees, and 10 consecutive wins for 100 yuan in internet fees. Band heroes, Katarina, Akali, Master E, Karthus, and Cassidon. Xia Xin was perplexed, wondering how such an event could exist. Han Fei explained that in the bustling metropolises, every internet CAF hosts activities centered around League of Legends. Were it not for this game, many establishments would have shuttered their doors. Thus, they often devise various events to attract a greater clientele. It is observed that approximately 80% of patrons are engrossed in League of Legends. Occasionally, one might hear exclamations such as "Manager, triple kill," or "Manager, 5 consecutive victories." As players call for the manager's confirmation, a glance around reveals an assembly of students, predominantly high schoolers, likely preparing for their imminent college entrance examinations. Upon their arrival, there were no available seats, however. Fortune smiled upon them after a mere 10 minutes when 2 patrons vacated the VIP area. Han Fei swiftly claimed the seats and initiated 2 gaming machines. He logged into his prestigious account, surveying his surroundings. This internet CAF undoubtedly possesses a livelier atmosphere than home. Just look, everyone is engrossed in League of Legends. I, on the other hand, felt indifferent as Xia Xin logged into his golden account, a solitary achievement of his. Damn, you're not playing in duo mode? He remarked. The internet fees here are exorbitant. I can't afford to play. Well, Han Fei pondered aloud, you've managed to earn a few hundred, right? Though it can't be cashed out. Having more is of little consequence. A youth with yellow hair, seated to the right of Xia Xin, cast a glance in his direction and mumbled, a few hundred? Keep dreaming. Don't be surprised if you bite your tongue while chasing after bots. Chapter 40. The Art of Buff Transfer. Xia Xin inquired, Han Fei. Which mid-lane champions do you believe are most likely to achieve a pinnacle? Han Fei pondered for a moment before conceding. How should I know? I play AD. I'm a mere novice in other roles. For AD, I recommend Draven. 2 hits, and it's a done deal. The growth period for ADCs in the bot lane is quite prolonged. At least a quadra kill is feasible, but a pentakill is contingent upon chance. It cannot be forced. Xia Xin reflected, struggling to identify any mid-lane champion particularly adept at securing pentakills. He concluded that a champion capable of sustained damage would be the most advantageous, as a burst combo would likely result in teammates snatching the kills. Ultimately, he opted for his favored champion, Tristana, who joyfully sang her way out into the arena. Little Tristana, blissfully carefree, gazed around as fireworks erupted. Her prowess in combat lay in her ability to reset her W after each kill, allowing her to leap and pursue her foes with relentless vigor. Did you hit them with Tristana? You're unaware that she no longer receives AP bonuses since her rework? Unlike before, when her W combined with her could obliterate enemies, be cautious of the backlash. Xia Xin chuckled, already anticipating the inevitable criticisms. With a tap of the Enter key, he quipped, picking Tristana to land hits? Your mother must have passed away. No way, are you serious? If you're not going to hit, you should have said so earlier. I'll manage just fine. The chat was flooded with various sarcastic blessings aimed at Xia Xin's mother, filled with exaggerated expressions of mayhem. Han Fei sighed, remarking on the volatility of low-ranking players. In ranked matches, there are only so many players cycling through. We see each other often enough that we refrain from excessive insults. As long as no one is AFK, I think I can manage. Han Fei shook his head. Tristana's peak power comes after the 30-minute mark. Nearby, a blonde player glanced at Xia Xin's Tristana, thinking, in this day and age, playing Tristana mid? Clearly. This one is a fool. Gold players are truly on a different level than my own exalted platinum. However, when he turned his gaze again, he was astonished to witness a level 3 Tristana single-handedly eliminating a level 3 Orianna. This Tristana was equipped with Ignite. Upon returning home, she promptly acquired a kill sword. When the level 6 Lee Sin came to gank, Orianna was swiftly dispatched by Tristana, who utilized her E and 3 auto attacks, finishing with her ultimate. She then circled back around to the minions, evading Lee Sin's QS, and as he attempted to flee with minimal health, she landed a decisive blow, securing a double kill. At the 7-minute mark, she returned home with a long sword and a dagger, her attacks now soaring to an impressive 230. This damage output far exceeded what was expected at this stage of the game. Following this, she headed down to the bot lane, executed a W, and landed a kill on the opposing duo, though her ADC snatched the other. Nevertheless, her mysterious sword gained 3 stacks. At this point, Tristana's stats had already surpassed what would typically be expected at the 10-minute mark. Experienced in playing against gold and silver tiers, Xia Xin was well acquainted with the strategies for accumulating advantages, knowing that wherever he ganked, there would be a bounty to claim. As he circled to the mid lane, he emerged from the riverside brush, swiftly casting west at close range on the enemy, initiating Q. He withstood a barrage of QWR from the enemy champion and dispatched her with a few swift strikes. Upon returning home, he crafted a pickaxe and a cloak of agility. By the 10-minute mark, his attack power had surged to nearly 250, and with the aid of his Q ability, his attack speed soared by an impressive 110, reaching an astonishing rate of 1.5. Such figures, 250 attack and 1.5 attack speed, are beyond the realm of ordinary AD champions. Even with Infinity Edge and a Blade of the Ruined King, such values are rarely achieved. Confi could not help but steal a glance, exclaiming in disbelief at how effortlessly he was dispatching foes, his butcher knife already stacked to 15 layers. Xia Xin replied, "The enemy champion isn't proficient. I easily eliminated her in lane, rapidly accumulating an advantage." Nearby, a bewildered teammate, sporting yellow hair, stared in awe. He had witnessed his fair share of one-sided matches, yet none as seamlessly executed as this. In a typical high-level match, only champions of professional caliber could achieve Infinity Edge and Blade of the Ruined King within 20 minutes. Yet here, Xia Xin had attained both within just 15 minutes, alongside a pair of Berserker's Greaves, a longsword, and a Doran's Blade, amassing an attack power of 350, striking fear into any opponent. But wait, it doesn't end there. Xia Xin called out, "Net Cafe, triple kill." After treating both himself and Confi to a bottle of cola and Sprite, he chimed in game, "Let us group up." By this point, no one dared to speak loudly. Upon seeing Xia Xin's impressive 10 kills with no deaths, they wisely chose silence. The mid lane was not merely a battleground. It was a stage for a master to showcase his prowess. The moment Xia Xin suggested a team fight, his teammates eagerly flocked to the mid lane. Confi, intrigued, observed, eager to witness how Xia Xin would secure a quadruple kill. Soon, he beheld a chaotic clash under the tower, with Xia Xin positioned at the back, assessing the situation. It was not mere observation. He occasionally dealt a few hits, methodically whittling down the health of the opposing frontliners to half. As it became apparent that his team was faltering, AD carry and support both falling, and the top laner and jungler on the brink of death, Xia Xin finally sprang into action. Leaping to the backline with his W, activating Q, and swiftly eliminating the enemy AD carry. With the opposing champion's skills already spent, he noticed the enemy mid laner attempting to flee. After dispatching the AD carry, he refreshed his W and pursued, striking down the mid laner with a series of blows. Simultaneously, his last remaining teammate, the top laner, succumbed to the relentless assault of the enemy frontliners. Xia Xin once again leapt before the remaining 3 foes, their health already diminished from his earlier strikes. With a few well-placed hits, he effortlessly dispatched one, repositioning to continue his onslaught. If the enemies attempted to escape, he would close the distance. If they pursued, he would create space. He achieved the anticipated pinnacle with apparent ease, emerging from the skirmish unscathed. Calmly, Xia Xin raised his hand and declared, "Net Cafe, pinnacle." This proclamation drew the attention of nearly everyone in the nearby vicinity of the internet cafe, as all were eager to discover the identity of the player who had secured such an illustrious feat. After the network administrator reviewed the match, he announced over the broadcast, "Congratulations to VIP Zone 34, the gold tier of Ionia, for achieving a pinnacle and earning a reward of 100 yuan in internet fees." Upon hearing that it was a gold tier player, many felt a sense of relief, realizing it was merely a matter of luck. Hanfei gazed at Xia Xin in awe, speechless for a long time. "What is the matter with you?" Xia Xin asked, turning to him. "At first, I thought you were just technically proficient, but now I've come to realize that you possess a rather cunning nature. You deliberately orchestrated your teammates to group up, allowing the opposing 5 to cluster together. You managed to control the health of the enemy tanks, and as soon as your teammates were on the brink of death, you swooped in to claim the back line, rendering you virtually unthreatened while your teammates fell, easily securing the pinnacle. How can one be so heartless while playing a game? Xia Xin chuckled awkwardly. It's fine. The important thing is that we won. Had Xia Xin intended to, he could have taken action sooner. Their team fight was overwhelmingly dominant, leaving the opposition unable to withstand his damage. Teammates continued to celebrate with messages like Pinnacle 66666. Oh, great one. Lead me to victory. And oh, esteemed one, please carry me. I'm a beauty. The earlier tone had shifted dramatically, with everyone expressing utmost respect. Han Fei was even more astonished. Brother, I'm truly impressed. This group of teammates is selling you out while counting your spoils. It seems I must tread carefully around you, for you are indeed quite devious. From nearby, a delicate voice chimed in. What is this? You haven't seen him at his most cunning. When he plays as Nidalee in the jungle, he appears very benevolent, even assisting mid lane with blue buffs. However, he constantly surveys the mid lane situation. The moment he senses a gank is imminent, he rushes over without delay. Once the mid laner falls, he swiftly reclaims the blue buff from the enemy, and the same goes for the red buff. If an ADC snatches his red buff, he will watch them perish without intervening, only to reclaim it afterward. This is what we call the art of buff transfer. In any case, as a jungler, the buffs are rightfully his, the monsters belong to him, and he claims half of the minions on the lane. As for intentional kills and greed for minions, there are far too many to count. Xia Xin turned his head, only to realize that Xu Yu had quietly approached them, her graceful figure now standing behind them. Adding to his embarrassment, despite his best efforts to remain inconspicuous, how had she seen through him? Han Fei sighed deeply. Sister-in-law, please be cautious around him. He may appear to be a kind and friendly individual at first glance, but his heart is far darker than one might expect. She wrinkled her nose and coldly regarded Xia Xin. I'm well aware his heart is as dark as coal. Xia Xin wished to clarify that he was not her brother-in-law. First, he had no connection with Xu Yu, and second, he was not Han Fei's younger brother. However, fearing that further explanations would only complicate matters, he refrained from speaking. Instead, he inquired, what brings you here? I suspected you would be here. Come to check the room. This is unacceptable, Xu Yu said, glancing around, utterly annoyed. There are no available machines or seats. Under normal circumstances, Xia Xin might have stood to offer her his spot. Yet he remained uncertain about their relationship. Xu Yu seemed to harbor disdain towards him. They had quarreled last time, and she had even bitten him the day before. During a game of truth or dare, she had deliberately made things difficult for him. Yet, her manner of speaking now appeared unchanged from before. What exactly was their relationship at this moment? The game continued. Network Administrator, quad kill. Network Administrator, quad kill. Network Administrator, triple kill. Network Administrator, pinnacle. Network Administrator, godlike. Network Administrator, triple kill. Network Administrator, quad kill. Network Administrator, 5 consecutive victories. Network Administrator, triple kill. From 6 o'clock until past 9, Xia Xin lost count of how many times he had shouted. By the time he looked again, over 10 bottles of drinks, including cola, Sprite, Activator, and Gatorade, cluttered his desktop. As Xia Xin was about to make another kill, Xu Yu nudged him and casually tossed her half-finished juice aside. No quad kills. The internet fee is over 300 already. Just get a triple kill and bring me a milk coffee. I'm tired of these. All right, he replied. Han Fei, seated nearby, also nudged him, exclaiming, damn it, you killed me again. This is so frustrating. Brother, get me a Red Bull to cool off. I'm not a vending machine, he retorted. In the end, the network administrator was on the verge of tears, even if a gaming prodigy were to dominate. Achieving 3 or 4 kills per match was no easy feat. He had never witnessed someone play so effortlessly, executing a flawless 360-degree domination over inexperienced players, racking up countless 3, 4, and 5 kills in each match. Excuse me, sir, the network administrator said, your membership card needs to be charged with 2,000. Feel free to play as you wish, but please, for the love of all that is good, stop calling me. I've done nothing all night but stand here serving you drinks. I am a network administrator, not a restaurant server. Xia Xin replied. I don't need the internet fee. I won't use it all up anyway. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, and my friends want drinks. The network administrator patted him on the shoulder. All right, my friend, just your 2 companions, right? I'll remember that. I'm over by the counter, if you need drinks. Just let me know what you want. Consider it your home. No need to be polite. The network administrator left with tears in his eyes, leaving everyone else in stunned silence. The blonde-haired guy nearby looked as if his mouth could fit an egg, gazing at Xia Xin as if he were a deity, envious of the table filled with drinks. At that moment, Han Fei finally couldn't take it anymore. With a loud smack, he slammed his mouse onto the table and exclaimed, "I've had enough. I'm just a turtle under the tower, and you still want to kill me? Did I kill your entire family in my past life?" Chapter 41. A sense of impending doom. What is the matter? Why are you so irritable? Xia Xin inquired, casting a glance at Han Fei's screen. Han Fei was playing as Fiora in the top lane and had already succumbed to a score of 0-4. This was not a low-tier match. In high-level play, a score of 0-4 in the top lane rendered one nearly unplayable, especially when the enemy's top laner was the one securing the kills. With safety under the tower compromised, it constituted an overwhelming disadvantage. The opposing top laner, Draven, taunted, "You're pathetic. All you can manage is being a second-rate AD. You dare say I cannot play top lane? Now tell me, can you? Your mother wouldn't even recognize you after I'm done with you." Han Fei retorted sharply, "What a load of nonsense. What is happening?" Xia Xin asked. "Actually, it's not a big deal. I've played a few matches against this Draven before. He seldom teleports down when I have the advantage, and each time he arrives late, allowing their top laner to capitalize on my position and turn the tide against me. I merely pointed out that he should remember to teleport, and he accused me of trying to instruct him on how to play top lane, which led to our quarrel. Eventually, he logged off." Oh, indeed, in high-level matches, the bottom lane is not merely a 2v2 scenario. One must constantly remain vigilant of the enemy top laner as teleport. Otherwise, a single teleport could shift the balance to a 3v2, instantly reversing the situation. If our team fails to utilize teleportation effectively, it could prove fatal. "Why not play AD?" Xia Xin asked. "I couldn't secure the position," Han Fei replied, shaking his head in resignation. "Fiora hasn't been particularly strong in the recent patch, but I wanted to practice her in the top lane to climb the ranks." Han Fei's champion pool was rather shallow. He only excelled at AD, while every other position resulted in failure, which was why he remained stuck at a rank of 4,500 in the diamond tier, when he could easily ascend higher. On the purple side, the jungler, Widowmaker, chimed in, "Stop the insults and play properly. Your top laner won't blame you. Just play cautiously, and I'll help you with a gank." Widowmaker concealed herself in the bushes of the purple top lane, observing as Draven swaggered forward, pushing the minion wave. Suddenly, Widowmaker made her move. With a well-timed ultimate, Embrace of Pain, she dealt a mere 10 of Draven's health. Frowning slightly, she noted his impressive magic resistance. Upon closer inspection, she realized he had already acquired the luxury boots of magic resistance and was close to completing his spirit visage. "This looks precarious," she thought. Fiora dashed in with a Q lunge. Draven responded with an E ability, pulling both of the agile champions into a tight embrace, delivering a profound kiss. A basic attack coupled with W, crippling strike, left marks upon Fiora's graceful form, reminders of battles past. As he retreated, a circular arc manifested around him, signaling the imminent casting of his Q ability, culling. However, Han Fei, possessing the skill of a top-tier player, recognized the sign and activated Fiora's remarkable ability, W, riposte, which would negate all damage for 0.75 seconds while allowing him to counterattack in a straight line. Xia Xin exclaimed, "Don't block." But it was too late. Fiora's W had already been unleashed. The formidable Darius maneuvered with a slight arc, deftly evading the riposte of the Fiora. His colossal axe swept through the air, striking the slender form of the Widowmaker. Each time Darius landed a Q, he replenished 12% of his lost health, allowing him to regain a portion of his vitality. The duo relentlessly pursued him, and soon, Darius found himself with less than a quarter of his health remaining. With another devastating Q, he struck down two adversaries simultaneously, restoring an impressive 24% of his health, which equated to over 400 hit points, an outcome that instilled a sense of despair. In the same breath, Darius turned to deliver a blow to Fiora, stacking his blood rage to its maximum of 5 layers, instantly augmenting his attack power by over 100. The Widowmaker frantically signaled Fiora. Her health was critically low. In a state of blood rage, Darius at level 2 could inflict around 500 points of true damage with his ultimate, a terrifying prospect, especially considering the additional bleed damage that could potentially eliminate anyone with 600 or 700 health. With only 600 health remaining, Fiora had no choice but to retreat, allowing the Widowmaker to pursue. The Widowmaker, also afflicted by bleed damage, took a few steps forward but was met with a flurry of counterattacks from Darius, forcing her to remain outside the tower. They could only watch helplessly as Darius approached the tower, standing defiantly beneath it with merely a fifth of his health. He began to recall, casting a brazen glance back at Fiora and the Widowmaker. The two circled outside the tower but dared not enter. The Kazakhs contemplated the possibility of landing a Q, followed by an auto attack and an E, which might have been sufficient to eliminate Darius. However, the fear of being instantly dispatched by a counterattack from Darius loomed large. Frustratingly, Darius canceled his recall midway, stepping a few paces outside the tower. The Widowmaker and Fiora hastily retreated. Such sudden movements signaled the arrival of reinforcements. With their health at only half, they had no choice but to return to base. The Widowmaker remarked, "You hold the fort under the tower. We cannot kill Darius, he is too resilient." Both had exhausted their damage potential, and Darius was likely to emerge even more formidable. In this patch, a Black Cleaver would grant him 50% armor penetration, rendering his damage considerable. Coupled with tanky items, he would become an unstoppable force. Kazakhs realized there was no other recourse but to stabilize the situation by leveraging the advantages of the side lane. He managed to assemble two components of the Ravenous Hydra, but just as he reached the tower to collect the next two waves of minions, he saw Darius charging into the tower, accompanied by the monstrous spider queen emerging from the brush. The two pressed Fiora back beneath the tower, with the spider initiating the aggression, absorbing the tower's ire while Darius followed up with a Q. As the spider's health waned, it would leap into the air, drawing the tower's focus, alternating the tanking duties. Although Fiora utilized her W to block one of Darius's QS, she ultimately succumbed to the merciless onslaught of the two. Darius delivered his ultimate, the guillotine, severing her head. Simultaneously, a message appeared on the screen: "Darius top, noob." Kazakhs retorted, "Even if I'm a noob, I'm still a challenger. What gives you the right to talk, you master rank brat?" With that, he flung his mouse aside in frustration, declaring he would no longer play, exasperated by the fact that he had been ganked 4 times by the jungler. Kazakhs then detached his hands from the keyboard and mouse, leaving Fiora to idle in the fountain. Xia Xin glanced over and remarked, "Let us keep at it. The score is currently 11-15. Even if we deduct your 5 kills, our other 2 lanes still have the upper hand, leading by 1 kill. Just play a bit more cautiously." The situation felt disheartening. He had intended to practice with Fiora, yet unexpectedly encountered such a challenging opponent, leading to a rather brutal experience. Hanfei turned his attention towards Xia Xin. Xia Xin, utilizing the mid-lane champion Misfortune, had already become quite proficient. Typically, Misfortune's power peaks around the 30-minute mark. But in this instance, due to the one-sided match, he had acquired the Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and the Blade of the Ruined King within just 20 minutes. Items that should only have emerged much later in the game. At this stage, Xia Xin boasted 2 items that were not supposed to be present, effectively thrusting himself into the late game prematurely, reveling in the freedom of the match. Equipped with both Flash and Cleanse, capable of negating a control effect and taking on 3 opponents without fear. "Come on, brother, let's switch it up. I'll help you level up a couple of matches. This is just too easy for you." Xia Xin had already complied with Shu Yuewu's request to window the game and opened a movie in the upper right corner. While he played, Shu Yuewu stood behind, watching the film, and Xia Xin occasionally glanced at it, playing with remarkable ease. "I don't wish to switch," Xia Xin stated, devoid of expression. "Don't be like that, brother. I'm offering free assistance to elevate your rank. Others plead with me for such help, yet I refuse them." Hanfei was purely eager to experience the thrill of a massacre in the lower tiers, and with Misfortune's current equipment, he was an unstoppable force, capable of vanquishing anyone who dared to challenge him. Just don't lose. A defeat is akin to losing 2 games. Relax, I know how to handle Misfortune. Prepare. Aim. Fire. It's that simple. Hanfei extended his index finger and thumb to form a gun gesture, grinning as he swapped seats with Xia Xin. Shu Yuewu cast him an irritated glare. "Do you have no shame? You get to enjoy the easy matches while he takes the hard ones." Unfazed, Hanfei nudged Xia Xin playfully. "See? Your sister-in-law is considering your interests." Xia Xin shot him an exasperated look. "I advise you to speak less. If she bites you later, I cannot save you." "Are you seeking death, Xia Xin?" Shu Yuewu retorted, suddenly flustered, and playfully punched Xia Xin on the shoulder. "You just pulled a fast one on me. I haven't settled the score yet." Noticing something unusual, She lifted Xia Xin's collar and discovered 2 neat rows of bite marks, unmistakably her handiwork. Xu Yuewu raised an eyebrow, a smile spreading across her lips, satisfied with her own prowess. Before long, Han Fei had begun his rampage, slaying foes wherever he went and achieving a remarkable 4 kills, which elevated his spirits immensely. He nudged Xia Xin, saying, "Brother, the top lane is unplayable now. If you don't want to continue, just let it be. I don't mind that little bit of rank." Xia Xin chuckled softly. "In fact, I was hoping to hang around." As the conversation unfolded, with a mere click of the mouse, the duelist had already ventured forth. However, he implored me to eliminate him once, and I felt compelled to oblige. Han Fei shifted his gaze to the screen, where Noxus proclaimed, "You worthless fool, come out. Are you idling in the hot springs? A fool remains a fool. I beseech you to confront me just once, you pitiful second-rate AD. Ha! Are you too cowardly to emerge? With your kind, can you truly slay me? I shall live stream the consumption of my keyboard, you wretch. You dare claim I cannot play top lane? I may lack in other areas, but I am certainly capable of besting you." The duelist assembled a pair of cloth shoes before departing, lacking even the funds to complete the Hydra, equipped only with 2 minor components of it. Han Fei observed the duelist, noting her poised figure as she traversed the second tower, heading directly towards Noxus, who was assaulting the purple side's first tower. He felt compelled to caution, "Brother, the tower is on the brink of collapse. We cannot afford to challenge him at the first tower. We are currently outmatched." Xia Xin's eyes gleamed with a fiery intensity as he fixated on Noxus, retorting, "What are you saying? Our equipment is certainly superior to his. How could we possibly be at a disadvantage?" Han Fei compared their gear. Noxus boasted luxurious mercury treads, black cleaver, and spirit visage, requiring merely the simplest arithmetic to ascertain a total worth of approximately 7,000 currency units. Meanwhile, the duelist had merely the durable shoes and 2 minor Hydra components, totaling less than 4,000 currency units. The economic gap was over 3,000 units, a calculation even a primary school student could manage. "Brother, are you certain you are not feverish?" Han Fei inquired. Xia Xin merely replied coolly, "What flavor of keyboard do you think you should be recommended to consume?" Despite Xia Xin's calm demeanor and tranquil tone, Han Fei inexplicably sensed an undercurrent of anger in his gaze, which radiated a chilling aura of menace. Chapter 42. Let me teach you advanced techniques in a dimly lit studio. The glow of a dozen computer monitors flickered. Hule, sporting an unkempt beard and disheveled hair, adeptly maneuvered before the flickering screens. Having spent countless idle days, he finally discovered a pursuit he could excel in, League of Legends. He considered his talent commendable, having fortuitously reached the rank of master in the first server. What does this signify? It represents the pinnacle of the Chinese server, where only about 200 players surpass him in the elite tier, most of whom possess multiple accounts. Indeed, even the top 10 players in the nation typically maintain 3 or 4 accounts at the rank of king. Thus, the true number of kings in the first server likely hovers around a mere 100. He naively believed that only about 100 individuals nationwide could rival his prowess. With unbridled confidence, he established a modest studio, gathering fewer than 10 individuals, all unemployed youths and drifters, to impart his knowledge and facilitate their rank boosting. When in high spirits, he diligently trained them on the orders they received. However, on less favorable days, he would disregard any assignments, opting instead to pilfer accounts, selectively choosing which ones to exploit. Occasionally, he would employ cheats, subsequently reporting the accounts for bans, an act he had not shied away from in the past. His actions were dictated solely by his whims. Yet, during a recent session where he was instructing a few of his subordinates, a Fiora from the opposing team had the audacity to claim he was incapable of playing top lane. At that moment, while he was demonstrating strategies for high-level play, her words felt like a direct affront. Unable to tolerate such insult, he harbored resentment, eagerly awaiting the chance for retribution. Today provided that opportunity. He instructed his 10 or so followers to cease their rank boosting and gather around to impart some insights on playing at the king level. As Hule fled beneath the safety of his turret, pursued by both Fiora and Widowmaker, he boldly initiated his recall in their presence. The two, with their health diminished, could only watch helplessly as he returned to base. With a smirk of triumph, Hule proclaimed, "Did you see that? This is true strength. If they hadn't retreated so swiftly, I could have secured a double kill." His subordinates instantly showered him with praise, exclaiming how impressive he was for dodging Fiora's W ability. "Indeed, when blood rage ignites, who can stand against me?" Haha. Hule chuckled heartily adding, to excel in high-level play, one must possess not only skill but also intellect. As he stepped forward, canceling his recall, both Fiora and Widowmaker instinctively retreated in fear. With an air of satisfaction, Hulei continued, "Did you see that? Do you know why they backed off? Naturally, they feared the boss. Indeed, they were terrified." He laughed. "Well, that is part of the reason. The primary fear stemmed from the spider. Observe, the spider is absent from the map, and I abruptly canceled my recall to test the waters. They must have panicked, believing the spider was on its way. In a 2v2 situation, they undoubtedly couldn't compete, which is why they hastily retreated." His subordinates, noticing that the spider was busy in the bottom lane, couldn't help but admire their leader's wisdom. To think he could frighten them away. Once both opponents returned to their base, he ventured out to farm a wave of minions, pushing the lane beneath their tower, thereby causing them to squander yet another wave of minions before retreating himself. This effectively resulted in a net gain of minions for him. Instantly, praises resounded around him, granting Hulei a fleeting sense of pride. "Do you understand? Playing games requires not just dexterity but also intellect. If you could master even half of what I know, you'd be well on your way." Today, Hulei had managed to reclaim some dignity and was eager to showcase his skills further, but suddenly, he noticed that the opposing Fiora had ceased her appearances. How could he perform before his subordinates now? Nevertheless, this indicated that the enemy was intimidated by him. Hulei muttered a few disparaging remarks, asserting his verbal superiority. "Damn you, useless. If you can kill me, I'll stream myself eating my keyboard," he taunted. The opposing Fiora dared not retort, further enhancing his display of dominance before his juniors. Just as he demolished the first tower of the purple team, the Fiora re-emerged. Hulei sneered. "Ah, this Fiora clearly fears nothing. The tower is gone, and she's already at 0 to 5, yet she dares to come out and meet her demise." Without hesitation, he charged toward Fiora. As they drew closer, Nasus unleashed his E-skill, the Merciless Wither, aiming to hook Fiora back with his massive axe. However, she deftly evaded, glancing back briefly before retreating. Nasus lacked mobility, and to secure a kill, he could only rely on his E-skill to pull her in, and then utilize his W-skill to slow her down. Hulei let out a frustrated exclamation. "Damn it, she got away." Just as he finished speaking, unexpectedly, Fiora turned back toward him. Her earlier maneuver was merely to dodge the E-skill. Hulei, puzzled for a moment, was ready to concede defeat when she foolishly returned to offer herself as a target. He chuckled. "You seek death? Then do not blame me." A seamless combination of his abilities, AWQ, was unleashed, with the W impairing her followed by the Q, perfectly canceling the casting animation of W and saving over half a second. Simultaneously, he absorbed Fiora's AEA combo with Tiamat. This was a highly practical combo. As long as the outer circle of Q connected, he could stack 3 charges of Fury. However, the casting animation of Q was conspicuously predictable, and the initial Q would often be blocked by Fiora's W. Nevertheless, blocking it was inconsequential. As Hulei swung his massive axe with Q, he stepped back, maintaining Fiora at the outer circle. Unexpectedly, she charged in with her own Q, closing the distance between them. Nasus's Q could hit enemies in close proximity, but if he failed to strike at the outer circle, it would be futile. Not only would he be unable to stack Fury, but he would also deal half damage, inflicting only minimal damage and failing to regain health, rendering it less effective than a basic attack. The two engaged in combat. Nasus struck 3 times, triggering Fury and boosting his attack by over 100. While Fiora began to bleed profusely, he too lost a third of his health, but Fiora was left with merely half her vitality. Simultaneously, Fiora activated her ultimate, Grand Challenge, enveloping him in 4 radiant beams of light, a clear testament to her resolve to fight to the bitter end. After stepping back, the champion unleashed another Q skill, aiming to strike the Blade Dancer from a distance. However, the Blade Dancer swiftly countered with her own Q skill, closing the gap and targeting a weakness marked by a white circle. Each weakness she exploited inflicted a percentage of true damage while simultaneously restoring her health by over 100 points. Yet, she could not withstand the relentless drain of Blood Rage, which inflicted damage of several dozen points per second. Her health continued to dwindle. A thought flickered in Hulei's mind. This Blade Dancer felt distinctly different from before. Her erratic movements bore no resemblance to her previous tactics, exuding an effortless fluidity that seemed flawless. She began to evade his Q skill with her own, contrasting sharply with her earlier reliance on W to block his attacks. The blade dancer's Q allowed her to dash a short distance, and upon striking an opponent, it returned 60% of its cooldown, resulting in an effective cooldown time of less than 4 seconds. In comparison, Nox's Q, accounting for equipment cooldowns and the casting animation, also had a cooldown of about 4 seconds, rendering their cooldowns nearly equal. If Nox failed to hit anyone with his outer circle Q, it was as though he had one less Q skill at his disposal. Nox's health had already plummeted to 800. The blade dancer circled him twice more, striking down 2 weaknesses and recovering approximately 200 health, nearly equal to what she had lost, leaving her with less than 300 health. Nearby, onlookers could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming, "Boss, she's only at 300 health. A single ultimate would finish her off." "Indeed, boss. Why haven't you unleashed your ultimate yet?" "At level 2. Blood Rage could deal around 500 true damage. The sooner you use it, the sooner she'll perish." "Yes, unleash it." Yet, Hulei refrained, continuing with basic attacks. It wasn't that he was unwilling to use his ultimate. Rather, he simply couldn't. The blade dancer had engaged him with numerous strikes, utilizing every skill except for her W skill. The blade dancer's W could block all damage for 0.75 seconds, including his ultimate. This opponent exhibited remarkable restraint. How foolish, he thought. I could easily defeat you without my ultimate, yet you dare to engage me while under the influence of blood rage. With a sharp crack, Nox landed a blow on the blade dancer. She maneuvered to his side, successfully striking all 4 directions of weakness, activating the effect of her ultimate challenge, and instantly draining a portion of Nox's health. A white circle appeared on the ground, known as the Little Hot Spring, a healing zone created by the blade dancer. With her level 2 ultimate, she could recover over 100 health per second for 5 seconds, visibly increasing her health, while Nox's health was plummeting at an equally discernible rate. Both champions reached 400 health simultaneously, but one was rising while the other fell. Nox, growing anxious, followed up a basic attack with a W to inflict grievous wounds and then unleashed another Q. He was foolish. He understood that the blade dancer's Q was on the same cooldown cycle as his. If he did not recover health soon, it would be too late. With nearly 2,000 health lost, each strike could restore over 200 health, potentially turning the tide of battle. Nox began to retreat, a curved arc appearing around him, signaling the impending execution of his Q skill. As the sword mistress moved once more to execute her Q ability, the blade surge, Hulei let out a derisive chuckle. A flash of golden light enveloped him as he used his own Q. You ought to learn well, when your health is low. Using a flash into Q can often turn the tide of battle. Do not presume you can employ the same tricks against me more than thrice. Just as Hulei uttered the final syllable, his mouth fell agape. For the sword mistress did not aim her Q at him. Instead, she turned and struck behind, evading his outer circle entirely. His flash merely widened the gap between them, failing to graze even a single hair. Outsmarted, the sword mistress had no intention of closing in for a third strike, and Hulei had been outmaneuvered. As the Noxian's Q descended, he witnessed the sword mistress enveloped in golden light, appearing before him in an instant. She executed a basic attack followed by an E-ability reset, then unleashed a Hydra strike, depleting his 400 health in an instant. Realizing his impending doom, the Noxian could no longer restrain himself. He leaped into the air, cleaving downwards towards the sword mistress, whose health stood at a meager 200. This was the infamous Noxian guillotine, a brutal execution that had claimed her life 5 times before. If it connected, her demise was assured. There would be no second chance. Yet, the sword mistress remained undaunted, raising her proud sword defiantly. A rectangular sigil materialized beneath her feet as she executed a parry, an unyielding force that met the Noxian's cataclysmic strike head-on. With no embellishments, she blocked the devastating blow with the mastery of her technique, Lawrence's blade, which could negate any damage within a mere 0.75 seconds. Following this, she delivered a swift, basic attack, claiming the Noxian's life. As if nothing had occurred, she returned to the minions, resuming her farming despite her scant health, enduring the 5 layers of bleeding to regain her strength from the minions. On the screen, a whimsical query from the sword mistress appeared. When will you live stream while eating your keyboard? Do you have a favorite flavor? I could send it to you. Hulei was rendered speechless, as were his subordinates. In the dimly lit studio, an oppressive silence fell, with no one daring to utter a word. Just moments ago, the so-called expert promising to impart high-level strategies had been swiftly dispatched by the very sword mistress he had claimed to teach. leaving them in stunned disbelief. Chapter 43. Fighting Style. Han Fei was utterly astonished. Just moments ago, he had meticulously calculated that the opponent possessed over 3,000 more gold than he did. How then had Xia Xin managed to turn the tides? Xia Xin elucidated, I believe that equipment should be evaluated based on its practical value. Our gear is by no means inferior. The combination of the Jinfin and Mercury shoes merely grants us an additional 400 health, translating to just 2 or 3 hits. These items are designed for team engagements and hold little utility in a one-on-one duel against the Sword Princess, while the Black Cleaver is undoubtedly superior to the Hydra. We possess the Ninja Tabi, which also offers considerable durability. The cost-effectiveness of defensive equipment inherently surpasses that of offensive gear, rendering both sides' equipment approximately equal in a solo confrontation. However, in the context of the new meta, 3 overpowered champions emerge: Gangplank, the Sword Princess, and Draven. Gangplank excels in team damage output, but, in my perspective, the Sword Princess reigns supreme in one-on-one encounters. Crucially, the Sword Princess possesses a distinct advantage over Draven. Draven's Q is powerful for healing and sustaining, and once he recovers health, it becomes exceedingly challenging for opponents to contend with him. Yet, the Sword Princess can adeptly evade Draven's Q, forcing him to waste an ability and potentially miss an auto-attack opportunity. As for Draven's ultimate, with precise timing, one can react to his initiation within a window of approximately 0.3 for seconds to negate its effect entirely. Thus, as long as the Sword Princess maintains quick reflexes and executes her abilities adeptly, she can effectively nullify Draven's Q and R, leaving her free to unleash her Oni and R upon him. Surely, a Sword Princess equipped with her ultimate healing ability should not fear a Draven who lacks his own ultimate and relies solely on his W. In fact, he can only utilize his E once in a single duel. Han Fei nodded in a daze, realizing through Xia Xin's analysis that the Sword Princess indeed had a favorable matchup against Draven. It should not be overly challenging. However, he couldn't help but wonder how he had been slain 5 times. In truth, while all of this sounds straightforward, execution is far from simple. One must perfectly dodge Draven's Q. Even a single hit could lead to a health deficit, allowing him to heal. Furthermore, one must successfully block Draven's R with their W. But the timing for that is not so easily mastered. 0.3 or 0 for seconds is hardly a luxury, and one misstep could spell disaster. Concurrently, one must also deploy their own healing ability, for should the opponent fail to strike, one may still succumb to bleeding out. Thus, the execution demands far greater finesse than Xia Xin had suggested, particularly during the final moments when Draven's third flash Q was unleashed. Had Xia Xin not retreated but instead charged towards Draven with his Q, he would undoubtedly have perished. The astonishment within Han Fei was palpable. The calm demeanor of the individual before him, who simultaneously spoke and demonstrated, was nothing short of genius. Just moments earlier, he had believed Xia Xin was on the verge of victory, only to be taken aback by Draven's sudden flash Q. When it appeared that Xia Xin was destined to lose, he executed a surprising third Q that turned the tide. The plot indeed took a dramatic turn as victory swung back in favor of Xia Xin, who promptly flashed forward to negate Draven's R, ultimately vanquishing him. As if fearing that Han Fei might not comprehend, Xia Xin did not merely speak. Upon witnessing the intimidating presence of No Hand emerging from his abode to challenge her to a duel, Xia Xin once again demonstrated the original sequence of events, flawlessly evading various skills and sending him back to the hot springs. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, "If you die twice, do you need to consume 2 keyboards? Please refrain from dying again. Shipping costs can be rather steep." Such words were indeed insulting, yet she urged him not to perish again, as it was he who had slain her in the first place. Han Fei lamented, "You truly are a jack of all trades." Xia Xin pondered for a moment before replying, "Not exactly a jack of all trades. I believe my AD is quite formidable, while my mid and top lane skills are merely average." Han Fei felt an overwhelming urge to slap him, thinking, "You dare to call that average? Others would be considered mere novices in comparison. This person is insufferably arrogant, and he probably remains blissfully unaware of his own pretentiousness." While he was uncertain about other aspects, he could discern that Xia Xin's individual skills and abilities were undoubtedly at a peak level, particularly excelling in one-on-one confrontations. Xia Xin stated, in this version, if utilized correctly, Fiora is indeed invincible in duels. If you practice diligently, you could excel in top lane. Han Fei exclaimed. Had you taught me how to play earlier, I wouldn't have been subjected to such brutal defeats. Every time I attempted to pursue with Q, I was countered by his Q multiple times. He cursed twice in frustration. Xia Xin explained, I assumed that individuals like you most despise being taught. Most people with a modicum of talent, who consider themselves skilled, detest others pointing fingers and attempting to instruct them, as it offends their pride and is an affront to their abilities. Hence, Xia Xin naturally held this assumption. Han Fei, with a stoic expression, replied, if anyone dares to come and instruct me, pointing fingers at me, I would undoubtedly slap them. But seeing you, what can I say? How did you cultivate such remarkable skills? Because there was no retreat, only forward progress. He sighed, let us switch back. I'll practice a few techniques with him. What is the worst that could happen? Dying a couple more times. What is there to fear? Han Fei, a person unwilling to concede defeat, exchanged places with Xia Xin, abandoning his intent to dominate the novice. Please observe and point out any operational errors. I wish to practice top lane. Even without AD, I can still climb the ranks in top lane. All right. In a small studio, Hu Lei, having been defeated twice, was left in a state of shock. There was a distinct difference. This Fiora emanated an entirely different aura. The one who knows you best is none other than your opponent. Thus, Hu Lei clearly recognized that this Fiora, whether in positioning, last hitting, or her audacious and arrogant approach to aggression, was like an entirely different person from before. A player's style is easily reflected through their gameplay. For instance, just moments ago, the Fiora had pushed the minion wave across the river to the blue side's first tower, where a spider had come to assist in a gank. The two pursued Fiora across the river, chasing her along the top lane, and with the purple side having no tower left. They were certain of a kill upon catching up. Unexpectedly, however, the Fiora suddenly came to a halt, standing still at the edge of the main road. Close to the right side, I awaited their approach, my back turned to them, utterly motionless. As the two drew near, the duelist began to execute a series of evasive maneuvers, initially appearing to dodge the spider's skill but, in truth, enticing them to advance. Simultaneously, the spider issued a warning, alerting her to retreat, yet the duelist's movements were clearly abated, indicating the presence of an unseen adversary. Both opponents instinctively fell back. Hu Lei, seizing the opportunity to regain some dignity, explained to the bewildered trainees that there must be someone lurking in the triangular bush to the right. Otherwise, the duelist would not have deviated from a straight line. After all, even a child understands that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. To his surprise, just as the spider withdrew, he spotted the widow appearing in the bottom lane. This signified that the duelist had merely bluffed them, and her actions served no ulterior motive. Had she been ensnared by the E-skill, her demise would have been certain. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of her unique, domineering approach to the game. The astonishment within him was palpable, for the duelist's style had transformed drastically from her earlier timorous demeanor to one brimming with audacity. As if she were an entirely different individual, Hu Lei's expression darkened, and he solemnly informed his subordinates that the duelist had undoubtedly switched to a more skilled player. Otherwise, she could not possibly contend with him. To his dismay, scarcely had he finished speaking when the duelist approached him once more, only for Hu Lei to be struck twice by her Q skill, resulting in a surge of blood rage, which made her ultimate ability an effortless execution. Confusion marred his features. Hu Lei felt on the verge of tears, imploring, "Brother, can't you refrain from this? Why must you contradict me at every turn?" It was as if a peerless master had descended to earth, only to behave recklessly like an inexperienced child. He yearned for some clarity in this bewildering encounter. His subordinates dared not utter a word. The very duelist they had just praised had now fallen victim to her own Q, suffering 2 consecutive hits from Hu Lei. Was she truly a master? Han Fei struck the keyboard in frustration, observing the monochrome screen. Damn, it's not as easy as it seems. If my Q is even slightly misaligned, I get hit by the outer ring. Moreover, her ultimate is executed too swiftly to counter. I couldn't react in time. Damn it. Xia Xin offered consolation. With practice, you'll become proficient. It's quite manageable. I've practiced several times myself. Han Fei felt somewhat reassured. After all, the prowess of the top-tier champion was not merely a facade. As the match progressed, outside of team battles, Han Fei engaged in a few duels with the Noxian Berserker but ultimately could not triumph. Once, he nearly secured a victory, but alas, he failed to block the ultimate, leaving him with a sense of regret. A victory was tantalizingly close. However, With Xia Xian's guidance, he was growing increasingly adept, and despite the loss, his spirits soared. Meanwhile, Hu Lei also reveled in joy, relishing the newfound opportunity to boast before his subordinates. However, after he managed to defeat the duelist, he hesitated to berate her further, fearing she might transform back into a formidable adversary, reminiscent of her earlier, challenging self. Against the current incarnation of the duelist, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Previously, the third self-Q evaded his flash Q, and with a single W, he countered his ultimate, leaving him momentarily dazed. The oppressive force of that Fiora was overwhelming, suffocating him. Fortunately, the outcome was a victory, which brought him immense relief. As for the matter of keyboard consumption, he dared not mention it again. Han Fei had initially intended to play a couple more games, but received a call from a friend insisting that he join them. Reluctantly, he had to concede. Bro, enjoy your game. I must accompany a friend for a late-night snack. Sigh, being the campus heartthrob comes with its troubles. They VE invited girls. And if I don't go, the girls won't show up either. Such extravagant woes. You, on the other hand, are free from such concerns, right? Han Fei boasted with a tinge of pride. Looks like fate has favored my appearance, my friend. At least I have this small victory over you. With a mischievous grin, Han Fei exited. Xu Yuwu shot him a disdainful glance, just as she was about to take his seat. To her surprise, a girl entered, pulling another girl along, and outright claimed Han Fei's spot. Xu Yuwu raised an eyebrow. How audacious to steal her seat. Was this not an invitation to disaster? Just as she was about to erupt, she heard the seated girl cheerfully say to Xia Xian, Xia Xian, do you remember me? Chapter 44, Confession? Occupying the chair was a girl with short hair, her large eyes twinkling with an air of cheerfulness and familiarity. Beside her stood a girl with medium-length hair, clad in a neat and dignified school uniform. Her ample bosom and radiant face, adorned with a hint of shyness and innocence, rendered her quite a beautiful girl. Xu Yuwu cast a glance at the two and immediately raised her eyebrows, ready to erupt. She was not known for her amiable temperament. Uncertain of where these two audacious girls had emerged from, she wondered if they were seeking trouble by daring to intrude upon her space. The short-haired girl, with a playful smile, seized Xia Xian's wrist and boldly inquired, You must be Xia Xian, right? The one who hardly spoke in class throughout middle school. So much so that we nearly forgot you existed. Who would have thought you'd suddenly hand a love letter to Xiaoan just before graduation, startling everyone? Xu Yuwu glared at the short-haired girl, her mouth agape in disbelief before hastily closing it. She feigned nonchalance, pretending to merely pass by Xia Xian and taking a casual interest in the unfamiliar movie displayed on her computer screen, standing behind her and fixated on the film. Yet, her delicate ears stood alert, capturing every detail. As the short-haired girl tugged at the medium-length girl's sleeve, she exclaimed, Xiaoan, it's Xia Xian. Remember, she was the one who unexpectedly handed you a love letter in the third year? Su Xiaoan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Xu Yuwu immediately stole a glance at Su Xiaohan, recalling the recent game of Kings, during which Xia Xian had chosen a daring adventure over revealing the identity of his first love. Could it be this very girl before her? It seemed improbable that someone as oblivious as Xia Xian would muster the courage to deliver a love letter without harboring deep feelings. The first thing Xu Yuwu did was compare herself to this girl. Indeed, she was beautiful. However, from an objective standpoint, Xu Yuwu was confident in her own beauty. As for physique, the girl was well endowed, possessing both curves and legs, yet she paled in comparison to Xu Yuwu. What a mystery! If one had to pinpoint a singular characteristic of this girl, it was her speech, which carried a hint of shyness and innocence, exuding a vibe that easily stirred a protective instinct in boys. Was it possible that Xia Xian was attracted to this type of delicate girl? Xia Xian scrutinized the short-haired girl and confirmed, You must be Zhang Minha. You finally recognized me. I thought you had forgotten me, she replied, her voice brimming with warmth. No, how could I forget? Zhang Min had sported braids during middle school, but her short hair now conveyed a sense of cleanliness and sharpness, lacking the youthful clumsiness. In his memory, Zhang Min was the type of girl who was bright and approachable, effortlessly striking up conversations with anyone. There was scarcely anyone in class she did not know. Although sometimes lacking in tact, her jokes were harmless, and Xia Xian had never taken offense. As for Su Xiaohan, she remained as lovely as ever, her beauty untouched, exuding a blend of purity and bashfulness, a soft smile gracing her face as she gazed at him. Zhang Min, with a playful demeanor, inquired about how high school had been. Before Xia Xin could respond, she continued, I already know the answer. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. And yet here you are, out playing games today. It seems you have no intention of pursuing higher education. Your academic performance has been lackluster for quite some time. And with your family's financial struggles, it appears that attending university may not be worthwhile for you, correct? Actually, I would like to give it a try, Xia Xin replied. Zhang Min waved her hand dismissively. Honestly, rather than attending a low-tier university where you may graduate without securing a job, it would be wiser for you to seek employment sooner. Working for 2 years would yield you a monthly income of around 3,000 to 4,000, which is quite commendable. After 4 years of our studies, we might only earn 5,000 to 6,000 upon graduation. Is that so? Xia Xin chuckled awkwardly. I will consider your advice. Incidentally, the university Zhang Min referred to as a low-tier institution, Jiangnan University, is actually a prestigious 985 university, ranking among the top 5 nationwide. Why have you not kept in touch since entering high school? You haven't even spoken in our class group chat. Busy with studies, I suppose, Xia Xin replied. Zhang Min, with a voice as lively as popping beans, continued without pause. Interestingly, just a couple of days ago, we were discussing you in the group. I never expected to see you so soon. Discussing me? I don't think there is much to talk about. Xia Xin felt quite modest. Not much, just a joke. Remember when you quietly confessed your feelings to the most beautiful girl in our class, Xiaohan, after middle school? Everyone was taken aback. I was just wondering if you might do something similar when you graduate high school. Haha, that's amusing, Zhang Min chuckled, recalling the memory. Wang Tao said, a confession is only valid when one is attractive. In your case, it's harassment, and I nearly laughed myself into a stupor. It was just a joke. You don't mind, do you? Zhang Min noticed she may have overstepped and carefully clarified. Xia Xin laughed lightly. No, it's all good, just a joke. I don't mind. This incident had spread widely, with people calling him delusional, saying he was foolish for dreaming of something unattainable, and making various disparaging remarks. Xia Xin had grown accustomed to it. However, for Xu Yuewu, it felt quite unpleasant. She had yet to establish her own standing with Xia Xin. And now another figure from his past had intruded, his first love, who had received a love letter from the seemingly aloof Xia Xin. Did he truly harbor such feelings for that girl? She didn't seem particularly remarkable. Zhang Min then asked, by the way, did the person who just left happen to be Han Fei? Xia Xin replied, yes. Do you know him? Of course not. But I've seen him a few times at the sports meet. Are you quite familiar with him? Not really, I suppose. We've only played a few games together. Then why did you both seem so close just now? Close? Surely not. He is not skilled at playing the game. I merely wish to teach him. Ha ha ha, Xia Xin. You just again. Do you think I don't play League of Legends? Han Fei is the champion of the high school league. He is the one who could teach you a thing or two. When will you cease boasting? When have I ever been boastful? I shall amend my ways next time. Xia Xin, with a bemused expression, turned towards the screen. Realizing that if he didn't move soon, the system would penalize him for inactivity, and his teammates were calling for him. Just as his hand brushed the keyboard, he was pulled back by Zhang Min. Oh, come on. Stop playing around. I need to discuss something serious with you. What? Could you introduce us to Han Fei? Is he such a significant figure that he requires an introduction? He is likely to be at the Internet CAF tomorrow. You could just approach him yourselves. Xia Xin looked puzzled. In his experience, it was a rare delight for attractive girls to take the initiative to get acquainted, especially since Zhang Min was quite lovely. And Su Xiaoan was even more so. The thought of such beauties seeking an introduction made him think that some boys might have already rushed in. Zhang Min retorted, do you think I wouldn't want to? I've seen him a few times at the sports meet. But he is always so aloof when I try to talk to him. What can I do? Is he truly that cold? Then why do you still want to get to know him? Xia Xin wanted to say, isn't that just foolish? It's perfectly normal. He is the heartthrob of Sanzhong, consistently ranking in the top 10 citywide in the joint entrance examination, and he is quite the star at sports events. Besides, he is the champion of League of Legends for universities. It's only natural that he has many admirers and a cool demeanor. Xia Xin was genuinely puzzled about whether the Han Fei they were discussing was indeed the same person, or if he had a twin brother. It seemed that first impressions were hard to shake. Even though Han Fei had just groomed himself, in Xia Xion's mind, he still resembled the disheveled boy with messy hair. However, recalling that Han Fei had mentioned he had to accompany a friend to dinner with a girl, it did seem plausible. Noticing Xia Xin's hesitance, Zhang Min voiced her discontent. Hey, is it really that difficult for you to make an introduction? Aren't we classmates? I've spoken highly of you in class. All right. I will certainly help you out. The matter escalated to one of class camaraderie, leaving Xia Xin no room for hesitation. Upon hearing Xia Xin's agreement, Zhang Min's face lit up with joy, her hands clasped in gratitude as she exclaimed, "Thank you so much. I look forward to your good news. After it's done, I'll treat you to a meal. No need for such formality." Xia Xin offered a polite smile to Su Xiaohan and hastily adjusted his game to avoid being penalized for inactivity. "All right, you take care," Zhang Min said, leaning in to press a key on Xia Xin's keyboard. "Gold and silver ranks? How are you so inexperienced? Don't worry, as long as you speak to Han Fei. I'll have my boyfriend bring you along next time." Their Hurricane team is on the verge of winning the Provincial Internet CAF League Championship. Zhang Min, with a mischievous grin, pointed her index finger at Su Xiaohan and said, "By the way, your first love, Xiaohan, is the captain of the Hurricane team. Perhaps it would be better if he took you along." Su Xiaohan immediately felt a wave of embarrassment, playfully swatting Zhang Min and retorting, "Don't speak nonsense. I haven't agreed yet. Oh, it's just a matter of breaking the ice. There's no need to be shy. He has already publicly declared his feelings for you. Just accept it. Besides, he is handsome and fun. If it were me, I would have said yes already. This is a genuine confession, not harassment." Zhang Min chuckled at her own little jest, standing up and pulling Su Xiaohan towards the exit. "Come on, let us hurry. They must be waiting. And don't forget about Xia Xin." Su Xiaohan cast a lingering glance at Xia Xin, waved her hand, and said goodbye. "Goodbye," Xia Xin replied, nodding in acknowledgement. The two exchanged only a few words. As Su Xiaohan departed, she stole a glance at Xu Yuewu, a wave of admiration washing over her. What a stunningly beautiful girl. Yet, there was a hint of hostility in her gaze. Chapter 45. Come on, bite me on a cool evening. The stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky. The streets of the city were alive with the flickering of neon lights as a diverse array of people meandered through the bustling thoroughfares. At 10 o'clock, most of those still out and about were couples. Gentle, soft-spoken girls leaned affectionately against their partners, contemplating whether to acquiesce to their request for a night spent together. Even the more assertive women feigned coyness, resting against their companions while scheming on how to entice them into bed, aiming for a hasty consummation of their desires. Unwilling to let a golden opportunity slip away. In essence, the scene was one of harmonious prosperity, save for the incongruous pairing of Xia Xin and Xu Yuewu. From Xia Xin's covert observations, around 80% of the passing young men turned to gaze at the youthful and fashionable Xu Yuewu. Her radiant, beautiful visage and alluring figure, accentuated by a snug blouse that accentuated her curves, along with her long, sensual legs, rendered her a striking focal point. He initially believed that their presence together would elicit looks of jealousy or envy, or perhaps expressions suggesting that he was a flower growing from a pile of dung, among other sentiments reflecting their disparity as a couple. However, in reality, the glances cast his way were utterly commonplace. At first, Xia Xin wondered if he had somehow become more attractive, leading others to perceive them as a suitable match. Yet, he soon discerned the true implications of those gazes, akin to a beauty entwined with a toad, a distinguished lady with a janitor, or a wealthy heiress accompanied by a laborer. Their relationship could only be interpreted in a similar vein, devoid of any misunderstandings. Xu Yuewu wore a playful expression, regarding Xia Xin with a knowing smile. "Ah, first love. Is it?" Xia Xin sighed, acknowledging the past. Why did he confess only at graduation? Perhaps it stemmed from the regret of unacted desires, though he couldn't articulate it. Xu Yuewu teased, No, I can't shake the feeling that you were prepared for rejection from the very beginning, given that you wouldn't be attending the same school afterward. It's amusing how self-aware you were back then." Xia Xin replied with self-deprecation. "If your intent is to rub salt into my wounds, you have succeeded. My heart bears yet another scar. Of course, I was merely flattering you. Although your judgment may falter, your self-awareness is commendable," she responded, her expression shifting as if recalling something significant. Xia Xin inquired, "What is it?" Xu Yuewu smiled brightly. "Actually, I just uncovered a secret about your first love." "What secret?" "It seems that your first love has feelings for you." Her voice trailed off, becoming increasingly hushed as she glanced around, then gestured for him to lean closer. Xia Xin's heart raced. Could it be? As he leaned in, Xu Yu whispered softly into his ear, shielding her words from the wind, "I think she might be." Ah, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through Xia Xin, causing him to involuntarily gasp. He felt a sharp ache in his neck and shoulder, a recurrence of an old injury that had barely begun to heal. Now aggravated by a fresh bite, Shu Wu, having taken her bite, spat disdainfully and wiped her lips, sneering, "How does it feel? I see you're rather asymmetrical. Let me provide you with some symmetric beauty." Xia Xin sensed a sticky sensation at the wound, unsure whether it was Shu Weiwu's saliva or his own blood. Although Xia Yi had bitten him in haste, it was nothing compared to the ferocity of Shu Weiwu's assault, which was clearly aimed at drawing blood. "Are you a little dog? Why do you bite so carelessly?" he retorted. Women in ancient times were so gentle and demure. For instance, Qiu Xiang was tender towards Tang Bohu. If it were like now, with 3 bites of affection, the tale we would recount would be of Tang Bohu being tragically bitten to death by Qiu Xiang. Shu Weiwu had bitten him at the site of an old wound, making the pain particularly acute. Xia Xin could only raise his collar higher to conceal the injury. Shu Weiwu huffed. "Do you think I came to find you for no reason? It's purely for revenge. You made me call you young master, and now my classmates are laughing at me. Do you know how many boys approach me to ask how much for a night?" Xia Xin was speechless. "Wasn't it you who initiated this?" He shot back. Shu Weiwu, unabashed, replied, "I can do that to you. But you can't do it back to me. You've won. I'm going back to sleep." He sighed, realizing further conversation was futile. He quickened his pace, wishing to distance himself from this dogged woman. Yet, Shu Weiwu followed closely, her insatiable curiosity evident as she inquired, "How did you recognize the card I drew?" "You identified it at a glance." Xia Xin was puzzled by her audacity to ask after just having bitten him. "It was a coincidence," he replied curtly. "Don't deceive me. If you won't tell me, I'll share your illustrious first love story with them," she said with a playful smile. "It seems we have much to discuss tonight." Xia Xin halted, exasperated. "It's not a significant skill. It merely requires—" Shu Weiwu nodded gently, leaning closer. "What do you need?" Xia Xin leaned towards her petite, adorable ear and whispered, "It just requires," with a mischievous grin. He seized her shoulders and suddenly bit down on her snowy neck. A piercing scream erupted. "Indecent! Indecent! Help! Indecent!" For a fleeting moment, all eyes in the street turned to Shu Weiwu and Xia Xin. Upon confirming that the girl shouting indecent was an exceptionally beautiful woman, many men, invigorated as if charged with adrenaline, directed their furious glares at Xia Xin, who was grasping Shu Weiwu's shoulders. With tears streaming down her face, Shu Weiwu wailed. "This man suddenly embraced me with intentions of misconduct. How dare he act so brazenly in public? I need to find a more secluded spot." He appeared rather unassuming. Yet his audacity was remarkable. "Fear not, fair maiden, for I am here," someone declared, apprehending the scoundrel to prevent his escape. Xia Xin, however, took to his heels, recalling a study he had encountered which suggested that the number of men willing to intervene in public was directly proportional to the attractiveness of the women being harassed. This theory proved accurate as numerous burly figures seemed to emerge from nowhere, rushing to the scene. To his astonishment, even an elderly gentleman with a cane charged forward. "Good sir, is it not a tad late for a heroic rescue?" Xia Xin dashed into the hotel, only halting to catch his breath, hands braced on his knees. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Shu Weiwu sauntering in through the revolving glass doors, a triumphant smile gracing her delicate features. She raised an eyebrow at him, arching her neck proudly. "Come, take a bite, if you dare." With that, she ascended the stairs with the poise of a victor, leaving Xia Xin with a captivating silhouette to admire. The following day, at 9 a.m., the Chinese language exam commenced. Xia Xin entered with a calm demeanor. The outcome of the test had become inconsequential, yet he still aspired for a commendable score, akin to the desire of elevating a level 1 hero to level 18. Before long, the soft sounds of snoring emanated from a fellow candidate nearby. The female invigilator cast a troubled glance at her male counterpart, pondering whether to rouse the slumbering student. Observing the drooling individual, the male teacher compassionately remarked, "Let him be. He likely overindulged at the internet CAF last night. It's rare for him to sit for the college entrance examination. He deserves a moment's rest." The sonorous snores accompanied Xia Xin for 2.5 hours, only ceasing when the invigilator finally roused the slumberer. "Awaken, my fellow student. Your paper is too damp to bind." After submitting his exam, Xia Xin lingered at the school gate, hoping to see Han Fei, but instead encountered a beaming Mao Ping, who draped an arm over his shoulder. "Xia Xin, you are truly wonderful for waiting here for me. Come, let us return to the hotel for a meal." Noticing Xia Xin's cheerful demeanor, Mao Peng inquired, "You performed well? Did you not?" "Indeed," Xia Xin replied. "The essay topic was quite profound. I nearly faltered in my response." Mao Peng beamed with pride, "Of course. I was astounded by the exam's theme of sex and love. Had I not been well-versed in countless narratives, I would not have crafted such a gripping tale, filled with intricate plots and emotional highs and lows." Xia Xin halted, a perplexed expression crossing his face. "Wasn't it sorrow and love?" he queried. Mao Peng's expression shifted from elation to solemnity, the joy dissipating as he fell silent. Even during lunch, not a single word escaped his lips. Xia Xin faintly heard him quietly asking the homeroom teacher if he could retrieve his composition paper, indicating that he was willing to forego his language score. What exactly had he written? After finishing his meal, Xia Xin called Han Fei to inform him that Zhang Min wished to make his acquaintance. "A classmate of yours?" Han Fei inquired. "A middle school classmate," Xia Xin replied. "Without a doubt, it must be a female. Is she beautiful?" "Quite beautiful. Seeing how eager you are to assist her, you must have feelings for her. Come on, my friend, let us be honest. You clearly can't handle things with your sister-in-law, and it's rather unwise to be eyeing both the bowl and the pot at the same time. I fear you might end up with nothing at all. Those two are certainly more attractive than your sister-in-law, right?" Xia Xin was left speechless. "Fine. I'll just tell them you didn't agree. All right. How could I refuse your request? We're having a study meeting tonight, and I'll head back after tomorrow's exam. You can set another time. I'll dress nicely, while I'll appear somewhat disheveled to highlight your beauty. However, it's mostly futile, as my minimum looks will always far exceed your maximum." Xia Xin abruptly hung up and called Zhang Min. Chapter 46. The Essentials of Life. The college entrance examination has swiftly drawn to a close. As is customary, some rejoice while others lament, with a few even contemplating despair. Xia Xin estimated his score to be around 450, which, while not remarkable, was certainly above his usual performance. It fell short of the admission score for Jiangnan University from the previous year by over 200 points. Fortunately, he need not fret over this matter. One evening, when Lang Xuedong knocked on the door to collect the rent, she unexpectedly inquired about his exam results. Xia Xin replied, "Approximately 450 points, a score insufficient for undergraduate admission." "Oh," she responded, her beautiful eyes glancing at him. "What are your plans now?" "I suppose I will attend university," he replied. "Yes." As Xia Xin counted the rent money, he casually asked, "What about you? What score did you achieve, or rather, which university do you intend to attend?" Inquiring about Lang Xuedong's score was rather pointless. Her only consideration was which prestigious university to choose. "Jiangnan University, I've already submitted my application." Xia Xin paused in his counting, gazing blankly at Lang Xuedong's fresh, fair face. "Why Jiangnan University?" "Because it's close to home and it's the best university in the province. With a sleeper train, I can return in 4 to 5 hours, can I?" Indeed, she possessed a certain elegance. With a touch of melancholy, Lang Xuedong remarked, "You may not see me again. I probably won't return often. Please give the rent directly to my mother." Xia Xin chuckled, "I'll hand it to you directly. I too have been accepted into Jiangnan University, and my admission letter is on its way." "Wait, you're not joking, are you?" "Not at all. I was specially recruited for League of Legends. The school has 3 special admission slots, and the esports club holds 2 of them. I was accepted." "Why Jiangnan University?" "Perhaps because the esports club is affiliated with Jiangnan." "Then, doesn't that make us alumni again?" "Yes, we've been classmates in middle school, high school, and now university." Xia Xin smiled, extending his hand towards Lang Xuedong. "Pleased to meet you. I am your university classmate, Xia Xin." However, Lang Xuedong did not shake his hand. Instead, she stared at him with wide eyes, a mixture of disbelief and complexity etched on her face, exhibiting emotions of joy, sorrow, relief, and apprehension all at once. Ultimately, she said nothing, shot him an irritated glance, grasped the door, and slammed it shut. With heavy steps, she returned to her own room next door. Xia Xin, wincing as he touched his nose where it had been struck by the door, found the situation bewildering. He opened the door and called to her, "Hey, you haven't collected the rent yet." In response, he was met only with the silence of the corridor and the closed door next door. Oh well, she would remember eventually. Xia Xin had a profound understanding of Lang Xuetong's capricious temperament. He had even taken the initiative to research online, discovering that women often exhibit such behavior during their menstrual cycles. It was best to steer clear and never attempt to engage in a debate with her. as it would be tantamount to courting disaster. From the bedroom, a voice echoed, "Gugu, that hideous creature Mu. Can I wish her dead? Has she not finished her list yet?" "Ah, stop talking nonsense. Let me see." The message from Xu Yuwu was succinct, merely 4 words, double rank for points. Xia Xin sighed inwardly, recognizing her as yet another troublesome woman. He replied, "Last time we barely managed to get one." "Indeed, but what of it? You're still not at the master level. It was agreed that you wouldn't play ranked without me guiding you, and now you've demoted. Are you implying that I need to pay more?" "That is precisely the implication. Even if it's just out of camaraderie, how dare you treat me this way?" Xu Yuwu was instantly infuriated. This man was utterly devoid of sentiment. Even brothers keep clear accounts. "All right, Xia Xin, remember what you said. You petty man. It's been days, and you're still holding a grudge over my biting incident." Xia Xin felt an urge to clarify that he had been pursued by a throng of admirers and had barely escaped their clutches. This woman seemed to forget things rather quickly. "I have not." "Fine. If it's about money, then it's about money, you scoundrel." Xu Yuwu nearly ground her teeth as she typed this sentence. Her concern was not the money itself, but rather Xia Xin's cold and businesslike demeanor. She vowed that one day, he would find himself at her mercy, and then she would dictate the terms. They played 4 matches that night, losing 3. A dismal win rate that left Xu Yuwu exasperated. "Have you been possessed by a spirit?" she remarked, sensing that Xia Xin was not in good form. Xia Xin replied, "Let us call it a night." "All right, continuing like this will only lead to more losses. We'll resume tomorrow. Make it the day after. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. What could possibly be so urgent? Are you doing this on purpose?" "There is indeed a matter, as you heard last time." Xu Yuwu pondered for a moment before recalling. "Oh, it's about your first love, I assent it? They are going out with Han Fei, along with you, tomorrow?" "Yes." "Humph. No wonder you've been so distracted all night." Thus, they agreed to play again the day after. Just as Xia Xin was about to log off League of Legends, he saw a message from Xu Yuwu. "I want to go too." "What will you do there?" "Play, of course. I often go out with friends to amusement parks or cinemas. Since you are going, I might as well join you for some fun." "Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. We're heading to the Chiching Electronic Entertainment Center in the city center, merely to watch the finals of the League of Legends tournament that they sponsor. I'm free, so I suppose I can reluctantly see what's so remarkable about the final teams. You could always watch the professional matches online. I am determined to go, and if you do not accompany me, I shall seek out Han Fei for my journey." Xia Xin, feeling somewhat helpless, stated, "We agreed to meet at 9 o'clock. From our place to the city center. You need only rise by 8. 8 o'clock? That is so early," she exclaimed. "During school, I had to wake up by 6:30 at the latest. This shows just how lazy one can become during vacation." "Very well. Call me on my phone tomorrow to wake me up. If the phone fails to rouse me, feel free to call my home and inform my mother," she added. With a brief exchange of words, Xu Yuwu ended the call. Xia Xin closed his game, feeling a twinge of melancholy as he gazed at the computer screen. Xia Yi nestled in Xia Xin's embrace, tilting her delicate little face upwards to meet his gaze, her eyes blinking curiously. "I heard the sound of the cold-blooded official slamming the door again. Is it because of the rent? Are we out of money?" Xia Xin replied gently, "No. We still have some. There is no need for concern at the moment. The rent is quite reasonable." "Oh," Xia Yi murmured softly, contemplating before inquiring further. "Is it because of the tuition fees for the second semester?" The conclusion of the old term signified the commencement of a new one, which necessitated the prepayment of a year's tuition, a substantial amount indeed. Xia Yi would be entering the 6th grade in the coming semester. Although it was stated that compulsory education was free of tuition, this merely exempted the tuition fees. Simultaneously, various other expenses surged steeply, including meal costs, book fees, management fees, labor costs, examination fees, and tool expenses. Last year, Xia Ye's educational expenses had already approached 10,000. Of course, one had the option to study or drop out. No one was forced. If one were to attend a larger city like Jiangnan, it seemed likely that tuition would only escalate. As the head of the household, Xia Xin had to meticulously calculate the expenditures for essentials and the impending fixed costs. Fortunately, the substantial support from the capricious young lady, Xu Yuwu, alleviated his financial burden significantly. Otherwise, he would be at his wit's end. Xia Xin genuinely wished to embrace Xu Yuwu and express his gratitude with a kiss. Let there be no misunderstanding. This was merely an expression of thanks, devoid of any ulterior motives regarding her alluring and soft lips, including his savings. He still had over 10,000 remaining. Yet upon estimating the forthcoming expenses for both their meals and living costs, he resolutely decided to sever ties with the internet manager, Wang Shui. He anticipated that the road ahead would be quite challenging. Preparedness in the face of adversity had always been one of Xia Xin's virtues. Sensing that his unease was affecting Xia Yi, he quickly mustered his spirits and donned a radiant smile. It's all right. There is no need to worry. We have enough money. Is it really enough? She asked, skepticism lacing her voice. It should be, Xia Xin replied, somewhat uncertain. However, upon seeing the concern in Xia Yi's clear eyes, he promptly reassured her. Yes, I have already devised a good plan, so rest easy. He playfully pinched Xia Yu's soft little cheek, declaring, Do you think your brother is just anyone? At this, Xia Yu beamed, pride radiating from her as she proclaimed. Of course, Gugu is the most formidable person in the world. Indeed, Xia Xin accepted without a hint of embarrassment. The title of the most formidable in the world is indeed meant for me. Xia Yi nodded with delight. All right, wash your face, brush your teeth, and retire early. Tomorrow, I have to go out, and in a month, we will be traveling to another city. If you have classmates you cherish, make sure to spend more time with them. On the following morning, shortly after 7, Xia Xin arose and first dialed Shu Yu's number. As expected, it rang endlessly without an answer. She prepared some century egg congee for Xia Yi's breakfast and attempted to call several times again, yet still, there was no response. Xia Xin had no doubt that even if she called until the battery died, no one would pick up. Fortunately, Shu Yuewu had the foresight to provide her home number, allowing her to ask her mother to wake her. Xia Xin stared at her phone for a while, suddenly realizing that this was her first time calling a girl's home, especially to invite her out, which made her feel inexplicably anxious. It felt akin to a date between boys and girls. After much hesitation, she cautiously selected her words and prepared to say, Hello, Auntie, is Shu Yu still asleep? Could you please ask her to come out to play? However, to her surprise, a deep, resonant male voice responded from the other end, and in her nervousness, she blurted out, Uncle, hello, is Annie still asleep? Could you please ask her to come out to play? The line fell silent for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 47. Are you late? Fortunately, Shu Rue, with his extensive experience, could roughly anticipate what Xia Xin intended to convey. Ascending to the upper floor, he knocked on the door of Shu Yuewu's room. Darling, there's a young man on the phone seeking your attention. I know, don't bother with him, Shu Yuewu replied, her focus unwavering as she rummaged through her wardrobe. She soon emerged with a delicate, emerald green lace-trimmed silk dress, inspecting herself in the mirror. Unimpressed, she discarded it onto her bed. The soft expanse of her bed was already cluttered with an array of colorful garments, short sleeves, shirts, skirts, jeans, crop tops, and form-fitting dresses. In truth, she had already been awakened by Xia Xin's first call, yet she had chosen to ignore it, leisurely completing her dental hygiene, washing her face, and applying a hint of makeup. However, the dilemma arose. After trying on several outfits, she remained dissatisfied, feeling that the colors were either too vivid or too muted, too alluring or too commonplace. It wasn't until Xia Xin had called 5 or 6 times that she sat on the edge of her bed, still deliberating over her attire, neglecting her phone. After spending time together, she had come to understand Xia Xin's character well. If she didn't answer, he would undoubtedly fret and wait indefinitely. Should she pick up and mention that she would be an hour late, he would surely leave without a second thought. Shu Yu opened all 3 of her wardrobes, examining each piece meticulously, yet nothing seemed suitable. Something always felt amiss. Oh, Dad, wait a moment, could you come here? She called out to Shu Rue, who was preparing to leave for work. What is it? Shu Rue inquired, stepping into his daughter's room, immediately taken aback by the sight of scattered clothing. Are these clothes no longer fitting? Dad, you're a man too. Help me decide which outfit looks better, she implored. Shu Rue chuckled. Darling, you look splendid in anything you wear. Shu Yu retorted, slightly irritated. Then just pick the most beautiful one. I need some useful advice. I'm in a hurry. She held up a red and a purple dress for comparison. Which one do you think is better? Shu Rue crossed his arms, a teasing smile on his face as he regarded her in silence. Frustrated, Shu Yu stamped her foot. Dad, could you at least say something? Why are you just staring? Shu Rue finally spoke. If you're dressing for me, then you look beautiful no matter what. However, if it's for that young man, I find myself unable to offer guidance. It's not for him. It's just, never mind, you wouldn't understand. I merely wish to prove a point. Shu Rue smiled knowingly. There are many types of young men. Some prefer intellect, others are drawn to sensuality, some to vivacity, while others favor tranquility, purity, or allure. Well, that seems somewhat valid, Shu Yuewu mused, a particular image flashing through her mind. Meanwhile, Xia Xin had been waiting at the agreed-upon bus stop for nearly an hour, until he finally caught sight of the tardy Shu Yuewu. Upon seeing her, the first word that sprang to his mind was enchantress. Shu Yuewu adorned her head with a round, white beach hat, her 2 strands of lustrous, jet-black hair cascading gracefully over her chest. Her delicate, flower-like visage radiated a brilliant smile, embodying a spirit of youthful exuberance. She donned a pink silk long-sleeved blouse, segmented with a charming white lace-trimmed shoulder piece, while the lower half featured a short skirt as pure and white as milk. Her feet were clad in lively, fashionable sneakers, and slender calves were enveloped in white knee-high socks. She resembled a vivacious young girl, brimming with charm and a hint of artistic flair. Shu Yu belonged to the category of a shape-shifting enchantress, her charm ever-changing and captivating, rendering Xia Xin momentarily unable to meet her gaze. Her allure was simply irresistible. What do you mean by that? Shu Yuewu pointed at the vintage lady's bicycle beneath Xia Xin. Isn't it a bus? Xia Xin retorted with irritation. What time do you think it is? Shu Yuewu glanced at the pristine watch adorning her wrist and replied, It's 8:30. What time did we agree upon? 8 o'clock. I'm only half an hour late. Shu Yuewu responded with such conviction that Xia Xin found himself at a loss for words regarding her mere half-hour delay. The bus won't make it. I will take a shortcut on my bike. And what about me? You can choose to take the bus, a taxi, or ride a bicycle. Shu Yuewu's expression darkened. Everyone else comes to pick me up in a 4-wheeled vehicle. You have 2 wheels less. And this bike, an antique from the 90s, struggles to carry even one of us, let alone 2. It can't, Xia Xin said sorrowfully, shaking his head. Then farewell. I shall go ahead and wait for you. With that, he prepared to ride away. Shu Yuewu rushed forward, grasping the rear seat. Come back, you scoundrel. Irritated, she adjusted her skirt and sat sideways on the back of Xia Xin's bike, expressing her discontent. Just don't dirty my skirt. Xia Xin replied grumpily. You could take a taxi. So why are you waiting for me? Clearly, I made an erroneous decision. Are you trying to get yourself killed? With a mischievous glint, Shu Yuewu pinched the flesh at Xia Xin's waist with her thumb and forefinger, executing a 180-degree spin, the sensation rather delightful. Don't act recklessly. What if we crash? What can be done? If the bike gets damaged by a passing child, I shall demand compensation. The antiquated lady's bike emitted a creaking sound, its entirety squeaking except for the bell, as if it might disassemble at any moment, yet it stubbornly clung to life. Shu Yuewu, in her exasperation, twisted it twice more. While Xia Xin navigated the bumpy terrain, the bike jolting incessantly. My backside! Shu Yuewu cried out, clutching Xia Xin tightly, shifting her weight onto him to alleviate the discomfort on her delicate dairy. Gritting her teeth, she refrained from further antics, silently noting this debt in her mind. With one arm encircling Xia Xin's waist, Shu Yuewu rested her delicate face against his back, watching the scenery blur past them. A gentle breeze brushed against her cheeks, eliciting a sense of comfort. Shu Yuewu chose not to disrupt the tranquility, allowing Xia Xin to navigate the road effortlessly. The soothing sensation enveloped her, causing her to squint her eyes in contentment like a languid kitten, secretly wishing this moment could stretch on indefinitely. The young man beside her instilled an unusual sense of reassurance. However, they soon arrived at the electronic hall, where a throng of people surged at the entrance. Xia Xin glanced around but failed to find a suitable parking spot. Shu Yuewu stood beside him, unable to resist a teasing remark. What are you even looking for? With this clunker, not even a scrap dealer would want it, let alone for free. Xia Xin ignored her quip and parked the car along the inner side of an emergency corridor at the side of the electronic hall. Checking the time, he noted they were only 5 minutes late, which was manageable. Upon entering the hall, they spotted Han Fei waiting at the entrance. It wasn't merely Xia Xin's keen eyesight that allowed him to identify Han Fei amidst the crowd. Rather, it was the group of girls surrounding him that commanded attention, making him impossible to overlook. As soon as Xia Xin stepped through the glass doors, Han Fei noticed him and quickly excused himself from the girls, making his way over. Bro, you really need to work on your tardiness. Luckily, They haven't arrived yet, but your attire is far too casual, he remarked. Both were clad in simple casual wear, presenting a clean and neat appearance. Xia Xin assessed his own outfit, thinking it was acceptable. Looks like there are two girls. Which one are you interested in? Let me know so I can set you up. Han Fei began, but then he recognized Xu Yuwu beside Xia Xin. It wasn't that he had forgotten her. Rather, she had transformed remarkably. The stylish beach sun had obscured half her face, her elegant attire, white knee-high socks, and pristine sneakers gave her the aura of a fresh and lovely neighbor, starkly contrasting with the alluring and seductive Xu Yuwu he had encountered previously. Han Fei's first thought was, why is Xu Yuwu here? Why would Ti be? Xu Yuwu raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Just wondering if it's now fashionable to bring your girlfriend along when trying to impress girls? Xia Xin retorted, I told you, you're overthinking it. Which part is overthinking? Every single part. After another 10 minutes, they finally saw Zhang Min and Su Xiaohan enter through the doors. Zhang Min was dressed in a lively and charming manner, her face adorned with a bright smile, while Su Xiaohan wore a pristine white dress that exuded simplicity and elegance, carrying a hint of shyness reminiscent of a lotus flower. Apologies for our tardiness, Zhang Min said. No worries, we just arrived as well, Xia Xin replied, engaging in a brief exchange of trivial pleasantries. He then introduced the four of them. This is Han Fei, and this is Xu Yuwu. These two are my classmates, Zhang Min and Su Xiaohan. Hello, I'm Han Fei, he greeted. Han Fei extended his hand confidently, evidently accustomed to such encounters. The two women shook hands with him, their expressions filled with curiosity as they gazed at Xu Yuwu. Even Su Xiaohan failed to recognize her as the person from the internet CAF. After all, Xu Yuwu's hat was tilted, obscuring half of her face. And her demeanor was entirely different. Is she your girlfriend, Han Fei? One of them asked. No, she is a friend, Han Fei replied, pondering how to introduce her. He found himself at a loss, realizing that any description of her relationship with Xia Xin would be inadequate. Ultimately, he opted for silence, leaving the introduction to Xia Xin. Unfortunately, Xia Xin had no intention of elaborating either. The finals are about to begin. Let us proceed inside. Chapter 48. Just throw it in the trash. The entertainment hall was designed in a circular fashion, adorned with a dazzling array of colorful lights suspended in midair. At the forefront stood an exhibition platform, draped in a crimson carpet, flanked by 10 computers arranged in a graceful arc. Behind this, a colossal LCD screen displayed the match footage, dominating the backdrop. The venue was expansive, capable of accommodating over 1,000 spectators. As a few individuals took their seats, the hall was nearly filled, with a steady stream of attendees continuing to pour in, a testament to the burgeoning popularity of electronic sports. The first to grace the stage was a strikingly attractive hostess, clad in revealing attire that accentuated her remarkable figure. She proceeded to list an exhaustive array of sponsors, followed by a performance that could hardly be deemed exceptional. Gradually, the team members began to take the stage, while the large screen replayed their past spectacular maneuvers, eliciting sporadic applause from the audience. Emerging from the left side, adorned in blue, was the Skyhawk gaming team, consisting of 5 members. From the right, in purple, came the Hurricane gaming team, also comprising 5 players. As the introduction reached the ADC of the Hurricane team, Han Fei expressed surprise, exclaiming, Sun Di? Xia Xin inquired. Is he someone you know? Han Fei chuckled. Well, to say I know him would be accurate. He was the runner-up in the high school league, and we have faced off several times. His skills are formidable. Zhang Min leaned in, a gleam of pride in her eyes. Isn't he impressive? He is the captain of the Hurricane team, which he organized himself. Han Fei scrutinized the 5 players. I haven't seen the other 3, but I recognize the support player, Song He. 2 of them are from the runner-up team in the high school league. I suspect our opposing bottom lane may struggle against them. I found them quite challenging to contend with back then, especially considering they are merely a diverse selection of individuals from an internet CAF. Zhang Min playfully nudged Han Fei. Oh, don't be so humble. Sun Di claims you were his only rival in high school. You are undoubtedly the top ADC from that league. He was bested by you in the finals and has vowed to seek vengeance in college, so you'd best be cautious. Moreover, you are aware of Jiangnan University, right? It is an incredibly prestigious institution nationwide, renowned for its prowess in League of Legends. The administration has already approached him for direct admission without examination. He has expressed intentions to face you in the national finals of the University League. Jiangnan University. Han Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Xin, falling silent. For Xia Xin had also been accepted into Jiangnan University, albeit through the esports club, while Sun Di received a direct offer from the university itself. Han Fei felt a twinge of anxiety over who would ultimately claim the starting ADC position. In contrast, Xia Xin was devoid of such concerns, as he could excel in various roles, mid lane, top lane, or jungle. He felt confident in his versatility. Yes, that illustrious Jiangnan University, the finest in the province and among the best in the nation. Zhang Min exuded an air of triumph, as if he had just been accepted into Jiangnan University. Furthermore, I have a tantalizing secret to share. Sun Di is indeed Xiaohan's boyfriend, and the tickets were procured through him. Su Xiaohan blushed instantly, playfully swatting Zhang Min and retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? I've said, he has proposed yet." Zhang Min chuckled mischievously. "What is there to be embarrassed about? He is talented and handsome, and he treats you so well, showering you with flowers every day. Sooner or later, he will be your boyfriend. He even promised to bring back the championship trophy for you, a resplendent golden trophy. At that point, you won't be able to refuse, will you?" "I haven't tea," Su Xiaohan protested, her delicate face turning a deeper shade of crimson as she darted a quick glance at Xia Xin, adding, "I am still contemplating." She then feigned annoyance, saying, "If you keep babbling, I'll tell Zhang Xin Pong." Observing the confusion on Xia Xin and Han Fei's faces, Su Xiaohan pointed to a tall, slender figure in the center of the purple stage, explaining, "Zhang Xin Pong is the mid laner for the Hurricane team and also Zhang Min's boyfriend. He is a friend of Sun Di, who brought him here. It seems he has reached the semifinals in the high school league." Han Fei nodded in understanding, realizing he had encountered him before. The match commenced shortly thereafter. Within just 10 minutes, Xia Xin discerned a significant disparity between the two teams. The Hurricane team's dual carries, AD Draven and AP Xerath, were evidently far superior to their opposing counterparts, having amassed a considerable lead in last hits in the bot lane. Han Fei remarked, "Draven is his most formidable champion," pausing briefly before adding, "Truly impressive." "Indeed, it is apparent," came the reply. Meanwhile, the blue side's jungler, Rek'Sai, had maneuvered to the bot lane, attempting to ambush Draven and Thresh from behind. However, to everyone's surprise, Draven showed no fear, completely disregarding Rek'Sai as he and Thresh relentlessly pursued the opposing champions, Jinx and Nami. With each swing of his colossal axe, he dealt devastating blows, reducing Jinx to a sliver of health, and ultimately claiming her life with a well-timed ultimate ability, though Nami and Rek'Sai managed to take down Draven in a combined effort. Draven had already secured Nami's head in his final moments. In a 3v2 scenario, Draven and Thresh emerged victorious with a 2-4-1 trade, incurring a significant loss for the opposing team. Thanks to his passive ability, Draven had netted over 1,000 gold from just those 2 kills, rendering his dominance undeniable. Han Fei shook his head, leaning closer to Xia Xin. If Jinx had counterattacked just then, it could have changed everything. Had she used her ability to engage, she might still have perished, but she could have taken down both Draven and Thresh in the process, flipping the tide of battle entirely. Yes, Jinx hesitated, Xia Xin agreed. Given the pressure from the minion farm and her reliance on late-game scaling, that must have weighed heavily on her psyche. Zhang Min leaned in. "What are you two discussing?" "Han Fei, why are you engaging with Xia Xin? He is just a gold and silver player. He wouldn't understand." Han Fei shot a surprised glance at Xia Xin but chose not to respond. Shu Yuewu waved at Han Fei, suggesting, "Let us switch places. It would be more convenient for us girls to chat." "All right," he replied. After changing positions, Shu Yuewu leaned in close to Zhang Min, the two girls chattering animatedly. Initially, Zhang Min felt somewhat intimidated by Shu Yuewu's presence, but upon realizing that Shu Yuewu exuded a warm friendliness, the conversation flowed effortlessly. Xia Xin could faintly hear snippets from her right, words like Xia Xin, middle school, and humorous interspersed with bursts of raucous laughter, leaving her curious about their whispered exchanges. The first match progressed swiftly. After Draven secured 2 kills, he began to soar. The blue team's excavator attempted to ambush Draven, aiming to suppress his growth, yet fell victim to a counterattack, allowing Draven to claim 2 more kills. This led to an explosive surge in Draven's damage output. No one could withstand even 3 of his strikes, and misfortune would perish in just 2. In the first match, Draven carried the game, securing the Baron at the 20-minute mark and pushing down the towers, his terrifying damage eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd as Draven was unmatched. After a 10-minute intermission, the second match commenced, with the original blue team now positioned as the purple team. They promptly banned Draven, evidently shaken from the previous encounter. In this round, Sun D played as Gangplank, delivering considerable damage. Several teamfights showcased his prowess, yet the MVP title ultimately went to the mid laner, Azir. Zhang Xinping deftly erected his wall during skirmishes, causing several sand soldiers to wreak havoc on the opponents, particularly in one mid-lane engagement. As the sand soldiers advanced into the tower, he flashed in with an ultimate ability, pushing back 4 enemies, including 2 carries, with fluid motions that astounded all present. Gangplank swiftly executed his skills, dealing full AE damage, while his teammates followed suit, and the purple team decimated the blue team as if they were helpless captives, ultimately leading to a 20-0 defeat. By the third match, the psychological burden on the members of the Skyhawk team was glaringly apparent. They were swiftly overwhelmed without any suspense. The disparity in team strength resulted in a one-sided domination, as Hurricane team delivered a stunning performance throughout all 3 matches, leaving the audience in awe. Then, a magnificent golden trophy rose from the center of the exhibition stage, illuminating the venue, as the female host took the stage to energize the atmosphere. After sharing some exhilarating words, they transitioned into the final segment, where the champion team sought to claim the trophy, contingent upon the audience's approval. A temporary audience team would be formed, akin to a performance match. This initiative aimed to enhance audience interaction at the entertainment venue. Anyone possessing an account of gold rank or above could participate, and simply joining would earn them a set of gaming peripherals from the venue, a rather generous reward. The female host announced, "All right, those interested in competing may come up to the stage. Do we really want to watch them take the trophy without challenge? Anyone who feels unsatisfied can step up for a battle." Regrettably, despite the host's fervent attempts to invigorate the audience, only 2 individuals mustered the courage to ascend the stage. Most were deterred by the recent humiliating defeat of the Eagle team at the hands of the Hurricane squad, fearing the embarrassment of facing their peers. The thought of being recorded and subsequently ridiculed by classmates was unbearable. Meanwhile, amidst the excitement unfolding on stage, 2 visitors approached the corner where Xia Xin and his companions were seated during the champion team's intermission. Sun Di and Zhang Xinping made their way over. Sun Di's gaze was intensely fixed on Han Fei. "What brings you here?" Han Fei rose, smiling as he replied, "I came to witness your match." Zhang Xinping extended his hand towards Han Fei, saying, "You must be Han Fei, the top AD of the High League." "I am Zhang Xinping. It's unfortunate that the High League did not face your team." He had been eliminated in the semifinals by Sun Di. After a brief handshake with Han Fei, he turned his attention to Xia Xin, inquiring, "And who might this be?" Han Fei introduced, "This is a friend of mine, Xia Xin." Xia Xin, mimicking Han Fei, reached out his hand. However, Zhang Xinping merely glanced at him, confirming that he was unfamiliar, exhibiting the haughty demeanor of a swan that scorned handshakes. Xia Xin's hand lingered awkwardly in midair. Zhang Xinping then shifted his gaze to Shu Yuewu beside Xia Xin, asking, "Is this lovely lady your girlfriend?" Han Fei responded, "She's just an ordinary friend." Instantly, Zhang Xinping transformed from an arrogant swan into a genial companion, his eyes brightening as he extended a hand, proclaiming, "Pleased to meet you." Shu Yuewu glanced at Xia Xin's frozen hand, her face adorned with a radiant smile. She placed her half-finished yogurt into Zhang Xinping's hand, instructing him to dispose of it in the nearby trash bin. She did not even introduce herself, folding her arms and turning her attention back to the stage, treating Zhang Xinping as if he were merely a receptacle for refuse. For a moment, Zhang Xinping found himself awkwardly clutching the yogurt bottle. Caught in a dilemma of whether to discard it or not, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 49. Not necessarily worth it. Fortunately, Zhang Min came to his rescue, angrily twisting his arm. "What are you doing? You're staring at the beauty like a fool. Do you even have me in your thoughts? Forget it." "She's here with Han Fei." Zhang Xinping quickly sought to appease her. "How could that be? Min, you know my heart belongs solely to you. Other girls are but fleeting clouds. You are my goddess." "Humph, I don't believe you." As the two exchanged playful banter, Sun Di was also whispering to Su Shaoan beside them. "Shaoan, I saw this crystal bracelet in the mall yesterday, and I thought it would suit you perfectly. So I bought it. Would you try it on?" Sun Di held a crystal bracelet styled like an angel's heart. Although it was obviously artificial, its splendid appearance was undiminished. The silver bracelet featured a sky blue crystal in the center, and it had teardrop-shaped crystals that swayed gently with the movement of the hand. Despite its synthetic nature, Its exquisite craftsmanship and appearance suggested a value far beyond its actual worth. Su Xiaohan gently waved her hand. No, it looks too expensive. It's not, just a few bucks. Sun Di replied, though pride was evident on his face. Su Xiaohan shook her head. Impossible, I can tell just by looking. At that moment, Zhang Min noticed and exclaimed, Wow, what a beautiful bracelet. It's stunning. She eagerly took the bracelet, marveling at it enviously. Look how wonderful it is, Sun Di. Why didn't you buy one for me? Zhang Xinping sighed. He is a rich and handsome guy. How can I compete? This bracelet costs 888 yuan. And I went with him to check it out. The mention of the price made Zhang Min even more envious. Well, Sun Di, you even lied to her about it costing just a few bucks. Sun Di smirked. Not too much of a difference. He desired this contrasting effect. Otherwise, why would he have brought Zhang Xinping along? Oh, Xiaoan, you're driving me mad. 900 yuan for something so beautiful if you don't want it. I'll gladly take it. Su Xiaohan felt overwhelmed by the attention, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shyly shook her head. Zhang Min suddenly felt a surge of frustration, exclaiming, How can you be so foolish? You accepted a worthless love letter worth a mere $1, yet you refused this exquisite crystal bracelet? You could buy 1,000 love letters with it. Sun Di was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening. What love letter? Who gave you a love letter? Wasn't he this opposing him? Su Xiaoan was already his designated girlfriend. How dare anyone else send her a love letter? Zhang Min waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing, just something from the past. By the way, the person involved is still here. Zhang Min pointed at Xia Xin and said, That's Xia Xin. We were classmates in middle school, and Xiao Han was the most beautiful girl in our class. Near graduation, Xia Xin handed her a love letter. It was rather commonplace, as many boys in class were fond of Xiao Han. However, it was quite unexpected that Xia Xin was the first to take action. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Xinping, seemingly intrigued by this gossip, cast a sidelong glance at Xia Xin and asked with a curious expression, Taken aback? Why? Zhang Min replied, Isn't it obvious? At that time, Xia Xin was rather inconspicuous in class. His grades were poor, his athleticism lacking. He came from a humble background, and his appearance was unremarkable. He rarely spoke to anyone. Who would remember him? If it weren't for such a bold move, he would have been forgotten altogether. Just think about it, Xiao Han and Xia Xin as a couple? It seems utterly mismatched and rather amusing. Zhang Min couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Zhang Xinping glanced at both of them and chuckled as well. Indeed, their disparity was glaring. Zhang Min agreed, right? Right? Sun Di evidently dismissed the notion of Xia Xin posing any competition, boasting with a confident demeanor, Xiao Han. Wait a moment. I will present you with that golden trophy. Will you be my girlfriend? Wow, wow, wow. Before Su Xiaohan could respond, the somewhat eccentric Zhang Min could no longer contain herself. That golden trophy. Who wouldn't agree to that? No need to ask. She nudged Xia Xin with her elbow. Xia Xin, you ought to learn a thing or two. What era are we in? Love letters are so outdated. Who still adheres to that? You should at least bring something fresh to the table. Xia Xin merely replied with a single word, Okay. Zhang Min adopted a serious expression and said, I'm doing this for your own good. I fear that once you graduate high school, you might do something outrageous. Girls today aren't swayed by such things. With your approach, finding a girlfriend will be quite the challenge. In our country, there are currently 22 million bachelors. Zhang Xinping glanced at Xia Xin and remarked coldly, A person should at least possess some self-awareness. Just then, Shu Yu suddenly raised her hand and interjected, It seems you all have a misunderstanding. Everyone turned to her, puzzled. Zhang Min inquired, What misunderstanding? Shu Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed playfully, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Min. Did I not introduce myself? I am Xia Xin's girlfriend. I didn't come with Han Fei. I came with Xia Xin. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across their faces. Even Xia Xin, the subject of the revelation, was taken aback, unaware of this development. Han Fei chuckled. That's right. I told you, we're just ordinary friends. Is this true? Zhang Min turned to Xia Xin for confirmation. As Xia Xin was about to speak, Shu Yu had already leaned in, wrapping her arms around his, nestling against him with a tone reminiscent of a playful little girl. Why are you upset? We merely had a small quarrel. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? At this point, any word seemed unnecessary. Shu Yu truly was a chameleon, adept at embodying any persona. With an air of delicate charm, she gently swayed Xia Xin's arm. pouting adorably. Come on, don't be angry. It's so annoying. Her endearing demeanor was irresistibly cute. Zhang Min could hardly believe that the fashionable and vibrant Xu Yuewu was Xia Xin's girlfriend. It felt like an incongruity, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xia Xin had intended to withdraw his arm and offer an explanation, but Xu Yuewu held on too tightly, leaving him no opportunity to do so. She waved her hand dismissively at Zhang Min, saying, "So there's no need for you to worry about him. He doesn't need any other girlfriend." Zhang Min's expression turned sour as she struggled to find words. She found it hard to fathom how someone like Xia Xin could possibly have a girlfriend, let alone one as stunning as Xu Yuewu. It seemed utterly implausible, akin to a fairy tale rather than reality. Her heart swelled with annoyance. It felt like a public affront to him. Fortunately, at that moment, other matters diverted everyone's attention. Another team member approached, announcing that the 15-minute break had ended and calling for Sun Di and Zhang Xinping to take the stage. Sun Di smiled at Su Xiaoan, saying, "Wait for me," before glancing at the stage, which still featured only 3 individuals. Despite the host's earnest efforts, there were still not enough participants to form a team for their performance. He turned to Han Fei, asking, "Don't you want to join in? It's been ages since we last faced off since the high school league." Han Fei chuckled. "Not really. Afraid of losing? Without your support, you don't dare to challenge me, do you?" Sun Di retorted, narrowing his eyes and coldly fixing his gaze on him. After a moment's thought, he pointed at Xia Xin, declaring, "If he goes, I'll go too." Instantly, all eyes turned to Xia Xin. Xia Xin gently shook his head. "I think I'll pass." Zhang Min urged him, "Hey, are you still a man? Losing is losing. Just go up and fight. Besides, this might be your only chance to compete against so many skilled players. You won't encounter such talent in your ordinary life. It should be the only chance." "Oh, I see," Zhang Min replied, feigning realization. "You're not trying to stall, are you? Planning to avoid going up there so that Sun Di and the others can't finish and thus miss out on the trophy, ensuring Xiaoan won't become his girlfriend? That's rather sinister of you." Xia Xin responded, "No, I didn't think of it that way." Zhang Min wore a distinctly distrustful expression, which was quite understandable. After all, Xiaohan was your first love. It is only natural to feel a twinge of displeasure upon seeing one's first love with another partner, perhaps even harboring lingering hopes. With Zhang Min's words, Sun Di's gaze towards Xia Xin grew increasingly unfriendly. No one wishes for someone to covet their designated girlfriend. Xia Xin's eyes scanned the group before settling on Zhang Min. "All right, I'll perform. However, I cannot guarantee that he will secure the trophy." Zhang Min was perplexed. How is that possible? Once the game concludes, the trophy is awarded. Is it really so? Xia Xin replied with a smile. As he took to the stage alongside Han Fei, a palpable tension crackled between Han Fei and Sun Di. The exuberant host, noticing the audience had filled the venue, joyfully announced, "Then, let the spirited challenge officially commence. Let us extend the warmest applause to these brave warriors. Even in defeat, they shall receive a premium set of peripherals provided by the Qingqing Electronic Entertainment Hall." Following a thunderous round of applause, the host declared the competition underway. At that moment, a voice, silent yet clear, resonated through the microphone for all attendees to hear. "I have a question." The host, puzzled, directed a curious look towards Xia Xin. "All right. This student, please feel free to voice your inquiry." With that, he handed the microphone to Xia Xin. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Xia Xin inquired, "Earlier, you mentioned that they would receive the trophy if they won, and we would get the peripherals in the event of our defeat. May I ask, what occurs if they lose and we emerge victorious?" Chapter 50. Counter Heroes. The host was utterly unprepared for such a question. This was not the first competition of its kind. A makeshift team composed of disparate talents, lacking cohesion and technical prowess, stood little chance against the champion team. Was this inquiry not rather absurd? Was this individual truly arrogant or simply oblivious? A peculiar silence enveloped the audience, all eyes fixed on the host, awaiting an answer. Indeed, the host had merely stated what would happen if the champion team emerged victorious, neglecting to address the implications of the champion team's defeat and the audience team's triumph. While everyone recognized this as merely an exhibition match, it was still nominally a championship challenge, 2 distinctly different competitions in nature. The voluptuous host found herself in a quandary. The question was so ludicrous that she had never contemplated it, and no guidance had been provided from above. Throughout the history of the electronic entertainment venue, no one had been foolish enough to pose such a question. Hesitant to speak out of turn, she awaited a response from the microphone in her ear, relayed by the producer. Before long, she had her answer. With a beaming smile, she announced, "Our producer has stated that if you manage to win, the prize money and trophy are yours to keep, and the champion team will receive a full set of peripherals." This remark elicited a chorus of laughter from the audience, who understood that this was merely the organizer's jest. The host then inquired, "Are there any further questions?" None arose. Xia Xin shook his head. "Then the competition shall officially commence. Please return to your positions." This was, without a doubt, the most unrefined assembly of players. They took to the stage without their own peripherals, without a strategy discussion, and without clearly defined roles. Each simply sat down as they pleased. From the outset, the organizers had little faith in the individuals, merely allowing them to serve as fodder for the champion team's performance. Upon entering, they promptly claimed their positions as if in a ranked match. Han Fei was the first to declare his role as the AD on the 4th floor, followed by the jungle and support on the 3rd, the top lane on the 1st, and the upper lane on the 2nd. Xia Xin settled to Han Fei's right. Positioned on the 5th floor, the extreme right of the purple side, assigned as the mid laner, a role often devoid of power. On the central large screen, the selection phase commenced. The female host announced, "All right, after the ban phase, we will begin champion selections. First, the blue side has opted for the highly defensive support, Janna, a choice typically intended to bolster the late-game AD. In response, the purple side has selected the jungle champion Xia Xin and the top lane of Fiora. Xia Xin is a standard choice for the jungle role, while Fiora has recently proven to be exceptionally overpowered in the top lane, excelling in both team fights and one-on-one duels. Now it is the blue side's turn again. They have chosen the jungle champion Gragas, alongside the top laner Dr. Mundo. Gragas has emerged as a popular choice in the jungle lately, his ultimate capable of disrupting formations with remarkable efficacy, often yielding unexpected results. Meanwhile, Dr. Mundo remains a formidable top laner, boasting significant damage output, and his ultimate refreshes upon securing kills, rendering him quite fearsome. Immediately thereafter, the purple team selected Thresh as their support, accompanied by Graves as the AD carry. Thresh, undoubtedly the foremost support, complemented the formidable teamfight potential of Graves. Remarkably, they reserved a counter-pick slot for their mid laner, showcasing an impressive strategic maneuver. Xia Xin wished to scoff at the notion of a counter-pick, as he merely found himself in the mid lane on the 5th pick. Each player was simply choosing their champions, rendering any tactical advantage moot. The female host elaborated further, noting that the blue team's final 2 picks were Tristana and Azir. Tristana and Azir, 2 exceptionally powerful champions for the late game, providing both AP and AD output, and each terrifying in their own right. Coupled with Azir's wall and the protective capabilities of Janna, these backline champions would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate, with Gragas and Darius fortifying the front line. This composition was poised to be incredibly formidable in the late stages. The audience eagerly anticipated the final counterpick from the opposing mid laner. Only to witness an unexpected turn of events, he fled the stage. How could he abandon his position at such a crucial moment? Under the astonished gazes of all present, Xia Xin dashed off the stage, eliciting peals of laughter. None had anticipated such a last-minute retreat, which was indeed amusing. Even the host was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had genuinely been frightened away. However, shortly after his departure, Xia Xin swiftly returned to the stage and, amidst the bewildered stares of the audience, promptly locked in the champion Ahri. Ahri? The female host felt compelled to comment, stating that this choice was rather ill-advised. Ahri, an assassin-type mid laner, possesses significant burst damage with a dash that inflicts harm and allows for 3 repositioning moves, making her a notably agile champion. Yet, she is essentially countered by Azir. Once Azir erects his wall, Ahri is rendered unable to utilize her ultimate effectively, while Azir can assault her with his sand soldiers. To be frank, this selection he did not utilize the counter-pick slot effectively. Rather, he had walked directly into the enemy's trap. Especially considering that the blue team's mid laner was a master of Azir. This mid lane matchup was not likely to bode well. The audience responded with a chorus of boos, as Azir could transform a nimble Ahri into a mere spectator, confined outside the walls. The female host pondered aloud, questioning why he opted for Ahri. Was it due to his sole familiarity with her, or was he overly confident in his abilities? While she remained uncertain, Zhang Min was fully aware. Just moments ago, Xia Xin had rushed over to inquire of Shu Yuewu. Which mid laner do you favor the most? Shu Yuewu, thoughtfully tapping her lips and tilting her head, replied, certainly, it's Ahri. The sultry and enchanting Ahri was undoubtedly to Shu Yuewu's taste, embodying her ideal feminine figure. Subsequently, Xia Xin hastily returned to the stage and locked in Ahri without hesitation. A subtle smile graced Shu Yuewu's lips as she leisurely observed Xia Xin on stage, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Zhang Min was somewhat concerned about the nature of the relationship between the two, and she felt a twinge of annoyance at Shu Yuewu's condescending demeanor, arms crossed. You should have him choose a champion with 3 hands or something. It would make things much easier. Is that so? Shu Yuewu replied with a non-committal smile. You know, I once posed a question to him regarding champion counters. Do you know what Xia Xin said? Without waiting for Zhang Min's response, she continued. The notion of champion counters only applies when the skill levels are equal or relatively close. Zhang Min paused, momentarily taken aback. Realizing the implication, when one party's skill is markedly superior to the other, it matters little which champion is chosen. This understanding led to 2 conclusions. First, that Zhang Xinping's prowess was evidently superior to his own, and second, the latter was certainly not the case for him. Shu Yuewu, naturally perceptive, quickly grasped Xia Xin's choice of the Fox champion. This battle would merely be a showcase of his favorite champion, fighting on his behalf, nothing more. Curious, she pondered how Xia Xin intended to play, especially considering that when the Emperor's Wall was erected, the Fox would find herself quite powerless. As the game commenced, the blue team comprised of Draven, Gragas, Azir, Janna, and Tristana, while the purple team consisted of Fiora, Xia Xin, the Fox, Graves, and Thresh. The director skillfully captured a close-up of the alluring nine-tailed fox, her uniquely seductive voice resonating throughout the venue. Please, cherish me. The elegant fox sauntered gracefully to the mid-lane turret, curling up and gently grooming her soft, pristine fur, as if she had come merely to indulge in a leisurely nap rather than engage in battle. The minions began to spawn. The strength of Azir lay in his long reach and high damage output, ensuring he would dominate the lane. His soldiers dealt area of effect damage with each poke, allowing him to farm swiftly. If the fox sought to harass him, she would have to endure several futile jabs. Thus, she refrained from excessive aggression, focusing instead on using her Q to farm. With her passive ability, she could heal by stacking 9 layers, and her Doran's ring provided mana regeneration from minion kills, leading to an even trade in the mid lane. Gragas and Xia Xin attempted to ambush but returned empty-handed as Azir had no crowd control, and the minions approached the fox's turret, rendering her safe. The mid lane had become the only peaceful route. In contrast, the top lane exhibited a clear disparity in skill, as Fiora was caught and killed by the combined efforts of Draven and Gragas. In the bot lane, Xia Xin attempted a gank, but due to the fierce skirmishes below, our team found itself at a disadvantage. Although they managed to take down Janna, Xia Xin claimed the kill, while Thresh also fell, with the kill going to Tristana, who narrowly escaped with a fresh W. This was quite a considerable loss, as Xia Xin's kill bore little significance, while Tristana's would allow her to rise in power much sooner. From the headset came Han Fei's whisper, Xia Xin, this won't do. I'm struggling in the bot lane, and our support is likely only platinum. My ability to poke and wear down the enemy is quite inadequate. I'm practically fighting 2 opponents alone. If possible, please come and assist me. We cannot allow misfortune to gain momentum. Xia Xin understood well that their late-game potential was not robust, and should they allow misfortune to advance into the late game prematurely, victory would be elusive. Logically, misfortune should not be a match for Graves in the early game, yet the disparity in support made Han Fei hesitant to take risks. However, he found himself in a difficult position. Azir was persistently clearing minions, hindering her movements. The moment she strayed, Azir would undoubtedly push down her mid-turret. At the 6-minute mark, the level 5 Azir swiftly cleared a wave of minions and prepared to return home for supplies, as he had run out of mana. The fox discerned his intentions and promptly drained his blue buff, returning home to acquire the Demonology Codex, a small spellbook, and with the Doran's ring in hand. Her ability power surged beyond 100. Meanwhile, Azir opted for a stinger to enhance his attack speed, leaving both with similar gold amounts. Before departing, Azir called for the barrel, instructing it to position itself in the mid lane, anticipating that the fox, now level 6, would initiate an aggressive play. Aware of the situation, Zhang Xinpeng believed she could no longer restrain herself. She would certainly seize the opportunity to employ her ultimate ability, with its three-tiered dash, to strike. The barrel had already taken position in the left river brush. As expected, a flash of brilliance signaled both players reaching level 6 simultaneously. The cunning little fox could no longer contain herself, flicking her 9 snow-white tails and skirting around the minions to flank Azir. The timid little chicken feigned fear, creating distance between them but maneuvering to the left, while simultaneously controlling 2 sand soldiers. One Q ability struck the fox's delicate frame, inflicting over 200 damage. As the nine-tailed fox, in all her assassin glory, could no longer tolerate the audacity of the little yellow chicken before her. She had not come merely to farm minions, but to hasten the cessation of its heartbeat. With a swift motion, she activated her ultimate, Soul Shatter, and dashed forward. Meanwhile, Azir, alongside the barrel lurking in the left brush, was already on high alert. Chapter 51. The Nine-Tailed Fox. As the Emperor of Sand approached the cunning little fox, he paced back and forth, attempting to evade her skills. However, the sly fox refrained from unleashing any abilities, opting instead to deliver mere basic attacks. The Emperor quickly deduced that the fox was exceedingly cautious, yet he found her decision to forego her skills rather foolish. After all, a fox relies on her swift cooldowns to inflict damage. Basic attacks are of little consequence. He summoned a formidable sand soldier beside the fox, prodding her diminutive form while moving to the left, luring her toward a trap. The barrel did not emerge immediately. He awaited the Emperor's depletion of health. Just moments ago, the Emperor's 2 sand soldiers, with a single Q, had stripped away over 200 health points from the fox. Now, each prod from the sand soldier dealt considerable damage. At level 6, both the fox and the Emperor possessed a little over 900 health points. Having endured a portion of the fox's ability and several basic attacks, the Emperor was left with more than 700 health. The frail frame of the little fox could hardly withstand the relentless assault from the imposing sand soldiers. After a few strikes, her complexion paled, and her health plunged to around 500. An opportunity presented itself. As the fox drew near, the barrel sprang into action, taking a swig of pure beer and lumbering forth from the brush. The Emperor's Q had also cooled down, allowing him to summon another sand soldier. The 2 formidable beings simultaneously thrust their foreign objects mercilessly into the delicate form of the bashful young maiden. The scene was utterly brutal. Another 200 health points vanished in an instant. Just as the Emperor executed his Q, the fox seized the moment to unleash a basic attack, followed by an E, delivering a charming kiss. The alluring red heart and the deceptive gem of Q nearly struck the little yellow chick simultaneously. The Emperor remained unperturbed. He understood that the fox was biding her time, although she cleverly chose to cast her E to charm him as he executed his Q. He still possessed nearly 700 health, a robust quantity. Even if the fox's entire combo landed, he would not be intimidated. He felt compelled to roar defiantly. What if you land all your skills? Go ahead, try to kill me. As the fox hurled her deceptive gem, it struck the Emperor, inflicting 135 magical damage. After accounting for magic resistance, it merely dealt around 100 points of damage. As it returned, it inflicted another 135 points of true damage. Destined to return to the fox, the barrel seized the opportunity, propelling his massive form forward. A flash of golden light enveloped him as he blinked beside the fox. Simultaneously, a flash of light appeared around the fox as she dodged the barrel's E and repositioned herself slightly to the right of the Emperor. Another ability was unleashed, allowing her to dash behind the Emperor. In the midst of her R, a blue light flickered, and 3 eerie blue fox fires swirled around her delicate frame. At the moment she halted, the deceptive gem pierced through the Emperor's body once more. The fox's basic attack, the displacement from her skill, and the 3 ghostly flames struck the vulnerable Emperor simultaneously. Meanwhile, a blazing inferno engulfed him. To his astonishment, his health plummeted to nothing in an instant. The Tsar wore an expression of disbelief. How could such immense damage be possible? He was no stranger to playing as the fox and was acutely aware of her capabilities. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly activated his flash to retreat to the tower and cast a wall of soldiers towards the fox, attempting to push the creature away from him. Alas, his ultimate fell short, rendering his efforts futile. The elegant little fox had no intention of pursuing him, not even casting a glance in his direction, as she effortlessly maneuvered to the left side of the blue team's mid-tower and utilized her ability once again. Then she returned to base. The Tsar could only watch helplessly as his health dwindled, ultimately succumbing to defeat, with both the fox and Tsar's icons appearing overhead, signaling the Tsar's demise. The fox, indifferent to the massive figure of the barrel-chested champion charging towards her, stood in the pathway and began her recall. The barrel could hardly contain his fury. The fox had killed the mid-laner he was sworn to protect right before his eyes and had the audacity to return to base in his presence. This was a blatant disregard for his existence. The level 5 barrel was consumed by rage, hurling a Q ability in the fox's direction. The diminutive creature, with just over 200 health, stepped back to evade the explosion's radius, yet continued her recall. The barrel bellowed in frustration and charged forward. The Tsar wished to cry out a warning, "Don't go, it's a trap." But it was too late. From the other side of the imposing wall, a white wave of sound struck the barrel with ease, followed by a red figure leaping over the wall and delivering a kick to his form. Xia Xin, the blind monk, executed a floor-shattering strike, illuminating the arena with a flash of red light and immediately slowing the barrel's advance. The fox took a step back and began to auto-attack. The barrel, now aware of the ambush, realized he was powerless against the low-health fox and could only desperately flee towards the tower, suffering relentless punishment from both Xia Xin and the fox. Soon, another deceptive orb pierced through him and returned, inflicting dual damage of approximately 230. As the Tsar awaited his resurrection, he was utterly perplexed. Yes, the damage from the deceptive orb was normal, but why had he taken so much damage moments ago? The barrel staggered forward, only to be struck by 3 fiery fox flames. He finally reached the tower yet met his end at the hands of the blind monk and the fox, his rotund body collapsing beneath the tower. Double kill. The fox had secured a double kill. Even the host was bewildered. How could a fox with less than 100 ability power and just over 200 health eliminate a Tsar with nearly 700 health in an instant? It made no sense. The voluptuous female host gazed incredulously at the screen, exclaiming, It seems the fox just annihilated the Tsar. This is rather peculiar." At this stage, the fox's burst damage shouldn't be that high. Although she has Ignite, aside from her Q ability, her other skills should only deal a few dozen points of damage. She lacks significant items. Could this be a bug? As if to address her doubts, the enormous luminous screen in the center began to replay the breathtaking conclusion of the recent kill. To ensure clarity, the footage was deliberately slowed down. At that moment, everyone could clearly discern how that substantial amount of blood had spilled forth. The fox's basic attack, combined with her E and Q abilities, inflicted a swift 2-part damage on the little yellow chick, while the deceptive orb appeared poised to return to the fox's grasp. However, with a deft flash, she evaded the barrel's E ability, simultaneously sidestepping the orb. In a seamless motion, she unleashed her ultimate ability, positioning herself behind the Emperor, and as she did, 3 ethereal foxfires gracefully emerged along her path. The damage from the 3 segments of foxfire, coupled with the ultimate's might, in addition to the subsequent impact of the orb, descended upon the Emperor, who was once again pierced by the orb as it flew back into the fox's possession. For a fleeting moment, an extraordinary silence enveloped the arena. Even the female host stood dumbfounded, unable to articulate a word. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. "Just now, did everyone witness that?" The fox's Q managed to unleash 3 segments of damage. "Surely, I'm not imagining things." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, celebrating the remarkable skill displayed with thunderous applause. It was simply astounding. The prowess of the fox's Q lay in the fact that the second segment of the deceptive orb, upon its return, dealt true damage. However, they had just witnessed the fox's Q traverse through the Emperor, seemingly ready to return to her, as she elegantly dodged the barrel while simultaneously avoiding the orb, and then executed her ultimate behind the Emperor, allowing the orb to pass through him once more. This maneuver resulted in 3 segments of Q damage, all of which were true damage. This was precisely why she had unleashed such formidable damage in that instant. Wait, is that for real? Is such a feat even possible? My goodness, just evading the barrel's E-flash is impressive enough. And yet she managed to execute the 3rd segment of damage in an instant. The orb danced through the air, while the little yellow chick was utterly obliterated by the Q, suffering over a third of its health in a single skill. How on earth could such a feat be accomplished? What kind of dexterity must one possess? Has anyone calculated how many keys she pressed in that moment? It would be a shame if she didn't pursue playing the piano. The host, now recovering from her astonishment, remarked, The director in the back just confirmed with me that the fox's damage did not mutate. Rather, It was the true damage from the third segment of the Q that was the fundamental reason behind the explosive damage we witnessed. Somewhat still in disbelief, she added, "To be honest, I previously knew that the repeated damage from Easy's ultimate wound T-stack, but Varus's Q could indeed inflict repeated damage. Each hero is unique. Yet I never anticipated that the Fox's Q could also deliver repeated damage upon its return, inflicting 3 segments of damage. If this isn't mere luck, then her speed and skill are truly formidable, as I calculated, with a right-click, the ignition of the F key, followed by E, Q, and D for a flash, and R. At the precise moment the barrel's E was dodged, he pressed at least 6 keys. Not only did he evade the barrel's lethal E flash, but he also dealt sufficient damage to the Emperor, confidently refraining from any additional strikes. In fact, during the final segment of his ultimate, he could have inflicted several more points of damage, yet he turned away without a glance. My goodness, how remarkably precise his calculations of damage were. Subsequently, the Emperor stood under the tower for 3 seconds, ultimately succumbing to the flames. She feigned a recall to lure the barrel closer, and ultimately, in unison with the blind monk, they dispatched the barrel. One can only say that her performance in this sequence was nothing short of exquisite. Nay, it transcended perfection. Directly claiming 2 kills and garnering 700 gold. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement. That sequence, whether by skill or fortune, was undeniably spectacular, truly magnificent. They were indifferent to who emerged victorious. All that mattered was the thrill of the spectacle. The host, witnessing the rising fervor, became even more animated and stimulating the ambience. Let us await with bated breath. This creature seems to be more than just a mere enchanting little fox. Perhaps it is a genuine 9-tailed fox. Although the fox's double kill significantly boosted morale, the side lanes were still suffering. News suddenly arrived of the hand of Noxus single-handedly slaying the duelist, which was rather ominous, suggesting that the top lane was on the verge of collapse. As if that were not enough, news from the bottom lane reported a double kill by the cannon, and the situation seemed to plummet to its nadir. Chapter 52. Binding the mid lane, Xia Xin shifted the perspective to the bottom lane, just in time to witness the Wind Girl retreating with a sliver of health. The cannon achieved a double kill, while the gunner managed to take down the cannon before his demise. Although it was a trade of 1 for 2, it was still a significant loss. The cannon had already accumulated 3 kills. This was unacceptable. He could not be allowed to develop so comfortably. In theory, it was the jungler's role to establish the tempo at such a juncture. However, while the blind monk performed adequately and maintained a standard level of play, he was far from exceptional. Simply avoiding major blunders was commendable enough. Xia Xin returned home and immediately crafted the Book of the Dead, the Morello's Evil Tome, which granted 80 ability power and reduced cooldown by 20. Her intention was to roam and assist the side lanes. Yet, the Emperor of Sands swiftly discerned her motives, pushing the lane rapidly and applying pressure, effectively restraining her in the mid lane. Should she dare to venture out, he would push her mid-tower and deprive her of minions. Furthermore, he would harass her occasionally, avoiding direct confrontation. The fox would pursue, but he would retreat like a scoundrel, clinging to her and preventing her escape. On the blue side, the cannon leisurely constructed the Greed and Storm Greatsword, gleefully heading towards the lane, his equipment already surpassing Han Fei's. Sun Di inquired. Xin Peng. What happened? How did you get killed? Zhang Xin Peng replied. It's nothing, just a careless mistake. This player was playing AD. The mid laner must not be particularly skilled. Zhang Xin Peng, puzzled, asked, an AD? How do you know? Just a guess, came the reply. Sun Di did not wish to elaborate. Upon seeing the fox's ID, Ain't Night, he immediately recalled a particular match in the casual queue. It was not merely a good memory, it was the sole occasion in his life when he had been bested by a pathetic Vayne wielding a sightstone. It was a profound humiliation for his Draven, as such a subpar AD had managed to obliterate him. He had remembered that ID and vowed to settle the score one day. He never anticipated encountering this player here. But now he faced a greater adversary in Han Fei and could not afford to focus on Xia Xin. Upon checking the equipment panel, Sun Di exclaimed, Goodness! The fox has already acquired the Book of the Dead and magic penetration boots. This is far too swift. Being hit by her E is lethal. We must not allow her to roam. She is too dominant during this time frame. After the 25-minute mark, once everyone has built magic resistance, she will be less of a threat. Zhang Xin Ping resolutely stated, Do not worry. With me around, she will not go anywhere. I will ensure she remains confined to the mid lane for eternity. That is reassuring. Our top lane is significantly ahead and requires little attention. The bottom lane is also slightly advantageous. Han Fei can no longer suppress me. By mid-game, the opposing team should feel considerable pressure. The only variable now is the Fox. If you can manage her, victory is ours. I understand. I will apply pressure and bind her firmly. At that moment, the jungler inquired. The enemy is going for the dragon. Should we engage? Sundi commanded, let them have it. We cannot fight now. At this stage, the Fox is too oppressive. Acquiring the dragon was indeed Han Fei's strategy. Han Fei, of course, recognized Xia Xin's predicament. The Emperor of Sands intended to drag things out, preventing her from making any moves. He could only command the jungler to secure the dragon, knowing that with such a formidable fox as Xia Xin on their side, the opponents would dare not engage. However, the next step was crucial. Fiora, refrain from clashing with Darius, focus on farming under the tower. Survive at all costs. If you fall again, we may lose the chance to establish a stronghold in the top lane, and our strategy would be in jeopardy. Blind Monk. The disadvantage in the top lane is insurmountable. Shift your focus to the mid and bot lanes. The mid lane is challenging to conquer, but assist as much as you can. The Blind Monk replied, understood. Xia Xin recognized that mere caution would not suffice. This composition was designed to exert pressure in the early game. Prolonging the match would only complicate matters further. The opposing team was likely aware of this and would avoid large-scale team fights, possibly conceding the first two dragons. Given their advantage in the top lane and slight edge in the bot lane, our only strength lay in our own lane. Continuing down this path would lead to a slow demise. The only solution was to amplify his own advantage. Yet movement was restricted, with determination igniting within him. Xia Xin resolved, if you wish to confine me to the mid lane, so be it. He returned and crafted a kill book. It was a gamble, either a disastrous defeat or the dawn of a new era. He then feverishly farmed the jungle, completely monopolizing the mid lane's F4 and 3 wolves. While he distracted the enemies in the mid lane, a skirmish erupted in the bot lane. The Blind Monk lay in wait, and Thresh's hook ensnared the Wind Girl, allowing for an aggressive follow-up, forcing Han Fei into a fight he wished to avoid. Fearing he would be unable to secure a kill on the Wind Girl without facing dire consequences. Indeed, the opposing Gragas was also lurking. Although Han Fei executed his role flawlessly during this skirmish, they only managed to claim Thresh's life, while their team suffered total annihilation, with Misfortune claiming 1 kill and Gragas 2. Han Fei felt despair creeping in. The bot lane was no longer playable. Suddenly, he noticed the Fox had arrived from the mid lane, stealthily flanking through the blue side's tri-brush. The Fox's ability to secure kills was formidable, swiftly dispatching the half-health Misfortune and Gragas. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Xin, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, this would have been a catastrophe. I saw you in the mid lane just moments ago. How did you get here so quickly? Xia Xin chuckled wryly. As soon as I saw Thresh hook the Wind Girl, I rushed over, leaving minions behind. His instincts were sharp, sensing the impending disaster in the bot lane. He dashed from the dragon pit, using his ultimate to leap into the tri-brush, desperately making his way to the bot lane, pulling them back from the brink of collapse. However, the mid lane was suffering as a consequence. The Emperor marched forward with a wave of minions, relentlessly assaulting the mid turret. Despite her frantic return, she had already lost a wave of minions and 2/3 of the turret's health, jeopardizing the mid lane's integrity and limiting her options for action. On a brighter note, her kill book had gained 4 stacks, and she had secured a wave of minions and 2 kills in the bot lane. Han Fei quickly took note of Xia Xin's kill book, realizing it was a double-edged sword. If mishandled, it could lead to their downfall. Xia Xin, your situation is. Han Fei, please hold the bottom lane for me. Grant me some time, and I shall pierce through the mid lane. I will maintain my position, without unnecessary words. Han Fei sensed Xia Xin's resolve. The Book of Killings, failure means demise. Xia Xin was acutely aware of the significant disadvantage at the bottom lane. Yet now they could only rely on Han Fei's individual prowess, as the opposing barrel was evidently intent on protecting that lane. The kill count stood at 13-9. Although we trailed by merely 4 kills, the scant advantages we possessed were largely concentrated in the hands of the Fox, who alone had secured 5 kills, making the side lanes increasingly difficult to navigate. Upon returning home, the Fox procured a large stick and a burst wand. After clearing several waves of minions and jungle camps, she returned once more, now equipped with the death cap of the World Ender. Sundi glanced at the time. having amassed a considerable number of kills. He had achieved the Infinity Edge, a Blade of the Ruined King, and Boots of Attack Speed by the 18-minute mark, resulting in a fearsome output. He boasted, "Fear not. This match is ours for the taking. In team fights, focus on me. My damage is explosive with this gear. Songki. We can afford to be a bit reckless in the bottom lane now. The gunner is still with only an Infinity Edge and a Yoma's Ghost Blade. He is no match for me." However, Song He, the Wind Sorceress, pointed at the fox and trembled. What is the deal with her ability power? Sun Di glanced at the mid-lane fox and noted her hat, grimoire, Book of Killings, and Sorcerer's Shoes, almost 4 core items. Not accounting for the Doran's Ring. Her ability power soared to an impressive 510. Zhang Xinping exclaimed, "What on earth is happening in mid-lane? At 18 minutes. She has Sorcerer's Shoes and over 500 ability power. What kind of monster is this? Where is our magic resistance? Isn't this approaching true damage?" Aside from the barrel, who had constructed a small legion, no one else had built magic resistance. At 18 minutes, having completed 2 items was already commendable. Yet what sorcery had transformed the fox into this formidable being? Zhang Xinping felt aggrieved. "It's not my fault. I've only died once. We were merely peacefully farming. And I even reduced her tower's health to 2/3. Indeed, Zhang Xinping had only fallen once, while the barrel had been slain twice. And both the Wind Sorceress and the gunner had succumbed once each. Observing the last hits, Han Fei was astonished. They had truly farmed peacefully. The fox had amassed 198 last hits by the 18-minute mark, whereas Zhang Xinping's ear had only 150, falling behind by a substantial 50 last hits. This was indeed a remarkable piece. It wasn't that Zhang Xinping was lacking. Even professional players typically achieve around 160 last hits by 18 minutes, with those exceeding 170 being exceptional. Yet, how had this fox managed to secure over 200? How much jungle had she cleared? Apply some pressure in mid. Do not let her farm so effortlessly. If we must, take her down with your life and diminish her Book of Killings. We cannot contest. The barrel is with me, and I fear she could take down 2 of us. We need the support to roam." Indeed, given the current circumstances, the fox was unassailable, but if the support left, the opposing support would not roam either, leaving the bottom lane unable to farm. Let us hold on for now. After clearing a wave of minions, the fox astonishingly circled around to the blue side's right bush to farm the F4. With a single Q, she dispatched 3 of the small chickens and proceeded to engage the large chicken. The fox's movements were keenly observed. How could this be tolerated? This was their own territory, and they still held the advantage. This audacious little fox could not be allowed to run rampant. As the barrel approached the thicket, poised to act, the Emperor hesitated momentarily before making his move. With a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, he resolved to sever the fox's head, eliminating her threat once and for all. After vanquishing the minions near the tower, he finally summoned 3 sand soldiers by his side. Seeing the opportune moment, the barrel charged out of the bushes with an unembellished E-flash that collided with the fox. Simultaneously, the 3 formidable sand soldiers thrust their weapons towards her, instantly draining half of her health. The barrel followed up with AQ skill, striking the ground, as the sand soldiers attacked fiercely, jolting the fox from her brief stun. Instead of fleeing, the fox's first instinct was to flash into the F4 area, positioning herself near the wall of the mid-tower. In quick succession, she unleashed her R, traversing the wall, and executed an EQ combo that struck the Emperor below the tower. 3 fiery tails appeared around her, and the resulting energy blast surged straight toward the Emperor. Though she took a hit from the tower, a barrel arced in from the opposite side, launching his ultimate. The explosive barrel, which ejected the fox from the tower's grasp, preventing her from harassing the vulnerable little minions. However, it was too late. The fox was left with less than 300 health. Everyone watched in disbelief as she brazenly commenced her recall at the enemy tower's gate, while flames blazed anew around the Emperor. In a scene almost identical to before, the fox had merely shifted from the left to the right of the mid-tower. The same narrative unfolded once more. The Emperor stood bewildered beneath the tower, staring at his dwindling health, and resignedly summoned another sand soldier. With AQ and E, he charged directly at the fox, determined to interrupt her recall, even if it cost him his life. Just as he was about to strike, he faltered and collapsed at the fox's feet, powerless, while the proud fox didn't even glance down, treating him like an inconsequential insect. Meanwhile, the barrel experienced a haunting deja vu of the earlier ambush, remaining rooted in place, watching helplessly as the fox completed her recall, hesitant to approach. The barrel, filled with a mix of resignation and fear, clutched his bottle, observing the fox's return from the F4 area, evoking a wave of sympathy and dread among all present. Finally, as the barrel's Q cooldown expired, he tentatively hurled the bottle toward her. Chapter 53. The true warrior. No, it cannot be done. The fox is deceiving you. Almost at the moment the barrel was hurled, even the host could not restrain a shout of encouragement. At first glance, the barrel seemed to be in a favorable position, with over 200 health points, but, given the barrel's robust physique, the only significant threat to the fox was likely the mere 300 health points from its Q ability. The host remarked that the fox was deliberately luring the barrel into using its Q, and the reason was evident: the red potion. It was clear to all that the fox was consuming potions, regenerating health at a rate of 10 points per second. Would a true contender for victory resort to such measures? She was biding her time, waiting for the barrel to use its Q while simultaneously awaiting the cooldown of her own abilities, a cunning trap. Sure enough, the barrel tossed a bottle towards the fox, prompting an immediate reaction. The fox dashed forward, evading the bottle, closing the distance to the barrel, and with a graceful twist, unleashed 3 spectral flames, launching a Q that pierced through the barrel's considerable bulk. The ultimate ability, combined with the foxfire, instantly diminished the barrel's health by more than half. After taking a swig from his drink, the barrel attempted to retreat, but the fox pursued relentlessly. The barrel was waiting. His E ability had the longest cooldown at 12 seconds, and with roughly 11 seconds elapsed, he anticipated the moment to strike back with an E, which, coupled with a W-enhanced basic attack, could potentially finish the fox off. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The barrel silently counted down the time, and as his skill became available, he abruptly turned, thrusting his ample belly towards the approaching fox. Closer, ever closer. He was nearly within reach of the fox's pristine white fur. Suddenly, the barrel realized he could not attack. No matter how vigorously he clicked, his character remained motionless. Then, he witnessed the fox flick her tail, summoning 3 ethereal blue flames that enveloped her, each piercing into his body, followed by another Q that rendered him powerless, collapsing to the ground as the scene faded to monochrome. The fox did not hasten to return to base. Under the gaze of all, she returned to the mid lane, cleared a wave of minions, pushing them beneath the enemy tower before finally beginning her retreat, wasting not a single minion. Why, one might wonder. Did the barrel not make a single attack? It appeared that a mere hit would have sealed the fox's fate, and nearly everyone shared this curiosity, pondering whether the barrel had intentionally let her off the hook by remaining idle. The ample-chested host addressed the audience's confusion. It is important to clarify that although it seemed the barrel had made contact with the fox, he could not attack due to the fixed cooldown of his E ability. The body slam, which, like the fox's E ability, the bewitching charm, had a cooldown of 12 seconds regardless of level. Recall the beginning, when the barrel SE had stunned the fox for a second, after which the fox had flashed, used her R to leap over the wall, eliminated the Emperor with her E, and was subsequently blasted out from the tower. In essence, her E ability has a cooldown that lags approximately 2 seconds behind that of the barrel. However, when one examines the equipment of the fox, she possesses a 20 cooldown reduction from her Ghost Rider and an additional 5 from her talents, not even accounting for her runes. Thus, her cooldown is already 2 seconds shorter than that of the barrel. Consequently, their E abilities are likely to become available simultaneously. As the barrel approaches to collide with her, the fox adeptly employs her East ability at close range, albeit unseen, resulting in the barrel remaining stationary beside her. Upon this realization, everyone was struck with enlightenment. Their gazes towards the fox transformed entirely. The host remarked, "This is far from a delicate little fox. One must not be deceived by her outward appearance. She is a cunning nine-tailed fox, having initially feigned a retreat to entice the barrel into using his Q ability, ultimately executing a close-range E on him. Our Navi barrel resembled an innocent child, gradually ensnared in her trap, step by step descending into the abyss of demise. This fox is truly formidable." Having amassed 4 stacks on her kill book, the fox returned home to procure a hefty staff. When she re-emerged in the mid-lane, Zhang Xinping trembled. At the 21-minute mark, she boasted an astonishing 640 ability power. At level 14, this signifies that with her own 30 magic resistance, if struck by her E, followed by a Q, she could inflict 800 damage. Should her W land entirely, it would deal over 500 damage, complemented by an auto attack, thanks to the Arcane Blade talent. which adds 5 magic damage to auto attacks. Zhang would be compelled to retreat immediately. With less than 1400 health, he would likely be slain on the spot, rendering his ultimate and ignite unnecessary. In fact, if she employed her R, the second level of her ultimate would inflict nearly 300 damage, implying that she could execute a series of 3 R abilities around him, coupled with AW. Even if her E and Q miss, he would still meet his demise. Zhang Xinping found himself under the tower, while the fox positioned herself behind the blue minions, preventing him from attacking them regardless of his reach. With a grimace, Zhang Xinping lamented, "What shall we do in the mid lane? This fox has become uncontainable." The barrel, on the brink of tears, lamented his inability to assist, having perished twice already. At this point, the fox could likely eliminate him in an instant. The barrel could only desperately stack his magic resistance. Han Fei cast a glance at the fox's equipment and could only mutter in frustration, "What do you expect me to do? You have summoned a monster in the mid lane. What can I possibly do?" The barrel decided to disregard the mid lane. As they had conceded the top lane, where Fiora had fallen, they resolved to abandon the mid lane, deeming it a fair trade, and now focused on the bottom lane to orchestrate a play. The fox, however, did not linger in controlling the lane. After 3 waves of minions, she advanced directly towards the river in the bottom lane. The Emperor, sensing an ominous premonition, feared that after 3 waves, the fox's ultimate would be ready. It remained uncertain whether she would target the bottom or the mid lane, yet he could not afford to waste this wave of minions. He desired to secure the last hits, and with his ultimate at the ready, he felt confident against her. The fox was likely to pursue the bottom lane. He sent a signal of warning to the bottom lane, ensuring the river brush was warded, thus assuaging fears of the fox's approach. Just as the Emperor established 2 sand soldiers beneath the tower, he noticed a radiant figure, adorned with 3 segments of foxfire, gracefully leaping over the wall from the F4 area. His reaction was astoundingly swift as he forcefully pushed with a barrier of the Imperial Guard, thrusting the fox back into the F4 zone, preventing her from escaping. However, the fox's 3 segments of foxfire, along with a heart, a deceitful jewel, and a powerful ultimate, had already penetrated his being, leading to his instant demise. Damn it! Although his instincts as a seasoned player had forewarned him that it was merely an illusion, he never anticipated the fox's efficiency in dispatching him so effortlessly. His ultimate had proven utterly futile, as he had met his end before even executing his abilities. Zhang Xinping found himself yearning for the fox to demolish the mid-tower, allowing him to farm minions at the second tower. Yet, it was as though the fox could read his thoughts, as she did not lay a finger on the mid-tower. How could they possibly continue in this manner? The Emperor stood at the entrance of the second tower, watching the minions approach while hesitating to venture forth. Aware that the fox was brazenly claiming the red buff in his right side jungle, which was clearly visible due to the ward in the brush. The grand screen displayed the scene vividly. The Emperor was at the mid-lane's second tower, while the barrel was situated below, engaging with the golem, yet he dared not approach. The female host was flabbergasted, stuttering as she exclaimed, "Did everyone see that? What on earth is happening here? The fox is brazenly farming the red buff in front of all of us, while the Emperor only dares to remain at the second tower. The cannon and the wind girl are collecting minions at the bottom lane tower, and the barrel is merely battling the golem." This was utterly audacious. She was merely a mid-laner, treating the enemy jungle as her own domain. The barrel, however, ventured forth. He crossed the wall above the golem and successfully secured the red buff. "Well done, barrel. You have upheld the honor of a jungler, even though you perished. Yet death is trivial. A true warrior confronts the harshness of life, faces the bloodshed head-on, and dares to seize a red buff. Barrel, you are glorious. Your spirit is commendable. Although you have fallen, at the very least, you have bought your teammates time by reducing the cooldown of the fox's ultimate, rendering them safe for the moment." The female host pondered for a long time, ultimately recognizing the singular contribution made by the barrel. The grand screen made it abundantly clear. The barrel had crossed the wall to secure the red buff, only to be met with the fox's swift retaliation, who unleashed an EQW combo upon him, leaving him crippled. Meanwhile, a teleportation ward was placed in the top lane, attempting to save the barrel. The barrel flashed over the wall in a desperate bid to escape, only to be pursued by the fox, who executed a 2-part ultimate followed by AW, claiming his life. The top lane had no choice but to cancel the teleport. The barrel's massive form collapsed thunderously before the second tower. The fox, resembling a solitary assassin, moved with deliberate grace, dispatching foes with ease, leaving no trace behind, before returning to the mid lane. The host lamented that the red buff ultimately returned to the fox. And for merely stealing one from her, one had to pay with their life. What on earth is happening? Has the fox claimed the opponent's possessions as her own? Is there no one brave enough to challenge her? The only warrior who dared to seize her red buff has fallen. Are there no other champions left? Meanwhile, the Tsar seized the opportunity to swiftly gather troops at the first tower, while the AD support turned a blind eye to the fox. Who, then, could possibly grant her demise? The audience below shared a singular thought. Hey, isn't the Tsar supposed to restrain the fox? Why does he not dare to even attack minions in her presence? The fox has no ultimate ability left. Oh, right, he fears her flashy combo. That's why he hesitates and instead attacks the three wolves. How severely has he been pressured? It feels as though we are not playing the same game. Is the fox truly such an arrogant and tyrannical champion? The skilled foxes I've seen are usually agile and graceful. This is the first time I've encountered one so audacious. This is outrageous. She boldly invaded the opponent's jungle, and after the barrel stole her buff, which, to be fair, was rightfully his, she was swiftly eliminated. How can I describe it? Watching this fox play is exhilarating, evoking a sensation of unstoppable dominance. Indeed, I long to see who can bring her down. What do you know? The fox is an assassin. She excels in one-on-one combat. In a team fight, she falters. Really? That's obvious. I've played 1,000 games with the fox. She struggles in team fights. Her skills are all single target. With the fox at the second tower, even the duo of Jinx and Seraphine, who originally planned an assault, dared not approach. They are aware that the fox is without her ultimate and are cautious in their advance. Sun Di is feeling particularly frustrated. He has a significant advantage in the bottom lane. Having pressured the enemy Hanfei with a substantial lead in gold, estimated to be between 1,500 and 2,000 more than Hanfei, thanks to his greed and kills. Yet, the mere presence of the fox has made him hesitant to act recklessly. Please, don't die anymore. The fox has a killing book. Oh no, she's at 18 stacks already. And she is Zonya's. Beryl, come push the bottom lane. I'll soon have my Lich Bane. After we finish pushing down, we'll head mid. Upon seeing the fox emerge from her base, fully equipped with Zonya's flash and her ultimate ability, Sun Di abandoned all thoughts of killing her. Zhang Min, pale-faced, gazed at the screen. Even as a novice, she could comprehend the current situation. In everyone's eyes, Xia Xin's fox had transformed into a nine-tailed demon. A flicker of doubt arose within her. Could it be that Xia Xin is actually quite formidable? No, that's impossible. Just by looking at Xia Xin, she seems utterly foolish and ordinary. How could she possibly be strong? This must merely be a stroke of luck. Chapter 54. The Dilemma of the Cannon and the Cannon Cart as the opposing team began their dismantling of the towers. With one player in the top lane demolishing the turret and 3 in the bottom lane taking down their tower, Xia Xin realized that they were preparing to push aggressively, abandoning the farming phase. He also initiated the destruction of the enemy's mid-tower. It was crucial to help his teammates secure additional gold from the towers, as they could collectively earn 125 gold from an outer turret. Maximizing their advantages was imperative. They must not be deceived by the current appearances. While the Fox champion was formidable in small skirmishes, actually engaging in a team fight would prove challenging, as it was difficult to reach the enemy backline. The Azir and the Cannon both possessed extended range, and with Azir's ultimate and Janna's ultimate, it would be hard for him to penetrate their defenses easily. Upon checking the item inventory, he noticed that Janna had already acquired the Crucible, which could dispel the charm effect on the cannon. Wait a minute. Had Fiora really been idle for 15 minutes before finally emerging from her base? At the 25-minute mark, she had only accumulated 70 minion kills while opting for damage items, whereas the opposing Draven had amassed 210 kills, not counting any kills. She was just a few coins shy of completing a significant item, and her equipment was almost too painful to behold. Draven boasted substantial damage and defense, while Fiora had nothing of significance. As the enemy trio dismantled the bottom tower and retreated, Hanfei hastily moved to destroy the enemy's bottom tower as well, resulting in a stalemate. Though they had lost a tower in the top lane, while Draven's outer turret remained at full health. After bringing down the tower, Hanfei headed towards the mid lane, anticipating that the enemy would gather for a push there, and he needed to be present to defend. Xia Xin, it seems challenging to engage in a team fight, he remarked. You are being quite diplomatic. We simply cannot fight, Xia Xin replied. I might be able to execute a combo and then use my Zonya's hourglass. But by the time I activate it, we would likely lose several members. The Xia Xin was not tanky, Fiora was even more fragile, Thresh was mediocre. And Graves could only deal damage. Faced with the output from Draven, Azir, and the cannon, along with the front line of Gragas, what could they use to shield themselves? Although Azir had been severely pressured by Xia Xin, his damage output remained formidable and could swiftly dismantle them. In the current team fight, even if Thresh managed to hook the enemy carries, it would be futile. The only viable strategy involved having both carries stand together, with Xia Xin kicking both into their midst, followed by the Fox champion landing her Q on both, unleashing her W and E, then Graves activating his ultimate. Perhaps they could eliminate one enemy, provided that Janet did not use her Crucible and forgot to activate her ultimate, and that the cannon had no healing available. Currently, engaging in a team fight remained a daunting task, but if they could endure for another 10 minutes, the situation would become more favorable, or entirely unmanageable, as the cannon would likely acquire the Mercury S treads within 6 or 7 minutes, and Azir would soon attain his Zonia S hourglass. In contrast, their Fiora was likely still half an hour away from any meaningful items. 10 minutes. If they did not conclude the battle or secure an absolute advantage within that time frame, their chances would diminish significantly. A flurry of thoughts raced through Xia Xin's mind as he solidified his upcoming course of action. In terms of individual prowess, the opposing team's greatest threats were the two carries, yet neither posed a challenge to him. This was not mere arrogance. Having observed their gameplay in previous matches, he had formed a genuine and objective assessment in his mind. Although the audience praised them and the commentators extolled their skills, he found their performance rather average, at best, slightly above average. Of course, his average was considerably higher than that of the average player. The Fox emerged from its abode, having acquired an additional 30 ability power and 10 cooldown reduction through an ethereal essence. Han Fei exchanged paths, contemplating his next move. He remarked in astonishment, "You still wish to push lanes at this juncture? You lack a teleportation ability. What shall we do if they engage us at the dragon?" To be caught in an engagement would spell doom. Losing the dragon would be catastrophic, likely resulting in the destruction of at least one lane. Are there no superior strategies? He pondered. If the duelist pushes the lane, she would undoubtedly be devoured by the hand of the Renekton. Can 5 defend mid? Would we prevail in a clash? Han Fei was acutely aware that he possessed no better alternatives. Xia Xin interjected, "They would not dare to seize the dragon." "How can you be so certain?" "They can eliminate it in a heartbeat, with the Emperor's soldiers and the cannon's might at their disposal," Han Fei countered. Xia Xin merely reiterated, "They do not dare." Upon reflection, Han Fei grasped the situation. If they could maintain their position for another 10 minutes, the opposing team would almost certainly claim victory. And the risk was not worth taking. Should the Fox interfere with the dragon, they would likely face total annihilation. The Fox was presently formidable, exuding an intimidating presence. Be mindful of the barrel's positioning. Their sole means of initiating a clash lies with the barrel's ultimate ability. Do not fall prey to their initiation. Should they wish to impede my advance in the bot lane, at least 2 must confront me. To eliminate me, 3 are necessary. Sun Di intended to return home to acquire the Whisper, yet he felt a profound dread of being instantaneously dispatched by the Fox, who wielded an 18-stack kill book and a staggering 820 ability power. He muttered, "Give me 3 minutes." With over 1,300 gold in hand, he was just enough to afford a 1250 Mercury's treads, opting to procure the item to mitigate crowd control, while also augmenting his magic resistance to prevent being obliterated. He planned to engage in the bot lane for 1,000 gold, as the minions were nearing the second tower. Sun Di exercised caution, observing the Fox's disappearance from the map. While the Gunner and Thresh appeared mid-lane, he deduced that the Fox was likely returning home to regroup for a push. He cautiously stationed himself near the second tower. But the minions advanced at a sluggish pace, lingering near the golem. After a moment of hesitation, he reasoned that the Fox could not eliminate him at this point. He possessed both Flash and Heal, along with W for evasion and R for pushing. What was there to fear? With tentative steps, he approached, placing a ward in the left bush. The moment the ward was set, a spectral figure materialized. A flash of white light accompanied by 3 ethereal blue flames signaled the Fox's sudden arrival as she dashed towards him, a trickster's orb piercing through his form and leaving him incapacitated. Sun Di's heart raced. However, as an adept player, he maintained his composure, shoving the Fox away and activating his heal to gain speed. He veered to the left, narrowly evading the true damage from the returning trickster's orb. With a swift W, he fled, recognizing that engaging with the fox was futile. Now, the fox was a primordial demon queen, while he was merely a mountain tiger. The cannon girl leaped high, her lithe form soaring through the air like a great rock. Unexpectedly, the fox shimmered with a yellow light, teleporting directly in front of her, delivering an E that sent her plummeting from the sky. The cannon girl met her demise, her health plummeting to a mere 200. Despite Sun Di's swift use of Mercury to dispel the situation, he found himself bereft of any escape skills. A flash? That would be akin to offering a free escape. A wave of desolation washed over him as he realized that his opponent refrained from using E in the brush, likely fearing his Mercury would allow him to flee. They had intentionally waited for him to jump before employing E, knowing that even if he dispelled the effect, he would still plummet from the air. With a determined grit, he resolved to make a stand, vowing to inflict at least some damage before his demise. He swiftly turned and unleashed an E skill, sending explosive sparks toward the fox, before activating his Q skill and unleashing a barrage of shots at her. However, after only 3 shots, the fox retaliated with a single hit, astonishingly using R to return to the minion wave. Sun Di stared blankly as his health dwindled to just over 50 points, bewildered that he had T-ignited her. Was the fox overly confident, perhaps overestimating her damage? He then watched in disbelief as the fox, amidst the minions, executed a basic attack that felled the low-health cannon minion. This audacious creature, even in securing a kill, she did not forget to last hit. Sun Di felt his frustration boiling over. How could she so blatantly disregard him? Instead of finishing him off, she chose to return to the minions? No, I am not merely fodder for her. How could she be so certain of my demise? Surely, I am worth more than a cannon minion. The fox's R skill had a cooldown of about 1 second, with the second tower shielded and merely a short distance behind. Sun Di decisively turned to flee, taking a few steps before flashing into the tower. The fox followed suit with her R, but the distance was insufficient. He watched as the fox tossed a deceptive orb behind her, her lithe form darting forward. The orb, once cast, granted her a significant burst of speed until it returned. 3 ethereal blue flames manifested around her, surging into the second tower, finally reaching the range of her flames, which then charged directly toward the cannon minion, prompting the fox to retreat. After dispatching the second wave of minions, she returned to the jungle for a few more camps before heading back to base. Her health not in optimal condition. When the screen displayed the message of the fox killing the cannon minion, the chat erupted in laughter. Hey, did you see that? I thought the cannon was a goner, but then she suddenly used R to escape, allowing the cannon to flash away. Right? I wondered why she used her R. Turns out it was to last hit the cannon. Hilarious. The cannon is worth more than the champion. Thank goodness she secured the kill. Had she not, I would have laughed myself to tears. This girl is something else, killing while last hitting. Haha. I wonder about the psychological trauma inflicted on the cannon. The cannon's inner turmoil was palpable. Believing it had escaped, it was instead slain beneath the second tower after using its flash. Xia Xin remarked in the team voice chat. The cannon has no healing or flash. Next wave should be easy. Let us focus on taking it down. Understood. Got it. Alright. With the 20-layer kill book providing a total of 180 ability power and an additional 15 cooldown reduction, Xia Xion's cooldowns were now fully charged. And the Lich Bane had also been acquired. Including her footwear, the fox has reached an impressive level of 6 divine powers. With her magical strength soaring to a staggering 910, a truly terrifying figure. Simultaneously, the Hurricane team received their orders. Sun Di, with a grim expression, informed the entire team that the fox would return, commanding them to eliminate this troublesome creature, disregarding everything else. The objective was to ensure that the 20-tiered bounty was achieved. His frustration was palpable. The 20-tiered bounty had caused the fox's enmity to exceed 100, sending the opposing 5 into a frenzy. As the fox sprinted towards the opposing bottom turret, she spotted the wind mage and the little cannon standing beneath the tower. The ward on her left revealed the approach of the little yellow chick, while another ward at the dragon's upper triangle indicated that the barrel-chested Gragas was making his way over. Moreover, the teleportation symbol emerged from the bushes behind her. Every route was completely surrounded, caught like a fish in a barrel. Yet, Xia Xian remained composed as she cleared a wave of minions. Hanfei, engage the Baron. I will sacrifice myself to buy you time. Chapter 55, whose trophy surrounded by a relentless assault. 5 individuals closed in for the kill. Every avenue of escape was irrevocably sealed. This was a predestined execution, regardless of whether she was a fox, a demon, or a celestial being. Her fate was sealed, She must perish. The holy wind maiden, the golden emperor of the desert, the watchful marksman of the maelstrom, the brawny, drunken brawler, and the bloodthirsty hand of Noxus converged upon her. Under the gaze of all, the unfortunate little fox darted left and right, desperately attempting to scale walls. Yet she was either repelled by the Emperor's barriers or knocked aside by the Wind Maiden's abilities, or blasted back by the brawler's explosive force. Under the concentrated firepower of the five, with her health dwindling precariously, she lifted her proud head high, transforming into a golden statue, a symbol of death. Even knowing the path ahead was a dead end, she charged forth without hesitation, bravely embracing her demise, not for herself, but to buy her teammates precious time. A mere 2.5 seconds, with her life. The five encircled her, two formidable sand soldiers standing beside her. All she could do was await her fate in silence. As her golden form dissipated, a giant axe cleaved through her snow-white neck, extinguishing her life. Her delicate body fell to the ground, transforming into a pristine fox pelt. A poignant reminder of the phrase, "Life blooms like summer flowers, death is as exquisite as autumn leaves." This scene unfolded like a melancholic elegy. Once a fearsome force to be reckoned with, the fox demon now lay vanquished at the feet of her adversaries. A sense of tragic nobility stirred within the hearts of all, for not long ago, this fox had roamed unchallenged. She was aware of the potential for her demise. Yet she stepped forward unflinchingly. Her enemies sought her death, but they would pay a price for it, while the fox awaited her end in a golden form. Her teammates engaged in a fierce battle for the Baron. As she fell, the screen displayed the message of the purple team slaying Nashor. Sundi could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Damn, the Baron was stolen." During the fox's most formidable moments, her allies capitalized on her strength, pushing forward with the Baron buff and successfully breaching the enemy's high ground in the middle lane. However, capturing the upper lane proved strenuous. They sacrificed their lives to vanquish the Emperor, ultimately claiming 2 lanes. By the time they secured the second lane, both the cannon and the Emperor had attained formidable late-game equipment, with Noxus having reached full build. Winning teamfights was now an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, they managed to divert attention at the lower high ground, delaying the blue team while 2 lanes of super minions advanced upon the enemy's nexus, forcing a defensive response that culminated in the destruction of all 3 lanes. Though the 3 remaining members of the purple team faced a stark disparity in awareness, execution, and teamwork compared to their opponents, fortune favored them. Eventually, they ground their way to 5 dragons, ultimately overcoming their adversaries in a hard-fought victory. The match lasted a total of 55 minutes. As the scene unfolded with the blue team's crystal shattering, disbelief rippled through the audience. This ragtag assembly had actually defeated their champion team. Could this be real? Even the host blinked in astonishment at the large screen, yearning for an exhilarating match that would trouble the Hurricane team. Yet deep down, she harbored doubts about the capability of this motley crew to triumph over a professional squad. Initially, their performance could at best be described as a slight advantage, or rather, a minor disadvantage, as the blue team had consistently led in kills, even establishing a lead of over 5 early on. However, the dazzling performance of the Fox character misled many into believing that the purple team held the upper hand. How could they have lost? What now? Even the host found herself at a loss. The carefully prepared remarks for the anticipated victory of the Hurricane team were rendered utterly useless. Glancing at the members of the Hurricane team, each wore a pallid expression. They likely never envisioned such a defeat. If one were to summarize the reasons for their loss, it would undoubtedly point to the Fox's overwhelming carry potential in the early game. At the zenith of her power, she displayed her lethal capabilities, rendering her opponents hesitant to act and effectively stifling their momentum, particularly during a pivotal moment in the bottom lane. Her self-sacrifice to secure the dragon for her teammates solidified the foundation for victory. Without the Fox's sacrifice, there would have been no dragon, and without the dragon buff, the consistently disadvantaged purple team would have been incapable of pushing any towers. And thus, they lost. The audience erupted in a flurry of discussions. After a brief moment of shock, the host, seeking to avoid an awkward silence, resorted to her pre-prepared script, saying, "Let us now interview the victors, the Hurricane. Challenger team, please send a representative forward." Just as Xia Xin prepared to step down, he noticed that his 4 teammates were all looking at him in unison. His individual prowess had been the key to their victory. Without his performance, they would have certainly lost, though some may have wished to take the stage. This was a moment for the hero to shine. Yet, Xia Xin was reluctant to shoulder such a burden. Nonetheless, the audience clamored for the fox to come forward, and the host had no choice but to call him up. Now let us interview this player of the fox, or rather, the kitsune, she said, cheerfully leading him to the center of the stage. As Xia Xin glanced down, he inadvertently caught sight of the host's ample bosom, partially revealed by her low-cut attire. A sight both captivating and distracting. With a bright smile, the host inquired, "What is your name, young man?" Xia Xin quickly diverted his gaze, responding, "Xia Xin." "Congratulations on your victory, Xia Xin," the host said, to which he promptly corrected her, "It is not my victory. It is the victory of all 5 of us." "Very well, the victory of you 5, the host chuckled, then continued. "Allow me to pose a question that the audience is undoubtedly eager to ask. Why did you choose the fox?" "What?" Xia Xin scratched his cheek and replied, "I just picked her at random." He was certainly too embarrassed to admit that he wanted to impress Xu Wu. "A casual selection?" The host's eyes widened in disbelief. "Could it be that you were entirely unaware of how the Emperor's ultimate counters the fox's abilities? Just observe the late-game team fights. Once he unleashes his ultimate, there is no way through. Moreover, considering the Emperor's previous dazzling performances, having secured 2 MVP titles, how could you dare to select the fox to counter him?" Really? Perhaps I was mistaken. I find his Emperor to be rather mediocre, so any champion should suffice, shouldn't it? Any champion should suffice?" The host's eyes widened further, implying that your choice of the fox was not because it is your best mid-lane champion? "Not exactly. I would say my performance was merely adequate, though I struggled in the late game and died several times." Xia Xin spoke with an air of nonchalance. Zhang Xinping nearly lost his composure and charged at him. This individual was utterly infuriating. Not only did he triumph over his Emperor with the fox, but he also downplayed his own skill as merely satisfactory. What did that make Zhang's own accomplishments? The host was rendered speechless in shock. "Does anyone else have questions?" Someone immediately inquired about how he executed the 3-part Q with the fox and whether he could share his secrets. "No secrets, really. It's all about reflexes. To be honest, luck played a part as well. Then, during that moment in the bot lane, you could have easily taken down the ADC with a single auto attack. Why did you choose to use your ultimate to farm instead, nearly allowing the ADC to escape?" "Oh, at that moment, I used my ultimate to secure the cannon minion. Is the ADC not worth less than a cannon? Are you not deliberately humiliating him?" Xia Xin replied earnestly, "I had no intention of insulting him. A cannon minion is worth over 40 gold. The ADC can be killed anytime, but losing the cannon would mean I miss out on that gold. Since the cannon was close to death, I opted to secure it first and would return to deal with the ADC afterward." You weren't afraid he might escape?" Xia Xin blinked innocently. "Did I not kill him? Such confidence. Farming the ADC and the cannon minion are virtually the same." Sun Di was already sufficiently furious to think he had to endure a public discussion about the distinction between killing him and a cannon minion. Where was his dignity? His anger was escalating exponentially. Yet, seeing Xia Xin's sincere demeanor led others to believe he meant no insult, so they refrained from further comment. Only Xu Wu was secretly amused, cautioning herself not to be deceived by Xia Xin's seemingly amiable exterior. She was absolutely certain that he was deliberately acting this way. Xia Xin was no benevolent character. Despite his outward appearance of loyalty, there was a hint of cunning beneath. After everyone had finished their questions, the host announced that Xia Xin could leave the stage. As he took a couple of steps away, he turned back to ask, "By the way, didn't you mention before the match that if we won, we would receive the trophy and prize money, while they would receive peripherals? If that is true, we shall take the trophy with us. If not, then I shall return home and await the peripherals you promised to send." The host's smile abruptly faltered, as the latest news relayed through her earpiece instructed her to bypass the topic and resolve it privately. They could always provide them with additional peripherals as a means of appeasement. After all, the champion team had played countless matches to reach this pinnacle. It was absurd to think that they would relinquish the prize and trophy to this ragtag squad simply for a single victory. It was merely a gimmick to attract viewers, as no one anticipated that this mismatched team could triumph. She had nearly succeeded in glossing over the matter when this seemingly affable individual unexpectedly posed the question. What to do now? The inquiry had been made in front of everyone, and it would be impossible to retract her statement. Yet, if she agreed and later failed to deliver, it would be even more embarrassing. The boss's response crackled through her earpiece. They would indeed receive the prize. The host was left with no option but to force a smile and announce, of course, the trophy and the 30 000 prize are yours. While the peripherals will belong to the Hurricane team. The audience erupted in boos. A strange sensation welled up within her. It was this very youth who had initially asked if winning would grant them the trophy, and now, as they prepared to depart, he was once again inquiring about the trophy. She suddenly felt ensnared in this youth's trap. Had he not brought it up, there would have been no issue at all. Oh well, it didn't cost her a penny. Xia Xin returned to the corner with a calm demeanor, only to find Zhang Xinping and Han Fei already present, along with Zhang Min and others, all casting him furious glares, as if they wished to tear him limb from limb. Chapter 56. 100 Wheels. Xia Xin's gaze wandered toward Zhang Min, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This inability to secure the trophy shouldn't be blamed on me, right? I mentioned beforehand that I wasn't inclined to go up there, yet you insisted I participate, claiming that my refusal would imply I couldn't bear to see Xiao Han and Sun Di together. I only did it for their sake. Upon hearing this, Zhang Min's complexion turned even more ashen. This statement implied that had she not coerced Xia Xin to take the stage, none of this would have transpired, placing the entire burden of responsibility squarely upon her shoulders. How would Sun Di and Zhang Xin perceive her now? Zhang Min opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. She had never anticipated Xia Xin's prowess. Now, she felt like a mute, caught in a bitter predicament. The most infuriated of all was undoubtedly Sun Di, who had previously vowed to bring the trophy back for Su Xiaohan, intending to win her affection. Now, with the trophy lost, and having been humiliated on stage, he felt reduced to a mere vehicle of mockery in the eyes of others, leaving him with no face to speak. Zhang Min was filled with regret. Had she known, she would never have allowed Xia Xin to compete. Who could have predicted her capabilities? Alone, she had overwhelmed both Sun Di and Zhang Xinpeng. Biting her lip in frustration, she accused, "You clearly did this on purpose, intending to defeat Sun Di and prevent him from being with Xiao Han." Xia Xin tilted her head, contemplating. I only understand the concept of deliberately losing. But is there such a notion as deliberately winning? Do you expect me to throw the match? I of course not, Zhang Min stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. She felt that Xia Xin had intentionally triumphed, yet she could not articulate her reasoning, leaving her feeling utterly vexed. If you insist, I can discuss it with them. The trophy is communal. They could agree to give it to you, as it holds no value for us. What was this? An act of pity. They had lost the competition, yet she would offer them the trophy, a gesture that reeked of both condescension and humiliation. Sun Di shot Zhang Min an exasperated glare. Enough. Don't say another word. Do you wish to further embarrass me? Afterward, he turned to Xia Xin, declaring, just wait. I will settle this score with you, eventually. He cast a glance at Su Xiaohan, saying nothing, and stormed off in a huff. Zhang Xinpeng glared darkly at Xia Xin. What is your true rank? Xia Xin smiled softly. Do not concern yourself with me. I am merely at a rank where I shall no longer encounter someone of your caliber. This was a paraphrase of what Zhang Min had said before Xia Xin took the stage, lamenting that if Xia Xin did not compete now, she would miss the opportunity to face such formidable opponents in the future. There could be no greater irony than this. Skill spoke volumes. Zhang Xinpeng's face turned a ghastly shade, alternating between red and pale. The underlying meaning of her words was, indeed, that Xia Xin's rank was so elevated that they would never cross paths again. Feeling foolish, he huffed and followed Sun Di, departing with an air of arrogance, albeit with diminished confidence in dismissing Xia Xin. Zhang Min turned to Xiao Han. Let us go, she said, grasping Su Xiaohan's hand, her own expression mirroring her displeasure as they walked away. As usual, Su Xiaohan, with a hint of shyness and bashfulness, glanced at Xia Xin before exiting with Zhang Min. Thus, the gathering of several individuals concluded rather unceremoniously. Xia Xin looked over at Han Fei and remarked that he simply wished to quietly enjoy a few matches. Han Fei chuckled, clearly believing that, rather than being an audience member, Xia Xin was more suited to take center stage. His remarkable carry ability was truly impressive. As ADC signifies at carry, Xia Xin's exceptional skills endowed him with formidable carrying potential. Han Fei mused that this individual was naturally inclined to play ADC. He had a premonition that if it were this person, he might indeed reclaim the title of the god of AD from the Invincible player from Country H. Meanwhile, in a corner beneath the stage, a young man, approximately 1.8 meters tall, and with a composed demeanor, stood up and addressed the boy seated beside him, stating that it was time to leave. The lad on the chair, with a lollipop in his mouth and his legs propped up on the stool before him. Appeared rather nonchalant, his eyes half closed. Speaking somewhat indistinctly due to the lollipop, he expressed his reluctance to depart so soon, requesting to wait a moment longer. Citing the rare comfort of the air conditioning, Zhao Liang stood straight as an arrow, his gaze fixed intently on the exhibition stage. Asking Quan Jin what he thought of the ADC, Quan Jin yawned, responding that it was truly unimpressive. He lamented the missed opportunity to observe the special recruitment level of ADCs at Jiangnan University, concluding with a candid assessment that it was utterly disappointing. Zhao Liang smiled, cautioning him not to merely boast. Apologizing, Quan Jin feigned ignorance about what boasting entailed, asserting that an ADC who could not capitalize on a significant advantage, merely focusing on last hitting for equipment, hardly deserved the title. He quipped that such a player was merely a humanoid last-hitting machine. True ADCs were those able to carry, and he could easily take on 3 of that caliber. After a moment's reflection, he corrected himself, claiming he could actually handle 5. Zhao Liang chuckled, understanding why others held him in such high regard. Quan Jin lazily stretched, contemplating that the opposing misfortune was superior, and had the support not been so lacking, she would have likely dominated him. If his calculations were correct, by the end of the match, although Misfortune's equipment was inferior, her damage output would still surpass that of the ADC by a margin of 5 to 6,000. Do you know who Misfortune is? He inquired. Isn't she just a casual player? Misfortune is the annual MVP of the province, a star ADC, and Han Fei is also the champion of the high school league. Upon hearing this, Quan Jin's eyes lit up with a brilliance that starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor. Are you saying he is just like me? Indeed. And we may frequently encounter him in the future, as he has been admitted to Kyoto University. Kyoto, it is said to be our Tsinghua's old rival. Is it not? Last year, we were defeated at their hands, were we not? That was last year. Zhao Liang chuckled. What are your odds against him? Quan Jin smiled confidently. Isn't that a redundant question? Those who dare to oppose this genius are bound to meet a dead end. Then I shall rest easy. Zhao Liang remarked, gazing into the distance at Sun Di, his expression tinged with sadness. I heard that all the key members of Jiangnan University have graduated this year, leaving only the captain, Zhu Xiaosong. Zhu Xiaosong. He plays jungle like me. His ambush skills are particularly remarkable, even superior to mine. Jiangnan University was also in the top 4 last year, and this year, The last chuckle spoke volumes, perfectly encapsulating the profound depth of the Chinese language, condensing all meaning into that single expression. Suddenly, Quan Jin stood up and fixed his gaze on the corner where Xia Xin was. By the way, who is that fox? Zhao Liang turned to look at Xia Xin as well. I don't recognize him. He isn't in my collected data. Quan Jin shook his head slightly. To be honest, that fox's ability to carry is somewhat frightening. His individual skills are exceptionally outstanding. A mysterious passerby, perhaps. Never mind, the mid lane isn't my area of concern. I'll leave that to that man to dominate. As long as he isn't in the bot lane, I'm fine. I dislike engaging with such cerebral opponents. They are particularly troublesome. Well, let us be off then. Can we enjoy the air conditioning a bit longer? I'm leaving first. I won't wait for you if you miss the train. Zhao Liang turned and walked away. Quan Jin hurried to catch up. Hey, wait up. Don't leave me behind. I still need to intensify my training. Come on, it's summer break. Don't forget, our goal is. As the two conversed, their figures gradually faded at the doorway. Xia Xin was unsure whether the organizers were purposefully making things difficult or if there was truly an issue. The promised total prize of 30,000 yuan, with each player guaranteed at least 6,000, was a significant sum for him. He had waited at the office for several hours, until the sunlight transformed into a golden hue, nearly setting behind the mountains, before finally receiving it. As for the trophy, whoever wanted it could take it. He had no interest. The group exited the electronic hall, all appearing fatigued, with Han Fei nearly dozing off. Upon reaching the entrance, he said, All right, I have a few matters to attend to. Let us part ways here. Very well, Xia Xin replied. After Han Fei exchanged a meaningful glance with Xu Yuewu, he remarked, Sister-in-law, I think Xia Xin is quite decent. You truly ought to consider him. Trust me, you won't find another AD in League of Legends who will consistently build vision stones for you. Just remember, the early game will be like being educated by a son. Xia Xin shot him an annoyed glare. Mind your own business. Wait a moment. His suggestion for Xu Yuewu to consider seemed to imply. Did this guy know from the start that he and Xu Yuewu had no romantic connection? Han Fei, with a mischievous grin, waved goodbye to Xia Xin as he boarded the bus. On the delicate, flower-like visage of Xu Yuwu, no trace of anomaly could be discerned. She continued to smile radiantly, as she always had. The wind tousled her hair, and her fair, slender hand moved gracefully, exuding an exquisite charm. Gazing at Xia Xin, her lips parted slightly as she chuckled softly. The fox has played quite well, managing to reach merely half of my anticipated standard. I truly apologize for disappointing you. Xia Xin responded with an impassive expression, glancing at the passing bus, and inquired, this time, which wheeled conveyance do you intend to use to return to the city? Xu Yuwu immediately recalled the discomfort she had endured. Her expression slightly vexed as she touched her backside and retorted, 100 wheels. Then farewell. It seems only a transformer could satisfy you, Xia Xin remarked. As he veered into the corridor beside the electronics hall, locating the vehicle he had parked at the foot of the stairs. Indeed, it remained untouched despite being unlocked. Just as he pushed the vehicle out, a charming figure clad in white stood before him. Her immaculate sneakers were untouched by dust, and her slender, graceful legs were adorned with a flowing, snow-white gown that danced softly in the breeze. Her enchanting silhouette retained the innocence and beauty of her past. A gentle voice reached him. May we have a chat? Chapter 57. The time they missed beside the entertainment hall, an artificial lake stretched forth. Its surface adorned with willows swaying gently in the summer breeze, creating ripples upon the water. A row of evergreen trees lined the roadside, casting a cool shade as the setting sun filtered through the dappled shadows. Xia Xin ambled along the shaded path, pushing an old bicycle that creaked with each turn of the wheel. Walking alongside him was the ever-spotless girl, Su Xiaoan. Her long hair danced in the evening zephyr, the lustrous black strands occasionally brushing against Xia Xin's face, bringing with them a familiar fragrance that was both ticklish and pleasant. It seems you hardly notice me. Su Xiaoan suddenly halted, her bright eyes reflecting the golden rays of the setting sun as she fixed her gaze upon Xia Xin. He merely diverted his attention to the lake, chuckling, not really. I can't just keep staring at a girl's face. You might think I have ulterior motives. If I were to gaze at your figure, I fear you might call the authorities. Not you, but me. Su Xiaohan's words bore an unusual firmness. Xia Xin lifted his gaze to her delicate visage, her refined cheeks reminiscent of 3 years ago, yet now imbued with a unique grace. Her bashful beauty akin to a shy mimosa, evoking tender feelings. Sensing a weighty atmosphere between them, Xia Xin wished to enliven the mood, but found himself momentarily speechless. Realizing the scarcity of topics to discuss. You're still single, I presume? Am I to become a dog? Xia Xin observed Su Xiaoan's wistful stare directed at him and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I merely intended to jest. Clearly, I lack a sense of humor. Su Xiaoan parted her lips slightly. I am also alone. It was apparent she recognized the distant nature of his relationship with Xu Yuwu. Oh, Xia Xin replied nonchalantly, yearning to jest that he wasn't to your parents and she need not report her private life to him, yet he feared that such a tone might spark an argument. So he opted for silence. Su Xiaoan continued, which university do you plan to attend? Jiangnan University. Oh. Su Xiaoan didn't display much surprise, softly repeating. I'm at Zhejiang University, not far from you, just a few hours by car. Xia Xin acknowledged with a faint pondering her implications when Su Xiaoan, with a blush gracing her radiant face, bit her lip and mustered the courage to propose. Let us try being a couple. The sound resonated like a muffled thud of something colliding with the ground. Xia Xin turned to glance behind him. The evergreen trees stood silently along the roadside, void of any presence, save for a bottle of yogurt that lay abandoned. He then looked back at Su Xiaoan, forcing a nervous laugh. I think I misheard you just now. You? Let us embark on a relationship, Su Xiaoan repeated breathlessly. Fearing that Xia Xin might not believe her, she added. I have had several boys pursue me, yet I have never had a boyfriend nor accepted any gifts from them. The only gift I have ever received was from you. Xia Xin shook his head with a wry smile, urging her, do not be foolish. Let bygones be bygones. Su Xiaohan's beautiful eyes flickered, dimming with sadness. Do you still harbor resentment towards me? You have always kept your feelings hidden, never expressing them. Xia Xin sighed and gazed into Su Xiaohan's eyes, reassuring her. No. Why would I harbor any resentment towards you? You do. You must hate me. It was I who gave you the love letter. Yet it turned into you giving me one, and I became the subject of ridicule among our classmates. You must despise me for that, thinking me insincere and unclean. A figure hiding behind a tree suddenly covered their mouth in astonishment. What is happening? Wasn't Su Xiaohan the class beauty? Why is she the one who gave a love letter to Xia Xin? Wasn't Zhang Min always mocking Xia Xin for his unrealistic aspirations and awkwardness in confessing to Su Xiaohan? He claimed to have been laughed at for 3 years. Could it be that the truth is that Su Xiaohan was the one who confessed to Xia Xin? How could that be possible? The disparity between them seems rather significant. My heavens, could this be the actual truth of the matter? With tears shimmering in her eyes, Su Xiaohan choked out, "I am sorry. They laughed at me, saying that love letters were outdated and ridiculing me for still confessing. I was terrified of their mockery, so I went along with their words. I apologize." By the time I wished to explain, I realized some things, once the moment to speak has passed, can never be voiced again. Xia Xin's mind drifted back to memories from middle school. At that time, Su Xiaohan was pure and beautiful, akin to a white lily. The most stunning sight in the class. He was not particularly mature. It was only after hearing his classmates discuss her several times that he gradually became aware of romantic feelings and recognized her beauty. He often struggled academically, and as class monitor, Su Xiaohan would frequently tutor him. They would occasionally linger in the classroom after school when she forgot her umbrella. He would hold it over her as he escorted her home, or he would lend her a pen when she needed one. On occasions when she forgot her books, he would offer her his. Of course, this came at a cost. He would face reprimands, be made to stand at the back, and clean the classroom after school. Their interactions were composed of the most mundane exchanges. He simply thought Su Xiaohan was truly beautiful and wished to be closer to her, without any ulterior motives. It was not until graduation day that Su Xiaohan unexpectedly handed him a love letter, awaiting his response. Xia Xin vividly remembers that night. He tossed and turned in excitement. Unable to sleep, his mind filled with visions of Su Xiaohan. He was utterly clueless about how to respond, bewildered and uncertain about whether he even had feelings for her. His mind was consumed with the need to approach this love letter with caution. He could neither deceive her nor wound her heart. He had to strike a balance between impatience and procrastination, contemplating whether to respond in writing or face-to-face. Fortunately, Su Xiaohan alleviated his distress by taking the initiative to reply on his behalf. When he entered the classroom the following day, he was immediately met with a barrage of peculiar taunts and derisive glances. The scene had been witnessed by others, and his classmates had misconstrued it as him presenting a love letter to Su Xiaohan. They unabashedly mocked him, ridiculing his audacity. He distinctly overheard a girl asking Su Xiaohan, "Xiaohan, did you receive a love letter from Xia Xin? You wouldn't possibly accept it, would you?" "How glitch?" Su Xiaohan gave an awkward chuckle and echoed, "No? How could I possibly accept it?" Indeed, with someone like Xia Xin, how could any girl possibly like him? "Ha ha, it's laughable." They jeered. Who would even consider sending a love letter? There should be some sincerity involved, perhaps a gift or something, instead of just a piece of scrap paper hoping to woo our class beauty. Afterward, Xia Xin no longer had to agonize over how to respond to the love letter. Su Xiaohan had graciously provided the answer. The result was that the recipient of the love letter had been rejected. Xia Xin was not a saint. He felt anger at that moment, and even contemplated revealing the truth. However, considering Su Xiaohan's perspective, he ultimately decided against it. In such circumstances, to contradict the prevailing sentiment would mark her as an outsider, leading to her isolation, a prospect far too daunting for someone as inherently shy and timid as Su Xiaohan. Girls are often sensitive. Thus, Xia Xin opted to let it be. As a man, he had little to fear. A few laughs wouldn't cost him anything. Hence, the secret of the love letter remained unspoken for 3 years, and had Su Xiaohan not brought it up, it would have remained buried within him, indifferent to others' opinions. Deep down, Xia Xin was a gentle soul. Noticing Su Xiaohan's eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a flood about to burst forth, he gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said earnestly, "Xiaohan, listen to me. Truly, I have never held you accountable. I am very grateful to you. You are the first girl who ever liked me." Suddenly feeling a flush of embarrassment, he scratched his cheek awkwardly and added with self-deprecation, "Honestly, you might just be the only girl in my life who has ever liked me. I genuinely appreciate you and your love letter. I have always cherished it, as it is undoubtedly the only one I will ever receive. Well, I am truly happy that you once liked me. I have not given much thought to anything else." "Really?" Su Xiaohan gazed at him in astonishment. Xia Xin smiled, "Indeed. If only you were the fairy Xia. You could fly into my heart to see if I was deceiving you." At that moment, Su Xiaohan exhaled deeply, her expression transforming into one of relief. Then, what about us? Let the past remain in the past, sighed Xia Xin, for it is a beautiful memory that ought to reside solely in reminiscence. That is not merely a memory. I waited for your response for 3 years, and at that time, you never replied. Su Xiaohan's voice diminished to a whisper, nearly inaudible by the end. With a hint of pleading in her tone, she said, Xia Xin, shall we start anew from university? Xia Xin gazed into her eyes and gently shook his head. Do not burden yourself too heavily. You merely feel indebted to me and wish to compensate. But there is truly no need for that. You owe me nothing, and I have never held it against you. Now that we have spoken openly, we can still remain friends, can't we? I never intended to compensate. Su Xiaohan's eyes quivered, her lips pouting slightly in a display of vulnerability. Is waiting 3 years for your answer not sufficient? I have not been involved with any other boys because I like you. Xia Xin let out a soft sigh. At this point, can you still admit to our classmates that we are in a relationship? Can you openly express your feelings for me in front of them? His words were gentle yet calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Each word pierced Su Xiaohan's heart like a needle, leaving her breathless with pain. The merciless inquiry struck at the core of the matter, rendering her unable to respond with even a single affirmative word. How could she muster the courage to acknowledge what she had once denied so publicly? Some opportunities, once missed, are irretrievable. Shattered mirrors can be mended, but lost time cannot be reclaimed. A prolonged silence enveloped them, as Su Xiaohan bit her lip, tears silently tracing down her cheeks. Xia Xin offered her a tissue. His voice tender. Let me take you home. It was reminiscent of 3 years ago, the setting sun, the lakeside path, youthful faces, and the shy exchange of love letters. Yet, those letters now lay sealed in dust. Chapter 58. Once again, whose confession? Xia Xin was unable to take Su Xiaohan home and was instead requested to escort her to the bus station. The two remained silent throughout the journey. Standing before the bus, Su Xiaohan cast her gaze downward, the gentle breeze playfully lifting the hem of her pristine dress, while an indelible sorrow lingered on her porcelain face. Goodbye, Su Xiaohan murmured, waving her hand softly. Goodbye, Xia Xin replied. As Su Xiaohan took a couple of steps away, she hesitated and turned back. Her head slightly bowed as she quietly inquired, Are we still friends? Xia Xin smiled, Always have been. Then will we still keep in touch? Of course. A faint smile finally grazed Su Xiaohan's lips. The bus is here. I must go now. Xia Xin watched the bus depart before mounting his bicycle. However, his earlier response was rather ambiguous, for no one could ascertain the unspoken words that lingered, whether it was indeed a yes or a no. Only the speaker held that knowledge. Just as Xia Xin was about to pedal away, he felt a hand grasping him from behind. Turning, he found Shu Yuewu standing there, her expression radiant. Weren't you off to find Transformers? He remarked with a hint of exasperation. I was looking for you, a peculiar being, she retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Her arms crossed, her eyes narrowed playfully, a slight smirk dancing on her lips as she regarded Xia Xin with the curiosity reserved for a treasured artifact. Why do you look at me like that? It makes me quite anxious, Xia Xin admitted, feeling somewhat unnerved under her scrutinizing gaze. Humph, little fellow. I must say I didn't expect you to have such hidden talents. What talents? Xia Xin asked, puzzled. Given your unremarkable appearance, one might assume you'd be destined for a life as a mere security guard or driver, easily forgotten by classmates. Yet, you were fortunate enough to capture the attention of the class beauty. How intriguing. Indeed, the old adage rings true. One must not judge a book by its cover. Mind your own business. Is that so? What a heartless man you are, letting her walk away just like that. Aren't you going to chase after her? Do I seem like someone who could outrun a bus? It's not that you can't chase, but rather that you don't want to. She has waited for you for 3 years. What a cruel man you are. I believe she wasn't waiting for me. It was merely guilt. She has done nothing wrong. Xia Xin replied with a bittersweet smile as he mounted his bicycle. Shu Yuewu smoothed her skirt and quickly perched herself on the bike, gripping the back of Xia Xin's shirt with excitement. Clearly, you have a story to tell. Come, tell me how she was blinded by love to choose you. What was your inner turmoil upon receiving a love letter from the class beauty? And when the plot twist unfolded, how vast was the shadow it cast over your psyche? What has it felt like to guard this secret for 3 years? Have you ever contemplated ending it all? Xia Xin, spotting a large rock, maneuvered the front wheel over it, but the back wheel hit it with a jolt, causing the bicycle to bounce violently. Ah, my dearie Ri! Shu Yuewu cried out, and clutched tightly onto Xia Xin. She had intended to twist his arm, but, recalling his potential retaliation. She bit her lip and refrained from any rash actions. Instead, she could only vent her frustration silently, cursing under her breath. Such is the predicament of being beneath the eaves. One must inevitably bow their head. Nevertheless, Xu Yuwu was in high spirits, humming a tune as they traveled. Her voice possessed a magnetic quality, melodious and delightful, and her singing was quite commendable, imparting a refreshing sense of ease to Xia Xin. He felt a pleasant sensation as her small hand rested on his back, and he found himself quite content listening to her sing. Xu Yuwu swung her little feet and inquired, "By the way, do you listen to music?" Xia Xin replied, "A bit. My sister often listens, so I follow along." "You have a sister?" Xu Yuwu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She asked, "Have you ever heard of GM? She once performed a song by Beyond on I Am a Singer." Xu Yuwu gently hummed, her enchanting eyes and delightful laughter captivating. "What was the name of the song again?" Xia Xin pondered and replied, "The title should be I Like You." "What was that?" "I like you." "The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." "What did you just say?" Taking a deep breath, Xia Xin shouted, "I said, I like you." Xu Yuwu softly responded, "Oh, I like you too." "Let us be together." Xia Xin momentarily lost his train of thought, replaying her words in his mind twice. Ultimately confirming their meaning, realizing there was nothing wrong with his comprehension. His hand trembled, nearly colliding with a nearby lamppost. He quickly corrected his course and said, "The wind was too loud just now. Let us refrain from talking while riding." Unable to contain herself, Xu Yuwu teased, "What's the fuss about riding a bicycle? Why not just say not to stick your head out of the window?" Then Xia Xin heard the loud playback from Xu Yuwu's phone behind him. "I said I like you." "Oh, I like you too. Let us be together." "I said I like you." "Oh, I was on a loop. Caught in a trap." This cunning little vixen had recorded the conversation. To make matters worse, the volume was exceptionally high, so much so that passers-by along the roadside turned to gaze at them, filled with jealousy, envy, and nostalgia. Xia Xin's cheeks flushed. He couldn't bear the embarrassment any longer. He pleaded, I understand. Please put the phone away." Xu Yuwu instantly revealed a mischievous smile, reminiscent of a sly fox, as she swayed her little feet and tucked away her phone. "As long as you understand, that's enough." Xia Xin found a secluded spot to stop the bicycle, bracing himself against the ground as he turned to face Xu Yuwu. "You tricked me. And what of it?" Xu Yuwu evaded his gaze, focusing instead on a nearby evergreen tree. Xia Xin questioned, "What is the significance of this?" Xu Yuwu, slightly pouting in a playful manner, chided, "Are you a fool? How can you not understand this?" A delicate blush adorned her crescent-like beautiful face, and her clear, watery eyes sparkled with a hint of radiant starlight. "What do you mean?" Xia Xin gazed at her in confusion. "You humph." Xu Yuwu cast him a disapproving glance and pinched his waist firmly. "I genuinely feel for Su Xiaoan. You, thick-headed as you are, simply cannot grasp the immense courage it takes for a girl to confess, especially someone like Su Xiaoan. I certainly couldn't do it. It has to be you who confesses first, and I have already agreed to it." With her three insistent anyways, imbued with a touch of defiance, Xu Yuwu left Xia Xin momentarily speechless. His mind flashed to Su Xiaohan's shy yet expectant gaze, and suddenly, he began to comprehend. Wait a moment, could it be that Xu Yuwu harbors feelings for him? And, reluctant to confess first, she resorted to a clever little tactic? As he watched Xu Yuwu, who evaded his gaze like a timid kitten, her face flushed with a hint of bashfulness, Xia Xin felt a surge of exhilaration, as if his heart were about to leap from his chest. Xu Yuwu was alluring, graceful, and stunningly beautiful, possessing a flawless complexion and an enchanting figure. She was easy to get along with, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that 90 of the boys in their class had daydreamed about her, including himself. Even if Xu Yuwu were to attend any school, she would undoubtedly be the belle of the ball, were it not for the presence of the breathtakingly beautiful Ice Queen, Long Shuedong, overshadowing her. However, Xia Xin was slightly more mature than the others. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. He was well aware of Xu Yuwu's reputation as a flirt, having cycled through boyfriends so frequently that she likely lost count. With relationships lasting anywhere from 3 days to a month, never exceeding a month. Perhaps he was taking it too seriously, while for her, it was merely a game. As casual as a stroll through the market. He was overthinking it. Furthermore, he had always struggled to decipher the thoughts of girls. Xia Xin shook his head and replied, "Do as you please. Just a word of advice. There's nothing amusing about this." Shu Yuewu huffed and said, "Rest assured, I am not like that other woman. I want to shy away from telling others. When we return, I will immediately announce in the class group that you are my boyfriend. Oh. And I'll also share it on WeChat, stating that I like you. No, better yet, that you like me. No need for that. It's sufficient if we keep it to ourselves. Why the reluctance in your tone? Am I somehow making you feel wronged? No. It's just that my heart is overwhelmed with joy, exceeding what I can contain. I'm unsure how to express it. Well, that is more like it. Satisfied. Shu Yuewu patted his back, gracefully accepting Xia Xin's flattery. Let us go. In his mind, a voice echoed. The confession of the class beauty in middle school mission accomplished. The confession of the class beauty in high school has been accomplished, while that of the university class beauty awaits fulfillment. Despite repeatedly admonishing myself to remain calm, the exhilaration is somewhat difficult to contain. In my mind, a little devil and a little angel engage in a ceaseless battle. The devil scoffs, urging me to abandon my fanciful hopes, stating how could a refined young lady ever be drawn to a penniless boy devoid of skills? Better to resign oneself to a life of mediocrity. In contrast, the angel encourages confidence, asserting that a man lacking self-assurance is no different from a mere fish out of water, and she must genuinely harbor affection for me. The devil retorts, questioning what qualities I possess that would endear me to her. The angel boldly proclaims, every single aspect. You ought to gaze into a mirror, it continues. Do not doubt yourself, be confident. Not only must you win the heart of Shu Yuewu, but also that of Su Xiaohan and Leng Xuedo. You must capture the admiration of all the women in the world. In a dramatic twist, the devil brandishes a trident and dispatches the angel, who, in its final moments, retaliates with a spear that pierces the devil as well. Ultimately, though Xia Xin appears outwardly composed, internally he is a tumultuous whirlwind of emotions, expectation, excitement, and fear intertwining, nearly leading him astray on several occasions. Throughout the journey, Shu Yuewu remains mostly silent, merely humming a gentle tune. It is only when she alights from the vehicle, brushing aside her hair against the setting sun, that she softly says, "Then I shall head home now." Xia Xin responds. Shu Yuewu does not rush away. They share an unspoken gaze for 30 seconds. Xia Xin, puzzled, inquires, "Is there something else?" Shu Yuewu shoots him an irritated glance, retorting with a playful insult, "You foolish pig," before turning away without another word. In truth, Xia Xin's mind is filled with visions of Shu Yuewu's lively and charming presence, daydreaming of perhaps embracing her and savoring her sweetness. It is not until he arrives at the entrance of his rented accommodation that he is jolted back to reality, confronted by 4 mischievous figures with devilish grins approaching him. Chapter 59. The terrifying cold snow eyes. Xia Xin parked his bicycle aside to prevent it from being caught up in the commotion. With an air of calmness, he surveyed the 4 individuals approaching him. Each of them sported vividly colored hair and donned flamboyant shirts and shorts, exuding an obnoxious bravado as they fixated their gaze on him. Xia Xin's eyes swiftly scanned the quartet, swiftly determining that the second from the left, slightly ahead of the others, was likely the leader, the most formidable among them. Judging by their attire, none of them seemed capable of concealing weapons. How amusing it was to be underestimated. Did they truly believe they could cause him trouble with just 4 of them? The red-haired one, with a deep, gravelly voice, initiated the conversation. "You must be Xia Xin. I've heard you've been quite arrogant lately, even neglecting to visit Brother Wang's shop during the holidays and refusing to take on orders. I'm rather busy and have no time to drop by." "What? Are you planning to go solo? Do you think Brother Wang runs a charity? You can come and go as you please, treating it like your own home?" Xia Xin replied nonchalantly. "Feel free to be direct. I'm just waiting to head home and cook." The red-haired boy's expression darkened, and he threatened menacingly. "Let me make this clear. Brother Wang has invested a significant amount in you. If you think you can just walk away, think again. He lost 50,000 on you. You'll need to return 100,000, including interest. Otherwise, I've heard your fingers are quite nimble, and I fear you may never use them again." Xia Xin chuckled, feigning fear. "How intimidating. Are you planning to cripple my hands? What if I refuse?" "Humph, you're courting death, and I shall oblige." The boy sneered as he and his companions approached Xia Xin with malicious intent. Xia Xin flexed his fingers slightly, maintaining his unwavering gaze on the 4, quietly awaiting their advance. Just then, a crisp, commanding voice broke through the tension. "What are you 4 up to?" Emerging from the corridor of the rental building was a captivating figure. Cold snow eyes, resembling a goddess of ice and snow, approached Xia Xin with a piercing glare. Crossing her arms, she assessed the group before pointing a slender, delicate finger at the boy on the far left. I've seen you before, from the 5th middle school. You're in your 2nd year, right? I'm quite familiar with your student council president, Wang Jian. Are you planning to drop out? The boy's eyes widened in fear as he instinctively took 2 steps back, unable to withstand Cold Snow Eye's sharp gaze. The red-haired boy glared at Cold Snow Eyes, threateningly uttering, "Hey, who do you think you are? Looking to get yourself killed? Do you believe I wouldn't do it?" With a raised eyebrow, Cold Snow Eyes retorted, Song Bing. Residing at the 3rd lane of the 2nd Hatong on Zajiku, your family is currently renting from me. Do you want me to ensure your entire family sleeps on the streets tonight? Upon hearing this, Song Bing's face turned pale, knowing his father's temperament. He realized he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. It was only then that he comprehended the true identity of Cold Snow Eyes, the notorious landlord. And he had only heard whispers of her fearsome reputation, never expecting her to be such an exquisite young woman. At that time, Long Xuedong's family was a modest landlord. Her father, with his foresight, anticipated a rise in property prices and accumulated a significant number of houses in the area. Some of these properties were beyond his management capacity, so he entrusted them to others for leasing, becoming a somewhat renowned landlord locally. After her father passed away, it was Long Xuedong, with her exceptional abilities that enabled her to be elected student council president, along with her remarkable memory and management skills, who took charge of the properties. Song Bing soon realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, and fear gripped him, rendering his legs weak. His father was known for his unforgiving nature. Long Xuedong pointed a finger towards him and coldly commanded, "Come here and apologize." Miss Lane, I didn't know it was you. I'm truly sorry. My eyes were blind to your greatness. I was wrong." Trembling, Song Bing approached, hardly daring to meet her gaze. With every utterance, he slapped himself, devoid of the arrogance he once displayed, behaving submissively like a chastised child. Long Xuedong's gaze shifted to the 3rd individual, "And you, Wang. I'm sorry. I was dragged here by Song Bing. I had no idea what was happening." The group quickly approached, bowing and apologizing profusely. Rendered completely submissive by Long Xuedong's presence, none daring to speak loudly. With a frosty expression, Long Xuedong warned, "If I ever see you causing trouble here again, We won't. We promise, we will never come here again." "I was wrong, Miss Ling." Upon her command, the group fled. Fearing that lingering even a moment longer would invoke her wrath, their speed rivaling that of a 100-meter dash. Once they had departed, Long Xuedong placed her hands on her hips and glared fiercely at Xia Xin. "What were you planning just now? Have you forgotten your promises to me? You assured me there would be no more fighting. Now explain yourself." With each assertion, she advanced closer to Xia Xin, her face nearly touching his, her imposing demeanor making him swallow hard in guilt. "I wasn't fighting. I was just about to sit down with them for tea and a chat. How could there be any fighting? I haven't fought in a long time," he stammered, attempting to evade her piercing gaze. "It better be as you say." Long Xuedong scrutinized him suspiciously but said nothing further as she ascended the stairs, allowing Xia Xin to breathe a sigh of relief. Unlike when one is angry with Shu Yuwu, where the instinct is to comfort her, Long Xuedong's glare carried an intimidating weight, reminiscent of someone accustomed to authority, making it nearly impossible to meet her eyes. The sight of those 4 rendered utterly obedient under her gaze was telling. Not only boys, but even adults seldom dared to make eye contact with her during such moments, which was evident in the trepidation of Uncle Lu when discussing Long Xuedong. Xia Xin suddenly noticed that Long Xuedong was still in her casual home attire, having hurried down in her slippers, and he quickly followed her, quietly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." However, Lang Shuitong completely disregarded him and headed straight back to her room. Xia Xin opened the door to the adjacent room, only to find Xia Yi kicking her legs and clutching her stomach, with half her face resting on the table. With a pained expression, she lamented, "Gugu. The food at the restaurant is utterly dreadful. It tastes like a noxious mushroom mingled with scallions, steeped in the stench of rat-infested excrement for half a month. Don't speak so carelessly. I thought I would be back by noon, but I didn't anticipate such a delay. Wait a moment. I will prepare some fried rice. I believe I still have some sausages and shrimp." "Sounds great." Xia Yi instantly perked up, exclaiming, "I feel as if I'm about to starve to death." Just a moment. It will be ready shortly." After finishing dinner, Xia Xin pondered for a moment and then called Wang Shui. "Yes, Brother Wang. I happen to have some free time now. and I am looking to take on some substantial orders, specifically those that are particularly challenging and will take longer. Perhaps a month or two. Yes, that's fine. I can handle as many orders as you have. I have nothing else to do. No need. I can manage from home. So I won't be coming over to your place. All right. Please send me the account details and your rank requirements. Wang Shui hung up the phone, unable to conceal his excitement. Indeed, some individuals simply needed a proper reprimand before they would behave. Thinking of leaving? Not a chance. Once you've entered my establishment, I won't let you out without extracting a pound of flesh. Wang Shui had already resolved to exhaust Xia Xin's potential before granting him his freedom. Just then, Song Bing and his companions trudged in, looking disheveled. As they prepared to apologize, they were met with Wang Shui's beaming smile as he clapped them on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, everyone. I'll take you out for a meal tonight. Stick with me, and Brother Wang will ensure you are well taken care of." The group exchanged puzzled glances, but it seemed they wouldn't be reprimanded after all. With Brother Wang in high spirits, they figured they might as well enjoy a free meal. Wang Shui immediately compiled a list of high-end orders from the studio and sent it to Xia Xin. Some of these orders had been lingering in the studio for ages. Impossible for anyone else to tackle, but Xia Xin was more than capable. Therefore, he was determined not to let Xia Xin slip away. After dinner, as Xia Xin logged onto QQ, a cacophony of message alerts filled the air, causing his old computer to nearly freeze under the strain. After a prolonged moment, it finally responded. Xia Yi looked at him in confusion. Gugu, did you log into my QQ? Shouldn't. I have. Xia Yi's QQ would crash if left unattended for a week, leading to multiple repairs, and she had repeatedly assured that she would log in weekly. In contrast, Xia Xin's QQ was devoid of messages. It was a rare occurrence for anyone to contact him, and the only recent addition was a query about purchasing insurance. Xia Xin first opened Su Xiaohan's QQ and simply typed, "Hi." Just that one word. Xia Xin responded with a "Hi, good evening." This was the most peaceful exchange of the night. Then came the barrage of messages. "Wow, Xia Xin, I heard you and Shu Yu are an item. Is that true? Surely, it can't be. Why did Shu Yu say that you would be her boyfriend in the future? Be honest, did you threaten her? Does she have any dirt on you? What does she truly think of you? You sly fellow, when did you manage to win over our class's flower? Impressive. Come on. Share the details. What underhanded tactics did you employ? Is it that normal means can no longer suffice? How unjust is the universe that someone as handsome as I am still remains single, while you, frankly, I struggle to even recall what you look like. Heaven, please send someone to end my misery." Xia Xin sincerely wished for the heavens to grant this request. This sensational news even overshadowed everyone's fervor for the college entrance examinations. The group chat was buzzing solely with discussions about Xia Xin and Shu Yu. No one could have anticipated that the stunningly beautiful, alluring, and charming class flower, Shu Yu, would find herself with the unassuming Xia Xin. It was indeed a mystery of the world. Rumors even circulated in the group about a recording of Xia Xin's confession. The mere thought of Shu Yu being Xia Xin's girlfriend and engaging in intimate moments together left countless boys restless tonight. In reality, the two had not engaged in any intimate acts. Xia Xin had received a private message from Shu Yu. "Let's go on a date. Where would you like to go?" "I want." "You don't have to tell me. Just think about it. Don't take it too seriously. After all, you are just accompanying me to the zoo."